Live? Oh, beautiful. I see the picture. These days. You guys see the cruise ship behind me? All right, Rabbi side. Who's the tzaddik with the spudik and face mask? That's what I want to know. I'm muted. Okay. You gotta start. You gotta get going. Oh, it's not plugged in. No, it's plugged in. Oh, but the mic is not plugged in. Maybe you plugged in the wrong one. Sorry, guys. We're just technical difficulties. Yeah, I'm listening. That's a look on the button. The guy with a long beard, with a mask, and a sputter. Okay, you guys hear me? Are you able to hear me? The Oilam on Zoom, could you hear me? You can hear me? Okay, let's go. Today's share is being sponsored with Zecher, our good friend, Father Yatil Ben Berish Halevi, and his stomach should have an aliyah. This is our first spot trip towards our cruise. It is a cruise. The sea and cruise. You guys see it? Okay. We have a long daf. Today we'll get started. First of all, I had tremendous visit. I got a picture yesterday from one of our star students, 12-year-old Akiva Sarway. Initially, he gave me the picture. He said, I'm not allowed to show it to anybody. But I begged him and I pleaded with him. And he said, it will be a skizzer. To me, it's a tremendous skizzer. A lot of kids, they're sitting at home, they're playing video games, they're driving their parents crazy. Akiva found himself a little corner in his house, put up a light, put a computer, and he's learning from his brand new shots that his father got him to accept his breath to see him. He came every single day, I think. He got a Gemara without the Kudus, without the Shifta, well, maybe yeah, there's a little bit more. And he learns this year. It's beautiful. It's tremendous for me, for the whole island. Akiva, way to go. Quality is not good. You got here a beautiful picture. We're trying to pop a Ryan right before. Right before the buses are not going to be operating, the ad that Noam and Avi put on the buses, the Leland did. So this is Josh Schreiber, very too fast. But we have a treat. We have one other treat person. You guys see this? Oh, here he is. He's all embarrassed. Yeah. Okay. Let's do some emails here. So first of all, I had a few of these emails. I can't find them really. But here's one. Maybe we'll have the other tomorrow. I just wanted to reiterate and agree with the previous member's email. Living in New York makes it difficult to participate in real time. However, since I did stay up once to join live, I also am jealous that I can't be part of the share live every day. He was the one that I think was said that? I don't remember. Was it from Staten Island? So he's reiterating that. Maybe we can start a petition so you can have a second share in the evening for us Americans. If you do have this year, I give you permission to make fun of whoever you want. You can say preface however you like. You can make fun of whatever community in England that's suits you. Please. Thank you. And again, thank you for your team and your family for this wonderful documentary. Yum. Great. I don't know if that happened. Dear Belly, thank you again for the past few minutes here. I don't know. Even though I have to get up at 4:30, here this 4:30 in the morning to join the shir at 5:15 Manchester time. It's lower. Had my thumbs down for the suggestion that we have in Mitzvah Shem because in Mitzvah Shem, from being locked in our houses, we'll be welcoming Mashiach. Amen. We all know that when Mashiach comes, all Kashmiris will not be relevant anymore. Our being in lockdown is the preparation for the future. Now, being at home, we shouldn't have thoughts of I don't know exactly what it says here. Not even a proof. All we'll be thriving on will be Torah mitzvahs, especially after rebellion. Therefore, looking forward to seeing in the Azara, the atmosphere will be just like the base of Sikh, with the playing music and seeing the Torah British Wars, Manchester, United Kingdom, and every neighbor, Amen. Okay, listen. Obviously, we all are waiting for Shia. And they just try to come before this pace out. But we have to have a backup plan. Really, it's not enough already. Listen, people are ready. Look, need some black, spiky. Some guy donated a lot of beer. Things are happening. The island is into this cruise. So, if not, we'll need some black, Schweckies. And that's all right. Not that of the way. All right, we're holding up your Testament days at the Mishnah. In certain Basar, what's in the face of today, she told me when I was young, she had this study where, as the Gemara explained when we had this, that this is referring to roasting on top of coal, directly on the coal. That's the issue, even according to the still that's the issue of Shemini Chata. You might come to soak the coal, but you can't roast meat, onions, and eggs. Unless they are roasted. year are they working? How are they learn? Doctoring and relation? What's the point of roasting? And releasing to muscle that you start? A third, very rare. That's all. Not really rare. Once you get to muscle that you start, then you can already put it, leave it on the phone for the rest of your life. Right. Hey, look, let me see all this in tomorrow. You know how to put bread in the oven as the sun goes down or Shabbos. Put those tyrod that we get falling, and I don't this gets hard. That was the big issue. You have to make sure that there's a crust on the bread. Lazaroi means you're keeping a happen. The bottom part of the bread. What is the bottom part of the bread? We'll see that as well. So let's just jump into it. You let it take your burger Pesach and throw it into the oven right before Shabbos. All this is going to explain every single word. He was Pesach Market. The Hanukkah is called barefoot because the Hanukkah gets quite cold. The lion night, the magic. You had to go warm your feet up by the fire. You let him create this fire right before the sun. If it's doing that stuff on the ballot, if it's doing today's the top points that we'll do, but nowadays, you're in your home, make sure if the fire catches on, a majority of it, the more is going to explain, but you go in there, if it's funny, okay, you're talking about charcoal. Once it catches, and I don't need a load, I don't need a majority. There's Haley, you know, the comment on the logo, and they have. Oh, where's Ari? I need to see Ari. I don't see Ari. Oh, where's Ari? Where's the background color? Something in there, the camera on the logo, today you should say, you can see the kid that sits right next to me. Some people remark from different countries that they get a lot of physics seen of little kids. But now he's at home. Period. That's from closer. Kadeshi is so that probably comes in like 5 minutes into the show. That's his play right now. So this is when it comes in. Kadeshi is telling by Yoy to match up with Yisai. So there's a bad guy. His name was Yisai, and he was always on the run. So he never had time to make a proper barbecue. So what he did was he light the fire, cook it up a little bit, and as the authorities about to catch it, grab the steak and run. So it's the third gun according to Rashi. That's enough. And Makkah Yisai is the minimum shear of cooking on Shabbos. According to the Rambam, is 50%. According to Rashi, once he cooked it 30%, you can leave it on the. You're not concerned that he's going to start stirring up the dough because it's already cooked. So now once he mentions the Makkah Yisai, a couple of halachas that are important is Makkah Yisai. One halacha is in the name of Amar Rashi, the portion of Makkah Yisai. Anybody who's interested enough to know about the issue that you must eat issue after. If you cook something, after the GF lighting it, it's a problem. Once it's cooked, a third, you cook it, then the guy can take over, give it to him to cook it up. And this is only some manuals people, not everybody used it. And we'll have it later on in the studio, not today, but later on in the session. That's the closer to Makkah that you say, Yukul Asoshe Agabe Kira. They have many charts, and here's the first one. I Baruch Hashem, I called up this guy that wrote the blue book called Jewish Fight on Shabbos and Raven. Called him up. It was a very Israeli kind of conversation. I said to him, I have a shit. Who's confused? I said, so you give me your shit? Yes. I guess he's a little drunk. But he gave me was just to use his fight, and this is the Pure Fight. There's hundreds and hundreds of. Get it if anybody wants it. I have the whole PDF file. I just added the red here on the bottom. I'm gonna add color as it's when it's more interesting. This is a Pura. This is the oven that you put the pot on top of. And again, we're going to discuss this in January. People who have an acceptance, use it only the first time we're having it, or we're going to have it at the time. Uniform means that you see over here with this shovel with the, I forgot what it's called, you take the coals out of the kira. No more coals. Over here, Kima just means that the coals are silver. But you sprinkle on top, paper, ashes, you take the ashes from yesterday, you sprinkle on top. Basically, we're not performing. And it's a signal to you that we can't touch anything. Look, there's a layer here. Don't go there. So what is this? We're talking about Shivia. Are you Sunasiyah to the Yaakov? Who's Yaakov? Yaakov is about Christ. I think it's about the issue of leaving an uncooked food on the stove, in the oven, on top of Shivia. Says Hananya, that's only Hananya. I mean, would argue. So David should not, but you saw it, put it ready to eat. I thought I was fine. If he has, if it's already come out, but you saw it, the food is cooked a third, then you're allowed to leave it on the fire. It's not a problem. But as you cook a third, the third is if it's cooked completely. That is the minimum sphere of cooking, and therefore we're not concerned that you're going to do. You're going to be hot to be good for. Then you're going to figure. Then you need to learn in making that hot. You can't put the bread unless it's crushed. You find it. When Rabbi Elazar says, but the crust has to be on the bottom, I hate to get behind. It's probably not the bottom, the part that touches the oven, which we would probably speak on our own. But you know, what's going on, you got to go through. But perhaps you're going to the fire. The bottom part of the fire. Why would I think this? If you remember, we're going back to this. So, in those days, they beg you to go to the store, you can see this in certain areas over there in the Target, you know, certain places, this is how they make falafel. They take the dough, all different places, take the dough, throw it on the side. Now, if you look, it's popcorn, basically, it comes up with a curve. So, this part, the part towards the flame, could be a popcorn. Could be because it's over the flame. So that's why it's called a popcorn. Or perhaps it's the side that's closest to the oven wall, which is almost the area because it's tipped over. That's the Gemara side. So the Gemara says obviously that you would think. So Shema Rabbi Elazar Omer Kadesh Yikulus Monera and it's something about factory is the bottom. Now, the bottom, Rashi learned that the side closest to the flame gets crusted quicker. So the main way Rabbi Elazar says that the top flame has to be crusted, he's doing machmir, and he's saying that the entire thing has to be crusted. Hey, it's Spiro, how you doing? And this. So Rabbi Elazar says that's more than the kind of time. That's crusted on all 4 sides, or 6 sides, whatever side. Says the Gemara on the Shalvin Pesach. You're allowed to insert the korban Pesach into the oven right before. Like I did. We're talking about Pesach and Yom Kippur. You have the chavuros that are making matches. Here you have a chavuro because typically when you make a korban Pesach, you have a group of people that get together and make a korban Pesach. So they're each going to remind each other, hey, don't the coals. It's also You're not doing it by yourself. You're part of Habura. Habura is Jesus over here. The word Jesus is the word that each person reminds the other person. That's why it's mutter to put the carbon Pesach into the oven right before that. Like, if you don't have a Habura, you do by yourself. You're not allowed. We just learned yesterday, Roman Mar, Gadya, if it's a young goat, and a carbon Pesach has to be a young goat. Why? Because it can't be a year old up on 3 years. And we understand that was not only a goat, but even a sheep, a young sheep. Being storage, whether you seal the oven or not, chapter dummy. I'm not considering going to open up the oven because when it's actually, it destroys the young meat. What's telling me that I need a Habura? I don't need a Habura. The fact that it's young is enough to stop me from cooking the whole. Says the Gemara, some Yitah, hopefully Yitah. Yes, we're learning regular meat. How do you make regular meat? You take a kilo, 2 kilos, put it in the oven, but that's stop, and it's going to ruin. But how do you make it carbon Pesach? You have to put the entire thing with its head, with its inner, on a stick, you put it in the oven. That actually does destroy it because it's hard. Next, you're not using Saud. In the base, I knew what we said, that as long as the fire catches on, you don't have to worry about a blaze which catches most of the log. In the base, I knew that not a problem. Just light the fire, even though it's ready to the fire. I didn't know this. Omer Azuma is the fire which becomes a not a lot of fire, light a fire anywhere. No problem to light a fire. You can go wrong. Like insurance, I like the fire later. Consular, so you have to do the fire tonight. You want to light a fire inside it, so why do you have to light it before time? Why do you say you light it before time? Whenever your feet are cold, go into the base on and light a fire. Obviously, this is wrong. It's a bad pattern you're doing. Hello, my sister. Dress you up for a different garden donor country. No, you're not allowed to light a fire. The flame is cold. You're not allowed to light a fire in the base on it. You also have an issue of lighting fire. Loud, you put on it. It has to do with the carbon. You gotta leave the garden. You gotta be accurate. Depends on the fire is personally cold. He doesn't go and turn on a fire and start it. That's not what the book is talking about. So what, yes? Here are the questions that are like. Were they Hasidic? Lutheran? Really? No, Hasidic. They had studies. The guy was a study saying that. Spartans? Arabian? I don't know that. Zionists, where were they? I have a right here. I have a right with one. You're not going to believe it. You're not going to be happy with this fancy either. So you had this reason. This must be rational. People are not very very good. Now you said lots of there you go. Right now. I'm doing this. I'm going to get a chance to buy a chance to animal with you. Okay. It's a private use. It's not like I say, anybody will go there. I go. They said you're not putting yourself right before Sabbath. You're sure the Kohanim see smacking on the face. You showed the Kohanim reason. What does that mean? They were all learners. They were learners people. Yes, I raised them. In the forest, the Kohanim was raised them. Finish start. I do not want it. What's the raising? What are you going to do? What is it already? They were fearful. When it started, but unbelievable. The Kohanim, who was all to make place. They were all fearful when it started, and they would remember. They were also the fact too. The different stuff that we said before in terms of Jesus. You know the Jesus means people that remind you of it. And here it means that there's a make Says the Gemara, but here it makes definitely. So, when it comes to your own private home, it must track down for you. my Reuben, Rav wrote for left and left. Each and every thread, each and every log that you have must be put on completely right. I mean, if I have a pile, or I'm doing some bonfire, I have a pile of five logs. I need all five to have right. It's not enough to have four. I have all of them. Why? Because I might first soak and stir and go around. You know, it goes by the fire. Not always does it have fire. Today, when other tasting and I need to here, as long as I know for a fact that it's going my son, I'm not going to cook anymore. I'm not going to do this small little straw, whatever, you know, those little pieces of dry grass. Then I'm good. So in Kiel, I use Shmuel from what the Kiel said, was to be right, Shmuel, to make Kiel, some heavens, even they left. So I just trust him. One time he's got to start the thing from the middle. By the mirror, I have to make sure that the fire is strong enough, the flame is strong, spot on. So I stay down, everybody, they go after. I don't want it to be that I have to go and do something else. You see, it's practical. Once it catches on, I don't need to add any additional fuel. That's the shit. I don't need a rive, not a rive. When I see it's spot on, then I'm good. Basically, what if you have a single piece of wood? Rav Omar Roy, the Amir Law, the Roy the Paper. Here's a picture with a lot of it started out from the Jewish side, but it ended up with this. Roy Roy was I don't know exactly how that's possible, but I guess it is. The red is flame, the word burning. The rest is the wood that's not burning. The right of you means it went into the wood, past the halfway point. This is like more than that. Right, the K-point means it just caught on from the outside, which is simpler to do, more of a cooler. It says, Papa, let's do both of them together. Let's have Roy K-point and that it went deep into the wood. Because I don't know which lesson of Rab is real. I don't know. Some people said Rab said this, some people said Rab said that. Let's do blue, red. Let's combine the two. It's Roy Obyoid and Roy Vacation. Rab Amar Roy Obyoid. Most of it's lit. The thickness of the wood. Ba'amila, the Roy Vacation. The circumference. Papa, Hilko, Ba'ina, Roy Obyoid, Ba'ina, Roy Vacation. You have to be macro. I don't know what Rab said. Let's go. It's annoying. And we have the same thing with the annoying, with the Filamar, what does it mean that it grabs on the fire that the pro can't use it anymore? The fire grabs on from both sides. In other words, Roivicate. Rabbi Shem Rayla Dovar, Zayno Dovar, have a pasuk that could look at this. Hey, snake, Toysov, Upla, hey, the two sides were by the fire, the Toysov Nahor. I guess that was Nahor, I'm not going to be able to use it. Telling where it just goes, I guess for a second, it says by Yaakov burn, what can I say? It says, the fun of me, what is the ha'ah? Brother, what's the ha'ah? My ha'ah. Rav, Bono, most of us know what it is. They have them in Israel, they have them in the States. I don't know, I guess they have them in Israel. A willow tree. It almost looks like a rubber tree. These look like a rubber. So that's why it's the notion of a rubber after Bono. These are wood that was lit. Let them get together. Who's all man boy? This guy selling that Bono. Araska. They realized what he was trying to sell was willow, which is literally looks like Arabic, but you're customer Arabic. Amar Abuno. So here we have a three-way machlokes. It's a simple kind of machlokes, just it might be slightly confusing. We have two categories. We're going to talk about reeds and pits. These Piss are date pits. And in the time the Gemara didn't take the date pits, they were very easy to eat date. Take the date pits and use it as fuel. Common reeds. Reeds could also burn. Now think about it for a second. You have a lot of reeds in a bundle. Is that easier to light a fire or harder to light a fire? If you have them scattered, is it easier or harder? The same thing with is a bowl of pits easier to light the fire, or when you have one or two individuals, they catch on better? Now, the first command on them say that reeds and are the same exact. Whatever you're going to say by reed, you're going to say by pits. One mandama says one way, and the other mandama says exactly the opposite. And then you have a third mandama just takes reeds because it's one way, and pits are the other way. If I think that if Gemara is very simple, I might just confuse it for the reason. Here, I have, in case you weren't confused, let me confuse you. It was always beautiful. If we could have put the red here and the blue here, it would have been a beautiful kind of design. But Rav Kahana comes along and he just takes a little bit there. You see Panim and Garinim. Panim that are bundled and Garinim that are bundled. According to Ravuna, Panim that are not bundled do not need noise because they're easy to catch on fire. But when they're together, together, the bunched up is hard for it to catch on fire. It's no different than a piece of wood, a very wide piece of wood doesn't catch on fire well. And the same thing goes with Garinim. Garinim are no different than Panim. And Rav Chisda reverses it completely. If it's a lot together, catch on fire. If it's separated, who says they're going to touch each other? And same halacha with the Garinim. But then comes Rav Kahana and says, I like Rav Huna when it comes to Panim, and I like Rav Chisda when it comes to Garinim. Let's see inside. They're very flammable. I don't need a majority of the reed to catch on fire. Of them. But once I get them together, now they're no longer flammable like they were before because they're one giant piece. Then in that case, I would need a majority of it to catch on fire. Irene, same exact thing. The pits of a day ain't speaking right. When they're scattered, they don't need a rest. But the Salah is speaking right. Once I put them in a basket, then there's no air. Everything is together. Then the fire has no way to spread. It's like one mass. And therefore, on that I need a rope. Masked the other opposite. To me, logic is exactly the opposite. It comes down. Go by reeds and by dates. This one in the background, if they are separated, they might fly apart and it might ruin it for us. But if they're together, it's easier for it to catch on fire. Garin in the background is telling the Pasolas in the background, since the pits are not going to scatter. You light the fire, maybe they will blow them apart or something. But if they're together in a basket, it's going to catch on fire. If Manami, now it's in the page, that's probably base. Omer of Kahana. Whoa, did you see this? New Perek. Perek Ben Mematinkin. We're about to finish the first Perek of Shabbos. Unbelievable. Omer of Kahana. Fun himself, to go with this use of right. So when it comes to reeds, he holds like a Rav Huna, the first sheet. Sorrow. If it's aguda, it's like in the blue. If it's not agud, it's not together, blood touch. Don't go down, speaking right. No, I go down and speaking right. So when it comes to reeds, so he separates. He likes to make what kind of takes a little bit of each. You gotta learn from everybody, says Rav Kahana. You can't just go, learn a little bit from these guys, a little bit from that guy. No, I go to speaking. Garinim, speaking right, you can learn from the guy with the stomach, whoever he is. You know who he is. Garinim speaking right, I knew that the Zoom was going to be interesting. Ellie Gamiansky is online. Wow. I should see everybody one shot. I see Rick Davis in Manchester. I see Leon. I see our friends. What? We need more than one more street. Yeah. But where's the Aitan Azan? Spiders is on. Everybody's on. This is Spiro. My friend Bergman, the kid Bergman from Chicago. How are you? The kid, sir. He doesn't go to sleep that day. I don't know what time. What time is it in Chicago now? 1 in the morning. Okay. I don't know where I was. What? 93 people. Hi, Noam. Noam wants to go online. Yeah, unmute him for a second. Apparently so. Some sort of Matthias, I guess. Science thing. I don't know. Yeah. I don't know. Good cosmos. Basically. It's not our. It's not. It's not. What else is it? He's not basing it on stupid. He's basing it on what? What do you know? These things on this side. Don't know. Read, read, and then pit. They're very familiar with these pits. You see it all in the shops. They used to use purple fuel. Maybe this is how it works. I don't know. I don't know. Different cities. Oh, here he's back. The Gareth Hustle is back. Okay. Go to Gemara. Baruch Hashem. We don't. So far, so good. Everybody's dressed properly. The guy has a Purim beard and a nice public. That's his mask. I like it. Good. Let's keep it at that. Something Gemara. Look, there's very flammable things. Rabbi, if you think about 4 flammable things that don't need a roid once. Once you light it, I mean, gasoline could be one of them. Not on the list. Josephus, tar, fish. This is gopher, sulfur. Bishop Gino, this is an interesting one. Some people are not even going to sit. Grip, I think, is not first. Cheese. Okay, he said something else instead. He said another thing. So revolve, grease. Okay, these are things that you put a match to it, it's going to go. You don't have to worry about it. You don't need roid. You must listen upon an actual conscious vava, straw, or some other part of the wheat. Or a version. 8-inch of Bavel thinks you can roid. Well, what's this 8-inch of bubble? So if you live in Bavel, you know what 8-inch of bubble is. It's something that is commonly used. This wood, Vascular of Yosef Mayim. You're talking about what everybody uses in Bavel, the silke stuff. Which means thin pieces of wood, like matchsticks, something thin. So she has a So Ula says that when it comes to Shabbos candles, you have to make sure that most of the wick catches on fire. So if he says that by a Shabbos candle and it's a wick and you're in a controlled environment, so certainly silke, same exact thing would have to be right. Why is silke any different than a wick? This is thin, they both catch on fire. Hello, Rabbi Yosef. We're going to see it in the next Mishnah. This is a cedar tree. If you have a thin branch and it's dry and you peel off the bark, you'll find like a woolly kind of substance, like hairy kind of thing. That catches on fire very quickly. I missed the word. I go back to the beginning of which one? Something the boya. Hello, Rabbi, maybe it was not from the right one. I'm going to go back and check if he's right. Rami Barab Omar. Zazo. You guys know what Zazo is, right? Zazo. I don't know. Zazo. This is Zazo. Moss. You see the green carpet? The green stuff that grows. It's very, very thin. Over here it might not come out, but you guys know what it is. It grows up the tree. You see it on the tree? Moss. That's moss that grows on the ground on trees. So in Mela, that's what that says Rabbi Yochanan. Eitzim shel Bavel entry from Roy. The trees of Bavel referring to the mosque doesn't need. Once it catches, it catches. It's very flammable. And with this, Hadun Allah Yitziyos HaShabbat. Hadun Allah Yitziyos HaShabbat. Hadun Allah Yitziyos HaShabbat. Unbelievable. We finished together. We're on that puff. The Sefta Shabbos. Amazing thing. It's amazing. We're in Shabbos and we're all together still. We might have lost one or two people that are faking that they're still watching. They told me, we'll see. They said they're going to come back on. Where the heck is Barak? Who knows Barak? We got to get Barak back on there. We got to get, where is he? Rachamim is not on. I don't see Rachamim. We have to get Rachamim on. Sammy! We need Sammy on. They all tell me that they're watching. We're giving it back. Says the Mishnah. Now, if you dive into Ashkenaz, you know this Mishnah, but you have no idea what it means. You say, no clue. If you dive into Sfard, you probably never seen it in your life, unless you're stuck over the Ashkenaz city or something. Now, it's also important to know that it's not Uvameh Madlikin, Uvameh. It's Uvamah. Okay, I'm just pointing that out. Vameh Madlikin, Uvamah with the comments, a Madlikin. Every single item in this Mishnah is going to be described in great detail in the Gemara. A Madlikin. So let's start. First, the Mishnah is going to describe a whole bunch of things that are wicks. And then the Gemara is going to describe the oil, the fuel. Aim, I think it looks the nefesh. This is the cedar, like we just described. The cedar has woolly substance. You make a wick out of it. But like a chaysan, and not with it appears flax. We'll see the Gemara. The loy b'cholam. It's a type of silk. The loy b'tzila sheida. See the Gemara. The loy b'tzila midbar. The loy b'yiroy. Push off in the amayim, not the green stuff that's what's in the water. And from here goes the oil, the loy, the zephas. Pinch, that, loy b'shami kick, loy b'shami straight, loy b'alma, not from the sheep. Loy b'chela, Nachman Amadi Omer, Madlikin b'chela movies. Nachman Amadi says, you could use cooked Taylor. You guys don't know the famous story that happened in Manchu, right? Well, I learned it the same. When I was 15 years old, the students learned the same. I get there. I was this kid right out of I was pretty young then, but I was Israeli, so they accepted me because I made a good impression on the yeshiva. I know I was more better than you took the 15 years. They accepted me. I come to the yeshiva. This really yeshiva guy comes over and says, tell me, who do you think the worst guy in yeshiva is? Oh, that's right up my alley. The fun with me always used to make lists. He's the worst, he's the best. So I look at that and I see a guy in gray pants, and nobody's wearing gray pants there. Black and white, gray pants, and like long in here. So look at him and go, that guy, I don't know, he's the worst guy. He's the best guy in our yeshiva. He's Wolfman. He's the best. He's the Chayzer. He takes the share of the yeshiva after the yeshiva. He took all the other Bachim. In fact, he was my roommate, and he was the best Bachim. He was tremendous. I think he's a Rosh Yeshiva today in Yerushalayim. Double Walter. Anyway, so the Maisa is that a very rich guy, a big beard, came to my yeshiva and he said, Yeshiva, give me your best Bachim yeshiva. So the yeshiva takes the best buffer. I don't know if it was Milton or whatever it was. He took him and he sat him down. And the year says, listen, I have unbelievable slaughter, but I have to tahir you. So it says in the Mishnah of the Memadikin, it says, the loy, the chaylev nachum. Do not use the chaylev of nachum. And I want to ask you, why not the chaylev of nachum? Why can't you use, I see that guy over there looking inside his Gemara to see the two of nachum. The loy, the chaylev nachum. Says the best Bachar and say he says it says and then it says Nachum al Oizer. Gets to that whole argument. The guy was curious. He ran to the He says, "Look on the block and give me a mechutza." He's telling me wrong. And the Mishnah, so the Yeshiva realized he was dealing with, and the Yeshiva gave him the biggest lesson. Who's that guy over there with the Spudik? One of those guys. And he told him, yeah, it was him. He says it's him. And he sits down with the reader, and the reader says, let me hear you. Why does it say the Bible came of nothing? See, the Bach, I'll tell you very quick. It says, Vayhi v'shalach paroi esam v'vay nothing. The Baruch who sent out the whole, the Pharaoh sent everybody out besides Nachum. Why? Why did Nachum not? Why did Nachum not want to leave with Klal Yisrael? Because Nachum had a candle factory. And since he had a candle factory, he didn't want to leave Mitzrayim. So Chachamim were geyser that you cannot use candles for Nachum. And Baruch Hashem, they got married, it shouldn't have happened, and they lived happily ever after to say, yeah, it's a nice Shaya. Says the Gemara, "V'loi b'chelu." Nachum Amodi Omer. Nachum Amodi says, "Madlikin b'chelu mevushel." The Chachamim went, 2 minutes. The Chachamim went, "Nemechel mevushel, Rechel shein mevushel, ei madlik." We're gonna go into this. Cook, not cook. Says the Gemara Lechesh. Let's go into it. What's Lechesh? You can't like with Lechesh. The bark of the cedar, the woolly stuff, you peel back the bark, and you'll see sometimes you have this hairy stuff, you can make you look at it. No, sorry, that's not what the Gemara means now. This is just the bark of the cedar. Correct, the Gemara shows the Arzoids, Balmo, it's just regular wood. It's the wool inside. Here the Gemara says that. What's it's the small pieces of the flax that fall on us. See, a Abai learned the pasuk, the word chayson and chayson to mean the same thing. You're going to take the chayson, meaning the strong part of the flax, and make na'iris the small part. So you see, the chayson is not small. It's not combed well. The uncombed part, fine. As for these people coming from the ocean, people that came from different nations. You know what chalach is? You know what chalach is? Kucha is the name. It's, if you want to know what it is, it's the Sarah's blossom. Now I went on Google and I couldn't find anything. I don't know why. I thought I spelled it like the R school did. Couldn't find the thing. But it's the Bazeri Omar. Gushkira. Oh, what's Gushkira? Floss silk. Basically, it's an inferior type of silk. This is how they make silk. Take a silkworm, and he makes his cocoon, and he makes silk out of it. So it's a type of silk. Robin Bayo Abiyafta coming to Rabbono and the Chenyo, Afu the Rich Producer, who's sitting in front of Rabbono, who's the brother of the Rich Scholars. Wealthy guy. Has to have a lover who's Mitaxi. He's wearing some silk garment. Omar Robin Bayo, I don't call it this guy. You know, the Mishnah says call it, but that guy's wearing that Mitaxi is called. Pay attention here because it's a little tricky, this Gemara review, just to read it in one shot. Omar Lay. Anon Shira Aranda. I call it Shira Aranda. Doesn't necessarily mean that a Abaye was arguing with Rabbi. I have to this name. Next day, all these things are Chayav B'Tzitzis. So if you look into it a little bit more, you'll see. He says that Shiroim is Shira, is Shira Haranda. In other words, Shira. You have to remember the word Shira. And it says in the Brisa, Hashiroim. Hashiroim and Shira should be the same thing. And then it says a second later, Behakola. So that means Kola cannot mean Shira Paranda. They're two different things. So the Gemara to you, it's a very good question. Or Iboyasema, Shira Lakoy. Bishira Paranda with it. What does that mean? What's the Gemara's term? Gemara's saying that Halach means Shira Paranda. You're right. Halach does mean Shira Paranda. But there's something else called Shira. Shirayim. Shirayim is not Shira Paranda. This is Shirayim, and that's why the Bryce talks about Shirayim. And there's something called Halach that's also Shirayim or Paranda. Two different things. And therefore it's not a contradiction to Abaye and Rava. What does that mean? Akadino. That's again going back to the willow tree, the arava tree. Beautiful tree, by the way. I don't think it's recommended to have. It needs a lot of water. It uses all your ponds and everything. But it's a beautiful tree. So you should not make wicks out of this tree. Now, I don't see any wicks here. What are you going to do here? Says the Gemara, Robin Babaya have a constant with so the Tamirisa in the valley, says Rashi, Pak is a valley, the Tamirisa. The city called Tamirisa. Yeah, because that's where these trees grow. They always need a serious water source. Kazinu Lahanu Arvaso, you saw this willow tree. Suddenly Robin Babaya, it's the same as the same before. He was pointing at the taxa, so now he's pointing at a tree, he's teaching him. Suddenly Robin Babaya, Hainu Edom this now. This is what it says. Edom is referring to this tree. Look, how are you going to make a wick out of this tree? It's just a tree. Says Mora Kolav Afrile peeled it back and showed him Amronisa the Vinibang. In this little tree you can find some sort of woolly material that you can make a wick out of it. So now if you're Ashkenaz, you say every Friday night, think to yourself, Edom is the woolly stuff that comes out of a willow tree. Edom, the willow. What does that mean? Shabra. According to the art scroll, it's meadow grass. I guess you can make a wick out of meadow grass. If you're going to tell me you're talking about algae, I don't know if any of you have a fish tank, but I used to have a nice fish tank. And in the fish tank grows algae. Algae has almost no substance. You try to grab it, it flies apart. You can grab out, you can't make a wick out of it. It's going to break apart. Hello, Papa. Come to the arba. The green stuff that grows on the bottom of a ship. This stuff. Basically, it's moss. But it grows, moss that grows on the bottom of. This is really nasty. No, not seaweed. It's like pizza. Some sort of moss. Oh no, you see what they try to add wool and ear. How come it's not mentioned in our Mishnah? To try to light wool, what's going to happen to it? It's going to shrink. It never happened to you. I once had a firework hit me in the face, and I lost my eyebrows and had my ear. It's not good. It's not very flammable. It's not great to light a fire on here. The life is Zephes. Zephes Zipto. Zephes is pitch. It comes out of a tree. It's not like what we think today, like tar. It's pitch that comes out of a tree. Shava Yerusa means wet. Hana. Akan also Psilois. Until after Yerugish of Neamayim is the wicks. After Yerugish of Neamayim, it talks about Sul Kamela, Sul Shmanim. Shita, obviously. What's the next thing after? What is FS? It's pitch. Obviously, you're not going to make a wick at a pitch. It's starting to talk about fuel. That's a lot like we have today. Shava, it says in the Mishnah, you're not allowed to make a wick out of wax. You make a candle out of wax. Don't a lot of people light Shabbos candles from wax? Why? It says in the Mishnah, you're not allowed to use wax. Here, says the Gemara. Now this say, let's see this Namilo Chazio. That you are allowed to use it as a wick. So if it's your wick, it's okay. If it's your oil source, it's not okay. Fine. We shall stop right over here. Have a wonderful, Gevaldic day. Oh, Shira Malos. Shira Malos. Oh, it's me, Mama Kim, Posipa Adinoi. Adinoi, Shima Bikoli, Kieno, Zdaka Shudosh, Mikoi Tachanoi. Imagoinoi, Shimono, Adinoi, Yamoi. Hold on, boy, second. Can you hear? Here? Everybody can hear? Oh, Mr. Albert, how many people do we have right now? 63. Yesterday we're in the high 90s. We're 3 away from. Okay, we're gonna unmute everybody. Okay, what's his name? They start from flap. Shalom Aleichem, you're there. So it's starting to hit home for me at least. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, but it didn't really work. Okay, so Gary's asking if everybody can mute their microphones, and then when you want to speak, you unmute it. But please try to mute your microphone. Okay, we are, but it's better like this. So, Rabbi Isai, today is Daf Kaf Aleph, and I heard some very not good news for me personally, for Klal Yisrael as a whole. The Yisrael Kuchak, the Rosh of their time, was lifted from the coronavirus. I knew him very well. I was great friends with his son, and glad that there's a bunch of Kuchak who grew up today in New York. So, Baruch Dayan MS. Something even closer than that to me is Ruben Segal. Ruben Segal, many of you know Ruben Segal, tremendous child of the Chassid. He's in the ICU because of Corona. When it's a long story, but my parents sent me to high school when I was 10.5 years old. Crazy story, not going to go into it. But I was away from home, and I was very homesick, and Ruben Segal would come visit me personally every week. He's traveling to Tifra, that's where I live. I was kind of there, you come and say shoes with brothers, you come visit me and shoes with me for, I don't know, 20 minutes every single week. So I was very close to him for years. My father is very close to him, so it's hitting home. The boy's side, it's not good. And then I heard news that there's a Rav in Manchester at Stefanski, Lazar Ben Koiva, also. What? I am with the microphone. Is not that good? Anyway. His wife, Rachel Baspano, Yoel Bergman asked me to add Ruben Shmuel Ben Chayesara, and all the Chaylim should have a full name are Yosef Ben Edo, I think it is. Rav and Barakro and Paisan. A lot of people need a full name. We'll start with some emails real quickly. This is something, one nephew from Israel. Hi Ravelli, Shpel Gadol. I'm giving over the share. The whole Oilam is sitting right near you. Here I am in America, I'm bored, don't know what to do all day. I wait to listen to the share because it makes me feel like I'm sitting in the share like like the few days I was able to listen to his life. In other words, this is the nephew, the hey idea of Joey Levy. We all know Joey Levy. He's a great friend of the Shear. When he's here in Israel, he came every single day with a taxi from Yerushalayim, and he schlepped his 4 nephews with him. So he's saying that he was there, and this is what he does. He's bored all day and listens to the shit once in a while. I think now I must give the biggest credit to my uncle for putting shampoo on my head at 5:45 a.m. in the morning so he can make it to the RBS in time this year. 5. Now that he's in America, he can't miss a day of Shear. P.S. Shear in America is a top thing, so hopefully there'll be more people. Hold on, we got a phone call. Hello? Okay, so we'll go back. We can't really go back because it's on YouTube. I'll say the Kitzur brother. Harav Hagoyin Rav Yisrael Puchak, who was Yeshiva of their time, was lifted from Corona yesterday. And I knew him well. He lived in my neighborhood in Kensington, and I was great friends with his son, Rav Moshe Puchak, who's a Pasha up there. Rav Don Segal, the famous Pasuk, who was very, very close to my family, and he used to come visit me when I was in high school. I was only 10 and a half years old. It's a story by itself, I said. We're not going to go into it, but I was very homesick, and he'd come visit me once a week and choose with me for at least like 20 minutes a week. He's in the ICU as well. It's hitting home, Rabbi. It's hitting home. I'm sure everybody has somebody that they know. It's starting to make a huge impact on Klal Yisrael. We have to be true. We have to daven. All right. So Joey Levy's nephew says that he thanks his uncle for putting shampoo on his head at 5:45 a.m. and schlepping into RBS every morning while Joey Levy was here. I don't know. Oh yeah, the nephew. Here he is. He's the nephew. He's lowering. He's coming out of the screen. Here's somebody else. I got a forwarded message. I guess he wants to write me personally, but it says here like this. I'd like perhaps to write at Rebelli. I decided to start the daf and went searching on YouTube for an appropriate cheer. It was one of the first ones that came up, and I was hooked from the first daf of Brachos. I've not learned the daf of Gemara in many decades. He's not learned daf Gemara in many decades. And he's not missed one since the beginning of the cycle. Hope you and your family are safe and well. I was so happy to be able to sponsor this, the learning class there at Shabbos, my father's 40th birthday. Listen to this, Rabbi said. I was not able to say Kaddish for the first time since his passing. I was very sad. Based on much Mizyan, I tried to grab a nap after getting home from work. He's a retina surgeon. I still have work every day. Waking up after Chatzos to learn on Zoom or on YouTube. Have a Chodesh Tov. All right, there's more emails, but let's go. Let's jump into the learning. It should be supposed for everybody. Our learning. Rabbi Sai, I'm not sure. Tell me, are we learning more Torah now that we're home? We have more time off of work because, as we all know, the Chaim talks about it. We have an excuse to go to work. We're allowed to go to work to make a parnasa. And when we learn the little time that we have to learn, the important is much as if we learn the whole day. Because we're forced to go work. So now, let's make sure that when we have time, we spend it wisely. Not just on WhatsApps and whatever. That's so we shouldn't undo all that work that we did all these years and make it for nothing. We're holding the last word. I made a mistake yesterday. We should have just finished up the daf. But I was so worried about the halacha that you know how to go into the next day's daf that we made a little bit of mistake. We'll go back. Omer Rivav, last line. Omer Rami Barava. Itra. Sukkah Zifta. It's the rest of Zephes. In other words, says Rashi, heat it up, you heat this pitch that comes out of a tree, heat it up until you get Itra. Shava, how do you get wax? Sukkah Zifta. It becomes the residue of honey. Okay. The man have to eat it. What's the difference to us? We'll make up the limit. In other words, if a person tells somebody, he says, listen, I want to buy Itra, Oh, I want to buy, he says, I want to buy Shaba. You can't just sell him whatever you want. It has to be residue of money. Halacha l'maisa from Beta Fementa. Tell me Rambam. Rafcha Bala from the down. All the English Shom Yoim Atikim Beta Shabbos. Had a whole list of which fix that you cannot use on Shabbos. The large flame. Why? Because I'm not concerned that you're going to fix the wick. There's no wick. There are hundreds of wicks. So if it doesn't light correctly, it'll light up. Here's your water, Gary. You don't have to go anywhere. Beinus Chamin Kenegda, Beinus Chamin Shne'oira. So you could use it for light and you can use it for heat. The only issue is to use it for a single wick for a candle. What are we, frozen on Zoom? Oh, okay, you can do this. We're frozen on Zoom. Everybody's frozen on Zoom. Frozen up inside. Someone's going to hospital, but they're back. All you guys, I see Hulk Hogan over there. Were all you guys frozen for like 30 seconds? Okay, but they're back. They're alive. Alive and well. Zoom, listen, it doesn't have the technology like you do. But it has the Mila. Fine. Bein l'stam shloim bein agavi karka, bein agavi kiro. It doesn't matter if you put this bonfire on the ground or you put it in your oven like you had yesterday with kiro at the box. We also have the last soisman, silo the nerve. The only issue is to make a single wick. That you might come to fix. Below the Shemi kick, what does Shemi kick mean? We have three opinions here. My Shemi kick, if I don't know what it is, I ask the people coming in from other countries and I say, do you know what kick is? Yes, there's a bird called kick. And I'm not allowed to make oil for Shabbos from it. It's not, it's inferior oil. Anything where they have you don't have Mishkan de Kozo. Cottonseed oil. I don't know, I never tried it. They sell it in the store. Pashkis, Libras, they all have cottonseed oil. I guess it's not the best flavor. What's big? What's in a Kikoyo? Now what? I myself saw this. It's similar to this. I don't know how to pronounce it. You see this? Something like that. It's beautiful. You see this large leaf over here? Yoina Hanavi, when he was trying to take shelter from the sun, he used something similar to this. When the Pashke Rave, it grows off the ponds, off the moisture. They put it in the storefronts. You know, our overhangs that we have in front of the stores, they also did in those days. They had a Pekayim B'Yoina. Remember, Batsi Doi, after Mishkan, the kernels, it has little seeds, they make oil. The Doi, nice ones, so beautiful in Halacha, and in Eretz Yisrael, it's really hot. The sick needed to take shelter from the sun, they would use these leaves. So we have three sheets of pickles. Do not make oil from the kernels, it's inferior oil. Come around. Now, all these wicks that we said we can't use in Shabbos, why is it when they show because the flame flickers. You know those on Hanukkah sometimes we light and it starts going like this. No good. What happens when it flickers? You're going to try to fix it. That's the big problem. All these oils, like cottonseed oil and kick oil, it doesn't come up the wick flow. And again, you're going to start messing with this. You're going to start tilting it and moving it on Shabbos. Therefore, it's awesome. Working out by Mirabo, by Ashtrab. One of them, if I'm coming and leaving the Shabbos, now she's eating Shemin, kosher biyad. What if I add kosher oil? Let's say I take olive oil and add it to the mix. Now everything's going to be fine. It's going to come up the wick. Barak Schefter! Oh! What a simple. That's usually starting off. Splatter Barak. Everybody, they're all smiling here. Everybody knows why. Question is, if I add a little olive oil, now it's going to light well. What's the problem? Me, guys, being the most, perhaps one day I'll forget to use the olive oil and I'll use the kind of olive oil, and that's not good. You have to make some sort of gravy. On my leg. Hey, my beauty. No, can't do so. This is one of my favorite things in Shas. It's brought down many times, and usually I couldn't find it. It's hard to search for it. If my memory serves me correctly, and it usually doesn't, it's usually a bias. My time, what's the reason? Because they said so. I ask, because she says because the Torah. That's exactly the reason. The reason is because I'm worried that if with oil it's okay, you might be tempted to get the olive oil. And you'll just use straight pick oil, your fruit, whatever these other oils are. Not seed oil. Or all the other oils in it. So don't try to be a chacham and add a little bit of kosher oil and then you have a good mixture because tomorrow you're going to forget to have the kosher. You're going to be left with the original. Hey, Snake, so let me ask you a question. It says before. So it's part of the Devishim of Dikim, but I got the Devishim of Dikim, right? You have to have one of those. Your DJ. You have to have one. Wasn't it? The whole system. The halacha is if you take a whip that's also to you, you take, I don't know, part of a cedar, and you put it together with a nice. What's that? All right, the Dovish was thinking about Gabi Dovish and the Dikim. Rabbi Shimon Gamliel, the Tanakh says you know. But this Abba is perfect Suda Gabi Edwards and now, a nut obviously is something that you do not use as a whip. You use it as a whip together with the cedar. Together with, it's okay. You can take something that's not good, put it together with something that's good, and it works. How come by us, we're saying that you cannot take olive oil, put it together with pig oil? It's good and bad, and we're saying it's not good. When it comes to wicks, good and bad wick. The most is really doing you asked me a great pastor to me. Same with the Tanakh. In that exact rice, it starts off saying you're not allowed to do. It really says it's okay. So it's proving from one out of the two, but you could also go with the Tanakh and just prove to you that you're not allowed to use bad and good. This is more no. Saying the Tanakh, Maisera. There's a concept called Maisera. When I see something that have a honor that says, look, Allah is like this. At least it's not really that. When somebody physically goes ahead and does it, he uses that halacha. That's a different story. You know the famous sefer here. You get a spell. Maisera. That's the sefer of the Menagim of the Vilna Gaon. I saw the Vilna Gaon do so himself. It's different when you see somebody doing it rather than a halacha. See what someone's on the order about making a bracha on the blossoming of a tree, and it's one tree. Here's a great that's a real halacha. Now I saw it happening. Now I can pass it. Nothing counts. At the end of the day, you still put a question on Rabbi. Rabbi says I cannot use good and bad, good oil with bad oil, because I might forget the good oil. And yet it says I can use a nut together with a good wick. A bad wick with a good wick. So tomorrow, My love, the nut. He's trying to have a flame here together with the nut. No, he's not. He's using it as a flotation device. The nut is just a floater. It's not too light. The nice wick is going to be on the nut. It's going to float over the oil. It happens in time and time. Then why would somebody argue with that? It's more sure to you immediately nobody's arguing. If it's not necessary enough, you have to explain the prices. If you try to make a wick out of the good and the bad, that's what you're trying to make a wick. Look at you trying to use it as a tool, a floating device. That's fine. So they say proof is Maisa Shahaya. Gamliel's father used the flotation device. Amy, Bomber, Caleb, that is melted down. Now I can take the melted fat and use it as oil. The halacha is I cannot use it. That itself by its own, I cannot use. But a good trick of the voice of the shaman, I could use some olive oil, let's say, kosher oil, any kosher oil, add it to the mix. And now I can use the innards of the fish or melt it down fat. The innards of the fish also. You might do. Says the Gemara, from here you see I can take that is melted fat with good olive oil, mix it together, and I can use it as oil. So why does Rabbi tell Abaya that you can't do so? Says the Gemara here, just to make it a little bit more interesting. If you have Caleb by itself, fat by itself, no good. Caleb that melted, I just did the word namas because it's less letters. Merutov means namas. It's melted. No good. If I have Caleb namas with shaman, good. Okay. Why? Says the Gemara, I mean, it's good or not. If you just do the blue, melted fat is good oil. It actually works. So why can't I use it? Because you are born on our Caleb Meruta, which is Caleb Meruta. But the reason why blue is also is because of red. Yes, Caleb Namas, it's a good oil, it catches beautifully. But people might make a mistake, and they might use regular Caleb. Therefore, they said both are off. So why is this green? Why do I have a green light on melted fat together with olive oil? Perhaps if I use melted fat with olive oil, I might not use the olive oil. And if I won't use the olive oil, it's already also yes, Caleb Namas is already off. Says the Gemara, yeah, Caleb Namas is also a zera that I might use number one. So really, number one is the issue. The second one, your Caleb Namas should be mutter, but it's only also because of number one. So I cannot make number three also, because that's two zeros away. I might not put in the shaman, and therefore I'll have Caleb Namas. And why is this also? Because maybe I'll do Caleb. Look at Taisus Yishanim. Look over here on top. Let's first see the words inside. I don't want to skip any words, Taisus Yishanim. So why is there a green light on these three things? This should be also green should be also because maybe you'll do blue. Or you go with zera. Blue is a zera. It should be mutter. It's good oil. It works well. And I make them and it's zera. I should do two zera. I want to ask you a question. This is also zera. Why is melted fat? Why is it also? Because I might come to use fat. And why is fat also? Because I might come to move my lamp. Okay, so that's 2 zeros. So let's see the place he's turning inside. So the place he's turning next to Rashi, small little word. It's again 2 zeros, Shema Yata, and might come to move the lamp is the second zero line. Says he's trying to be explained with the second zero. The answer Shema The fact that I'm going to move the payload is not a maybe. It's a given. You know what he's saying? When you use a piece of fat, it's inevitable. You are going to mess around with that flame because it's not going to work. If it's not going to work, you are going to start shaking it. So that's not called the zero. That's called a given. Now, melted fat. That's the word. That's a zero. You might forget to melt it and use a chunk of fat. Now, melted fat with olive oil, that's a zero. Then I might forget the olive oil, and then I might forget to melt it. That's 2 zeros that I'm not worried about. Honey running by thumbing. Sila Ushmanin. Showing how thumbing in and begin with the Shabbos. So, they take out the word Shmanin because it's a mistake. When people make themselves move down, doesn't make any sense. Came in later on in the next. Hey, my Viking doesn't make that. Because the Hamikdash was only one oil. Seven sides. Nothing to do with kosher oil and non-kosher oil. All kosher oils are possible with Hamikdash. You can only use olive oil with Hamikdash. Take out the word. Hey, can't use it on Shabbos. But we can be why? So them are lahalois they're coming. It says in the passage, what should it say? Lahalois means to climb up. It has to climb up by itself. The fire has to work on its own without you intervening and helping it out. He himself, he just said the pasuk and he explained it to the now, question. We've learned in the Kohanim from the leftover tents of the Kohanim. That's a bad word. We need to together. But we say pan. We learned in the Kohanim from Nahum and from their belt. Now, what is a belt made out of? A quiet belt made of 75% wool and other material. It's actually shiny. It's wool and linen. But 75% Here's the question. We learned yesterday that you don't make a wick out of spears because it's going to burn. Remember, I got burned by a firecracker. And we don't make it from wool. Wool is also no good. Where it says, you can use the velvet of kindness made out of wool. And explain talk about it. Yes, it has other materials, but it's right if it's made out of the wool. How can I do that? It says it's more simple business shave shiny. We're talking about the simple business shavers. It's not a good rice, so you don't have to light a fire. It's for the simple. We decide on our own to light fire. You do it any way you want. Okay. However, the problem is, the clothing of the Kohanim that are worn out, make them in small pieces, and you make wicks out of them. Make a wick for the menorah. That's one better way to make a wick. Instead of the fact you take something that there's a mitzvah done with it, and you make a nice wick. It doesn't say anything about something that's share, talking about it to be something that's share. My lab is life. This is referring to also superior product of flying of wool. No, because we're talking about finance, cotton, woolen. That's fine. No problem. Now, Rabbi Yisrael, up until now, we have, until the other day, we had the long 4-dot sugya of Tula. And we all loved it. It was great. Now we're going to have a 2.5-dot sugya of Hanukkah. This is the sugya of Hanukkah right here. Discusses all our halachas that we're very mostly familiar with them, But here's the Makar. If you ever want to go back, this is Hanukkah. Right here, Shabbos of Kabbalah. The Bala. One seed back. One seed. Yesterday we had seen the reference. We're 20 back in the shop. Like it's real. Omer Avuna. All these rich and oil that it says in the Mishnah about men like Nikim, and Nikim then with Hanukkah, then the Shabbos. So you have a three-way place. Are you permitted to use these rich and these oils for and then Rav Huna sticks in on Shabbos and Hanukkah as well. Not just weekdays, Shabbos. What's enough for you? So we have two sparas here. One spar is good for weekdays, one spar is good for Shabbos. How am I wrong? My time of the Rav Huna for Sabbath, very simple halacha. When the flame of your menorah goes out, are you obligated to relight it? Here, David's phone. Are you obligated to light it? What do we do today? The boy said, what do we do? You light the menorah, and you go to sleep. You space out, and you find out that your candle went out 5 minutes later. You have to run and light it back. What do we do? Says no. We don't. Why? Because obviously we don't pass regular opinion. Look over here, the Sava cups is up. There's no little letter next to cups is up. We're gonna find that little letter later on by Rav. Cups ends up. Okay. Rav Huna holds, I must relight it. Says Rashi, and I'm concerned that you're gonna be a Posheya. You're gonna be an Avari. You're not gonna relight. So I tell you right now, you better use oil that's gonna last for the entire duration. What's the duration? Let's call it a half hour. I need to make sure, according to Rav Huna, I have a half an hour candle that's lit from beginning to end and it doesn't go off. And if it goes off, I'm in trouble. I have to relight it. So make sure it doesn't go off. Make sure you use appropriate oil. Halacha number 2. I have to use the appropriate oil on Shabbos. Most of the Spanish oil. That also is, says Rav Huna, can you pass me like this? I don't see a letter next to it, so the courier can pass me like this. He holds you're allowed to read a book by the Hanukkah Menorah. And therefore, on Shabbos, I'm going to take my Sefer. What do I do on Friday night? I take my Sforim, I learn my Torah, I dive into my Sefer. I take it, I put it by my candlelight. Oh, it's weak. So I start tilting it from a yatta. Of course, you make sure Barak's right. You make sure to relight it, but not before you have to relight it. You didn't relight it, it's not that it works. It's the lips of Barak. Better be here every day. No excuses. Back with his kids at 4 in the morning. So, stay up to 5, 6 in the morning. You have to do that. No excuses. The boy said no excuses. So, let me ask you a very simple question. Why do I need this whole reason that you're allowed to read a candle, you're allowed to read a book by a candle, and therefore I cannot use this inferior oil on Shabbos? Just say one reason. The reason is Kufsa. Sorry, Kufsa. I have to relight it, like Barak said, and therefore even on Shabbos I have a problem. I'm going to have to relight it. So I can't relight it la lacha, but I wasn't lighting. According to Rav Huna, I have to light for half an hour, so I have to get good oil. Why does he stick in that you're allowed to read the oil? What's the point? Why is one reason not good enough even for Shabbos? So it says amazing that because Rav Huna said that you cannot use it for weekdays and Shabbos, that's how I know this other halacha of put to the Shabbos oil. That's exactly how I know the second reason. In other words, if Rav Huna would have just said, you're not allowed to use the oil, and he wouldn't have mentioned Shabbos, don't use inferior oil and inferior witch. So I would have said the reason is because that's the deficit. But because Rav Huna was stuck in the word Shabbos, oh, now I have to think about another reason that's only important to Shabbos. And what's that reason? The reason is look at the Shabbos La'aretz. And now I come up with a Kiddush La'alacha based on a deal in what Rav Huna says. That's the point. If Rav Huna says, Rava, I'm allowed to use its light. His Dalmar, and now as all three-way machlokes, you have the two extremes. I'm allowed to use it on Shabbos. I cannot use inferior oil, not on weekdays and on Shabbos. I could use inferior oil on weekdays and Shabbos. You have Rav Chisda in the middle. Yes and no. His Dalmar, my Dikim on the phone. I can use inferior oil during the weekday. Why? Because he's going to say, ain't something. I'm not looking to relight it, therefore just light it for a minute. I'm going to say, sorry, I missed the word. I'm a loy ben Shabbos and not on. So it's Shabbos. The Sabbath comes on, ain't that the floor that pop out from his base. Since he holds that if I light it, I don't have to relight it. I'm going to the mitzvah. Therefore, I'm not consuming a ton of oil in it. It was inferior oil in it. However, in little is time. But since I'm allowed to read a book to its light, I have to be careful. And I don't want to be mad. I have to allow him to read a book. So therefore, you better use good oil. I don't put always get 9 minutes. Exactly what we're doing. What's going on here? Omer Rav Zera Omer Master. No, we haven't started. Omer Rav Zera Omer Master. Omer Rav Zera Omer Rav. Here goes Rav Shita. Now look, you see there's a tiny little olive there? See, like, this one is showing how friend and name of the Shabbos. Mazikin and the Chanukah. The ones that I cannot use for Shabbos, I could use for Chanukah. Bring the whole day Shabbos. All of them would say it's in the Shabbos. Omer Rav Yirmiyah made Shabbos Rav. The Savar, you see the little face there? Helps so things up. The halacha is, from Shabbos, the halacha, if I light it on the weekday for 1 minute, for 10 seconds, I was late to the mitzvah of Halakas Nerapanasha. I did my extra swimming use for 10 seconds. And the also the Shtamish La'arav, you see the little tiny gimel, it says, the halacha is that I'm not allowed to use the candlelight of a menorah. And if I can't use the candlelight of the menorah, I'm not concerned with the Shemayat on Shabbos because I can't use it. So there's no Shemayat. Why can't I use it? A number of reasons given in the Shaitim, according to Rashi, the hecker for the mitzvah to show this is a mitzvah light, not just a lamp that I have to use. According to the Ran, and it's similar to the menorah in the Beis Hamikdash, just like the menorah in the Beis Hamikdash you can't use, so to the menorah on Hanukkah. They're not connected, but they are. I'm reading Rabbanan Tamid Abaya, which made the review. So the Rabbanan explained to Abaya that this is the Pshat Rav Hol, Tafsai Zafik, he's also supposed to use the light. Light difference, so it's still possible Rav said. When Rabban came from Eretz Yisrael, he delivered the news. He would come over and tell over the Torah from Eretz Yisrael. I'm not Rabbanan Tamid Abaya. He said over Abaya, which made the Rebbe, and he said, hey, Rabban brought us a nice piece from the Rebbe. That said a big kibla. He accepted that Rav Hol, Tafsir Zafullah, also was started saying, Omar. And then Abaya said, he's afraid, I wish, I feel bad. The Rebbe was making me cry. I should have accepted this years ago when I first heard it. But at the end of the day, who cares? When he's nifter or now, he accepted it. All is good. Says the Gemara after the use of the Yankel. There's a concept of use the Yankel. When you do something over and over when you're young, it sticks in your head. You remember stuff that you learned when you were a little kid and played or what? Yankusa. Just Yankusa. That's how we said in America. Just Yankusa. You said the Yankusa, says Mordechai Seltzer. Fine. So you see, there's a thing. Yankee. You never heard it? It's the Yankee. That's how they say it in American people. That's the Gemara. The tough saying, what are you telling me? Rob is right that if the candle goes out, I don't have to relight it. It says, at least the Allah mitzvah, we should the mitzvah of their Hanukkah is from Shkia, whatever that means, and that's the clothes, like right at Shkia, whatever it is, yeah, until people stop walking around in the market. But the question is, my love, what does it say here? It says that the mitzvah is from here to here. Let's call it a half hour. From Shkia to Tifla. But you have to be lit at that point. If it goes out, you should be lighted. My love becomes so hard. No. You lay out that if a person comes home from work late, yes, you should light it by Shkia. But if he didn't, he has all the way. He has that half an hour to be like Binami, or perhaps it's coming to tell us this year how much oil should a person put in his menorah? A half hour's worth. Now, I just want to point out there's a crazy bahag who said that since the mitzvah is, the Rab brings it, since the mitzvah is to light a menorah from Shkia until people are in the shul, so on Shabbos you should light by Shkia. Wait until Shkia, and then you light the menorah. You don't do that. You light before, you're scared. Now, if you look at Taisus real quick, Taisus all the way at the end, he says, from the Jew Nero, according to the Jew, the Akka, and that nowadays, is not just Mosaic. It's not such a big deal if you light late. The only way like especially us, not me, but a lot of people who light inside their house, it's only for their family. They're not thinking between. So therefore, what's the difference? Because everyone's short. Whatever you want to like. You like the place itself. Says the Gemara. Actually, people are already not sure about what does it mean when people stop walking the street? These people who sell firewood, they're always the last guys out of the market. People need firewood when at night. They only realize at night that they don't have light, so they run last minute. So they're the last guys there. So Mela, so in the time, consuming resource to these people, yeah, from Shkia on Trip. Mitzvahs Hanukkah, the mitzvah of Ner Hanukkah, Ner Ishku Basic. So, we're going to see these three levels of mitzvahs Hanukkah, Ner Hanukkah. Since Ner Hanukkah itself is explained, a concept of Mahadin, we had a flask of oil. We probably could have stuffed it out for 8 days if we wanted to, and we could have used smaller wicks, but we didn't feel like it. We wanted the kind of what to do with Mahadin. Therefore, different than other mitzvahs, we have different levels. You can choose. And if you want to be a big tzad, you can be a big tzad. First level is one candle, even on the 8th day, one candle, and that's it for everybody. 20 people in a family, one candle. And if you interact running after mitzvah, one candle, each and every one. I have what to say here, but I'm not going to say because of the time. I'll just show you. Probably going to come back. Or to speak about Corona, and people are doing mitzvahs and running from the running. That is what people release them and go back. Medical efficacy. So you take one candle for each and every person in the family. Even on the 7th day, one candle. What the highest level is what we try to do. What is it? What? All the time. Because, you're saying because Shabbos is at 9 o'clock today, so maybe we have a lot of them. I got it. So this is Bishami Shita. You start off with the full amount, 8. Become the Elef Uchas Harla, and you keep on going down. On the second day of Hanukkah, you like 7. On the third day of Hanukkah, you like 6. And the Gemara will explain what? So what we do. We start off with 1, and then we climb. The Elef Uchas Harla. So, you have 3 levels. Level number 1 is 1 candle per family. Level number 2 is 1 candle per person. Level number 3, 8. Now, is it per person, or the 8 is for the head of the family? We have a machlokes Rishonim. According to Taisvos, it's 8. Don't mix it up with the first chumrah, the second chumrah, which is 1 per person in the family. No. It's either number 2 or number 3. Number 2 is one candle for each person in the family. That's Mahadrim number 2. If you want to be Mahadrim, the head of the household, he lights 1, 2, 3, 4, 8. Nobody else lights. Says the Rambam, not true. Combine level 2 with level 3. Each person has to do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So how do we test it? Points out that Khan's an amazing thing. Us Ashkenazim, we know like the Sephardi, like the Rambam. The Shulchan Aruch, the Sephardi goes with the Ashkenazim, with the Taisvos, which is extremely rare, if any, in the entire Shulchan Aruch. Fine. Amarullah, we give the Kram Rebbe Marava, what's the shot in Bishama, and Beisila, 2 Sepharis and both. Rebbe Yossi Marava, Rebbe Yossi Vida. Rebbe Yossi, different names. One is Rebbe Yossi Bar Oven, one is Rebbe Yossi Bar Zviga. Now, Allah kind of Bishama connected to young men and Bishama say, as many days as you have left the Hanukkah, that's the amount of candles that you light. You have 6 days left, you light 6. You have 5 days left, you go down, you do 5. How many days went by? So you're on the second day of Hanukkah, 2 days went by, you light 2 candles. You're on the third day of Hanukkah, 3 days went by, including to the day, light 3 candles. The Chadamar, different stuff. Time to be trying to get Maria Fudge. On Sukkot, we start off with 13 cows on the first day of Sukkot, you chef, and then we go down to 12, 11, 10. So if you want Hanukkah, for whatever reason, the connection, I'm sure there's a Kachaditzvah gun or something in our house, you go from 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2. We have a constant shot, and it's brought down in the public. You go up. When it comes to teaching, you always go up. So until now, we were learning 1 hour a day. Now that we have Corona, we learn 2 hours. I'm going up and up and up and up. You don't go down, you don't go half hours instead of an hour. No. I'm going to be still the man of the community. All right, I'm going to go. There's a cane in my side of backwards. That's what I was going to show. That's what I was going to see. Then I said, "Time with Dvarov, can I get Torah a thug?" It's unbelievable. But it's time points out. How could this come talking do like this? We pass everything like this. This is very important because the time says that when it comes to Mahadrim, then we don't go like this. You don't have to go like this. It still is in all shops and all the Torah. But now when it comes to Ruchas Mahadrim, then as time is Varv, the Malbaka is being written. Then as time is Varv, can I be Torah? He goes like Bishama, he goes downwards, 8, 7, 6. Then as time is Varv, the Malbaka is go upward. There are Hanukkah Mitzvah Nifal Pesach based on the Chut. Says Rashi that it's referring to a Chatzar. He has a door at this house. Then he has the green that's the Chatzar. Then he has Rashi. Here should he light, according to Rashi, not Tosfos. The light's over here by the doorway to his house, but outside of his house, but inside of his house. For the people that are coming to the house. Here's the second floor for the next Gemara. Somebody who's in the second floor, he lights by the window, closest to the rabbit. There, Hanukkah Mitzvah, you call Pesach based on the Bachut. That's great. You know, you're about Leo Man, people, the Hanukkah Mitzvah, the Rabbin, because by the window, facing the left. That's the fun of the women, you're going to light candles, it's against the religion. But you light to the mitzvah, if you light it in your house. Don't just say, oh, it's a sakon, I'm not lighting at all. You daven, I mean, you light in your house. Yeah. Omarova, not now, we're there. Torah, provided, says Rava, you need to make it up. You need to show people, this is my Hanukkah light, and this is what I'm using to fry my schnitzel. I need a special light. The Ika Mizuro Lezarach, and it has a very large light, like to us, we have a Maduro, I don't know what to call it, it's like 1,000 times the Maduro. We have 100 watts, and the tiny candle, everybody knows that your little candle is the candle. You're like, whatever, you're an important person that doesn't use a Maduro ever, so now people are going to think that this other person is using a small candle. I'm going to give Maduro from there. My Hanukkah. This is very simple Gemara. Does anybody remember who wrote Megillas Tainis? We just had it a few days ago. Megillas Tainis. Who wrote it? Yes, I know you all know. I just can't hear you. It's the Hanani ben Chizkiah. Remember the one from the. What's going on, Rabbi Yisrael Halpern? What's going on over there? Does anybody see Rabbi Halpern? Am I the only one that knows? I think it's few days. I'm not sure, but I think it's close. Here. This is Halpern. This is a big no-no. You see, this is not good. This whole thing. We had our full time. We'll see ever. Maybe he has to unmute it. He doesn't even hear it. All right. Over here, the second on the top corner. Second top corner. He's not looking on your side. Look, Gemara. So, anyways, the one that they made the halachas like Beis Shammai that night. They did halachas. Where was it? It was in Hananya Zarek, and who made the Hilchas Tainis, the Megillas Tainis. And in this Megillas Tainis it says, the 25th day of Kislev, there's 8 days of Hanukkah that are listed behind with the Loy Nisan bar, and you don't make a hesed by of Haya, and you don't fast. Why? Because the person is going to Hechad, you're going to come into this Amigos, Timuka Ashmani. They made all the oil come out. You should go over them after this base Hashmonah Benitzvah, and when the Hashmonah will defeat them, what's really not to attack us for 7? The only found one flash. The Munah with his social going over, and it had the whole seal. It's Shiloh, the guy moved it, it's coming to Hess. And it only had one day, and that's one day. He's an ace, the famous Beis Yosef. My favorite parents is that even on the first day there was a big nace because only a small amount of oil went down. Double the nace. The Shela Acheres, so therefore every year after that, the year following, came a Gunther. Can we stop right here, Rabbi Sai? Joey's on. I miss you, Joey. Joey. No, is that Joey? It is Joey. I thought for a second it was nephew. It looks like a 20-year-old. It is Joey. So I'll let him Joey. All right, so Rabbi Sai, Motzei Shabbos, 9 o'clock, and we should daven for Shlema, for Don Segal, and all the Chashuva people, the Rav in Manchester, the Rav in the 5 towns, and all the other Chashuva Yidden that are in the hospital. We should take care of ourselves, take care of our families. Shira Malo, Ismamati, Tosika Adonai. Adonai, Shemo, B'Tolit. Yeno, Zdechok HaShuvo, Istikot Adonai. Im Avoino, Istishmo, Yo, Adonai, Yamoi. Im Chaskifon, the man Tiboreh. Vivisi Adonai, Tikon Nafshi, B'Dodoi, Yechoti. Nafshila dinoi, Shomrin aboiker, Shomrin aboiker. Yachei Yisrael el adinoi, Kim adinoi achesed, V'arbe dinoi, V'hu yivdes Yisrael, Yisrael adinoi. Achenu k'bez Yisrael aנשים בצפון ובסיני הרעים נמצאים ביום נמצאים בימות בידות אמות אנחנו צירים ניצולנו ומשיבו לגבולו חשתו בגלול בזמן סביב What are you counting? No, that's married. 9 o'clock once the Shabbos goes out. I'm not going anywhere anyway. Have a great Shabbos. Yes, y'all. I mentioned your name, y'all, Bergman from Chicago. Send me an email. Okay? I didn't get it yet, y'all. I'm gonna look for it. Yosef Biliak, you better send me y'all Bergman's email. I want to read it. Whose birthday is this? David Dress from Staten Island. We have a number of people. We have 3 people at least from Staten Island. Is it your fault?
Yeah, how you live in Tampa? How you live in
Is that
Tampa?
you what? Is that your birthday?
It's good.
Huh?
Oh,
That's good.
Yesterday, it's like a dot.
Good.
No,
Yesterday's
my baby black.
Doesn't count. Yesterday's birthday. Sorry, don't.
How'd you find out about me, big dog?
Have to wait until next
How'd
year.
you find out about
I've
me?
been here for like a while. I just never beat
What's going on, Rabbi Isai? How are we doing?
Find
How
out
are we
about
holding
me
up?
original.
It's very sad to hear. Don't say that.
I guess I
feel very close to him. I haven't seen him in a while, but I'm very, very. He came to me at bar mitzvah. He gave me a piece of fish. He came to my wedding.
Alright, you an
He
alcoholic?
flew
Alright, you an alcoholic?
No.
my wedding, and he demanded that we buy a new
Alright,
mattress.
what's your drink of choice, son?
Kabbalah won't
What's your drink of choice?
some other person in the hotel
What's your drink of choice?
they bought a new mattress.
Tequila,
wherever he was.
tequila, Hennessy,
Unbelievable.
any liquor,
What mixtures do you use? What mixtures do you use?
Then
I do mixtures. I do straight up. I do mixtures. I do straight up.
That's it. But that's cool.
Oh, I know I'm an alcoholic. But I know I'm not an alcoholic.
Keep a soul away. How are you doing?
When I only drink, when I only drink. When I only drink, when I'm not drinking, I don't drink.
Alright, do you work?
When I'm not drinking, I don't drink.
Bernard
Yeah,
David.
Alright, well then you're able to balance.
Yeah,
Good for you, my man. Alright, well then you're able to balance.
Picture of you. Somebody sent me. We're gonna read them maybe different times.
I'm just trying to find servers that are. I'm just trying to find servers that are like really, really
Do
active.
whatever you want. We're just chilling in here. I'm listening to a podcast for free to enjoy. I'm listening to a podcast for free to enjoy.
Do you know any servers that are active? Do you know any servers that are active?
Yeah, go to social.
You're gonna have to send it to me. I'm so.
Dog, I'm not
Damn
sending
dog, the thunder mine.
Somebody find
I'm
out.
not
you gotta
sending it to you.
send it to me.
Just
I'm so.
discord.gg/dc. Just discord.gg.
I don't know how to search it up.
/dc. Alright, just type in the
I don't
Google
know how to
socialize
search it up.
Discord and you
Just
get the
type in
link.
the
9 o'clock is
Socialize
real time.
Discord and you get the link.
Anybody, I believe you're there. I can't hear anybody. It's even worse. Give me guys. You done? Okay, let's see what we have here. Oh, Daniel Epstein is here. Who else? All right, a bunch of Chidushim, I see. Rabbi Isai, today's shir is being sponsored. Zeicha Nishmas Pinchas Menachem Ben Reb Tzvi Harris. Hold on. We gotta make an adjustment here. Hold on. Pinchas Menachem. Okay. On the go. There's a lot of good luck with Pinchas Menachem. He was supposed to sponsor Friday's shir, but because of Corona, it fell between the cracks. But I gotta read you this thing. You're not gonna believe this. It says, the Zeich Nishmas Pinchas Menachem Baruch Tzvi Harris of Scranton, dedicated by his daughter, son-in-law, Malky Gary Gartenberg. Okay, so we're a day late. But listen to this. Philip, or Pinchas Menachem Harris, would give the Daf Yomi Shir. It's unbelievable, gave the Daf Yomi Shir. On Beis Nisan, put his head down and was lifted. I thought it was an amazing story. He gave his shir. Somebody give me a bracha. That should be the way I go. Give me the shir, put my head down, and be lifted on the Gemara. Unbelievable. All right. I think we need air conditioning there. Yeah, open up that thing. Shkoya. Here's a couple of emails. As someone who does not live in the RDS area, Ramat Shemesh, I was only able to attend via YouTube. Zoom, believe it or not, I feel much more part of the Chevra. I was never afforded the opportunity to interact live, but now I can. I'm sure you've noticed my daily background changes, different person, guests looking over my shoulder, in my window. So far, we had Becky Collins. Almost, yeah, I noticed. Yeah. Today, before Shir started, when I logged in, I was instantly asked what I feel. So within my picture, once I got the whole program, the kids are, oh, this guy is a character. And he likes characters. And he got tons of compliments. It made me feel amazing. So now he has his friend here, David Feinberg is his friend from years ago, the David from Shul. And Yoni is his friend. 35 years they go back. So they're on the same screen. Here they are in the same screen. The three of them. They just so happen to be the guy that screenshot of the three of them from different parts of the world. And they're together now. Great. About the Kaya. We read about the Kaya one day. All right. Fine. This is from Avi. Here's our great friend. Because of him, we're on YouTube Live today. This is Eli Tamiansky in Tzur Adasa. He lives in Tzur Adasa. I love this picture because he's doing the daf with his headphones and nobody doesn't scare people. Here it is, right here, and his kid is right next to him with a cup. There we go. During the Corona days. This seems like it's outside. So beautiful. Way to go, Eli. And this, Rabbi Isai, is sad to read because this comes from a man who sat next to me for 2 years straight, never missed a day. But he moved to, where did he move to over there? In Shalayim to Rehavia. It's from Daddy Kornbluth, we call him. Rebelli. Yesterday he spoke about the wider Stefanski family. There's Shivas, another time he was coming. I want to tell you about your relative, Basel, Switzerland. Basel. He saved hundreds of lives during the Shoah, including my cousin, David Marcus. I don't know his identity. He didn't say that. The Marcuses came to the German-Swiss border from Frankfurt to escape. Stefanski came every day to border control points and managed to drive. Sometimes it was just a few bottles of wine which he drank. Authorities in the German part of Switzerland hunted down all the refugees coming back. Mr. Stefanski hid them in his apartment in Basel until he could send them back in Frankfurt. He told me that one night he had 70 people sleeping on his floor, but never less than 40. That is how my cousin David ended up in the French part of Switzerland. And after leaving, she was got out of the time. I was in extra bed. Stefanski saved hundreds of lives, and his legacy lives on, and people say he's pushed throughout the world. And I assume his rushing lives on. He's a great human player he spread throughout the world as well. She was telling me that I wish you were here. Tell me the Maisa in person. All right, let's go. Today's Daf Chaf Aleph. Today's Daf Chaf Beis. We started from Chaf Aleph on Beis, 6 lines from the bottom. Non-hustle. Baba Kama. Gates Hayotzim Mitachas HaChatus. You have a guy banging on a hammer on the floor, and a spark flies out, and it causes a fire to start the hammer or the person. Yotzev is a fire. The person obviously is fire. Hey. So, that's the Gomel supposes he got a camel, and he's full of whatever it is, fish stuff, flammable stuff. Roy Rishus Harabim is walking in Rishus Harabim where he has to Mishmullah. The Nicholas of Ishtan and Teva Hanut got his load stuck into a store. There was also the marriage family, and there was a candle inside the store, and it lit up the Pishka. Imagine a camel lit up on fire. He starts running, and everything he touches turns into fire. He hits with his habira. He finally runs into somebody's house somehow. He lights up a mansion. Now I go, my fire. Who's this guy? Not the camel. The owner of the camel. This Chayev. Okay, what does that do with our shigya? In the Afghanistan is there in the hood. If the store owner put his candle outside of the store, we got to go. Going there, when they're kind of impossible. We gotta get the screen going. I gotta see the oil. Oh, I see Gary. I see some of the oil. Oh, I see Gary because they see Lauren. That's what I see there. It's not working. It's real Davis. The oil is here. Okay. Something. Whatever. Leon. How's Leon? I thought it's out there. I guess that's similar Africa. You probably just made up the Leon from South Africa. Rabbi said. Leon reminds me. I have to tell you this. I sent over, it's on the app. Leon, please change the wording of the app. So this guy, here's the thing. This guy, it's a 29-minute speech, he says. I'll try to do my best. But basically, in 20 seconds, 39 and 30 seconds, he says that we're so full of gashmas today. Look at our weddings. People have lighting guys come in. Yes, I had a lighting guy come into my wedding. I felt so bad when I heard it. We had a band. My son-in-law sitting next to me. My ankles here. We had a band coming from New York. It took them 2 days to set up at the wedding. Literally 2 days. So I'm talking to myself, listen to myself. How much gashers do we have? People drop $100,000, $40,000 with nothing on the passage. Baruch Hashem, Krishna is not listening right now. So Hashem shut down weddings. He said, listen, look, people are getting married, 10 people, and Baruch Shalom buys just like everybody else. Nothing wrong. Kashrus. It's a $1 billion industry. People are dressing like crazy. So shut it down. Shut down shuls. I don't know why. I guess we're talking in shul. I guess because we come in and out. We have too many minyanim, too many things. It's like a convenience. In, out. I do my minute. I'm done. I knocked it out. I banged it out. Whatever you want to say. It's done. Shut down shul. Yeshiva. Too many machlokes in the front of it. You got Parishlima. The gas. Shut it. No, I was thinking though. He didn't shut us down. We're still here. So think about it. Why are we not shut down? Huh? Leon, you hear this? I see your smile from space from side to side. He didn't shut us down. Okay, yes, you know what he shut down? Our fancy 10,000 shekel coffee machine. Shut that down. But we're still learning. On the day that they changed the clock, we had a full house here. More people on Zoom than we have in this year. How many people do we have tonight? 91 people on the Motzei Shabbos. 9 o'clock at night, 91 people. It started with 20 people on YouTube. The 20 guys that don't like channel. So we have 110 people now. 111 people. It's unbelievable. Think about it. Why? He didn't shut us down. He shut down shuls. He shut down yeshivas. He did not shut down NBY. DAF is still going at the same sprint. Maybe struggling. Who knows? We're not going to open channel. Why? Oh yeah, it's more than that. It's right. Some of these screens have 2, 3 people in them. Gevaldik. Multi's always with this kid. Okay, that's wrong. All right, let's go back. But the point is, yeah, that's a very good point. The point is, when this is all over, maybe we should really make small weddings. I always I told my daughter, let's make a small wedding there. It's not my fault I made such a crazy wedding. But it's Shalom Bayis, and we're going to learn soon. For Shalom Bayis, sometimes you have to, because before Ner Shabbos. You know what I mean? Excuses. We gotta slow things down. The Pesach programs, $400 million drop in Pesach program. So you can do it without us. You don't need Pesach programs. You can do it. All right. You got to take the Muslim. It's a great, great speech. You should listen to it. It's on the app. Whoever wants to hear it. Under a funny title, which hopefully the is going to change soon. What? Dr. Lieberman is his name? We can't really figure out who the name, but my son was saying it's Dr. Lieberman. Okay. Something more about it. Where are we? Says the Gemara. We're still holding all the way in the Palestine. Now, yeah, Chemben is nearby. If the owner of the store puts his camel outside, then the camel did a lot of damage. And here's what's the get our super camel. If the owner of the store had permission to put his candle outside because he's performing a mitzvah, so now it's not his fault. It's the camel's owner's fault. He should know that there's candles outside on the street. That's where you like the menorah. Now, Allah by his door, he's in the store, he had to be there, so he was over there. He's the right. If it's a menorah, from here I can prove. There, Chanukah mitzvah on Yidva b'kol Masorah. Here I see that it's a mitzvah to put the menorah within the bottom of the ground. But now within 3, you have to make sure it's above 3 because within 3 it's lower. So from 3 to 10, you have 7 talking where that's where you should put the menorah. Why? These talk about the Malamah Sarah, so here's the picture. That's why this is here. Here's the menorah, up to 10 talking. That's the max. 3 is the minimum. And that's where the camel is going to hit it. So why this? Because we're allowed to put it above 10 talking. So the owner of the store, the camel owner should tell the owner of the store, why did you put it so low? It's your fault. Yes, you have a field and you have a mitzvah to do near Hanukkah, but you should have done it above 10, 12. Okay. So if we stop right here, it's a good guy. We should put our menorah under 10 12. The Dilma, I think, it's not such a great value. The Dilma, maybe he should do it above 10 12. But we don't force him to. Why? Because if we force the store owner to put it above 10 12, he's not gonna do it. So it's not such a great value. There's some Rishonim that learn that anytime the Gemara says something with such convincing manner, I know for a fact that's halacha. And the Dilma, maybe doesn't take away that halacha. So therefore, they pass in the halacha, which is light under 10 12. Some say no, the Gemara pushed it off. The Dilma. Okay. Now, obviously, if you're lighting on the 2nd floor, you're going to see soon. Lighting in a higher place, that's your 10 12. Your 10 12 from where you're lighting. Okay, look in a second. Who said it? Rabbi Tanka. And because we're saying his name, we have another shot. If you live above 20 where else we have a lot of 20 amas? Gershon Ben Moshe left his house. I see his chair. So nobody, you guys have to behave now because the administrator is gone. He walked illegally. I don't know if it's illegal yet. Tomorrow morning it's going to be illegal. Avi Kamiyanti is on his treadmill by the San Francisco Bay. Fine. He has a background in San Francisco. Josh is on. Everybody's on. I just want to know one thing. That's what that's what I need to know. That is going to be on. So, how many alums do we know about 20 hours? Great. Rebbitzin. Non-corona. So we know Ner Chanukah says the Gemara shouldn't be above 20 amas. His sukkah of mother. You know about the halacha sukkah. A mother, in case you're not 100% familiar, this is your chutzner, and you put a beam from side to side. If it's above 20 amas, it doesn't work. Why? The whole point of Torah in a Mavoi is so people should have a hecker. So people should see that I'm going from here to Rabbim. This is Meretz Zayochis. So you have to be able to see Ner Chanukah is pursuing Isa. So also one of the reasons given over there in the Gemara, the famous Gemara, is that you should be able to notice this constantly very well. Now, the halacha is brought down that if you're on, like me, I live on the 4th floor, so I'm above 20 amas. I don't know, about 40 feet. So it's not a problem. Because some say that it's only when you go from, when it doesn't connect. But like in Sukkah, when the walk connects to the spot, there's a shit over there. So it keeps on going up, you can sing it. So they say that's a problem on their Hanukkah when you're above 20 amas. And you live over there. The whole problem is when it doesn't connect to 20 amas. Says the Gemara, the Omer of Kahana, same name. You spread the right counsel. Ma'ayiv said the famous deal, the Hador Reik in Bernard. When the Shvatim, they threw Yosef into the pit, it says the pit didn't have water. But it says it's empty and it doesn't have water. It's empty as the Gemara Mashma Shalem about Hador Reik. Any dash from the mind, if it's empty, obviously it doesn't have water. So some say, why does this come in here? Different shocking, maybe young. Others say because we're talking about 20 amas this way, it wasn't 20 amas that way. Hello, my kind of way. My main boy have a question like that. It didn't have water, yes, but it had dangerous animals that were killed. And we have to say that the second didn't know. They didn't want him to die on the spot. They said, they didn't know. That's why I connect. They didn't know because it's 20 amas deep. That's according to that shot. 20 amas deep, you don't know what's going on. And just like you don't see the Kaira 20 amas above, you don't know what's the. But there's a question mark down deeper. It's a shot. I'm a rabbi. They're part of mitzvah la'anifa b'teva hasmucha lepesach. So says Rashi, there's a mitzvah to put the Ner of Hanukkah when you're lighting by the door, one tefach away from the door, not more, so that people know that it's from you, otherwise people won't realize that it's from you. Thank you, man. Where do you put it? We're not going to read the Rebbe Amar, so the Teo Amar, Bismol. You put it on the left side of it. The Rechos of Bismol, you put it on the left. The dates, the silence of Bismol, the Zuzah, this is the shot is, but we want to be surrounded with mitzvahs. On the right side is the mezuzah, on the left side is the menorah. Some Sefer says that the mezuzah is for when you walk into your house. What's the first thing that you walk into a house? Then afterwards you walk out of the house. So the first thing is it should be on the right. But Ner Hanukkah is Ner Ishu Beisel. It's for your house. You're already inside, so you put the Ner Hanukkah on the outside. And then I saw another shot from the Ram Horowitz. All of it, he says that it's to be like the menorah in the Beis Hamikdash. As we're going to see later on, that the menorah, this is the Heichal, is on the left side. On this side, so in Melo, that's why we also put it on the left side. What happens if you don't have a mezuzah? What side do you put it on? Let me see the screen. Let me see what the Olam says. So point to the right or to the left. What do you guys say? If you don't have mezuzah, the Gemara says if it was is on the right, you put the menorah on the left. And you don't have mezuzah. Look, he says, I see one thumb going this way. Yeah, they're reversed. I have no idea what you're supposed to. So thumbs up is min. Thumbs up is on the right side. Thumbs down is left. Anybody? He's saying left. Robert Links says on the left. So the Shulchan Aruch asks you put it on the right side. You don't have a mezuzah on the right for whatever reason, just within, you put the menorah on the right. If you have mezuzah, you put it on the left. Go to the Gemara. Also, you're not allowed to use the light that comes off the menorah to check your money, to count money. Now, The halacha is you can't even do a mitzvah something else. But we're saying the least of it. Even a very simple thing like counting money is awesome. I think I made the shmuel. I'm not even today. What kind of issue does this depend on? What's the problem? The Samuel says in tomorrow, what do you mean? There's no argument. So, doesn't have to do it. It's for consuming, so I'm making a mitzvah. That's what Rabbi Yosef. If you die, you should explain. I perform a mitzvah, Sisi Adam, with blood. And I make sure that the blood covers, but the blood itself doesn't have kedusha. The same hand that does the shkita, causes blood to come out of the animal, that hand you should give to the animal. That what? You can't use your foot. It's not appropriate. It's using mitzvah. Mitzvah is using someone. Yeah, it's soy for life. When you do a mitzvah. Wow. So we have 100 people on Zoom. So how do we go to 200? Over 100 people. So we have 100 on Zoom and now there's 50 people left. Nobody to be on Zoom. But we have the ability to get to 500. So that means we need another host. So how do we get another scale? Let's try it out. It's a great time to try it out. And let's let it go. We're probably going to need another host together. All right, beautiful. Rabbi said we have 100 on Zoom. Mikam to Yisrael. 9:30 on Motzei Shabbos and these other people. Don't tomorrow. So, we have an Indian in the Torah not to be Mbayish mitzvah. You treat mitzvahs with proper respect. You don't kick. You don't cover the blood with your foot. So you don't use the candle of a menorah to count money. It's a bizarre. Okay, now it's a bizarre. So, Shmuel argues. Says Rabbi, says no, but what if I have what do they call it in English? No sukkah decoration, sukkah decoration. I have a nice apple, people put fruit. I want to eat my fruit. In the middle of even on Columbine. Can I or not? I'll prove it to you. I can't even count money in front of the Erev and therefore I shouldn't be allowed to eat or use my decorations or sukkah decorations. I'm Rabbi Yosef, worried down from. Today, nowadays, we say, Rebbeinu Shalom. Those days we say, Rebbeinu Shalom. The master of Avram. Holy Tanya, the Tanya. Why are you saying bring a raya for sukkah from Hanukkah? Sukkah is actually a brisa. Hanukkah is not. I put my proper style, and then I started decorating it with with different linen and decorations. All sorts of fruit. I hung up. It goes in the first I even put wheat. Some people put a little jar of wheat, those jars of all different things. Yay, noise. Oils, and oil. Also, was stopping them until the operation. Now, to keep them or use them until nothing is over. Then his knowledge, and if I made it a specific night, I said I'm putting these on condition that I can use them as other people. So it's a crisis. So what are you telling me? I love about Hanukkah. Since the Hanukkah changes the light, so to Sukkot. Sukkot is my first crisis. I should learn Hanukkah from Sukkah, not Sukkah from Hanukkah. Since the Gemara, Rabbi Yosef, Avon the Kulu down. In reality, the halacha comes from down. This halacha that we just learned. You should not be able to stand on blood to cover the blood because that's a B'zayim mitzvah. And for that, I learn halacha for Sukkah. For that, I learn halacha from Hanukkah. I can't use the light of Hanukkah, and I cannot use my Sukkah decoration. The halacha comes from down. Says the Gemara, Itmar, Rabba, my Meldik in there. Here we have a sukkah. Now that I have one candle lit, and this is halacha l'maisa, it happens to us all the time. You're in the middle of lighting a candle, especially if you're lighting outdoors, and then a wind comes and blows it out. What? Your menorah is lit. Can I light from one candle that's already lit? Can I use that fire to light another candle? Rav Omar, ein madlikin menorah. You cannot. Shmuel Omar, madlikin. Could light from one candle. Rav Omar, ein madlikin. Sixes. It's very interesting. The halacha is always like Rav when it comes to Yisur. Besides these three halachas, the Gemara is going to bring all three halachas. One of them happens to be our halacha about Hanukkah. Now, Gary, I said, I'm doing this thing. Gary. Every time you go to the show, you can tell. Yeah? And you're still my best friend. Good. Yeah. But we're more interested in how many people are here and this knows how many people are meeting tomorrow. So let's get together, go home, and figure out how to get another 100 people in here. Let's tomorrow. So we have a machlokes here. Now in all three, the halacha is going to be like Shmuel, and he's making in all three. So again, Rav Omar, I cannot go from candle to candle. Shmuel Omar Madlikin. Rav Omar, Rav says it's a Zion. Take one clothing that has tzitzis, untie the tzitzis, and tie them onto another beggar. You don't do that. Shmuel Omar Matir was that. He's not here. He's making. Rav Omar in Allah. The famous we're going to be discussing with plenty during the session. Another machlokes. Can you carry? Can you drag a bench? Can you drag a bench on a surface that might have dirt, and you might make some sort of tarit. How do you say tarit? Ditch. What furrow? Whatever. What? No, you might make a little line in the ground, but you might not. It's not a psik ratio. It's not 100% psik ratio. Means it's 100%. When you cut his head comes off. That's not what's going to happen here. Either yes or not. It's very possible. Reb Shimon says it's okay. Ain't halacha Reb Shimon. It also says Rav. Well, I love Reb Shimon. No, it's okay to do so. Allah is like Reb Shimon. Amar Abaya, Talmidei Demar, up to that. Everything my Rebbe, Rabbi Manachmeni, did exactly like Rav. Like I said, the halacha is like Rabbi's. L'dar ma'anik las, David Yishmur. Besides these three that he passed away, Shmuel, Madlikin, Miner, Umatir, Mebeged, the halacha Reb Shimon Greir. These three halachas. And what's the halacha by Greir? What happened there? The science Shimon. Greir Adam Mita Sitzato is rag. A bed, a chair, and a bed. But he doesn't make a furrow, he doesn't make some tarit. Yosef, I remember Rabbanim Tamidi Rav Yosef the Kohen. So, if I'm talking to something Rav Ado Rahava, name of the Rav is some reason. The reason why Rav says that you're not going to go from candle to candle because that's not appropriate for the mitzvah. You're using the mitzvah. The mitzvah is to light a candle. I'm using it to light something else. That's a Zion. That's not nice. Don't listen to him. It's not true. He doesn't know what he's talking about. Now, in fact, the Gemara is going to prove that he didn't know what he's talking about. Rav Ado was wrong. But Rav Ado said, don't listen to this time. I'm the Rav, Mishum become Mekhish Mitzvah. Says Rashi, it looks as if he's using some of the oil. By him taking candle number one and putting it onto candle number two, he's drawing some of the oil from candle number one into two. It looks like it. And that is not good. That it looks as if you're using the mitzvah. Not just what's the difference between these two shots that you're not using Kamadlik and Ragulis? Very interesting. If you go directly from Now, we have to step back a second. When Rav says the Makdish a mitzvah, Shmuel admits that when it comes, so in other words, Rav is talking about, in both cases, he's talking about when he takes a match, a pesach, and goes from one to the other. Shmuel says, no, I admit that when I go from a match, I take another match, and I go to candle number 1, and I go to candle number 2, that's no good. The problem is, using the maybe not, you can deny it, but maybe you try to start. If I go wick to wick, so Rashi explains, that's what they do in the Sunday. So that's just great, going from wick to wick. Manda was a busy mitzvah, Mishlag, Manda. If it's because of the Zion, it's not appropriate. You can't get better than the Sunday, like the Sunday, so you did from one wick to the other, that's great. Manda, you say mitzvah. So, but if the problem is I am using up the mitzvah, that would be a problem, even if I go directly from one way to another way. So, according to Rav, it would be also even from candle to candle, and from, if I use another device in between, and according to Shmuel, from candle to candle be mutter, just one device, by using case and use a match, then it would be that. Masiv Rabbi, Selash and Meiser Sheni, according to the page that's the page in the you have a lot of food, Meiser Sheni food, that I could only eat in Yerushalayim, but I can't slap all this food in Yerushalayim. What I do? I transfer the Gusha from my fruit for money. And then I take that money and I bring it to Yerushalayim and I buy whatever I want. Now, this money has Gusha because I transfer the Gusha from my fruit into the money. This money is a seller. Now, what I want to do right now is, I want to do this again. I want my friend to be able to do it. So I take another coin that's almost the same size, and now I want to weigh the second coin to see if it's just like the first coin. The first coin is exactly a seller. I want to see if the second coin is also a seller. You know, in checking connection, that people are follow of a nice shady access. Even though why am I weighing the second coin? Because I want to do the same process all over again. I want to do a mitzvah. I want to take my fruit, each of my fruit, and put it into coin number 2. I only want to do that if coin number 2 weighs like coin number 1. It's a seller. I don't want to rob the place on the desk. I don't want to do it on a coin that's 10% less than a seller, or 10% more than a seller. I don't want to do that either. I need a weight. But the weight is like me using a match in between my candles. Right? Because right now, no heter. I'm not doing a mitzvah. I'm coming to myself, I'm coming to you, man. And to the 100 people that are watching. I'm doing 11. Yeah, I'm doing 27 people. Alright. What do I do? It says in the proof, and now I do that. I am not permitted to use my money that has the use of my Sasheni in it to weigh another coin to make sure that the other coin is the same size so that I can use the other coin and do my Sasheni. But I want to do a mitzvah. No, but right now weighing is not a mitzvah. And you don't use a coin for something that's not done to the Gusha. If you tell me that the whole avoidance is from one candle to another candle, I have a big thing so. Also Shmuel, but when it comes to another device, like a match, then Shmuel would admit that that's also awesome. I'm not allowed to take a match because by me lighting candle number 1 to go to candle number 2, yes, I want to do a mitzvah, but right now I lit a match, and a match is not a mitzvah. That's in between. Very good, they have good kazana, and in 10 seconds you're going to light candle number 2, but This mitzvah, me lighting the candle, the match, is not a mitzvah. That's identical to what we just said the mitzvah. Yes, in 5 seconds, I want to take my mitzvah sheni food and put it on sellout number 2. But right now, I'm measuring something, and the measuring is not a mitzvah. I like to have it do. No. This one would be actually over there. I would think it's more. I like to have it do. That won't be a caution. That's perfect. Hello, Yanis, Bekitsanami Shari. What if you say that in a match, Rip Shmuel holds that that's okay? I could light a match and then go to the candle. How does he explain myself? Why is it that Meister Shady, when I'm doing a non-Kaddish act right now by weighing, it's also? Why is that also? And the Rabbah makes a lot of sense with Rabbah. Look at the outcome. What does he do? He's weighing to see if coin A weighs like coin B, and that he could use coin B for Meister Shady. But guess what? What if coin B doesn't weigh like coin A? He wants to see if it does. What if it doesn't? He's going to check it to the side. So that means he just reached coin A for no reason. For no mitzvah. No mitzvah happened from his weighing. So that's the problem by my weighing. But over here, by lighting a candle with a match, yes, right now there's no mitzvah, but in 10 seconds there will be a mitzvah. What are the chances that he's not going to take this match and light candle number B? None. It's a 99% chance that he's going to light the second candle. And in Mela, it's not a problem. Says the Gemara, what's the Rav says? Huh? There you go. I'm very nervous of missing a word. Nobody's telling me. And therefore, nothing will do just in Lashon. It means literally, it's going to go, it isn't clear. It means he's not going to do anything with the coin. So he used a Kaddish coin to weigh a non-Kaddish coin, and at the end of the day, he didn't use the non-Kaddish coin, and the whole weighing process was for no reason. Basur, Rav Sheshes, because the Paraikas Ha'idish Yahweh. By the Menorah, he lights the Menorah right outside the door. What's Paraikas Ha'idish? It's a witness, it's a testimony. What is it? Ask the Gemara first of all, the Eruv Torah, you read the Menorah, going to need the Menorah, he's like, what are we lighting for? For who? Like it's Baruch Hu. He doesn't need our light. Now look for our boy, Shama Sharafa, and he saw about Midbar. They hold to Elul O'Era. He's breaking it up everything. That's not our covered. So, we have his light, we have to make light for him. I just want to point out a places, very interesting places here. You didn't notice this, you have to see. It's like, I don't know, 7 lines down from the top. It just says, nothing to do with anything in terms of the shot here, but it just says, I was starting to go through you there, my bekoycha. The fathers, you there, my bekoycha. Yisrael had vision. Wow, Gary, you're back it on. Unbelievable. Wait. Yisrael had, it's definitely less than 100 meters. Yisrael had supervision. You were able to look in a barrel and see what's inside the barrel. That's the vision that they had from the Nana. I'm just saying, it's unbelievable idea. That for 40 years, they're able to see through things. Not through clothing explosion. But two barrels they're able to see. Pervert. No. Through barrels and through different things they're able to see. Fine. Just thought it was interesting piece of information. So what's this Eidish? Ella Eidish L'Bayi Eilam Shashino Shoyer B'Yisrael. This paraya, the menorah, Eidos, that I could point to is good planet. That's what it is. It's to tell the world, you see this menorah? I'm with side. My Eidos. This is the western light. The Moisim Bo Shemen Kemidas Kabisa. You put in the western candle in the menorah, you get 7. One of them is called the Western one. You put the same amount of oil like you put in all the other ones, which is a chassilut, then oil, and that's how you make every single candle. You go in the Messiah, and in the following day, when everything was done and all the candles were out, they see how Thomas Haneros you get up there on the thing and take out all the oil and the wick and redo everything. Now, before we go back there, the giant long Rashi, I can tell you real quickly what Rashi says. What is this Ner Ma'aravi? So, this is Mizrach, and this is Ma'arav. Mizrach Ma'arav. This is the Heichal. Here's in the picture, here's the menorah. The question is, was the menorah like this? Was the menorah like this? Was the menorah this way or this way? Was it facing the door or was it sideways like this? Now, if the menorah was sideways, so what's my Ravi? Let's stop here. This is menorah. This is Mizrach. So you look at the second candle. So the first one you can't light. And the second one that he comes into was this one right over here. This candle right here, that's nice. And from here, from this one, you lit the other. But if you say that is like this, you guys see it. So which one is Ma'arav? Here is no Ma'arav. Ma'arav is over here. This is Ma'arav, this is Mizrach. So it's this way, they're all the same. This is the Ma'arav. The answer is the middle one. Because the middle one was facing towards Ma'arav. The wick faced towards Ma'arav. And then you light from the middle one to all the other ones. That's all Rashi says. The long Rashi, that's basically it. Over in the bottom Rashi, Rashi says, what? Towards the Kodesh HaKadosh. Towards the back of the Beis HaMikdash. The furthest part. This Kodesh HaKadosh over here. This is Mizrach. This is Ma'arav. It was facing towards the Kodesh HaKadosh, the wick. And all the other wicks were facing towards it. The middle. Rashi just points out that when Klal Yisrael is behaving, then the nace happened that one light, the Ner Ma'aravi lit 24/7. The Kohen had actually extinguished it and then start over. When Klal Yisrael didn't behave, when they were not in favor of the Kohen, then it stopped. So this is Mori's question. Yeah, like almost in the middle of the place. Even the Kabinei they saggy the lady show that since according to this man Amar, the menorah was set. You couldn't move one candle to the other. So once the Ner Ma'aravi was lit, obviously you had to take something and light the Ner Ma'aravi and then go to the other one. And go to the other. You had to light one from the other. That's the Gemara. Either way, it's a design for the mitzvah. I'm taking from here to there. Or it looks as if I'm using some of this middle candle or the second from Israel, whichever candle is, but it looks as if I'm using some of the oil. How can I do that? That the wicks were long enough, so I was able to get, I don't have to use a match, I can just use the wicks. Okay, that answers one question, it doesn't answer the other. So, sorry, on the other issue, okay, it's not a bizayon. It's not a bizayon because I didn't light a match, I didn't light a piece of wood from the menorah. But at the end of the day, it looks as if I'm using the oil from the center one. And that's God's. Okay. That's the more my hobby of it. At the end of the day, we just slugged up about it. So, the Talmud seems to be right in this place. It's because of the Zion Mitzvah, not because of the people. We don't have a short on here. On one hand, you say, Rav says it's also the light from candle to candle. So what do we do? My hobby, I'm not going to read this. Kazina. Now we're going to a whole other sugya in Canada. He had like a mitzvah Madlikin in there. Yeah, not voice in mitzvah. Ain't madlikin in there. What's this about? When am I making the mitzvah of their Hanukkah? When I light it, or when I position it for the consuming. It could be that I can light a menorah and I'm not going to the mitzvah, but when I put it in its place, and that's where it is for the publicizing the mitzvah. That's the mitzvah. So he had no choice in mitzvah, but he's in the there. And over here you have to say that's what we have in the mitzvah. I do the mitzvah by lighting it, and then maybe I can light one kind of thing. Not by some mitzvah, a madlikin there. If the Hanaka does the mitzvah, a madlikin there. Because the Hadlaka is not so much of a mitzvah. There's not much going on in the Hadlaka. So you know explain, the boiler. Hadlaka is a mitzvah? Which one is it? Tashma. If a person with a cloth, he's standing like a shaykh, like this, with his menorah in his hand, the entire time, for half an hour, from Shkia until the Talmudim stop going in the marketplace. The rest of the king, not the time to make it. You didn't see the room. I'm not possible. He didn't put it down. Why is he not going to the mitzvah? Because he didn't put it down. If the whole mitzvah is to light it, so who cares who's holding it? He lit it, and he's in the time to mitzvah. Now that he held it for half an hour, that's not his problem. He is that mitzvah. Where you see that I'm not going to mitzvah. Doesn't want to know, and the same person we're going to have now, we're going to have in the second raya. Also, my raya, the tzorka you. What's the raya? The whole mitzvah is pursuing that I am publicizing to the world the nest of his birth to do for us. But you defeat the purpose when we stand here like this with the menorah. People are going to say, why is he holding it? Because he wants a flashlight. Nobody's going to think that a normal person is holding a menorah. So therefore, defeating the purpose, and there's no defeating it. Tashma. If I light the menorah inside, so I did have nothing. Boitzia, and then I position outside, no else. Yeah, when I go face in mitzvah, if you say that Hadlaka is the mitzvah, Hadlaka doesn't come with you. So I need Hadlaka. Hold on a second. I missed something over here. Yeah, okay. I just remembered. I missed the mental part really. When the Gemara asks, Hadlaka is a mitzvah, Hadlaka is a mitzvah, just what was that? Yes, sometime on that. All right. Is the class here? Music by knowing that. Okay. He's paying attention though. Hadlaka is a mitzvah is a shiloh by Cherish Shogeg B'Kaf. If a Cherish Shogeg B'Kaf do not mature the mitzvah and their action doesn't mean anything, and they light it, and then I take the menorah that they lit and I put it down somewhere else, if I'm not following some mitzvah, then I don't feel lit it. If I'm not following some mitzvah, then the Cherish Shogeg B'Kaf is over. I just forgot to say this Cherish Shogeg B'Kaf. Anyway, let's go back over here. If I look the menorah inside and then I put the menorah outside, yeah, I'm just going. I'd love to do mitzvah. I'd love to do mitzvah. So if I need to do Hadlaka, that's my mitzvah. So I didn't do Hadlaka. Why? Because I did Hadlaka one place and then I moved it somewhere else. So Hadlaka was not in its right place. You should not feel else of it. And Luyam is not a mitzvah. But if you say that the whole mitzvah is to position it, and from here on out, then I do the mitzvah. So here's where I lit it. So I lit it inside my house, and then I stepped it down 4 flights of steps, and I brought it outside, and now I'm the kind of the mitzvah when I place it downstairs. What's the problem? People are also going to get confused and say in that case that lit it for himself. That's the problem is more the people that are looking at this, not so much what you did was good. Yeah, I'm not going to say. But people are going to get confused. They're going to say, you did it for yourself and not for them. Tashma. Why should the lady that for doing it out? You just went through 3 times. The power of the physical giver. Shoshes. What's in a shoshes? Look at Rashi. Three goes to Sufas. Lantern, the log. A lantern. A giant glass that holds a lot of oil. Now, you lit this Erev Shabbos. According to Rashi, he lit it. Says the next Rashi, the legacy of Mikkel, this is kind of Erev Shabbos. Places is Mechillah. Places has a bomb fashion. Fine. I go on it. Rashi holds that we're talking about Erev Shabbos. This candle, if I want to imagine one of those Yortzeit candles that goes for 7 days. He lit it to Erev Shabbos and it's burning. It's up to months. Now, what does he do on the Shabbos once the light kind of transitions? Says Allah. You know, Shabbos is Mechado Umadika. All he has to do is 2 seconds. And relight. And now you did it for if you only have to do Adlacha, perfect. You extinguish, now you did Adlacha, you lit it, you can't lit it. Eliyahu is Hanachah is a mitzvah. What if it's the positioning of the menorah and the Chava Madlika? Why is that enough? With Chava, first you should have to extinguish. Umagbiya, you should lift it up. Umanicha, put it down. Umadlik, very interesting. According to this, it seems like, I don't know if it's true, it just seems like that if you hold Hanachah is a mitzvah, then every time you light your menorah, you have to lift it up and put it down. Oh, then another rayon, you become about thing, and that's what people say. Look at the prophecies of the Gemara. He's saying that he's going to I didn't really listen to it. Look at Faith says, what? Let's just tell the story. I was wondering because, okay, the Bible doesn't say you have to marry Shekhanah. So, according to it says inside, it's how you get to pick up the word shot. Great. So, but it says in the bracha of Tzivanu Lahadlik. Lahadlik. It doesn't say Lohaniah, it should say Lohaniah, like you say Lohaniah Kilin. It should say Lohaniah Kilin. It says Lahadlik, the mitzvah is not Laka. Laka, Oysam, here I see, once and for all, that I got Oysam. Now look at places real quickly. Now I got Oysam. Okay. Mutter Lahadlik Miner, it comes out. According to this, otherwise the mitzvah have to go from one candle. With another function, very interesting. There's a minute now to light some candles. Mela, that's what we're going to do out of the Valdiko week. Tomorrow Shears is at 7:15. Where's the that's the Adlaka is a mitzvah. Now that we learned that Adlaka is a mitzvah, and this affair shows the button back to the original question. Good affair shows the button lighter, and now we're saying Adlaka is a mitzvah. They also like certainly affair shows the button cannot light because it's all not Adlaka. So if they did Adlaka, it appears that you took it and did Adlaka. So a woman, she certainly could be Maldik. Look for a sugar lady. Russian Chayav is B'nei Chanukah. A woman is Chayav B'nei Chanukah. Shaflein Hoyu Bois HaNeis. A woman is the one that caused, what was her name? That caused the whole mace. Who? Yudis. She gave cheese, and he got thirsty, and then he drank a lot of wine, he got sugar, cut off his head, the whole thing. And also there was Bois HaNeis, besides that a woman is the one that was the catalyst for the whole mace, but they gained from the mace. They were also had a lot of issues, and the mace affected them positively. So the mace was a fire. Therefore, you see that the woman, the wife, for the husband, Shir Hamalo, Isminamakim, Josita Adonai. Vatino Ishmo Bekoli Yelo Zero Gashubo Isnikoi Dahanoi Ilavoino Ishmo Yo Adonoi Miyamo He imparts the all the man give away. If he said, "Do you know if it's gonna achieve this goal?" She doesn't know. Shomrim la boide, shomrim la boide. Yachei Yisrael el Adonai, Kin Adonai Yachesed, Naveino Yishudus. Oh, Yivdes Yisrael, Nichol, Chol Avon Yisrael. All right. Starting out with an amazing email from our great friend. You're not going to believe it. He's on Zoom right now. Yoel Bergman from Chicago. Dear Rebelli, I'm 14 years old. I started watching the 8-minute shot, then I started watching the full cheers. When I heard about Zoom, Yoel Bergman watches us on Zoom from Chicago every school day. And by him, it's, I don't know, 1, 2 in the morning. When I heard about Zoom, I asked if I could stay out for the live cheer, and my parents said that because of the quarantine, oi, does that mean that I'm going to lose you after the quarantine? Where is Ryan? I can join you. I can join this year as long as someone is up to supervise. I didn't know somebody's up there with you. Okay, good. Thank you for making Torah accessible for anyone who wants to learn. This is a 14-year-old writing. See, I got your email, y'all. Okay, next. Thank you very much for your share. Unfortunately, I'm locked up in my basement office for the past 2 weeks. Not funny. But why in the basement? I don't understand why he's locked up in his basement. So if somebody knows this guy, go release him from his basement. He's locked up in his basement for the past 2 weeks. And my local Magashir's phone down isn't the same. So I went surfing on Torah and I found out. And I found the 8-minute doc. It was great. And then the next day I found his phone here. So 2 people that started with the 8 minutes and somehow got to the doc. Wow, wow, wow. You're a rock. I don't know if you meant I'm a rock star or a rock, but I like rocks. So if I'm a rock, I'll take that as a compliment. I'm a rock. I love your shiur and the simplicity and the humor. Keep it up. The swell gold screen, borrow card, I think so. No, it's BP, I guess. We got it. Borrow card, Torah. BP USA. Yes, I love it when you make fun of Manchester. I was born there. The left. At the age of 15, you see Donna when he got married in New York and been living here for the past 27 years. By the way, with the Logan Stefanski, I mentioned that the love of Manchester is with the Logan Stefanski. He has corona and is very sick. His name is Elazar Ben Oiba. Elazar Ben Oiba, and his wife, who is also very sick, is Rafa Malta Baskana Yehudis, relative. All right. What's not? Short one. Again, today. Dear Stefanski, thank you for your amazing spirit, and I especially appreciate when you pull statement stop the night before. That is me. Full, Aaron Black. Byron, that's bad news. We're behind. What happened is Shabbos comes. Friday is not the same day. Shabbos is almost impossible. So they try to record. By the time the shoot is over, it's already completed. It's impossible. I have to share today's stuff. So yeah, we're behind. Every so God all places. By the time TV comes on and caught up, I have to somehow catch up. Says the Gemara. That's from Gimel Aleph. Alright, take this. I'm sorry, what's not for the topic going on there? We're holding there, the topic over there. Because I knew it's going to be a problem. Alright, take this. According to the rules, we shouldn't be so far down this way. Absinoi, higher than our Hanukkah. A person who's a guest must light theirs Hanukkah. Or zero, Marais Gavin of Arab. In the beginning, when I was in Rab's house, I would give him a puka, give him a few coins. I didn't have to be a 50-50 partner with him, but I just had to have some oil in there. Also, in the CV itself, but after I got married, what did we learn last night? Right before we finished off, we learned that a woman is tired by the holy boys the talking over there. Is that Dershon? Yeah, right. Even if I kick you out of my house, it's still making noise. What is it? That I kick you out of my house? We learned yesterday, a woman is chayiv in Neirut Hanukkah. Paying all the way to this. As Rashi says. Paul actually says, so that was a terrible exertion on all women getting married. Besides that, we had religious because we started off the whole night by feeding the general over there. Alright, therefore, since a woman as a says the Zera, wasn't you see this once I married a wife, I have to validate it. I don't have to be stuck with my Rebbe, gradually to go away for a very extended amount of time. And let my wife, I know for a fact that my wife is going to light candles, let her light or be late to me. I think you're alive the way we say, because my wife is going to light for me and I'm very sure believe all Hashmonim, Shibam, Yofim, and name. All oils are good for cancer. Now, what's the problem with inferior oil? The problem is that it doesn't light so well. What's the problem with inferior oil? It doesn't catch well. But since we popped a skin when we saw this 2 days ago, and I pointed out these little little things, that pop out in days when other agreement my hand in the rap, the summer up so aim exotic. So there's a seal over there looking at something else. That's all up. If the candle goes out, I don't have to refill it. So really, what do I care for that oil? I can use inferior oil. And if it starts to green, let it flicker. I was going to the mitzvah when I was married, and come saying Joshua. So therefore, tell us what is doing nothing in there. Guys, in the mitzvah. If you want to see this, if you're not or you're a Mahazin guy, you want to see the stuff with us, you buy olive oil. Oh my, if I ever raised out of Mahazin, Mara, Mar, as we said yesterday, is Rava Banachmeni. Abai's ready. And yes, we will. So we'll do that. Rava was saying that Allah is like small, it's really fancy when it comes to food. So here he says, in the beginning, my Rebbe used to buy sesame seed oil. That's what it came out. And he made his menorah from sesame seed. Why? Oh my, I know from the Roy because this last one, this sesame seed oil is only last. It's even showing on the oil, love, the others, the lady. Once I heard this, I love it to the lady. Now what? But then when Zionis is moved from, Adam is that is life from oh my, I told my respect because the Shimon Zionis is Rashi said is clear and brighter. It's a better lighting oil. Yes, sesame seed oil is longer lasting, but it's not as clear, not as beautiful as olive oil. Coming from the lady. All Hashmonim, nothing like joy. All oils are good. Now, here's where it becomes hard for me. Because in our school, we have Rabbi Sunday, who's a pro at these things. Every time we come to one of the cities, he gives minutes or 3 minutes speech, and everything's good. But today, we don't have him here. He is online, Mr. Somewhere. So, without Rabbi Schoenberg, I'll try to do my best based on Rashi. He found pictures of the actual here. He is online. I'll tell you what I know, and then Rabbi Schoenberg will have if there's anything to add. I saw your email. Start for the homework first. It must have started at 1 o'clock in the morning when I have to do that from Gimel. I have the whole job. So I started cooking it out, and I started this, but listen, it's not the first time we're doing the studio. Yo, let me say a little bit, and then you'll tell me if you have what to add. Basically, the way they made ink in those days, they would take some soup, and they would light it up, and if you ever notice on top of your, wherever you light your candelabra, if you ever think there's Kandievsky sound, you'll see that on the ceiling is glass. So you take the soup, you light it up, and the smoke that comes out of it, you try to capture that smoke. You put a glass right over it. Ooh, that wasn't a good idea. You catch that smoke in a glass. So what happens to the glass? The glass becomes glass. Then you take and scrape off that glass. Now, what's how do you get that smoke? So you use some sort of oil. You can use olive oil. You use other oil. Where it says over here that all oils are good, but olive oil is the best. Now, once you have that soup, you add oil to it, and you knead it, says Rashi. You dabble it, you mix it up, you make a nice mixture, let it sit in the sun. So it's 2 steps. You're using oil twice. You're using oil to create the soup, and you're using oil to make a mixture. Those are the 2 things here. Rabbi Schoenberg, you have anything to add to that? Nothing. I'm a good Talmud. Okay, great. The only thing is that when Rabbi was there, he actually brought us a block from China, and he showed us how what the soup looks like. A block of, it's a black blob of whatever. This is what they use even today sometimes. They use it to make the fun. So let's see, it's not exactly important to the sugya. It's derech agav. All the oils are great to make this. But again, just like Hanukkah, so for oil, it's also for ink, it's also it's oily. What is the reference? We're talking about foods. You need it. Afterwards, once you have the soup, you add oil to it, or to create the soup, create the black in the glass. I actually wanted to do it over my fire, but I didn't have time. I told you to. That's not. I love when there's a price that says, spells it out, the Ruffle TikTok down that tells you exactly the answer to your question. Mainly Gabel, Bain Laughter. Some guys is better for both, A and B. Okay, now we have another price that says it's slightly different. It's all about the Master. This is for the soup only. Think of this, soup only is great with the Gabel, to meet it, you can use anything else. There's no preference to use someone's eyes when it comes to the mixture. Alright, part of the mixture, you have other ingredients. One of the ingredients is a sap that comes out of a tree. Everything is okay. This guy right over here, according to our kids, is a blackthorn gum. This is a blackthorn tree. These are the berries. Yes, Rabbi Schoenberg, you're okay? Or is it something else? No, okay, good. Here we need Rabbi Schoenberg. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
I love it that one of my special needs comedians is making fun of me for hiring so many special needs comedians. You have to love it. I'll give you some time off after this so that stereotype of my show dies down a little bit.
Got it.
Then I realized I had just hurting myself, so I put a shot collar on the horses. Those little bastards have no extreme.
But isn't Guma gum? And gum is sap? Got it.
Aaron, I love you. You're amazing. You have some tour dates coming up or something? You have that already preset in your phone? I am going to Arkansas, and I have a big run in the Florida area.
So Rashi's poetry is not black porn or something else? Or does it say? Why is it called? Okay, you mean these berries are plums. He's calling these berries plums. Got it. Okay, so the kids, so Rashi says, who knows, which means plum. Yeah. Where do we have this? We had this recently. Well, I know, but what was episode that we had was later, I mean, like a year ago, where you brought all the inks and everything. I mean, that wasn't a year ago, it was a month ago. In my mind, okay, I got it. Okay. Fine, can we go weiter? Okay, beautiful. Basically, what I got out from Rabbi Schoenberg is that this Raphael is based on Rashi, which says females, which are hard to hear on YouTube. Oh, okay, people on YouTube, fine. People on YouTube, the thoughts are over. Basically, the only thing I got spacing me out a little bit. Sorry, I'm like you guys. But he says Funel. Funel is Rashi says it's true. So that's why they got this tree that has full blackthorn gum. The problem is that the way you extract whatever ingredient you need from it is from soaking it in water. And gum means sap, that it actually oozes out of the tree. So therefore we have to say that Rashi uses this term loosely, and he says gum, he's not referring to sap that is tree, rather he's referring to some sort of concoction that you soak, and it eventually it turns into this, and that places takes issue with Rashi, etc. Fine. But it's not really the sugya, but it's good to know about these things. And Gemara says, I'm going to call myself and you up and like, yo, all saps are good. All gums are good. All concoctions are good. We drop the top, you up in the kilo, but this blackthorn gum is the best. Omer B'Chir Barashi, who's still going around? I'm not the Hanukkah, never show Hanukkah something better. We know this already. But just like when we learn these brachas, it says, oh, if you eat bread, you have to say amen. Okay, we know. We're geniuses. We know this already. But guess what? Rav only lived, how many years do you think Rav lived after the Hashemite? Rav was the first of the Amiroy and last of the Tanai, right? He's right there. So how many years before his Hashemite? Like, throw your fingers. 500, 1,000 years before. You say 300. 200. It's about 200. I think it's somewhere a little over 200. I'd say, I don't know. Based on the Gemara, but it's on that's based on the Gemara. Under 250, over 200. So they had to decide what bracha. Do you make a bracha? You don't make a bracha. It says, well, you make a bracha on Meir. Amali knows the Chanukah Tov Rebara. Arroya knows the Chanukah Tov Rebara. Says Rabbi, if you aren't going to light the candle by yourself, then you have to make the bracha. In other words, says Rashi, you're on a ship, and you look at the shore and you see a menorah. Let's say you're on a plane, you know what it is? You're on a plane. You can't light anything, and you're coming in for a landing, and you know by the time you get to security, it's all over, and you see it. Guy's house, you see menorah. It's possible. You have to make a bracha. What do you do? Omer Rabbi Yehuda, you're reaching a royal Mavarch Shtai. He's the Mavarch Shtai. So, you know the bracha, you don't really need to. But the first night, we make a Shafiyana. So, this guy that's watching, that sees it from the ear, doesn't really make sense. Let's see what it is. Nizam Be'elach, not the Mavarch Shtai. Now, the guy that sees it cannot make the first bracha. Why? Because the first bracha says lahadlik mer, self-Hanukkah, or in parentheses, you don't say it, some people don't say. I think in Tzvayim don't say it like you don't. Why not? Because he's not madlik. He didn't light the candle, so it's not appropriate for him to say lahadlik. He could say self-Hanukkah, and he could say self-Hanukkah. But on the second day, where we take out the Shofiyanu, and the guy that likes it says two brachos, so this guy that's on a plane only says the middle one, he says our solution, but he doesn't say Lahavik because he's not being Lahavik, and he doesn't say Shofiyanu because you don't say it on the second day. Not in the Rosh Steiner, you're in the very mountain. Not in the night, not. All he takes off is Shofiyanu. Maybe you should take off the nates. Names, every single day, even the first day of the names, like the famous question of the Beis Yosef, with, when I was a kid, they said the Beis Yosef's question of why do we make the bracha on the first day, why did we make a couple things on the first day, had enough oil for the first day. That was a famous statement that has 100 answers. That was in those days. Today, it's 260 answers. Every day is a mix. Either the first day, none of the oil went down at all, or some of the oil went down, and that's why that's an mix, but only an eighth of what was supposed to go down went down. Or the fact that it's found the whole flat, that's an mix. It was amazing. We may make a breath of a mix every single day. Mevorach Hashem Yisrael B'Yisrael Tzivenu Lahadik Mer Shel Chanukah. That's the Gemara. And this is especially relevant to everything we have done on. Banu, Beichos Kibanu. It says, because Baruch Hu commanded us, Lahadik Mer Shel Chanukah, but it's not about Baruch Hu, it's Chachamim later on that came along and told you have to make the bracha. But Rabbi Omar, this is every Haredi's favorite word, pasuk, Meloi Sassi. It says in the pasuk, Api HaTorah Asher Yeruchot Ala Mishpot Asher Yorim Yeruchot Ha'aseh. When Sassim in Adover, you shouldn't bend, you shouldn't move to the right of the wall, but you do it to the other side. Afilu Ala Yamin Shishmo Atzos Yishmo. If they tell you to do X, Z, whoever it is, depending, you look it up, whoever it is, then certainly the Sanhedrin and the Chachamim of those days, they made a takana, it's a takana, and it's a passage that says you must listen to the takana of the Chachamim, and therefore it's like as if it's a direct. So therefore you have to say this again. Why is it not a derivation mana? That is in the iron of the Rambam and all the other terms of the or you understand your own Shalo Vito, Gesha, Staying are going to tell you what to do. Once you know what to do, you have to enforce it like a day right. Also, Rav Amram, Mike. One is this. Next store you buy from an Amaris, an Amaro. And when that store wasn't, it was a Mike, he says he did, but we can't really trust him. Not even going with fashion goes. You can do everything with it. You can make it even if that's it. You can do something with those. You do, what else do you do? There's a lot of you can make a drop on it. It was on the zero. Do not fish. You might say oil. And to be not fish, some ice when you're not close. Or not. No, that gaffle is in the right hand top corner by me. That means the second one online. Yesterday, the other day, was first. Do that? Okay. We're going along every day. That's why he sits right next to me on the left side. We are a little bit we hit 100 already? How are we looking for the 100? I thought we figured it out last night and we're not. Okay. Unfortunately, we have 100 people on, and that's it. He told me that he fixed it last night, but okay. We're working on it right now. I hope the sound of dance is not watching. So it's like 4:30 in the morning, texting back and forth. How could we have this? How could I push Zoom when we could only be at 100? I said, don't worry, we took care of it. Okay, Lasano, I hope you're not watching. If you're watching, take care of it right now. We can be taking care of it. Okay, he's clever man. It costs $20 a month. I mean, Zoom is free. If you want to go to over 40 minutes, if you do, you have to pay $20 a month. Anyway, so if you want to go to 200, then it's an additional $50 a month. It makes no sense. 50. For $20, you get 100. But if you want 200, you have to pay $70. It should be less, not more. But okay, that's how they realize that you're doing well. You have a lot of Barak's on. Givali Barak. I'm serious, man. Talk to me, Anyway, you can take this mic from Damaris. So you have to take things to mic. Yes. That's not a lot. I mean, you think 100 times your business and only went up by 50%. That's nothing. That's what they're I don't know. I would expect it to go up 20 times. Not enough for me. So then invest in that right now. It's a good idea. So we're going to down another one. Christian writes the Urim, Ubein HaShpachim. Erev Shabbos, you can take some message from this stuff. But the point is that you can be mafresh some message, be mafresh when you make it. The Amers, come to do a bar and by bracha. Why is this any different? It's night that Chacham say you must be mafresh some message. You buy something. What happens in the tennis, you used to have they have these stands. People that are not religious, they're certainly together about Mara person. You buy from them, they have a kizan or whatever. But let's say you buy from them, Mara, you have to be happy. Because you have to be happy. So that would mean, just like Chacham said, you have to light a candle on Hanukkah and make a bracha. And they tell you to be happy with, you should make a bracha. But obviously you're not making a bracha because you're not wearing any clothing. You're just setting it aside, but you're not making a bracha. The Iyam is coming to Rabban and Boy Bracha, and to Boy Arun, and in the world, have to make a bracha, but we know you're not going to like during camping has to be Kedusha, and you're not wearing any clothing, obviously you're not making a bracha. What about Mike's music? God is the rain, when it comes to Hanukkah, it's a certain thing, Boy Bracha, that's all it's about. God is the rain, and Boy Bracha. What is this? I don't know. I don't know. I don't make a bracha. Perhaps the bracha is already made when that marriage was never too nice. You're just doing it as just like, as the Gemara, the Yom Tov Shebeinu, the subject of Reimu, Boy Bracha. This is a very short point for all your Pushkin. There's a lot of Pushkin on there right now. And this is one of the, if you ask my wife, why did you like living in Brazil? Because she's not doing 2 days young. That's basically the only reason. Oh, that's not moving back to America. It is a very nice reason. And what is this Yom Tov training doing? The training is because this is we don't know exactly when the calendar, when this, when they make Yom Tov. And therefore we have to keep another day. So it's only a suffix day. Yet you sit there and you make pivots with the bracha, with Hashem, you do everything with the bracha. Because the Gemara, the understanding of the song of the brain, we do bracha, nothing to take the law, and it doesn't do it. So people don't say, it's only up to say, you can do whatever you want, you can drive a car, you can do whatever you want. By the way, for us, the worst thing in the world, the worst feeling process, fly to America, get through Yom Tov, and have to keep 2 days Yom Tov. When you really are lucky, you don't have to keep 2 days Yom Tov, but everybody's going to see you when it's Mara Zayin. And luckily you could, but because everybody sees you, you can't. So even the Seser, even in a bathroom, you can't pull up your phone and start texting. So basically you got nothing. You're sitting there, it's not Yom Tov, and it's not weekday. It's nothing. You're sitting, the only thing you do, you're not by the Seder, but you have to come to the Seder to your opinion. Yes, you come to that. So, it's a bad feeling. It's not so good. And by the way, we had some Israelis that didn't know the halacha. They took off with their cars. They went to the mall. They went shopping, and I tried to talk to them. They didn't want to hear from me. It's not good for me. What do you mean? Anyway, I am in the halacha. It's an issue. Shouldn't be doing any halacha. Hardly anything. Or maybe a few things maybe. I'll go find it. Also, if you're able to do it. So that people in football will say, listen, this is everything. Look how it is today. Today, Yom Tov training in America is just as tough as Indonesia. Nobody knows to make a distinction between the first day and the second day. Why? Because you come home, you make kiddush, you wash your hands, you have a suit, everything's the same. When the S-ray, same power, same everything. If you were to say, no, you don't say anything. You don't have to make bracha, you don't have to say Hashem, so people are going to be miserable. And the whole of the chain is going to fly everywhere. Rav Omar, Roiv Amir Eretz, not actually. So, Rava says, most Amir Eretz do take this. So why are we not taking Ma'aseh? Why? Because it's a chumrah. It's not a Rabbanon that says, hey, you have to take Ma'aseh. The Rabbanon says, make a chumrah, not it's a halacha. It's a chumrah. Let's see Rashi inside. Very interesting Rashi. This for more than anybody else. Rav Omar. You see like 1/3 from the bottom. Rav Omar. Something to display in very bracha. So deny, so happens my you don't make a bracha. Something like Havi. It's not even a shtus kasha. See, this is where you got it. It's not even a suffix. Here's the root. He likes that stuff. It's not even a shtus kasha. I feel suffix like Havi. What is it? Yeah, you like it? It's good. It's a good mikar. It's a good mikar for that joke. Amar Avuna, that's a shit stuff. So if you just read the words, Chatzar, that has two entries. That's no, it's not talking about Chatzar. It's talking about a house. A house that has two entrances. A and B. That's right. Two menorahs. Because people are going to think that you don't know what you're doing, that you're not lighting the candle. Over there. Rava says, if it's like in this picture, 1 and 2. So let's say you have 2 front doors. Bought the neighbor's house, and now you have 2 doors next to each other. You don't need my timer. What's the reasoning here? If it's because people. What? 11 minutes. But we started late, so we have more. If it's because we're concerned what other people are going to think about, חשבתי בזמן, let's narrow it down. Even if I tell you the Alma, if it's people from out of town, I think we can Ruach HaKodesh in the day. So even when the doors are next to each other, people from out of town don't know that you bought the house next door. They think it's two people that are living there, and one of them is a Shaykh and he's not lighting candles. And we have to be concerned about the Shaykh from out of town. But we don't. I showed you the name Muscle. What is it? You're concerned about the people that live in the city. I think when you say, look at that name guys, everybody knows. If you go to Norman Princess' house, you have to go to the front or the garage. No, you can use that one. You go, yeah, you can walk further in, and then use that door. Right? No. But everybody knows. The whole city knows. If you don't like that, it was over here and over there. People stop right away. What's going on? Loila, Mishum Kashad ibn Masa. We're concerned about the people in the city. Because then when you're talking to high, perhaps they will walk by one direction, the other direction, they go through the alley, like they probably have the alley way in the back, it's like 2 streets, every house is 2 streets, one in the front, one in the back. They'll notice it here, not over there. So you have to be worried about it. The Amrik, the high priest of the alley, because now the alley, and people are going to start talking about it. Everybody says, what do I care about other people? I have to go out and stuff. Who cares about the other people? So when I say no, but I feel in my son, why should I be concerned about somebody else? The time you're in the school, I was born on the soil, I'm not fair to say. It's in the Torah, but I have to be concerned about what other people say. Why? The Torah says that the root Payah is one of those matanos they give to a person. That when I'm done with reaping everything from my field, I leave a small corner for the net. Can I do that a day before I finish? No. It has to be all the way at the end. Because if Torah is telling me, I don't want people to talk about it. Well, it's for reasons. One of them is Chashad. This is what we want. Chashad, people want to talk about it. But we show them about the power, which is the whole field of giving. When we say Gezel, what do we mean Gezel? When Gezel, I mean, the more explained, you're about a buy shop, the young man will carry the only I raise pay. Imagine. All the poor people are waiting in line over there to grab this corner. He keeps on playing, he keeps on using his machine and keeps on going and going. As soon as they get tired and they leave, he makes a phone call to his buddy. He says, you gotta come right now. I'm gonna leave it today. Right this minute I'm leaving these few square feet. Grab it. That's wrong. So I have to make sure that it's a very specific spot. That nobody can make any tricks and every other can get his hands on it. So give it on his base. So when they say people I mean, what does that mean? For you, I mean, Yoshmin, you can stand me. I'm too many of dollar bites for it. If it could happen any minute, and these I mean, 3 moving letters. Mr. Halperin, okay? Oh, serious. Okay. Good morning. Make sure you might have to watch Nicholas. I'm waking up from yesterday. But listen, you're gonna go to sleep. Don't put your yam in the lens. That's a dead giveaway. Fine. Apple, where are you? You're in America now? You're in America? No wonder he's so tired. Okay, fine. Go to sleep. Fine. Keep it up. Now they know when to come. They know it's not today, it's not tomorrow, it's come on Tuesday. So that's what we're going to get to, this corner. Fine. This is what we're coming for. So you're over this summer. The people looking back and forth, I mean, you should be cursed. This thing about judging other people didn't start today. This is way back then. He used to judge and say, look at this guy. I don't think he gave any pay yet, did he? I should be cursed. Yeah, pay was a day. We have to be concerned about other people. Lucky, when we think about the collar, the first reason is because it says tomorrow the food, I mean, all the other 3 reasons, yes. and opened the beautiful 103. Welcome to Zoom. We are better and bigger than the other Zoom guys that only hit 100. All right, Baltakala, but all three reasons are because of this possible. What do you mean Baltakala? I'm a rubber narrow. No, the reason is you're not going to give. That's the problem. The reason is you're going to say that you gave, and you're lying. So we're concerned, we need to make sure that you give. So we tell you, put it all right there. All right, reason by the people around winter, Mary Shift is 6 p.m. Oh, you know, the same day all day. The way it works, in those days, they used to have, you probably seen it when you go to these stores, there's a plain dish and a lantern, a lamp. But here, this one is a fancy one. This one, if you can see, I don't know if you can make it out so well, then right over here is a hole. So what happens is, if you see the hole, it's kind of hard to see, but anyway, right over there. Okay. So it doesn't matter if it's still get old, but it's cool. If they didn't have to remove this part, it was sealed shut, and they poured oil into this indentation over here, and that's how it's put. Now, the thing is here, especially the Blu-ray, says very interesting. It's possible that underneath these wicks are connected as one. Yet, halachically, they are considered as two separate flames, and therefore two separate people to light this as a menorah. If you're doing marriage to Besoy, one light, one lamp per person. Yes, it's two separate people, even though it's one wick, because it's coming out of two separate sides of the flue. Oilo is in there. Omarava. Mila Ta'ara Shema he took a bowl, filled it up with oil, and then put a bunch of wicks all around the bowl. If he put a top on it, so now I can't even get to the oil, I just have a bunch of holes with a bunch of wicks coming out. Starting all the time with the oven. So now I can use each one with another person. However, if it looks something like this, so what is this? This is also to light them. Even for one person to try fire, what is that called? A Matura, a bonfire. Matura is also doesn't work for Hanukkah. Look up at that tree, and all the wicks came together. Talking in Matura, Masilu, Le'echot, Name, Le'erlo, round the name of the Baalitur, that as long as there's one finger wick between the candles, that's enough, and you are young. Amarava. The boy said this is an amazing story, very nice. For us in quarantine. Italy. Ner, Besoy, Vener, Hanukkah. I have an option. To light a candle, you give me light on Friday night. Vener Hanukkah, or the mitzvah of Ner Hanukkah. Ner, Besoy, it's better to have light in the house than to go in Besoy. Amazing. Right? I heard that the second one, they shut down one in China. They said you could go out. The first thing people do is run to the courthouse and get divorced. A lot of people got divorced. Ner, they sold up. So a person, in order to make peace in his house, think about how and where. It doesn't matter, but whatever it is, you give up even a few Rabbanim. I'm not going to light my nearest Hanukkah. Who in the right mind today is going to give up Hanukkah candles for someone by? Hey, it's Hanukkah. I have to light. No. Oh, you don't light Hanukkah candles. It's better that your wife to be happy. Ner Besoy. What if I have someone by versus Kiddush? Now, Kiddush is very right. So they say right away, we're talking about it. You make Kiddush in short, or he couldn't make Kiddush according to Rishonim on bread. But it's better to make it on wine. So this kumrah of wine over bread is the rabbanon also versus the rabbanon of lighting a candle and having light at home for light. They're basically others. It's so important. The light system. So now we have three things. We have Hanukkah, and we have Kiddush, and we have the light of Shabbos. So what we discussed two different cases. Now, third case. What if we combine their Hanukkah with Kiddush Hayom? Which one is more important? Hanukkah light, or not to do Kiddush on bread and do it on wine? Hayom, others. Perhaps you're going to go with the Kiddush and the Kiddush, whatever is more frequent. You do more. Whatever you do more often, that's the mitzvah. So, Kiddush you do every single week, Hanukkah once a year. But women are Hanukkah other than Sunday, single week. If you buy all the pasta, once we have the question, we came up with Allah on there, Hanukkah others, and Shukri Shemisa, it's more important than having Kiddush on a couple of provided obviously we have Kiddush on However, I rather than if a person is careful with various Hanukkah and various Shabbos, having already bought in Tamid Chachamim, these gradual focus in their mitzvah of the Torah. If you are knocking on the mitzvah of Ner, the Torah you're going to have the light of Torah. In other words, your kids are going to be coming to that. Hazard bin Mezuzah, if you're careful with Mezuzah, you get a nice Mezuzah. You don't buy the $20 one, but you get a nice one. Zoykel is here enough to be Zoykel for a nice house. Hazard the teachers, Zoykel is house. You get good pictures. Taylor, expensive stuff. They'll be cheap. Zoykel $1,000. You're gonna have a nice. There's no soup store, but dry cleaner. You'll have a nice soup. Hazard the kiddush ayoy. Zoykel now if you are careful with doing kiddush, wine will have barrels full of wine. Says the Gemara, have a color of the tummy after so there will be nagra. What I learned it, I thought it meant. I made a mistake, then I realized I made a mistake. It says Ravuna went and he used to go by the door of Rabbi Oven. But what's this word? I thought it meant he was learning. No, it means that he went back and forth. In other words, that was his path. He used to go back, forth and back and forth. By Rabbi Oven and Nagra's house. Rabbi Oven, the carpenter. Amazing. He's like, Rabbi Oven? What is a carpenter? Once imagine, the second ask to the carpenter. Once they have a robe with the struggle to them. You notice that he was very fearful and he had a lot of candles. Well, he brings them aside, you take out the word Shiva. Not a lot. Fearful of candles, he's not going to listen. Omar, Gabriel, knocking off. So remember, in this story, he said, you're going to have two Talmidei Chachamim. Loving me night. Okay, so you had, his name was Oven. He had two kids. One was Yibi Bar Oven, and one was Rakeh Bar Oven. Great. Kids have a rubber, they have a place to put up, this could be no show, they have things. So he went back and forth, and he noticed that the brothers have a rubber, the struggle to go. He noticed that he was used to a lot of candles before. The struggle was not going to mix it. Oh my God, rabbit, nothing to happen. One comes from is going to come out of here. Nothing you now you touching. Some say it's son-in-law. We're showing him question. Why in the first story did he was reserved for two? In the second story, Rav gave a bracha for one. Very interesting. Look at places different master, Hafi Garcina, second place in the class. The place is beautifully. Also, that was beautiful struggle. So his place is, I'm not curious. Have a ruggle, singular. I'm curious having a feeling. So his place is, he was a Baal Rohita. So the place is really different what he had. because the husband and the wife were masking on this mitzvah. Well, she was masking on her candles for Shabbos. He was masking on. So maybe that's what out on Shabbos also. Don't know. But because they were masking, they were going to do. The guy how much they got rather than up to us. But later on, because of the have a look. So again, he changes the girsa. Because by us it says have a rub. He changes that she, the woman, because it's most likely that she's going to deal with her Shabbos candle. Question about it. You got all of another time, this one. It's a lot of sense now. It's like the story, only one person was masking on the candle, so they reserved it for one child. That's the time. Says the Gemara, the teacher of the Rabbi Yosef had this master and this way. Rabbi Isai, here's another great lesson from the Gemara. If you look into it, how do we talk at home? How do we talk to our wife? Obviously, I don't need this Gemara. I'm talking to you guys. These are great Shabbos master and this way. Rabbi Yosef's wife was very late in lighting candles. I have no idea what this means. I have heard that it used to be like this, not in our generation. The women were very late as they go to weddings, with lighting candles, different stuff. Today, with the iPhones and everything, is much better. He didn't tell her, hey, didn't I tell you 100 times? You gotta light when you hear that sound and you take a snare. I told you. That's a trick. Oh, Yosef, let me tell you a secret for you. In the midbar we had the fire. Then we had the fire. Fire at night, the fire at day. That's what let fire for. Did you know that the fire at night didn't start mamish? It started because the pasuk is that it says a second before that we had a Amudan and we had a 8. So what is this Mudiyama? Because one went into that. The fire preceded the night. So there's still light outside, fire. Oh, you got the hint. So I realized to do that. So she said, okay, let's do it. It's 9 o'clock in the morning. When I wake up, I'm going to start lighting candles. Saba came along, the Saba, Kanina, some people say in places where he brings down. Saba means that I love you a lot of times. Kanina, but back to the yak to the yak. No, don't do it too early because it has to be a hectic for Shabbos. I want to stick in this little Shabbos. You probably thought about it before. Because when Yosef is so careful when he knows his wife, and he told her, hey, I want to tell you, stick a Torah. The guy maybe to stop from this Torah about lighting a little early, and she accepted it because he was so nice, and she was so nice to him. There was Zosa, she was Zosa. He's really right. Omar Saba, he could have told her, I know this came and told her. Omar Raza. A person who loves Chachamim will be zoicha to have children that are from the Moikir Rabbanon, and if you look at the side of the Rimon says, the Gachel Rabbanon, you have to switch it, and the word later, we switch it to this. The Moikir means the person that's Mechabed Rabbanon. The Gachel means the person that fears Rabbanon. Says the Rimon, no, this is talking about a person that fears Rabbanon. Having a person. Rabbanon who have son-in-laws that are fear Rabbanon. The Gachel Rabbanon, where the going switches it. The Moikir Rabbanon, the person that's Mechabed Rabbanon. Rabbanon himself will be a Kamachach. If you love Baruch, and if he's not, under my driver, if he's not a person that knows the Lord, his Torah will go out. Now I want to ask you a question. Why does the one of them change? They could go with different stuff. What's amazing, if you have time, open up a Gemara Skolem. And in Gemara Skolem, the first on the side of the Rashi is called Karkan Chadikim. And in Karkan Chadikim is Abdona. I've done the post about the Vingadine. Everything. What a great person Vingadine. And he says here, it's unbelievable. It says that in the second Shabbos, stuff of Gimel days, he says the Yesh HaGoy, when the Vingadine said to Asher Kavanosa, the Musa there from Niska, he got it from Niska. It's done, and we don't know the reason, and he brings our Gemara as me. Bandirofen as a son of your public school of Derefan. Derefan, he says, the Bible Shabbos and the Q and 7 says that the big going fat over here is not logical. It's more of a mystery. We go right on. No, yes or no? We have 2 minutes? It's a suffix? Yes, we'll go 2 minutes. Don't find her, doesn't have to take it. What is the Shemin Sreifa? Omar Rabbi Shemin Sreifa. So when we say Bamemad Bikin, Shemin Sreifa means the oil of Truma that became Shemin by my Shemin Sreifa, or it was Sreifa oil. Then could be burned. Truma that has to be burned in stomach. So the Shabbos night, I'm a lawyer, so that became Shabbos day Shemin Sreifa, since it's going to destroy you, he's such a tzaddik, he has to burn the soil. Wait, what are they going to do? It's not burning so well. On Shabbos, he's going to start messing with it, and he's going to make everything right. I will not be able to do it. But on Yom Tov, you're allowed to make a fight. Here, you're allowed to light it. So I can't use it on Yom Tov. I love it now. I mean, nothing is Yom Tov, in the Mishnah, we cannot use it on Yom Tov. So it's more Xer Yom Tov on Shabbos. It's one because you're right, I'm not really sure, but because people forget, they used to use it on Shabbos, you can't use it on. And here's the Almai, there's somebody out the way fish. I'm not concerned with the Shem Yata. But how many others have Shabbos? You're talking about on Friday. Friday is Yom Tov, it goes right into Shabbos, to be saying Thursday, but Yom Tov. I cannot use this oil for Shabbos on Shabbos, and I'm starting on Yom Tov. When do I light my candles for Shabbos? A few minutes before. But it's Yom Tov today. It's Friday is Yom Tov. And on Yom Tov I cannot use this oil. It's touching. I can't use it at all. So it's a one-time deal. It's a special thing. But it's funny. Say if I'm addicted to Shem and service Yom Tov. But the next case is you can't use this oil on Yom Tov. Good moderation. I'll be interested. You can't tell me that it's on a Friday Yom Tov. The next case is Yom Tov. Why can't I use the Shem and service on Yom Tov? Why can't I use this oil Erev Shabbos Yom Tov that goes into Shabbos? Because you cannot use this oil on a Yom Tov because it's touching and touching. You can't use that oil. I'm going to say that. This is the lecture. The Leil Shalom is exactly what it is. The Leil Shalom is not the Shabbos and not the Yom Tov. Put the Shem and Sreifa. Besides this oil that's touching, you'd be saying serving touching the Yom Tov. It's talking about the Erev Shabbos, Yom Tov, Erev Shabbos. That's what the Mishnah is talking about. Have a wonderful day, and now we'll say one cup of flour for all the terrible news that we had about Corona. Kiram Aloi, Namatim, Kosipa Adonai, Adonai, Shemadi Kili. Pieno Zemo Kasubois, the Faith of Adonai. Adonai, Shmoyo, Adonai, Yamoi. You pass the phone, away. You see, I don't know if it's gonna see your country. Now, she love you not. Oh, you can be my boy, Yafel Yisrael, El Adonai, Kin Adonai, Hafesed, Vabei. No, you can do. Behold, that's Yisrael, Yisrael, Adonai. Quem nunca viu esse escola no ensino de televisão? Primeiro. I'm done, but the love is not for me. Are you entertaining that steam? How many people do you have? 109 people on our team. Beautiful. Way to go, Zoom. This is Saj. I can't read his name. New York City. From New York. Ellie Dykeman. Shalom Aleichem. I can't read your name. Hold on, I have to get close. Screen. Yeah, Dykeman.
So you're in South Carolina, that's reason.
Shalom Aleichem. You have relatives in Chicago, Rabbi Dykeman?
Not everybody has seen a red car in a neighborhood. Let's just take it one step at a time here, Leslie. So how many times do you think you've driven from South Carolina to Austin, Texas to sign up for this show? Just give me a little bit. Also on a no-fly list.
All right, Rabbi Sai. We are live. And guess what? I'm all by myself. I don't have a single person helping me here. Zero. So, Gary. Napoli Ritual is online. Wow, what a surprise. What a physic. Can't hear me. Okay, hold on. How about now? Do you guys hear me now? No? No? Hear me? You could hear me. Beautiful. Is that Rafi Goldmeyer? That's Rafi Goldmeyer. Okay, so we have Baruch Hashem. We have 80 people online right now. 78. Okay, thanks. Yesterday we had 109 people on Zoom. But yesterday I had a helper. I have no idea where my helper is. I'm all by myself, so I'm going to have to do this myself. So you guys can hear me, yes? Baruch Hashem. Let's see, is Yitzi twice on? How about Yitzi? Oh, I see his Israel helper is on Baruch Hashem. How about Yitzi Weiss? Where's Yitzi? I don't see Yitzi. I see Nachman. Nachman, you missed it. Avrami was here yesterday. Your buddy from Borough Park. Okay. Am I freezing up? All right, Rabbi Sai, here goes. First of all, I would like to tremendous mazel tov for Echad Begnei Chabura. Yusufa Brand had a baby boy yesterday. He's a tremendous part of the year. He's part of our tech team. He does a tremendous amount of work behind the scenes. Here he is with his baby, with the dot. Now, if you notice carefully, you have to look carefully when you send me pictures. He has the Gemara open, and he's holding a dot. And that's a big no-no. You stop. How far? How many times? If you fall behind, you jump forward. You go to everybody else. Now, I hope this is just for the picture. But you know what? I'm going to give you some of my own medicine. This is what I found. But here's a beautiful email. Check this out. It's unbelievable that in one day I got two of the same exact emails. This one was like this. My name is Saul Levy. Here in a small, my brother is Joey Levy. Joey Levy from Brooklyn, New York. My nephew. With the Hey idea is Ezra Prasad, the nephew. Joey Levy's the guy that came every single day from Yerushalayim with a taxi, left his taxi outside. This is his shir. Slept his nephew's porch on your head at 4:30 in the morning to slept his shir. A few months ago, we were all in Israel at the same time, and Joey had mentioned wanting to come to the best doctor in Israel, to which I responded, nah, far, it's too early, and how good could it be? Fast forward a month or so, Joey kept sending me a link, and then they even a doc on WhatsApp, and some, I find myself hooked on shit. So much so that I stare at the screen daily while I do some exercise in a bike or anything. But after Shabbos, I noticed that there's a bottle of whiskey missing right over here. Just checking out the whiskey. See pictures attached. I think he's referring to the box over here. There's a box missing right over here. There's two boxes over here. There's one box. That's what happens. I caught him up. Check out those pictures. When I told Joey that I was monitoring the alcohol intake, he insisted that I should send you an email and give the oil a good supper. Thank you for your powerful share daily, which keeps me learning extra things. China-virus. China-virus. I like what you said. Please continue to give your share in the physics as I told you to give you in return. Thank you again. Saul Levy from Brooklyn, New York. Way to go, Saul. Here's another one. The voice side. There's another one. There's a lot more. We're not going to get through all of them. We have to start going here. This one's a long one. Rebbe. Last night I joined Zoom. For the first time. I hope Yitzi Weiss is on there. Up 95. Baruch Hashem. Yitzi, where are you? I don't see you, but I hope you're on there. Ouch. I felt like I was back in RBS. Is Joey Levy on here? Somebody tell me. Is he on? Thumbs up? Something? He sure says he's on. Okay, so I believe he's here. Wow, I felt like I was back in RBS. What a feeling. I just got over 3 weeks of Corona. Hashem Yirachim. Michael Cohen just got over 3 weeks of Corona. You know Michael Cohen, he also came to visit us from America. I stopped by, brought us some gifts. Baruch Hashem, when I started speaking into my chest, I got help and started antibiotics. I didn't know you take antibiotics for 5 persons. But now I feel great. All along I kept up with you and told my kids that the Yomi was my vaccine and that you share with more infectious than Corona. On Friday, my brother-in-law's brother was lifted from Corona. I want to tell you that Avi Kamiansky, I don't know if he's on, I don't see him because I'm only on one screen, I don't have a guy clicking for me. I sold Avi Kamiansky my second flip I ever did. The third flip I ever did was a couple houses down. A wonderful guy named Bayless. I forgot his first name. Young guy, got a great driving bone. Got sick last week. You're a Hamil Bayless. Hey, thank you, Avi. How you doing, Avi? He got sick last week. He went to the hospital. They sent him back home. And he was missed here yesterday in Chicago from Corona. A young guy. I knew him well. He's a great guy. South of the year, about Cuba. He had a nice Harley, I think it was, in his garage. Great guy. Unbelievable. Rabbi Isai, it's hitting home. So, fortunately for Michael, he got out of this. But his brother-in-law's brother was with him from Corona. I feel that it's appropriate for Goymo. We like to do it on Zoom with the Shir. I don't know if I love this, my friend. I don't know if you're trying to pretend. My last email spoken lessons of breakfast, making breakfast. It's getting the whole stick. However, what a breath I would be obligated to make on my recovery. What do you think? Sincerely, Michael, aka Mr. Arifa. I got it now. I just stopped it. I don't think I read it. Okay, Mr. Arifa, it's a very long email. Yeah, just in case you thought you tell me the word nuts, we can all tell you what amazing wife and kids you have. Since Shabbos Daf, you dial it in today. Despite being quarantined with your family, the Bilvini right over there was barely touched. I see the island is very into the liquor going on over there. Jason seems to be untouched. Of course, Jason, he's going to touch that stuff. The new label came out of the pot, but barely touched, and the other bottles seem undisturbed. I have a 10-year-old daughter and an 18-year-old. When the kids will see it from today, please save me one of your sons. I'm okay with the 8-year-old asleep with the dog. Wow, okay. All right, so we have a shidduch for my son. He has a dog. We have a dog for my son. So Baruch Hashem, in the Geffen, Mike, unbelievable shidduch. P.S. I have a greater Safa fight. We'll say it later. P.S.S.S. We shouldn't overlook the irony of the fact that some of them were gay fought because they did not give proper cover to each other. One of the things that makes the shir special is that aside from all the jabbing, you give great cover for all that attend in a special way. Whatever, Michael. I appreciate it. And now we're going to jump into it. And because Dr. Factor yelled at me and said that we were late and he went late to work, I'm not going to show the pictures of his kids. Show a different way. Learning Torah. All right, it's going to take away too much time. Something tomorrow. That's $12. Does everybody hear me? I have no idea. Okay, you hear me, Uvalde. We're at 100 participants. I'm not sure if that's because we can go over 100, but we're exactly at 100. It's beautiful. Very loose. We're going back to Hanukkah. Now, a lot of these halachos we are very familiar with. We know the answer. But the source is right here. Mao la Haskin, the Hanukkah. By the way, he said, I see you went up to 101. Yesterday, Light TV, our in-house polling room. He doesn't poll every day, but he posts this year every day. So I noticed he wasn't on Zoom, but he told me that he calls in. So I know at least of one person that's not on Zoom right now, but he calls in. So that's another way. I don't know if he's counted as one of the 103 people that are on, but he listens. So there's a way if you're traveling, if you don't have the capability to call in. There are numbers that you call in from different places, different numbers. It's very late. I'll ask you to find out the biggest number. When we say Alanitzin, when we bench, everybody knows the answer. Yes. Says the Gemara. What's the sign? What are the two brothers? The Rabbanon who's very much since it's only the Rabbanon, the whole Hanukkah business is the Rabbanon. You don't mention it. Like you mentioned the other, which is very nice. The whole benching is very nice. So the Rabbanon doesn't really fit it. I do know since we've seen Esau, not seeing perhaps seeing Esau is more important than doing it. Am I wrong? I'm staying on Rabbanon. You don't have to mention. One of them. You want to do this in the research. Where's the appropriate place to do it? Not supposed to be God. So you say it by Noidel. That's what we do today. It makes a lot of sense. Noidel, we want to thank you, Hashem, and we want to thank you, Hashem, in addition to everything that we thank you. We want to thank you for Hanukkah. Not by going to Yerushalayim, by over there, we ask for the Baruch Lion, that's when he's speaking Yalaviyada. That's appropriate for Yalaviyada, not for Hizdah of Alanisa. Ravuna Bar Yehuda, equal to the level, some of that too, the burning Yerushalayim. He wanted to stick it in by burning Yerushalayim. Amar Shei says, a nice collection of that. What do you do? When we say yes, Alanisa, by Moedim. Say Moedim, and right before final bracha of Moedim, hello, guys, you stick it on Nisan, it fits right in by the we don't let it go. Where do you say Nisan? If you want to say Nisan, you say it or Moedim. Obviously, if you don't say it, you don't make you say Nisan. Kibaru. Now, the ask you is Kodesh, the Birkas HaMazon. Do we say Yalaviyava in benching? Everybody knows that is wrong. It is the source and intellect. Perhaps we say that the Hanukkah is only the Rabbanon, and that's why you don't stick in on Nisan to benching. Which Kodesh the Raisa of Torah, but which Kodesh, which is all kinds of Kodesh in Torah. So perhaps you should stick in Yalaviyava intervention. Only when you have a Isra Malacha, a young kid, then you're sticking out the oven. But not a Rosh Chodesh, there's no Isra to Malacha, and therefore, perhaps you don't say out the oven. Rav Omar Maskir is a Chanina Omar in the Maskir. The boy said, if I miss a couple words, start going like this, I have no idea what's going on. I'm here, I'm talking to myself. It's an unbelievable feeling. Rav Omar Maskir, Chanina Omar in the Maskir. So Rav, and look what it says when he says Maskir. You can, sure. I want anyways. Even when the people sitting here, people sit. Hack me up. It just makes it more interesting. Generally, that's where some of the jokes come from. A lot of the jokes. Double Feinberg says he has previous board. And I see us moving from somewhere. It's a family affair. Right. Rabbi Chassan was saying how funny it is. He gave a Zoom show yesterday how funny it is. He's sitting in his house, and people that are just a few houses away are sitting on Zoom. I mean, not next to him. I said, look how funny it is. My neighbor that was right below me, Dr. Epstein, is on Zoom. And it's even funnier that when we're on Zoom, the whole family, got a family Zoom for the people in Chicago. So my kids in my house are on different Zooms, different rooms. That's pretty fun. Rabbi and Maskir. What's that? I didn't know I didn't put on the screen. I flipped it onto the screen, but it's not coming onto the screen. That's for sure. The HDMI cable is in, everything's in, it's just not going onto my screen. Yeah, it would be much nicer if I even want to look at it. What's that? You're gonna do the whole thing is gonna go. But anyway, function of seven. Oh, maybe that's the my screen is on perfect. It's fine. You know what? I'll put you guys here for the okay. So now I'm looking right at you. Only at one screen. I only have like how many people here? A couple dozen. 36. Okay. Look for your motto. So the question is, do you say Yahweh the Yavai? Because Muslim Rav says Maskir. You see that halacha. There's a very page there. You say Yahweh the Yavai and make it so much. The Chanina Omar. Any Maskir. Now, you know when we fast, we say Aneinu. When do we say Aneinu? When we say Aneinu, I mean, does anybody ever wonder why? Why by Mincha? Why not by Shachar? Why not by Ma'ariv? Why Mincha? That's what we're going to learn now. Omar Rav Zika, I'm opposed to Rav the other. This halacha the Rav says and saying Yahweh the other. Because the Muslim, you know he's right. The Torah of Yeshaya people say that Yeshaya says just like in the Torah of Yeshaya, he says over Yeshaya. Say over Yeshaya, Yom Sheyom Korban Musa. Any day that has a korban, Tigor Rosh Chodesh. What's the following word of Yeshaya? Anybody? No help? The Torah Shel Moyed. Okay? Yes, it does. Torah Shel Moyed. There's a korban. There's a korban missing. And Arvis V'Shachar Mincha Mispalish Minasrei V'Omer Me'ein HaMa'or Ba'avodah. Yes, I have a tactic here. That kind of dictate the Koiloi, the Kuloi, then I leave it to Double Feinberg. I need to stay out of that set. Right, David? That's what it is. But he's probably right. He's foolish for my, but really don't talk like that. He's right. You want to go on a foolish for my trip? Let's go on a foolish for my trip, guys. I'm going to Maine, I'm a Oira Ba'avodah. Okay, because we know you say Yalav Yavai when it comes to Ritzay. Get to Ritzay by Moedim, you say Yalav Yavai. But that's because it's a carbon Musa. Dimli Omar, and if you don't say Yalav Yavai, Zir noise, okay? And what happens if you don't say Yalav Yavai on Nair? Then you don't take it back. Only on Shabbos. Then you shall have cards. You don't make kiddush on Rishpailis. You don't bring a cup of wine and make kiddush. It's important to remember this somewhat because we're gonna have a funny line that has the same words, but over there it's funny. Over here it makes kind of sense. How do you make kiddush on Rishpailis? You know, Yesh by Maskora Bebirkas on that. If you bench, you say Yalav Yavai in benching. Here, it's a great riot around that you say Yalav Yavai in benching. That's Rishpailis. Next halach. Yomim she'ein b'hem carbon musa. Days that we don't have a carbon. The going sheni, the chamishi. You think about the word sheni here. In other words, the Gemara understands here. Every Monday and Thursday, the same Rachum, there's no carbon musa. The ta'aniyos and fast days, the ma'amodos, and ma'amodos. What's ma'amodod? Yes. Oh, very good. I was talking about this project, but you're right. On married yoga. Very good. Go ahead. I miss you guys. Sitting right here. Can't make any mistakes. Can't skip any word. So, just to explain for a second before we go right there, I'm very excited by the way. Naftali Richards. I don't think he's like but Rabbi said, what's a mother's? My mother is a beautiful thing Rashi explains. A lot of us are not familiar with this. Klal Yisrael brings a carbon. And when you bring a carbon, you must be there in the base of and sometimes you have communal carbonas. So how do we do that? Every single person must be in the base of What are you going to do? So we do something called Ma'amados. This is Spirit saying something about the second day of Rishpailis going back. Great. By the way, I don't know if he's listening, but I just want to throw this out there. He's Mayor Lipchitz. I don't know where he's from. He has a beautiful kasha. I'm just mentioning it because I had the same kasha. So he's the mayor. You should know that I had the kasha. It bothers me as well. It's probably not that great of a kasha. It's not that great of a kasha. But anyway, I'm not going to tell anybody what it is. It's between me and them. Something Gemara. My mother's. So Klal Yisrael must be at the base of Hamikdash because when you bring a carbon, you have to be there. So he said, nah, it's impossible to bring all of Klal Yisrael, and this carbon is representing all of Klal Yisrael. So what we do is we send representatives in there. There's 24 Mishmaros of Kehanim. We send in 24 groups of Yisraelim to represent all the Yisraelim of the world. Some of them go through this Hamikdash. Some of them stay at home and fast. And this is amazing. They fast the daytime, not the 24 hours daytime. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday. 4 days straight they fast. And they read the Torah, the Torah, and they daven that the carbon that Klal Yisrael brings to the Oila Gaf. Okay, that's a Ma'amodin. Ma'amodin is a type of a kindness. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. I think Gemara just interjects for a second. What's going on there? What? Every Monday and Thursday is a fast day? Says the Gemara, we have it. It's very popular in Israel. You fast right after Yom Kippur Sheni, Chamishi Sheni. It's a kindness tzibur of the kindness. You fast for the rain and the Ma'amad. Okay, fine. But there's no carbon missing. Therefore, Arvis L'Shachris Umin from Misparish Min Esrei, but Oymet What do you say in Shemona Esrei? What's Me'ein HaMa'ira? It's not Rosh Chodesh. You don't say Al Yom. What do you say? Anenu. When do you say it? Arvis, Shachos, the Mincha. The Omer Me'ein HaMa'ira, the Shemei HaTfilah, so we stick it in. A Shemei HaTfilah, the Shemei should hear our prayers. Anenu, answer us. Ramar, Ein, Lamzir, no so. You don't make a Shemona Esrei because it's not a Zohar rice. The Ein buying the Bush Allah place. So this they remove. Why? Because of course you don't make Kiddush on a cup of wine. It's a fast day. How do you make Kiddush on a cup of wine? You down to the scroll. You were here when I spoke about you, about the microphone. You were here? The Ein Bohen Aspar of the Big You don't do Kiddush on a cup. Maybe it's talking about the other days, but not on the fast day. The Ein Bohen Aspar of the Big And you don't mention at night. Break your fast. Benching, you don't mention an aim or anything. It's interesting Rashi here that you'd like to see for that. Rashi says, let's see, it's like smack in the middle of the page. It's a long Rashi, so you go to the middle of the Rashi. Rashi gave a nice little heart. Even though he's eating the night before, his fast only starts here by new. What he said to help me when the star comes out. Not before that. You guys know what I'm talking about. So, but he's eating at night. He has a nice dinner, but he died in Meir before. What's going on here? Alois, thank you. Alois. Pops up on the screen. Something that's magic. So does he say Anenu or Meir? Does he not say Anenu? How could he say Anenu when he's not fasting? His fast starts 12 hours later. But Meir is part of the day. That's when the day starts. Says Rashi. Even though he's eating, he's bound to this time. He does say Anenu. Only though. The things are going to Matzasi, guys, the son of the same. Only seven share the kindness going to inspire. Sometimes the person is in a kindness and he doesn't say Anenu. The Talmud say in the shore the guys like Meir. Some in shore, in the shore the kindness. It's not like Meir before he does. Okay, so comically so when you go into the kindness, you're not in the kindness yet, but you say Anenu. It's also the Meir is the final Meir of the kindness. You're already not in the kindness anymore. Kindness is over. You say Anenu. Every time does be shown some Allah, but he was spouse to the kindness. So what's important here, Rashi says like this. The same thing we are going to cost we don't say our name, Myra, the first Myra of a kindness. The Myra before we start fasting. And we don't say Anenu, and this is how we fast. We don't say Anenu Shabbos. Why? If anybody ever wondered, here it is. They'll have a taiva to eat. They'll have some sort of, they'll forget. It needs a shakti. You don't want him to be a liar. He's saying Anenu. I'm fasting, but you're not fasting. You just say, therefore, we only say Anenu at Mishnah. This explains why we only say Anenu. But what about, places points out, but the Shliach Tzibur on Shankras does say Anenu. Why? You ever notice? He does say Anenu. Shankras only say why? Because there must be one person from the whole community that is going to fast. Not everybody's going to make a mistake and mess up. There'll be one guy that will actually hold out and be fasting. So for him, he's the Shliach Tzibur saying it. Says the Gemara. Beautiful question. That being Musaf on Shabbos. What do I do? Or Rosh Chodesh. Shabbos is Musaf, and is Rosh Chodesh Musaf. Do I insert Alanisim in Musaf? What do we do? We insert it. But why? There's no Musaf on Hanukkah. This Musaf has nothing to do with Hanukkah. Now that's just a Hanukkah but Musafim. Even the last day Musaf be this day Loimet Kirkina. Hanukkah doesn't invoke its own Musaf at all. It's just piggyback riding for something else called Rosh Chodesh, called Shabbos. By doing all Yoyim Shechayev Ba'arba Tfilos. But perhaps this day we daven for Shmoneh Esrei. What are the 4 Shmoneh Esrei? What the Gemara is talking about is Kedai to remember. Because the Gemara later on says something else. Ma'ariv, Shabbos, Mincha. Ma'ariv, Shabbos, Mincha, Musaf. 4. So the Musaf should be similar to the other Shmoneh Esrei. All the other Shmoneh Esrei is said Alanisim, so you're supposed to say Alanisim and Shmoneh Esrei also. Yes, you're right by itself. Hanukkah doesn't create a Musaf. You're already saying it. Why should it be different? It doesn't make sense to differentiate it, make another Shmoneh Esrei different than the other Shmoneh Esrei. Rav Huna over Rav Yehuda, remember this name, please. Rav Huna over Rav Yehuda, because as we turn the page, the Gemara is going to bring this halacha down and say the halacha is not like Rav Huna and Rav Yehuda. Rav Huna and Rav Yehuda, the Amitarvayu Einen Maskir. Don't say Alanisim by Muslim. Nachman, Yochanan, the Amitarvayu Maskir. This is the halacha. Say Alanisim by Muslim on Hanukkah, Rosh Chodesh, Hanukkah, Shabbos. Shabbos, Hanukkah. I'm not buying Rav Yosef. No one's going to bring rice. How does it work? I'm not buying Rav Yosef. Probably I'm going to Rav Yehuda, the Rabbi. I could prove it that you're not supposed to say Alanisha Umrah. The Umrah, Yidin Umrah, and this also, Rabbi said, remember this name of Yehuda, because according to Rashi, this is also one of the halachas that we don't pass on. Rosh Chodesh. Rosh Chodesh of Halil Shabbos. And Matthew the Navi the Shabbos Einoi Tzor Lahashmi Rosh Chodesh. A guy gets Matthew and he makes the brachas on Torah, and it's Shabbos. It doesn't say it doesn't say that. He only says Shabbos. Why? Shimolei Shabbos ain't never been Rosh Chodesh. Rosh Chodesh doesn't create a Torah. There is no Torah in Rosh Chodesh. If Rosh Chodesh is on a Tuesday, there's no Torah. What creates that Torah? Shabbos. There's no business mentioning Rosh Chodesh in that Torah, says Rav Shida, in the name of Rav. Okay? You dummy. What's the connection? Awesome. No. Think of the Rosh Chodesh like a cloud. There's 0 Torah ever when it becomes Rosh Chodesh. But over here, there's Alanisim by Ma'ariv, Shabbos, and Mincha. So maybe I should continue saying Alanisim by Musaf. The day is full of Alanisim. And like we explained before, Rashi points out, there's no reason to make one Shmoneh Esrei different than the other Shmoneh Esrei. All Shmoneh Esrei is not Alanisim. Says the Gemara, what if you want to bring a raya? There's another rab that I could bring a raya. Gomer Hadvois, Mas Rab. Again, remember this name because this halach is also not la halach. There's what the Hadvois says in the name of Rab. Yontif Halil the Shabbos. If Yontif falls out on Shabbos, I'm not with the Navi, the Mincha. If you do not Torah by Mincha, you need to do a Torah by Mincha. What's going on here? Says Rashi, yes. We found somewhere that they used to do a Torah by Mincha with Yikam Sukkim. And then when the Parsim came, they made it 0, and there's no after about mincha, and once it fell away, they never brought it back. So places says, I don't know, Rashi. Talking about, it's referring to the 10 psukim, but ksuvim that they would say, not another. Okay. But again, you have Yom Tov, that's on Shabbos. And on Shabbos, typically, you do have Torah by mincha. Let's see, what's going on here? I don't see. Matzbin over mincha, Sorg Lahaskish Yom Tov. You don't mention Yom Tov in that Torah. Mole, Shabbos, and Novi, mincha, Yom Tov. Let's see, it's over here. Yom Tov, the Kabbos, Shabbos. What do we do? Quickly. Yes, no, anybody? Remember? Don't think so. Oh no, of course we do. Yeah. The special out Torah. Al Tagamatzis and Chayshvus. Says, and we don't pass. Says Rav Chadvoy, don't mention. So, the Mela, that's very similar to ours. What are we talking about? We're talking about Hanukkah Muslim. And over here, typically you do say Haftarah on Yom Tov. Yom Tov by itself, you have Haftarah. On a different Yom Tov, it's Haftarah. But on today, on Shabbos Yom Tov, Yom Tov Shabbos, you're not masculine. By us, you're not going to mention Alanisim by Muslim. Fine. I just saw an interesting Ran that brings a Yerushalmi and he says, the Kotkaz of the cloud. But if you don't know what the halacha is, I don't know what the Kiddush is. Look at what the tzibur does. Whatever the tzibur does, that's the middle. That's okay, even if it's not clear. Because it's discussing, and we're going to talk about it in a second, it's discussing halal. You make a bracha by halal. Sharik in the Shana says it's Tzivano and the Karen Sahara. Spardim though, the girl doesn't. He says, if you're not sure, you come to us, sure, you forgot what halacha is, just look what everybody else does. Says the Gemara, turn the page, that's the dollar on the page. We don't ask him like that. Let's say that you don't mention Alanis in the no, you do mention Alanis. And Rashi says even like Rabbi Yehuda, that says what that was Shabbos Rish Chodesh. You don't mention Rish Chodesh by that Torah. But you do. Fantastic. And Rashi says, Rabbi Yehuda, Rabbi Chadva, this last halacha that we just read. Yom Tov Shkali to Shabbos, and you have Mafki by Mincha. He says you don't mention Yom Tov, you do. The rest of us we go to the Cholanish mindset. We don't pass like this. Ella, so what do we pass him? Ella, Kiyodam, Rabbi Shlomo Levi, you're not keeping Shkali to Shabbos. If your kipper falls out on Shabbos, I'm a scholar in Elo, sorry, Lahaski for Shabbos. Then when you dive in the Elo, you have to mention Shabbos. You do. You open up your mouth. You see, you stick in all those little, Shabbos as a whatever, those little parentheses, you mention Shabbos. Now, what's the right? At the end of the day, there's no Nihila. There's no Nihila on a Shabbos. Right? We never say Nihila. You don't say Nihila on your gift yet. At Nihila, you mention Shabbos. And why is it? Because you're already down into an Esrei, Chakras, Mincha, and Muslim. What are the four tefillos now? Interesting to know that now all of a sudden the Gemara says she was Chayim Ba'arut tefillos. We're not including Myra. Before we were including Myra. Now our tefillos starts with Shacharis, Musaf, Mincha, and Ne'ilah. Okay? Yes. Today, because we don't pass in like with Hasbro and Ravuna and everybody else. So, since we want it to be uniform, all the Shemanash should be the same. So just like we say Yalvei Havai, we say Al Nisim by Musaf on Shabbos Hanukkah. So we say too Shabbos, we mention Shabbos by Ne'ilah and because we mentioned by Shabbos, Musaf and Musaf. That's the good
Hello, madam. How are you?
We just said, the Yeshua lady says, you mentioned all these things, even though they themselves didn't quote the Shemanash. There's no Shemanash in Ne'ilah. Because the
I'm
Shabbos,
well.
we say
Just a
Shabbos.
moment. Can you hear me?
I know Lucas is Rava.
Yes,
Right?
ma'am.
On the other
Loud
hand,
and clearly.
with Stira, contradiction. I love the Rav. Rav is a Chadis B'Shabbos. When Yom Tov falls out on Shabbos,
Yes, ma'am. How was the
you
great
have
cleanup?
Tzibor Hayor looking at Teva, Mayri, of Yom Tov Shabbos. Very interesting. You notice, Yom Tov, that's Shabbos. Let's say Pesach night falls out on Shabbos. What kind of Shemoneh Esrei do you say? You say Shemoneh Esrei Shalosh V'Vav. We don't say So when he says Vayichulu in Mogen Avos, he doesn't mention Pesach at all. He just says Shabbos. But according to Shulchan Levi, according to how we pass it, that in Ne'ilah, but you say Shabbos, so then on Yom Tov you should say Shabbos only.
Should have an implication.
On Shabbos, Mogen Avos, you should mention Yom Tov, right?
You know, it's
Just like we say Al Nisim on Shabbos Rosh Chodesh, on Musaf Rosh Chodesh. Why don't you say, hey, by Mogen Avos, when the Chazan says is Chazon Shashai, you should mention Yom Tov.
It was good. I was just helping them.
What's the reason, Rabbi says? Should only Shabbos and Shmit to your Darish Blood? No. If you know Mogen Avos, there's no Vayichulu. If it's Pesach night, the only reason I'm saying Vayichulu now is because it's Pesach Shabbos. It's okay, I'm saying it for Shabbos, I'm not saying it for Pesach. There's no reason for me to mention it. Okay, Ashta. Now, stop a question. Has anybody ever thought, why do we say Vayichulu? Why do we say Vayichulu on Friday night?
Well,
We say it in
you know, whenever you create anything that's elevated, you always go around.
Anybody ever think about it?
Look at
The answer is because of what we just said. Because in a
but it
situation
worked pretty
where
well throughout the
you
night.
don't say Vayichulu in
That's
Shemona
good.
Esrei.
And
Pesach night that falls out on the Shabbos.
hoping, get it.
You dive in Shemona Esrei.
I'm hoping
Shalosh V'Vav, you're not saying
maybe
Vayichulu.
schedule more
So the
podcasts
institute
this week. I have
that
one
when
on
you don't Shemona
Tuesday
Esrei, you say Vayichulu.
and 2 on
And because
Thursday,
that
I
one
want to say. And
twice a year that it happens, you say
I got to
Vayichulu
follow
every
up with
single
the
week
people who
after Shemona Esrei.
are supposed to do their podcast and what happened. I'll do that.
Love you, Gemara.
So,
Yeah.
So far, so good. Nice experience. Very. This is one of the toughest.
Mogen
We're
Avos.
gonna see, but I'm gonna get it. No doubt.
Mogen Avos, you have a
No.
Shabbos
What I got?
night that's also Pesach night. Shouldn't you say in Mogen Avos, B'Yom Tov Hazeh, B'Chag
We're
HaPesach
now in
Hazeh?
August. Which means
What's the difference between Ne'ilah that has nothing to do with Mandikar Shmei to Shabbos?
gonna kick up.
You're in a Shabbos Yom Kippur, and in Ne'ilah you're saying Yom Kippur, and you mention Shabbos. You're in Musaf Rosh Chodesh. It's nothing to do with Hanukkah. You're diving Musaf because you bring a korban in the Beis Hamikdash for Shabbos. Nothing to do with Hanukkah. And you mention Hanukkah. Mandikar Shmei.
Thank you.
So on Pesach night, I'm saying Mogen Avos. I'm saying Vayichulu when I'm talking about Shabbos. Stick in that, hey, today's also Pesach for a boy side.
I enjoy that.
It has to be uniform with all the rest of the Shemona Esrei that I'm doing. I'm always mentioning Pesach in every Shemona Esrei. So all of a sudden now that I'm saying Magen up, I'm not going to mention Pesach. Why not?
All right, Mr. Chris, has to lead it. Here, folks, Mr. Chris has to lead it.
Tomorrow, what's the
DJ Khaled.
DJ
DJ
Khaled. There's no reason in the world to say Chazaras or shots
This isn't
on
just
Friday
one
night.
split.
By the way,
This is a
I don't know, I
multiple
forgot what I love this, but I do know that there are people that literally bend their knees when they say,
split. You and I win.
after Vayichulu, they say, Baruch Adash. Okay, they say, you know, the whole, like Chazaras shot, they bend their knees. Where does it come from? Why Chazaras shots on Friday night? You don't do Chazaras shots on Meir every day of the week.
That's a perfect way to start.
Perfect way to start.
Mr. Chris has a perfect game going.
It's a special takana because of the mazikin. Look at Rashi.
Got her.
Mazikin says Rashi.
Meatloaf, do it again, bro. Do it again. Exact same thing.
Listen to this Rashi. Oh yes.
You gotta get these free.
People
I
were
know
busy
God that you
working.
get these free.
The government on the left was telling Marvis in the base on. Everybody was driving doing kids in their homes. Nobody went to shul. Any night. Below Yehoyu, Boyim Bebeis HaKnesses. Says Rashi, there was no need to have because there's a chance because had people gone to shul on Sunday, Monday evening for Ma'ariv, we'd be Chazar shots every single night. I guess lucky for us, people didn't go to shul then. So today there's no Chazar shots Ma'ariv. It's 15 minutes and you're out. Done, knocked it out. That's why they close down the shuls because people like me, they talk about Ma'ariv. Shmak was over.
Get it.
According to that Rav, I'm just saying, I'm not
Yeah,
going to saying what's going on. I'm just saying, according to this people. Now,
Give me it.
on
I'll
Friday
take that
night,
straight.
people go to shul. And where's the
Now-
shul? The middle of the field. And what's the middle of the field? Mazikim, Shaden. Now, what's going to happen? Says, last year, Lily Shabbos Monday,
Excellent. Excellent.
the people that are always late, even in those days, people used to show up late. And they were scared. Tzaddikim. They came late. They have to finish the whole davening. But everybody's leaving. They're gone. What happens in the tzaddik that he's by himself davening? He's learning from that straight. He's going to be all by himself, and he's going to walk home by himself.
Look at you.
And the demons are going to get him. The shaitan. So therefore, they instituted Chazar Sashat. Says the Gemara, this whole Chazar Sashat doesn't belong here. I don't need it here. It's for one reason and one reason only. So therefore, if I don't need it, what's the point of talking about
90.
Pesach? It's just the extra.
No
It's
doubt.
like a thing.
92.
Yontif is in a sky barbecue. We're talking about a Yontif that has
You win,
four
I win,
Shemona
I
Esrei that
win, you
mention
win.
every single Shemona Esrei.
Undefeated
You
in
mention
bowling.
Hanukkah, you mention
Undefeated
Yontif, you mention whatever you mention.
Right.
So when you get to a place that you don't want to mention it because it doesn't fit in,
Good
you
job.
mention it anyways.
Excellent job.
Says the Gemara. By the way, just as a side note, not a side note. Today, coronavirus and davening we had by Tabitha Yansky Minion 2 weeks ago. Now people are not allowed to be committed. But when you have a minion at home, you don't say Magen Avos.
I can move it too fast.
Now it makes sense. Why don't you say Magen Avos?
First, you
say
broke
Magen Avos, you don't say
90.
Magen Avos.
You had
Some
90.
people were confused.
90
Hey,
is a
the
very good
spirit
score. I would take 90 every single
Magen
time.
Avos. No,
That's a
when
very
you
good
daven at home,
score.
you don't do it. Because you don't have this whole safe of shading. The shading is when you go to shul. But if you stay in your house, the shading, you don't say Magen Avos. Says the Gemara, we said in the Mishnah of the Bahal, you don't light from oil that comes from the tail and not from fat. Says the Gemara, I want to go back to the Mishnah real quickly. That Chacham base, the Mishnah says that. Remember that corny joke, like was Caleb, nothing. And somebody wrote to me that was very corny, I shouldn't have said it. And then other people, believe it or not, wrote to me, oh, I love that joke. You never know. Yeah, I think it was a little corny. But hey, you gotta spice it up with corny jokes, not corny jokes. You can't always win them all. V'loy b'chelev, Nachum Amadi Omer Madlikin b'chelev Levusha. But what does it say? V'loy b'chelev. If you read those two words, v'loy b'chelev, and now what's that? What kind of fat? Any fat. I'm not going to say the joke. Relax. Any fat, cooked and uncooked. And then it says a second later, cooked and uncooked. Isn't that included in in any kind of fat? Says the Gemara. It's the same thing. Says the Gemara. I love these cryptic kind of Gemara. You have to sit and think for a second what's going on. We had a Rav Roina that says that if you have fat, you have inferior oil, you could add a little bit of olive oil to it, and you're good to go. So one of these two, either the Tanakama or Chachamim, one of them holds like Rav Roina. It's okay. I can take fat, add olive oil, I'm good to go. One of them says it's asur. That is the difference between the two. Says the Mishnah. You just had it yesterday. What's Shemin Sreifa? Truma that must be burned. So it's called Sreifa. There's a mitzvah to burn. You cannot use the residue of pitch. You have the sap that comes out of the tree, the pitch, and you burn it out, and it's clear oil, no good. Rashi says it's not proper to have smelly oil in your house. It's going to smell up the house. And what are you going to do? You're going to run out and eat in the darkness. That's not good. Sesame seed. As we saw yesterday, shumshim is really good. It lasts very, very long. It's not as clear and as bright as olive oil, but it lasts long. The shemen goyzim, not oil. I love this one. This is my favorite. The shemen, it's nice. Radish oil. Never heard of it. I didn't look it up. I guess you can make oil out of radish. The shemen dugim. Rashi said you take the innards of the fish and you mush them up, geshmak. I can't think of a better smelling thing, and you make oil out of it. Place it says even geshmaker. You take the eye of the fish and you squeeze it real good, and you get a nice oil. Shemen bakuas. Thank goodness, Nachman is not sitting next to me because every time I try to say Frankenstein, he has a little chuckle. Over here it's Kalisin. Kalisin. I have no idea. So that's what it says in the art store. I didn't look it up as well. The Itron Ubinay. How do you say Nate in English again? Neft. How do you say Neft? It's like that fuel that smells bad. Here's a small iron is piping it up. No, not naphtha. No. I don't like that one. Diesel. Kerosene. There you go. That's the one. Kerosene. It smells really bad. I think it's kerosene. Naphtha is a cheap way out. Take the word naphtha and that. How do you say elevator in Hebrew? Elevator. Okay. Says the Gemara. There's many other examples. The best oil in the world is olive oil. As we said yesterday, olive oil is clear and bright. My time, why can't you use, like we said yesterday, shemen sreifa, which is truma, that became kamei, and I must burn in the feet, and start from touching beyond. I'm not allowed to burn truma yontif. Minani uses. So Rashi explains interesting thing. Minani uses. Okay, how do I know? It says that perhaps there's an essence of burning oil. I have a few varieties to burn my oil that's coming. Because it's coming, I have to get rid of it. And that should be the lois I said that I'm not allowed to just make a fire on you for no reason. It's not anything that's finishing, starting, pushing, okay, Minani. Meaning, all my fiskiyah, the thing called the fiskiyah, And my brother is seeing the middle at Doike. It says what? That Doike. Ba'anoisa mimenu at Doike. Twice. Shein Tamaloi at Doike. Not Tamaloi at Doike. But Pesach literally Doike Sheni. There's 2 mornings. One is the morning of Yom Tov. The second morning is the morning of Chalamoid. Wait until the day of Chalamoid in order to take on it. Let's stop over here because tomorrow seems like a shortage on the dots. And I don't want to accept the Olam. So I have a wonderful day, Rabbi Isai. 107 people have viewed. It's a beautiful Kiddush Hashem. It's early in the morning. A lot of people can sleep in, yet getting up early to learn the daf. There's many people from around the world, from New York, especially. Let me see those here. Wow, huge here. Let's say, we're going to say a kapitel to Tehillim, Yosef Ben Zev. Yosef Ben Zev is on Chicago. Okay, Rabbi Isai, let's say a kapitel to Tehillim. Shir Amalo, Ismi Mamati, Kosifa Adinoi, Shema Bikuni. Yenos, never got you boys, the first of Adinoi. Inagoinoi, Tishmorio, Adonoi, Miyamo. Being fast. Okay. Good morning, Rabbi Isai. As I am all by myself, I don't have a camera guy, I don't have a Zoom guy. So good morning. Let me know if something's wrong with YouTube. I can't even see if the YouTube goes off or not. So if somebody could monitor YouTube, would be great. If somebody calls me up in the middle, it might be devastating. Today, usually we start off with emails. Simcha, start off with the list of the Yehusa. Today it's a little somber. We have, Corona. And I don't know if you can see, but we have 3 sponsors today. Today's share is being sponsored. He says he's Sephardi and they use the father and mother's name. Lili Nishmas, Michal Tzvi Ben Menachem Zayta Tzadik Mizracha, or Michal Tzvi Ben Menachem Zayta Mizracha. I'll explain all of these. And today's share is sponsored by our friend Avi Mandelbad, who is full of Mordechai Yehuda Ben Pnina Priva. What's going on? I'll explain. First, email comes from Los Angeles. Dear Ravelli, this is like another tearjerker. At least when I read it initially. Your shiurim are incredible. I love the way you do like each and every daf. I subscribed to the 8-minute daf on WhatsApp after seeing the link to it while I was watching the scene of Shas on January 1st, 2020. When I got married in 2015, I thought to myself that I would start the daf when the next cycle started. Now, first of all, it's a Brian. When you have an inspiration to learn the daf, you start that day. You don't push it off for 3 years. But he pushed it off for 3 years, and he started, and I'm very happy he did. But for other people, the Atzas HaYetzer, we'll start tomorrow, we'll start the next Masechta, we'll get together, by here, no. If we would have done that, we wouldn't be here today. We started in the middle of Avodah Zarah, the middle of a city. We started right then and there. Right there. When I got married in 2015, I thought to myself, yeah, and your 8-minute WhatsApp videos have really gave me the courage to start that flame with the rest supply store when we started Brachos. I was adopted and converted by a Sephardic family from Flatbush who wasn't really raised religious. I switched high school to 10th grade. And the move in the house, Rabbi David Taxis and Muncies, the blue guy, maybe you know, not really. I started to really have an interest in learning to entire mitzvahs. After high school, I went to Israel and started to experiment with drugs and alcohol. After many trips to rehab and going way, way off the derech, I came to Los Angeles where I live now. Baruch Hashem, I've been sober for 9 years now. Way to go, Harry. We're with you. By the way, maybe you can get in touch with Yaakov. I'm not kidding. Yaakov on top over there, it says Yaakov and Abba Shemesh. He's very good. He also does a lot of Zoom stuff with this stuff. When I met my wife, I wasn't religious at all. When Abba Hashem, we got married and had our second child before Shoshana. Mazel tov. Now here comes the part. My sister was Mr. on Shabbos. And I'm sitting Shiva alone in Los Angeles with my wife and our kids in my apartment. I had to watch it through by FaceTime with my sister in New York. And my mom's also sitting alone in Brooklyn. That was 20 years ago. Your shiurim are the one thing that give me physics and encourage me in these crazy times. I'd like to sponsor the shiur. Her name is Rivka Chaya Bas Tava. He's not even a shul over to me to say Kaddish. The Baruch Hashem, I'm learning this now. The Corona Drosha you posted on Thursday night in the app was incredible. I wish I knew who was speaking. I still didn't figure it out exactly. Somebody said this name, that name. But everything you were saying was so true and inspiring. I wish all of us wake up and see what's going on in this world. The messages that Hashem is sending us. We need to do something about it ASAP. In any case, I forgot to give myself water, and Noam is not here, so I'll go thirsty. In any case, really, thank you so much for your shiurim and inspiration. I look forward to daily that you pray for the belly. I try to catch the shiur tomorrow night, Bezrat Hashem. Harry from Los Angeles. So, I don't know if he's on or not on, but Gary, maybe you could unmute it. He's on. Harry. You have 102 friends right now with you on Zoom and many, many more on YouTube and Torah Anytime. And together we want to say to you, Hamakoin, Yenachem, Eslen, B'Soy, Shar, Aveli, Simi, Shaloyer, L'Shasifu, L'Dav, Oy. God, to give you an Obama. What's that? Okay. Next. Okay, you can mute it now. The next email. Another not so fun email. Good evening, Rabbi Stefanski. My emails are normally with one glaring reception, jovial. Always talking about the one who knocked me out of the cart when he thought that we had more than 10 people in the room. And I think fun. This one is not, and I'm sorry. I have a great uncle and an uncle who made Aliyah back in the 70s. My great uncle was a professor of philosophy at University for years. He also learns and gives shiurim constantly. Since retiring, he's done nothing but learn Torah and be a guest lecturer all over the world. Always making Kiddush Hashem. Now I find out, despite the high fever of Shabbos, he's in the hospital with Corona warriors lying. And his fever has done nothing but go up for the past 2 days. Send to me. I also don't know, right? But if you could please learn in his course, and he's sponsoring today's shiur, the course was Fuas Mordechai Yehuda Ben Nina Friba Steiner. You should have a tremendous refuah shalema. And one more, sorry, Rabbi Isai, one more. Yesterday, just hours after a 39-year-old woman from Lakewood, New Jersey, was with her, leaving over 9 Yisraelim from Corona. Somebody, I'm not sure who, contacted Yosef Bilyak and sponsored the shiur. His name is Michal Fetman. You can see on online. There are a lot of talking about him. Here's a picture of what he looks like. A young guy from Lakewood. He wrote Erev Shabbos. All my neighbors, let us please be Kabbalah Shabbos Simcha Rabbah. Let's show each other and our children that we believe Hashem does everything that happens in this world for good reason and for our benefit. even if we don't understand. This is what he writes. And a couple days later, he's with them. Please let us all come onto the porches and sing Kabbalah Shabbos like never before. He was a young man who organized many shiurim in Lakewood, and that's why I guess they decided to sponsor the shiur in his honor. You should know more tsars. What else? So now, for the fun part, once we get into learning, it's all fun and games. Okay, sorry. This gives me nachas. The factor boys learning the daf. This tzaddik right over here, the 8-year-old, gave us a speech from his brothers by the seal. His respected brothers sitting second in line to the computer, looking inside the Gemara like he always does. It's an amazing, unbelievable 8-year-old. And here's another picture. The Mayor Sandberg is my son's friend. He writes, I don't know where he is. I don't really know what he looks like. But anyways, here he is. This is a tremendous nachas to see that his kid is in a high chair eating a banana and ice cream, and he's steiging away with his headphones, doesn't know that his kid is even there. Shkoyach, Rabbi Sandberg. The rest we'll have to do tomorrow. Let's learn from Torah, the schools, and even the Shama for these special individuals. We're learning in the Mishnah Daf Medal on base. You cannot use oil that is truma, that is coming. Why? The Gemara says you cannot burn coming oil on Yom Tov. Hold on one second. Let's fix this. Okay. We had one shot yesterday. There's an extra at Boiker. It helps produce in the process that you have to burn the oil the following day. So again, you have truma oil that's coming. You can't use it. What do you do with it? You have to burn it. Perhaps I can use it for I have to burn it on Yom Tov? No, I can't burn it on Yom Tov. And now we're holding by Abaya Omar. Abaya says, Baruch Hashem, you see, we surpassed yesterday. We're at 112 people on Zoom. You guys on YouTube want to know, why do I ignore them? I'm not ignoring them, but it's a live share, so I'm talking to the Zoom people. I'm not talking so much to YouTube people, but I am. Same way that in a regular live share, I talk to the guys in the room, not so much to the Zoom people. Says by the Musaf of Shabbos. I could bring a korban musaf on Shabbos, but only a korban musaf on Shabbos. In other words, if I have a korban that I shefted on Friday, why did I sheft it? Because I had to sheft the korban right now, but the leftover pieces, the emulim and everything else, I can't put it on the mizbeach on Shabbos. It doesn't belong to Shabbos, it belongs to Friday. The only thing I can put on the mizbeach on Shabbos is the korban I shefted on Shabbos. What do I learn from this Abaya? Not that Abaya spoke about the sugi, but what did I learn from Abaya? That if this oil has nothing to do with Shabbos, don't burn it on Shabbos. I could burn something on Shabbos and Yom Tov that is Yom Tov. But the Shabbos is Shabbos. This Shabbat, the extra word, this Shabbat, I'll learn from that Yom Tov as well. Not put a korban that doesn't belong to Yom Tov on the Mizbeach, and don't burn my oil that doesn't belong here. On next, the way oil is called the Shabbos, the way oil is called the Yom Tov. Certainly, I can't put on a korban that's kosher. I can't put on a beautiful korban that I made on Friday. I can't put on the Mizbeach. So certainly, I cannot put on oil that's coming. I see Jerome Kornwood is here. Thank you, Jerome, for the beautiful present. You walked over to my house, Erev Shabbos, with the corona flying out in the air. I appreciate it. You look at my spirit. Thank you. Rabbi Omar. By the way, we have Simon Cohen here, famous Chazan I don't know if you're ever there to hear our show makes a beautiful concert at least once a year. They're all over and since like they fly around the world. So Simon Cohen, I think it was last year. I don't know this year. I wasn't there, but last year he has a beautiful voice and he's just doing this from Ranan a few days ago. So welcome Simon Cohen. Another shot. Why can't I burn this oil on? Yontif is too much fossil oil becoming oil. Doesn't fossil. Regarding Yontif, who Levado? Here, I have it. In case you don't have the words in your tomorrow. Who? El Malacha lo yasabel. You can't do any Malacha on Yontif. However, you could. Actually, food. I can make food on Yom Tov. We know we can cook, and because of the food, the vada yosel. Now, the point is that the pasuk could have said, "Asher yi ochel kol nefesh yosel." What are these extra words? Food and vada. This only. If you just said, "Ochel nefesh yosel," there's no need for the third to say, "Food, this," and the vada only. The Gemara learns from these two words two very important halachas. On Shabbos, you're not permitted to make a knife. You're not permitted to make an oven. You can make food on the oven. You can cut food with the knife, but you can't make a texture to the food. One step before making it. If a baby couldn't have a Bris Milah on the 8th day, use yellow, whatever the reason is. He actually couldn't make it. So the Milah is pushed off. Now it's Yom Tov, and now you can do Milah. You don't do it because it says in the pasuk Lizvado, I can cook food, but I cannot make a Milah. The Asi B'Kavachayim. Now, before we get into this Asi B'Kavachayim, but what's the point? I cannot make a Milah. It's already something that is pushed off, and I can push it off to after Yom Tov. So certainly, I don't have to sit and burn my tuma, fossil oil now, my tuma. If I can't make a Bris Milah, there's no reason for me to be Yom Tov to start burning tuma. I can't even make a Bris Milah. Okay. Thanks, Gary. I see you're messing around with my computer. Something I appreciate it. So if I can't see anybody in the screen, that means I can go get up, get a glass of water. Fine. So what's this acid without a chemical? It's very simple. And that's so simple. Yeah. Look how it goes. It goes in the order of Qumrah, of how Qumrah something. That's what we're talking about. Milah that is already pushed off. Milah on the 10th day is so strong and so Qumrah that it could push off Saras. Meaning, if the baby has a Saras on his wrist, I can cut the wrist. You can't just cut Saras. This is a Raisa. If a client has Saras on his hand, you can't do Avodah. So I'll pick a knife, I'll do a surgery, chop it off, let him do Avodah. No, you can't do that. But if there's a Saras on his Milah, I go ahead and I cut it. In other words, Milah is more Qumrah, top of the list, than Saras. Step number 2. This is actually the third step, but I'm going in this order just to make it easier to understand. Saras is so powerful, it pushes off the Avodah in the Beis Hamikdash. It is the only player left in the world has a Saras on him. You cannot perform the Avodah. I cannot remove it with a knife, even though that means that today no Avodah is going to be performed in the Beis Hamikdash. What does that tell me? That Saras is stronger than Avodah. Avodah is strong enough that it pushes off Shabbos, right? If you have Shabbos Kodesh, I can make a carbon on Shabbos if I have to. So, if Avodah could push Shabbos, and Saras could push off Avodah, and Milah pushes off Saras, in other words, on this list, Milah is the strongest out of all of them. Milah can push off Saras, which pushes off Avodah, which pushes off Shabbos. So certainly Mila will push off Shabbos. I could go directly from step one all the way to the last step because Avodah is stronger than Shabbos. So certainly Mila is stronger than Shabbos. And I'm not talking about regular Mila, I'm talking about Mila group. So if I have a push off this Mila, which is stronger than Shabbos, shouldn't push off Shabbos and Yom Tov. That's why the pasuk comes and says Levado. No, Mila does not push off. It's a beautiful Kavachomer you have here. We have a beautiful Kavachomer, but it doesn't push off Shabbos. Rav Ashi, another shot why I cannot burn, as the Mishnah says, I can't burn oil that's truma, that's coming on Yom Tov. Why? Rav Ashi Omar Kabasai. What was the Gemara's passion? Let's go back. I forgot to mention again. The Gemara's passion, Rashi explained then, is because in fact you have an assay against the low assay. You have a mitzvah to burn truma oil. Let's see if this guy's real quick. Hold on. Yeah, okay, hold on a second. It's fine. My mouth is ready. See, I had water this morning. It's not like the first cup. But yeah, during shir, I get all dry. But thank you. Cheer for the tzibur, shenk tamayim. Cheer for times you get 2,000 people. Not that. All right. Says the Gemara. So again, we have a mitzvah assay to burn oil versus a lois assay of don't make a fire on Yom Tov. Make a fire to cook. You can just burn stuff if you feel like it. I had, by the way, I have some water from the Baal Shem Tov that Dr. Thatcher gave me. Not recommended to drink, I don't think. It has floating pieces. So I don't know. It might even be the cause of corona. Basically, concentration. There's a lot of stuff going on here with the alcohol. We're gonna have to get into it. There's another email I got. People are really noticing bottles moving, going in and out. I'm just messing with the oil. I pour some down the sink and it looks, it comes, it goes, the Jameson is gone. I got it. The Litzonis of the Olam, sitting here by myself. Blah, blah. Okay, great. Thank you. Thanks, Noam. No, I shouldn't have done that. Let me put my mask on so I don't do that again. Zoti Gemara. So, again, we have an assay against the lois assay, so perhaps the assay should win, and we should be able to burn truma that's coming on Yom Tov. So, Rav Ashi, that's a great idea. But there's a reason why now. Rav Ashi Omar Shabbos and now we're holding up Papel Madal. Shabbos and assay, in addition to the mitzvah, the lois assay of not burning a Yom Tov, there's another word, Shabbosin, which is an assay. Now we have two against one. The Avalei Yom Tov assay v'lois assay. We have an assay of Shabbosin and a lois assay of lois assay. You shouldn't do malach on Yom Tov. They assay zoikas. That's common sense. One assay cannot push off an assay and a lois assay. Next sugya. Yom Tov Udas. It's not like I didn't get water. I got the water and I put it on the table. It's right over there, but I'm not getting it. The other Buddha. So you're telling me that there's a special lister of burning this truma maya oil on it. I'm allowed to benefit from it on a weekend. Okay. What is the reason I'm a Rav? Yishem Shemitzvah Lister that touching Shemitzvah Lister that's truma. Okay, truma is very similar to and Rashi says, first of all, it's similar. Second of all, I don't want you to, by mistake, drink this truma. So, there's a mitzvah to burn it. One Torah. Tach mitzvah is what I think is One Torah, the Torah says, besides biura to anyone. Yes, you have a mitzvah to burn it, but I want you to benefit from it. You're fine.
If it was starved, you're allowed to drink it, eat it, cook with it. If it's coming, make a fire with it, heat up your house, read a book to its light. Heaven on the Torah, where the Torah say this, that he's not a benefit. Either Rav Nachman, Omer Rav Nachman, Omer Rabbi Baruch, Omer Kro, Vani, Hine Losati Lechois Mishmeres Moisoi. The prophet should say, Vani, Hine Losati Lechois Mishmeres Truma. I gave you the mitzvah to watch, be careful with it. What's Truma say? Two Truma. These Trumas are called Medaber, Achas Truma Torah, Achas Truma Torah. So, the Truma Torah I gave you to benefit from, and I also gave you the Truma Torah to benefit from. But what no, look for it should be. Light effect, play with it. That's one thing. You don't say, Mom, there's a bow. Alright. Okay, we started and then I'll say about that. The honor of Avon of the it says in the Apostle that when you read Meiser Sheni in two, on the first, second, and fourth and fifth year. Meiser Sheni. But we have a mitzvah on the fourth year to be Mefar everything, on the seventh year to be Mefar everything. Make sure when last day of Pesach coming back. So there's a vidui that you say. And you say in the vidui, the loy, the arti, the menu, the coming. I am not coming, and the food is not coming. What is this talking about? Meiser Sheni. So now we have a category called Meiser Sheni, and it says you cannot benefit. You cannot benefit. Not like in our sugya, which we are talking about food. Meiser Sheni, no. You cannot burn it and have an offering. But like the arti menu to come. I didn't benefit from it when I was coming, or when the Meiser Sheni itself was coming. So for this, the Gemara infers that from Meiser Sheni I can't have an offering, but I could have an offering from Truma when I burn. But there's a third category called touching. I have an oil that I bring together with my linta, and that also I cannot benefit from. So the question is in the Gemara, why do I choose Truma over touching? Gemara tries to say because touching is too common. It has here. Let's see the side. I know that no one loves to sit here. You know the outcome every time. Touching has 6 things that are very common about it. Truma has 4. Oh, but Truma has 4. 4 is less than 6. That's all figure. The question is, which one of these two do I learn from Meiser Sheni? Meiser Sheni, I cannot benefit when I am burning it. But I can infer from that Truma, yes, that's our sugya. Truma, I could benefit. However, touching, not. Why? Touching is very common and has 6 things that are special about it. Let's see inside. That's the deal should be. I cannot use Meiser Sheni when I'm burning. I can't light my fire. I can't eat up my house with Meiser Sheni. Great. But touching. If I bring a carbon that a mincha that requires oil. Oh, I'm happy to see that David was able to get on. Little Ben Ishtai is on there, the Baldur. He wasn't able to get on yesterday's mother complained. And Judah David is also on. 2 David, the Baldur. But not touching. Maybe touching. I should make a deal that I should be able to burn touching and benefit from the oil even though they are stomach. How about the Mavi Shem Shekodi Shemika? Wait a minute, no, I have a final. My Meiser Akal, this Meiser Sheni is very Meiser Sheni. Everybody can eat Meiser Sheni. Every Yisrael could take the Meiser Sheni, bring it to Yerushalayim and eat it. You don't have to be a kohen, so it's cow.
My myself out. I'm not allowed to benefit from this cow. Are you the woman with culture? Certainly culture. What's the Gemara's next question? Then certainly Truma also. Why is Truma not a Kavachayim for myself? Truma is much more calmer, only a Kohen can eat Truma. Truma Nami lay with Kavachayim then? You're right. It should be a Kavachayim. But what should I do with the word Numenu? Oksid Numenu. Numenu infers a deal that one of these two you should be able to eat and not eat, benefit from. Oksid Numenu. Marisa. And any time the Gemara says this word Marisa, you know what's happening. You know that the Gemara is going to say, why choose one over the other? And every single time the Gemara says, this has 5 and this has 4, or this has 6 and this has 5, all over Shas many times. The Gemara says, so what? And the Gemara says, oh, 6 is more than 5. Maru Marisa, why do you choose Truma over Kachim? Says the Gemara, it makes sense to me that not to make a deal with Kodesh. This is the most common. She came singing pancakes. Pancakes! Makes you hungry. What's pancakes? You look over it, very interesting. It's the first letter of every word, besides the mem and the sama. Because otherwise it wouldn't be pancakes. It would be panks and macha. So the Gemara took the ayin of Meila and made it a ayin, and the samach of the osir is osir. What are these things? Very simple. What's the pancakes? You can remember this. It's a good simon. Pancakes are buffet. Equal, if a client thinks in his head while he's doing one of the 4 avodas, he thinks in his mind he's going to eat his carbon. Instead of within 24 hours like most carbonis, he's going to think he's eating it in 2 weeks from now. He's going to put it in the freezer and use it on Pesach. And then he actually eats it on Pesach. He's chayiv parth. Look, besides, if you leave over a carbon, passage is allowed to time. You're only allowed to eat this carbon a day or 2 days, whatever the type of carbon is, never more than 2 days. And you leave it over in your freezer, pigul. No, you said now, Truma doesn't have this. And Truma doesn't have pigul. Carbon, this is the most interesting one. It's all the carbon. Okay? Go figure that one out. It's all the carbon. It doesn't show me a chumrah. Maybe it does. Maybe it's a sacrifice. It's so hard. I don't know. Explain to me. Me'ilah. You don't have Me'ilah on touch it. You don't have Me'ilah on Truma. In other words, if I use something from the base Hamikdash without permission, by mistake, I bring the carbon, I have to add a fifth. Not by mistake, terrible. Big Paresh. And Kachim has Paresh, where Truma has Mitzvah Shemayim. What's Paresh? Says Rashi, you die before your time. And you don't have children. Children die. Tyson argues, Tyson says, Paresh means you die before the age of 60. In other words, Rashi will hold that a person who's 102 years old and gets corona, that's Paresh. Because that woman in Williamsburg, she's 102 and she got corona. She wasn't supposed to die at 102 and 3 months. She's supposed to die at 103, let's say. So that's Paresh. She died before her time, not in that specific case. I'm just saying that example is right. According to Tyson, it must be that a person died before 60. According to Yisachari, before 50. Fine. Now, according to Rashi, Misa B'dei Shemayim is when you just, a person dies before their time, whenever that time is. That's Misa. Says the Gemara, what else? Also, the first day when a person has a loss, not there's no issue to do. Gemara, Adarabba, exact opposite. Shema has machpaz, misa, maimesh, pidyon, zarim. What's that? Misa. So, Rashi says Misa means that if a non-Kayan eats it, he gets Misa. And if a Kayan is coming. Now, before, when do you get Kayan? If somebody eats Bitula. So places asks, wait a minute, before we said Taurus is more common than Misa. And now we're saying Misa is more common than Taurus. But you can't jump on both classes. So you can dance on both classes. So that's why Tosha says it's only referring to when you slow Tuma gets Misa. So we're not talking about a plane is coming. That's already Taurus and not Taurus. That's the most before Taurus is more common than Misa. If you read Truma, you have to pay back the coin a fifth. In addition to the principal, you pay back a fifth. Ve'im opinion and Truma cannot be redeemed. Kachim could be redeemed. So kachim, if you designate an animal for carbon, and then the animal befalls a mum, it gets a mum. Its leg pulled out of its socket, whatever it is. You can redeem that animal. You can't redeem kachim. Somebody at the door? No way. Can't believe it. Yeshua roll from Gimel. My water is on the table. If you're ready giving me water. Get me water. Send your office. You know, you go to my house. You just came in. Here. Come say a little bit. Let me stay away from me. Say, come here. You gotta come here. Come into the screen. Look into the camera. Look into the camera. This one. Look camera. Okay. All right. Shkoyach of Yeshua. I'm gonna take this. Yeshua might have corona. Avi wants a coffee. I think there's a hefsek between the two. Both Hafadi, Mori, and the Indian of Elohim. That's Toyin and Yid Below. Now you're starting my look at like you hit the right spot. You spread it yourself. Beautiful. Unbelievable. His dedication is English side. The aim of pigeon. See. The aim of pigeon. Asur Rizari. Obviously. Truma is never mutter to Yisrael, whereas you have korbanos that are mutter to Yisrael. You have Shlam and you have all the fucking talent that are mutter to Yisrael. Says the Gemara, the Avi used to answer, look, Truma should be very common because it has 4 things, and Kachim should be very common because it has 6 things. What wins? Kachim. Although, personally, I don't understand carbon so well, so carbon is kind of weak in my opinion. But it's still 6. So even if you take out carbon, you have 5 against 4. But nobody even talks about carbon. I don't know. I must have not understood about it. The boy is saying, Hoidesh, Homo, became on his forest. Hachim has the Pumra of forest when it's Kayan. The Kayan is Kame and he eats Truma, which means the Shemayim versus the Kayan is Kame and eats Kachim is Sharis. Ours is really bad. It affects the children. And according to prices, especially in Yerushalmi, it's really rigged. It's 50, 60. Rav Nachman Yitzchak Omar from Kitei Loi. How do I know that? How do I know that I could benefit from my oil, my oil that I'm burning? How do I know? So I could benefit from it. Omar from Kitei Loi. What does the Torah say? Give the client the Truma when the Truma is starved. Give it to him. Loi means benefit. Loi. Don't give him something that he's going to burn. Give him something he can consume, he can eat. Don't give him an inferior product. Don't be cheap. Don't give him your mail, your garbage you can't use. Give him something he can benefit from, he can eat. Loi for him. The loi loi. Incredibly, the Gemara says, so I can infer from it, I can make a deal. While the Basari, there are other things fall through Motmea, which I do get to the claim, and he does benefit from it. If you want to be Hasidus and make like a deep in the word, so the word loy, lamed vav, it comes to refer to make a deep. Loy, the loy lo-oirad. Lo-oirad is lamed and vav. It starts with the lamed, ends with the vav. Lo-oirad. It should be for him and not for him. The loy, whatever. The cloud that has oirad, give him something that he can eat and not use as fire. But if it's something that's fire, give it to him to benefit from it. Something it's no longer. Let's learn in the kerosene. Itra. Sorry, Itra. Shouldn't use Itra. It smells too bad. So our Kiva, 12-year-old, that comes every single day, he sent me a message yesterday. He wants to know what's my flavor. Let's see if you have some sort of shot for him. My timer. So what if it smells? On my rubber, you say Shirei Chorira, Zero Shimmer, then it's dinner the eight. It's saying it smells so bad, the person's gonna pick himself up and run outside. I'm gonna buy the eight. So let him run, let him go wherever he wants. Rashi says, Ma'ichpasna. Ma'ichpasna, they say in Hebrew. Ma'ichpasna. Zero Shimmer Nechemim. I'm gonna buy the eight. I'm gonna shani oil. Look at the Shabbos. Lighting your candles on Shabbos is a mitzvah. In other words, it's a mitzvah that you should have candles, that you should enjoy Shabbos. What do we see? We see, as the Lord says in Sefus Yuma, that the Rashi brings it down. Shein Seudo Chashuva Elo B'Mokom Or. You want to enjoy your food, you have to see your food. Like you do in America, in a fancy restaurant. The lights will give you a little candle. You want to enjoy your food, you got to see it like in daylight. Or, places point out another thing, it just gives you more simcha, more enjoyment, more peace on Shabbos. So therefore, the light of the candle is a flavor. We don't want you walking away from that light, from that enjoyment, from that benefit. You're going to eat your meal in the dark. You're not enjoying your meal. According to Abaya in Yuma. It's Abaya in Yuma that says it, and over here, Rav is the one answering Abaya. He says, if you don't remember your job, because you're the one in Yuma that says that you need light for eating, to benefit, to really enjoy your meal. I'd look at their Shabbos, yes, you feel. I had already came to me. Yeshua came back to tell me that we have 119 people. I have no idea how many people on YouTube because it's not facing. Anyways, it's probably not too many because most of the people start to come on Jews and they feel participation a lot more. You know what I'm missing? I'm missing David from California. I know he's watching us on YouTube, he's watching this live, but he's not validated. He's hiding. He's not gonna Omarav, I love his name, Shabbos Taiva. What does Taiva mean? In this case, Taiva means that it's a mitzvah. But sometimes we use the word as Taiva like Maimach Chorin is Taiva. You don't make a bracha Maimach Chorin over here, it's a mitzvah that we make a bracha on our bracha third time. The pizza is dying or lying the hammer and to take a bath. Every Shabbos, you know, that's the argument between the children and the mother. The mother says, that sort of thing. They don't come into the phone, they don't do that. So to take a shower before Shabbos, not obligatory. Rav says, mitzvah. It is. Okay, it's a mitzvah. You have to do it. My mitzvah. This is interesting. Like, my mitzvah, I thought this is going to bring a person. The Gemara brings a Maisa. This is the minute of the Yehuda Bar Eloi. Shabbos Levin Loi Aredim Loi Pan. They were drinking a bath of hot water. The roited all the old ragas. When he washed his face, hands, and face. In his updates, the Yosef is beating on his yosin. He would wrap himself with the towels and put on tzitzis with tailors. His Gomer Yamala Hashem Tzavaka. It's unbelievable. He'd be fresh right out of the bath, wear his special big Shabbos, this similar Amala for the kids. Malach Hashem Tzavaka. Royal Talmid of Nechavim Menu Complex. But Talmidim didn't want him to realize that they don't have tzitzis on their forehead. The Gemara will explain why. So there was pride, they tucked their tzitzis into their hands, like some people do. You're not supposed to do it. So off your tzitzis. Even to the giant, because it's on the outside, now became a whole trend, even by the really modernist of Hebron, that this guy just wrote me an email, that he's a modernist guy. So I don't know, I have to read it later. You want to know if I'm the same stuff as him? Yes, they're the same. Today, the guys with the big payers are moderning and moderning of Hasidim. The people with Dailach Hakim Vermizel, all these guys running around giving everybody Corona, and Hasidim, and they're not Mitzvahs, and Haredim, I don't know what they are. They're not even moderning. They're not even a Chesed stuff. The Gomer of Malach Hashem Tzavaka. So you tell me that Nechavim Menu Complex Tzvizor. Omerlaim Donai. What's going on with you guys? What are you doing with these tzitzis? Suddenly, the tzitzis, these women should have tzitzis. They try my person, they try to say they should not have tzitzis, but they still mechayim. Okay, this is the famous one. Because the tailors for sure is on Samers, and if you're going to put your blue tzitzis, your blue tailor tzitzis together with your linen clothing, what do you got? You have shatnez. So the Shammai says, do not do shatnez on your tzitzis. They don't wear smoking because the person shatnez right next to tzitzis. They don't do that. But they still say you could wear shatnez, not a problem. The halacha is that you do shatnez on your tzitzis. So what is your problem? Why are you Talmidim not wearing tzitzis? I see what you're doing here. I noticed that you're not wearing tzitzis. What are you doing? You're hiding your tzitzis. You think I don't cop? I don't cop that you're not wearing tzitzis now. We have to understand why. Even Savis of the Gemara, they read the tzitzis Laila. They held that they were concerned that they might go to sleep and they might wear it during the night. Now at night you're not hiding tzitzis, and now all of a sudden you're wearing shatnez. Now you're not allowed to wear shatnez. Let me ask you a question. You're wearing a garment that's higher than tzitzis midiraisa. And you're not going to wear tzitzis because you're worried that you might forget to wear that it's night and you might wear shatnez. So you're allowed to do that because you might forget. So therefore right now you're wearing a beggar that's higher than tzitzis midiraisa. You're going to be oiker of the Iraisa because you're scared? Are you allowed to do that? Says Rashi, that's the Gemara's question in the Yevamos, and he says, if you beg them not to government, I tell you, look for a Shachayim, I could beg them, make it a honor that you shouldn't do something the Torah says you should do. Unbelievable. But it says over there, he's not doing something, he's just not doing something. He's not putting on his shoes, but he's wearing the beggar. Now a little bit of a God thing. Ready 8 o'clock, so we'll, okay. A kizna mishalom nasi. A kizna, as Natal, let go. I don't have shalom, I don't have peace. My nefesh, my soul is not in peace. I forgot about the good. mean, we can relate to this question somewhat too. We used to have it good. We used to have good times. Now, Judah says, I don't have it good. I don't have it good. What does it mean? My vaccines are so good. No peace. I don't have a whole Jew. I don't think it's Shabbos. I can't even light a candle on Shabbos. I don't have peace. Because candle, the whole light brings peace. Your Shisi Taiva, under Union Zubis Americans. I don't even have a bath. Imagine if they were in quarantine, they wouldn't have these necessities that we have there. They can't get out. They can't go to Zubis Americans. They can't get a candle. Over there isn't on the pictures of Daniel Blind. The common hot water, a bath. Really, something that Papa my you can know the king runs so well. He didn't have a nice bed. He didn't have nice linen. Rabbi Omar, this is a made bed. This is a good woman. A woman who is with her husband. That's what you can have some. You don't have a good wife. You don't have. Don't have a bottom. These are awesome. Who's considered wealthy? So she usually not going to be also. Person who is satisfied with what he has. Literally of Jesus. Simon, Marcus. Oh, Marcus. And the people say Marcus. So the man stands for mayor, president, retired from the people, the second letter again, and Rabbi Yossi, the second, the third letter. Marshall says that these speakers over here are referring to why do people accumulate wealth? Reason number one is to show off to the friends. Look, I'm wealthy. Reason number two is to provide for your wives. And reason number three is that a person should have for his pension, for when he's ill. So these are the three reasons given here. Rabbi Kiva Asari. What's considered a wealthy person? He has 100 vineyards, 100 fields, 100 slaves, a total of 300 once again. But it means a person has unlimited amount of stuff and keeps on chasing money, keeps on chasing his real estate, keeps on chasing his slaves. That's the person who wants to be wealthy. Fine, but that's a person who needs wealth to show off other people. That's a wealthy person. It doesn't matter how much money you have. If your wife is spending on the credit cards, it's no good. Good wife, then you have everything. Then it's a wealthy person. What good is it if your wife is spending all your money anyway? A good wife, then that's considered a wealthy. You have no idea what it means. In those days, you gotta go. Imagine if you have a stomach ache, in the morning, if you get your clothes on, run outside, go a couple of feet, find it light, disgusting. So if you have a vacuum by your table, not literally by your table, not your knees, as a muscle, like whatever. Never sound like you're late now. But according to this third shot of the Marsha, if you have good hygiene, you're careful, and you'll avoid sickness. This will help you avoid sickness by having a good bathroom. The boy side, you should hear Psu's Toivas. Hopefully tomorrow we'll start off in better mood. And let's say a couple of film now for all the sick people at the Shamash that have read in Aliyah. Shir Amalo, Ismi Mama Kim, Vosif Adonai. Adonai, Shmo Bekorli, Yenos Defa Kashubo, Ismi Koida Hanunai. Yim Adonai, Ismi Shmo Yo, Adonai Mi Yamo. Ki Imchas Lichol, Demandi Bove. Divisi Adonai Kipso Nafshi, B'Koroi, Nafshi L'Adonai, Shomrim L'Boiker, Shomrim L'Boiker. Yacheh Yisrael El Adonai, Kim Adonai Yachesed L'Aveino Yichidos. Eretz Yisrael Mikol Avoy Noisod. One more Avoisai for Avi Mandelbaum's uncle. And for all the Cholim, special one, Kuf Chafala, Shir Lamalo, Soy Na Yelohim, Ayin Yovo, Yezri. Ezri, Mihim Adinoi, Oisei Shomayim Boretz. Al Yitein Lamoid Raglecha, Yonu, Om Shemrecha. Hinei Lo Yishon Shemei Yisrael. Adinoi Shemrecha. Adinoi Tzilcho al Yad Yeminecha. Yoim Hashemesh lo yakekov yoreach v'aloilo. Adinoi yishmoto mikaro yishmoires nafshecha. Adinoi yishmot seischo v'yecho me'ato v'yadilo. Ateinu po b'Yisrael. Anesurim b'Yisrael. Soro b'Shivya. Oim b'Yom, oim b'Yachosho. Amoko imirak. Male yotzi. Homer Levy, Yishkoyach. Where's that present you gave me? Oh, thank you. You left me two of these by the door. In danger. Okay, Avi Factor's driving to work. Let's just see real quickly who's on, if I can see. Mark Cantor. Somebody just put my screen back. Oh, let's see again. It's Spiro and Avi Rivaldo. Okay. Goya, Nachman Seltzer. That's what I need. I need Nachman Seltzer for today's email. Check this out. Okay. Today's share. Yesterday I was an emotional wreck only from just reading the emails. It wasn't a personal thing. One email came in, please, we would like to sponsor the share. All of a sudden another email comes in. The guy was literally a few minutes before, and his friend wants to sponsor. I couldn't deal with it. 9 years Simon, 39 years old. Today is a little lighter, I hope. Today's share is sponsored in memory of Al Kaufler from Yosef Ben Chaim Zechron Levracha Ben Yehuda by Yehuda Kaplan, an avid listener of the Full Daf, Los Angeles, California. We're going to use the new Homer Levy board. Let's see. It even comes with these. Went all the way out to IKEA, which is not open yet. All right, Rabbi Isai, here we go. This one is for my good friend. When we were learning the first mission of Mehmet Lincoln, I said a story, a joke, and this is the text I got right after shir. Great shir today. Terrible joke. Can't believe you spent time on it. Very good friend. I love his criticism. I take it to heart, and I actually try to better myself based on his criticism. But that's one side of it, and here's the other side. From Eliezer, that Chalev Nochem story is fantastical. Makes this the Bansky's Meisim top 10. I disagree. By far, it was so good I listened to that story several times so I can memorize it. And listen to this thing again. Great cheer today. Terrible joke. Can't believe he spent time on it. It was so good I listened to that story several times so I can memorize it. You never know. You can't win. You always say you don't have a good memory. That too is from your better Musa line. Or maybe Musa, I don't know what he meant over there exactly. Thank you for your complete generosity of your time and everything to do us all. They create everything. Then you should bless you as much as trouble with Paul Eliezer. Huh? Now that's one thing. Here's another email. Ari from Washington Heights. Been watching the full doc on YouTube. Recently, I wouldn't have to speak since the series now 5 to 7 minutes longer. Every day, beginning with Ruckus. We've been watching every day since beginning with Ruckus, the base. Been really enjoying learning with you and the Trevor Everton. As a modernistic guy, I don't know what that means, but I mean everybody's the same. Modernistic guy. I initially wasn't 100% sure that we would drive on our second 11. It really convinced me. You're not going to listen to this. It really convinced me that you are first and foremost a man. Was your considerate and thoughtful response to two women who asked if they would watch your shit? What is the debate whether I should even read that email or not? And because I was considering thoughtful, that's why he watches that shit today. He decided maybe I'm also a modernistic guy. I'm with these are stuffer. I don't know exactly what it means. Lastly, as a whiskey enthusiast, I've begun noticing your gradually expanding collection. I see a number of my favorites in the collection, including Hibiki, Macallan, Bovini. I was also glad to see that the Battle of Jameson, which is a really cheap one, was these shooting guys important. Nothing too personal against the Irish is no longer invisible. I guess my son might have passed that one off in the quarantine. Anyways, just there's a lot of rate about this liquor, so I gotta explain to you a little bit what's going on here. So, first of all, this bottle right here was given to me by this year, as you can see, for Receptus Coolin. We'll never drink this one. Next. This bottle right here was given to me by this year for Receptus. Nothing. Never drink that again. Anyway, the rest of the bottles are for guests. I'm not a big whiskey guy. I do take a shot here and there, but whatever. It's for guests. And now that the guests aren't showing up anymore, the only guest I really have that drinks is my son-in-law. So whatever. You'll see it going down gradually. That's the story. Don't get too excited. I'm not a big enthusiast. Whatever. I do drink wine and salads. You have nice wine. And that's not for me, of course, that's for my wife. Looking forward to continuing this incredible journey with you. Wishing the entire cheer of Hakosha V'Sameach Ari, the modernist guy from Washington Heights. And now we have David Brandon. Dear Reb Eli, I've been battling Corona since Friday, and sadly, I've missed a couple of this year. And the guy who's battling Corona is concerned about you. It's been a hard weekend fighting and dealing with the loss of my good friend, Yerachmiel Chicago. Yerachmiel, as I told you, I sold him a house in Chicago. I knew him very well. I was in his house many, many times. Unbelievable, sweet guy, about Cuba, great guy. And what I didn't know was that his wife is battling cancer and Corona. It was actually a fun. I have to get the information out to whoever wants to donate to the cause. It's an amazing cause. She has 4 young Yisraelim, a young guy in his 40s, I believe. They told him he doesn't have Corona. It was a negative test. They sent him back home, and he was lifted. So, yeah, it's a terrible tragedy, and he I guess, David lives in South Bend. I want to share with the Olam that we should please appreciate the privilege of breathing freely. That each breath is a gift of a few seconds, a reset on a clock until the next one. Something like if you hurt your thumb, suddenly you start appreciating what that thumb is and what it can do for you when you don't have it. How hard it is to lift things and catch things and pour things, and when you don't have that lung, like he's struggling.
Everybody stop what you're doing. Stop immediately. How you living, Pam? I'm talking to you. Do you hear me? You hear what I'm saying to you? What's up, baby? What's up, big man?
When he noticed I haven't been on, All of us, what if Randus
Potentially, but probably,
South in Indiana,
potentially, but it
David
probably
Shlomo,
happened.
Ben Sarah,
It probably happened long
and
before
his
then.
wife is also now battling it.
And probably was based out of China,
Ben Esther
and
Terah, and David
they
Ben
probably
Simeon
saw
Peril,
things in the air that they couldn't explain, so
of
they referenced it as dragons.
just went to the hospital to visit him. Okay. By the way, on a uplifting note, we have a great friend of the show. He came to visit us many times from California.
All right, do you think they mistook you losing in mini golf? Do you think they mistook you losing in mini golf as anything?
In California,
Are you ready to lose?
Joel, Jacob, Howard, and back with
Why aren't you ready to lose, son?
all friends of David. Welcome, come visit one day. So that let's jump into the shir.
Are you ready to lose?
Says the Gemara. We are home.
Maybe I win all the time.
Adaf, Chofei, and Beis. 4 lines from the bottom.
I win so much, sometimes I get sick of winning.
Drove from his house.
All I
snuck
do
into
is
my
win,
house,
win, win, no matter
and
what.
gave me a cup of water yesterday. It was amazing. Amazing act of chesed. I didn't ask her then. He did it on
You
his
know
own.
what's interesting is we saw those games, those like 3 holes that, oh shoot, I sent you the wrong game, dude. Those 3 holes that we haven't seen in a long time, and then I haven't seen them
yesterday
since.
we said, I'm looking up to Harry, who lost his sister.
It was like they were linked.
She's only 47 years old. And the Olam went out of
Are you
the
doing
way,
stand-up
and
comedy?
called him, and emailed him.
Are you doing stand-up
Where are
comedy
you, Harry?
tonight?
I don't see him on the... He wants to say something. Okay, where is he? Let's see if I can find you. Go ahead, Harry. I'm going away.
Are you gonna perform?
I'll put my name down.
We hear you, Harry. Go ahead.
Who is?
That's it. Okay.
Do they suck?
You're very welcome, Harry. We have here 105 people online.
Are they a girl or a boy? Scale of 0 to 10.
California. So, you see the camaraderie. People from Manchester that called, someone from South Africa called them to be Menachem.
Yeah, you do.
Camaraderie. We have a tremendous mishpacha here. Let's keep it up, Rabbi Yisai. Sorry, my time.
Dude, we rank everybody.
Such an unbelievable good smell. Zero.
That was a
Shemi is stopping me now. It's
7.
concerned that a person
I rank
might
this
go ahead
shot.
on Shabbos, remove some of the beautiful oil that he has in some other place. And what's the problem with that? The problem is it's mechaba. Just like you're not allowed to add oil, that's havara. So you're not allowed to take off oil. You take off oil, you're extinguishing the flame earlier than it was supposed to be extinguished. Mechaba. Lema Mar, we're holding a daf above him.
Dude, did you see this ball go in the hole? Darn
Lema
it.
Mar Gnishu is another bigger problem, maybe.
What are you gonna do,
The
son?
problem is they'll burn your house down. The stuff is extremely flammable and it flies all over the place. It'll stick itself to the wall and start burning down. No, you're right.
No way. No way.
The main concern here is that it'll kill you.
That was garbage.
For Shemi, stopping me many. There's another problem. Maybe you'll use it.
What do you want me to do about it, dog?
Says the Gemara. This is one of the craziest stories in all of Shas.
Holy shit.
And it's the, I guess
What's going on, big dog?
Crazy mother-in-law.
Garbage.
Aicha Masa. He's a mother-in-law. A terrible mother-in-law. The Abbas said, she hated her daughter-in-law.
You big dog, you're up.
Amrullah, Zili, Kasha, Berishka, the Harsma. I have a great idea for you. Why don't you spray some
Are you
beautiful
proud of that
balsam
shot?
oil on you? Okay, she listened to her. Oslo, Kasha. She tried it out. You also, Amrullah.
Oh,
So when she came to her,
no doubt, baby.
Zil, Italy Shruga, do me a favor. You see that candle over there?
There's
Light it.
25 gallons.
I just learned that the stuff is
Alright.
extremely flammable. That's why the Gemara brings the story.
I don't know if
Oslo,
I don't know if that's
Aslo
the
Shruga.
Are you proud of your shot?
She was consumed by the flame. Terrible, terrible story. Gemara's telling us it's extremely flammable.
Did you see
And
my
it can kill
shot?
people. This five over there, I mean,
Which one?
she
Which
channel
one?
herself. She pauses.
I hate this whole dude.
Over here, you can insert any one of your mother-in-law jokes as you please. Says the Gemara, "Dalo is haaretz hishur
I find it to be difficult. What did you think of? What did you think of my shot?
Why do you hide it when you go to
Yeah,
Said
well,
lights for a lot of her but for his own selfish reasons, he left behind the Herman and the Yovel. Four of these people, Herman, one of Rav Yosef, Eilim, Melachim, Achar,
Do you think you can get a big man?
Gedi, Ba'agamasa. These are people that knew how to gather spices of thousand whatever, I don't know, nothing, I don't know. They
You know I'm about to take the lead.
Gedi, Ba'agamasa. I guess it was a talent to find it, to know how to get it. What's the stuff here? I even have a picture.
You can make this.
Yes.
Make this. You need to avoid that mole, that gnome. No way.
So I wanted to actually thanks for pointing that
That
out.
was
This is
epic.
scam.
What did you say about
What did you say about Never happened. Nobody's ever got burned by.
This is the war. This is the war.
It's a discussion. But it's like it's similar. Correct. You put this flammable stuff on you when you go next to the fire, you can blow up. You're saying some guy made a hoax and said because if the Santa died, he probably wanted to slow down. Look it up on Google. Says the Gemara.
So you had a chance to tie or
I
win,
love that he loves them. These are the people
and that
that
chance is
scrap.
now gone.
We had the guy that came from the Mishkan Taylors. Here, this is what one of them looks like.
You're done.
It's the
It's over for you, Zoo.
This is the snail. This is what it looks like. In fact, the proponents for Taylors, the blue stuff, one of their big riots.
What are your thoughts on just losing?
But it says that you trap the Hilazon. This is the Taylors that he left you.
Yeah, that's what.
You trap it from Sulamais, Jotsur, which is fire, and let
You have an invitation. Everybody's waiting
okay,
on you.
in fact, today,
to
that's
accept it.
exactly where these snails live. And from Lebanon all the way down to Haifa, they found many factories of.
Dude, are you gonna go?
They found a place the size of a football field full of these shells.
Dude, you have an invitation.
Got it.
All right, what's this girl's name? Gnome Zone?
That's one of their big riots that they're doing with the same.
No, Mona.
Also, you just have to go down. It says it comes up every 2 years. You have to go. Only scuba divers can get it. I think Avi has pictures of him scuba diving and strapping one of those. Anyway, so the point is that this was Zardan in Russia. He kept these people because they knew how to trap it. It was hard. You don't. And kings in those days, and that's the whole reason why we don't have tailors today, is because it was so valuable that the Goyim, they said whoever uses it, it's only for Malchus.
Is she Indian?
Kings could use it. So he wanted the people that could get him the Chilazai, the people that could get him the Achar Samai. So he left these poor Yidden there, and at the end they left, and everybody died, and
She's very pretty.
Torah. Hey, Madikin the Tevel.
She's the one with 25,000. She's the one with 25,000.
You have Tevel. Tevel's fruit.
That
You weren't mad.
because I'm having to play amazing
Tevel,
shots
before
like
you mad,
that.
it's true. You cannot, and it's Tomei,
Black
the Gemara
lab.
says. You can't light it, you can't use it. Rashi says, and certainly if it's tar, look, you can't eat it, you can't consume it, you can't use it, you can't have any benefit from it, you can't burn it. So plenty. In Shabbos. Certainly not in Shabbos. You can't use it during the weekdays, you can't use it in Shabbos.
Yeah, dude, she's really pretty.
Hayotze boy, Imadikin ben Aflav and the Chol, for different reasons. So the Gemara
Definitely.
starts off with Tevel. The Gemara goes on
That's
to
the most attractive
that's
woman
Lavan.
I've seen at Lap Lab.
White kerosene. I don't even have a picture here. Not that it's important. Not that it'll change here. It's white. You see, the bottle is white. It says on the kerosene. White kerosene.
Do you expect CHB to be there?
They Imadikin ben Aflav.
Yeah.
Means like on Shabbos. For different reasons. Especially love on white, I think it's kerosene.
Yeah.
Not the
No, I don't know. No, I don't know.
How much do people get paid to host at Lap Lab?
I will have
But
they'll come in my time on. But what is the reason you can't
maybe 100. Maybe 100. I don't know.
use
I don't know.
oil from
You
I
think?
think the page gets paid.
bro?
Do you think James McCann's gonna be there?
I should have said it in the puzzle. Shmeris,
Told you after.
puzzle.
I know, but I'm gonna keep asking you about it until potentially he returns. Zoot, you know you have a big lead on me.
One is car, one is car. Matchroom with the higher oil with the
You just had one of the most fortunate.
boom.
Dude, you know you could win.
What happens, Rabbi Sai, if you eat feather? What happens to you? Die.
Short side of that. Short side
So
of
just
that.
like
Dude, but I'm gonna show you some amazing.
you cannot eat food that doesn't have true.
Did you see that?
So the Shemayim have true. Mayo. So two non truma that's already coming. So you need to master it before you can use it, before you consume it. What are you consuming? You're trying to burn it. You can't burn it. And that's what we're talking about. That's the whole
Parents of the hot game.
Okay.
Parents of the hot
Aim,
game.
but I think in the
It
pedal,
could be anything. It could be Cardinal.
oil of
I think it
pebble
would be a
in
little harder. I think it would be a little harder to play this.
Why? It's just like
Dude, I'm gonna now
pebble
just
that's
destroy
hard.
you.
Try to eat
I was going easy
pebble
on
that's
you,
hard.
but now I'm gonna show you
So two,
excellence. Just sheer,
to
unadulterated
or
excellence.
consume or
Dude,
light.
that one is effing me.
Pebble that's
Way up there.
It's also Ufa, Rakim Elazar.
Why are you laughing?
Because that it all fucks me. It all fucks me.
Is Nona Mona single? She's in a relationship.
Yeah.
Says the Gemara, Rabbi Shmuel Omer.
You're welcome, Zoo.
Rabbi Shimon Omer. Ein magdin
You're welcome,
b'tzari
Dick,
b'tzri. Can't light with this oil, the parsimon oil. The thing where Rabbi Shimon Omer. Now,
Do you think it was the best shot in your
either
career?
basically what the Gemara is doing is the Gemara is limiting what we learned from the Mishnah. In the Mishnah we had a few oils
That helped you.
that are
That helped you.
not kosher for lighting. It's zepha, shava, kick,
That helped you.
sreifa,
That helped
telebal.
you. That should have helped
Okay?
you. You really fucked up. Really fucked up.
Dude, you know you have a chance to win.
Now the Gemara is adding a little bit. Sorry, not a The Mishnah says the Rav Shimon Lazar, Einoi, Elos, straw. Sorry. Ein madlikin b'tzari. Another
Dude,
oil
are
we
you
can't
gonna
use.
win?
Had the reason. It's flammable, and it smells too good, you might confuse it.
No, it's not.
The black. So now it's a question of exactly what's going on.
Nothing is impossible in this game.
Nothing is impossible. Is he explaining, or is just the accumulation? We say it every morning in Israel. Here it says, what is he trying to say? Okay, sorry comes from sraf. It's the sap of the tree, of the balsam tree. Okay, fine. Maybe that's why it's also. Another reason why it's also.
Oh, imagine.
It's from the tree. And in the second, we're going to say that.
You know, you just gave me the win.
Wait, it says over there, Goldie's iPad. So don't worry about it. We spoke to him after.
What are you doing?
Here, that's called a
Look at
CPAP
this,
machine.
dude.
It helps people that I used to deal with it. I had a CPAP once. It helps
Thanks,
people that
baby.
have a snoring issue.
Thanks, baby.
So I
Dominant.
just saw yesterday.
How long till laugh
Oh, you
ride?
already sent me a number. You already sent me a number.
I'm sending you a
I forgot what
different.
company was, but they want to
How long till laugh
manufacture
lab?
the CPAP machine. Because that could be instead of a ventilator.
Oh, yeah,
Because
baby.
you have a CPAP.
Everyone's rating you.
Everyone thinks Goldie's iPad, you have a good machine going over there. But the other shouldn't worry. Pastor Sean is not on the ventilator. That's what I thought at the
Dude,
beginning.
I have the lead on you already. I,
Get to see all my friends. To see all my friends.
You smell like
are you excited?
well, I got to eight.
You don't piss me off. You don't piss me off.
CHB?
Oil comes from Atiak Top, and the Gemara says that
All
you
these
should be using
go where they
here,
to the
it's no longer
private,
called
private.
it's not thinking about it.
Waking up, waking up, but I came out of boss waking, but I came out of the
Everything
joint
that comes from the tree,
side.
talking about the sap of the tree,
To my
works so well.
Okay, what are your jokes this week?
So, therefore, what happens when it doesn't go up the wick as well as you want it to? On Shabbos, it's a crown
The one
Shemiyah.
that I told you yesterday. The
Will
one
you-
that I told you
will you-
yesterday. It's not
No, but
it's
right
no
away,
way
you're not
to
talking
don't
about
trust.
it.
It's no way to contrast with what it should be.
Look, it's also all the way
Okay.
down. That the only
Will you
oils
please tell them my Carmen San Diego joke?
it has to come from
You won't.
oil.
Let's hear it. What is it? Do my Carmen San Diego joke.
What about
The Australian.
no,
Do
not a
you
fruit.
do you
So fish oil or the innards of a fish or whatever fish oil means. No good according to him. Israel, sorry,
Yeah, exactly. But you want to say if Carmen San Diego and where Jamali started dating, how would they find each other?
Oils that are possible. Everything is possible. Forget the
It's
5
funny.
oils that are possible. 1,000 oils are possible. I
And
need
it's funny the way that you said it.
Omer Rabbi Yochanan ben Nuri, Raglov Amar. Rebbeinu Shalom, I understand what you're talking about.
Dude, why aren't you doing well?
Mayas Lanchi Baba. What are people in Iran going to do? Shalom Elohim Shimshon. All they have is sesame seed oil. Mayas Lanchi Modai, Shalom Elohim.
Who's a man that has a super cow? Who's a man that has a super cow?
Mayas Lanchi Alexandria, Shalom
Harry
Elohim.
Potter.
Radish oil. Somebody sent me, I forgot who it was, but then I looked it up. There's such a thing. Radish oil. You sell it today. Although if you look, no, this one now. Radish oil, even the American.
What did you just think of?
Okay, fine. מה יעשו אנשי כפויטיקיה שאין להם לא יקח, אלא נפט. They don't have anything, they only have nafta. Hello. Says Rabbi Yochanan,
I'm on this one part of this level that is like super hard. You're way behind, but I want you to hurry up so you can see because I can't get past it.
Taylor, back from an
You
animal.
gotta have respect.
Aliyah,
You gotta have respect.
you have kick. You have what else do you have? Zephyr.
That's not bad.
That's not bad. Okay. That we say comes from the beeswax. Leftover wax. Umadlikin the shemen dogim. So what's shemen dogim? Like we said a few times, Rashi,
Dude, hurry
shemen
up.
dogim is oil.
Because I want you to get to this one part.
Look it up real good.
I want you to get to this one part
Oil.
because I can't get past it.
Oil that comes from the island.
I can't get past it. I got it. I don't know how to word this. It's not worded correctly. It's not worded correctly. You gotta have respect. You gotta have respect. Invisible clothes, invisible, but they still put out their ones. But they still put out their ones.
I'm gonna have to
So what's going on here? What is he? Is he adding places here? Is he saying only
you don't need to do the
or he's saying
just wand is like
here, you cannot
it's just a cheap
you
trick.
can't use takuis. Takuis means callison, I think.
Dude, keep going. Hurry. I'm at this one part that I can't get past.
So Manish, help us if we see this picture.
Like I'm not even close to getting past it. There's only 5 seconds.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, absolutely.
One thing we see, it's in Arabic. That might give you
Like you're making a cheap
indication
pun
why we
with
probably
the
never-
wand thing.
You're probably using it in Iran today. In Bubble somewhere. Okay.
Alright, Zoo. We're gonna play your favorite game and then we're done.
Now listen to the Simchas. If you watch Simchas, you'll see he's not really adding anything. What does he say? Kol hayotzim min habasar ein madlikin bo. In other words, what comes from meat? What kind
Dude,
of
what do I
oil will
do?
make from meat? You take the fat and
Oil.
you melt it down.
Oil.
Oil.
I don't know.
What is that called? Caleb. So we already said in the liquid you can't use Caleb. Yes. Iraq, you're right. Iraq, Iraq.
FYI.
Thanks. No, Iran is Persia. You're right.
2, 3.
Sorry.
Go for the full house, Zoo.
Okay, that's the only mistake today. I was like,
There you go. Taste
Iraq.
your own medicine. Taste of your own medicine. Taste of your own medicine, son.
I'm happy. It's a beautiful thing. I need to be corrected. If it's stupid, I have
That's
to be
not
told.
very
I'm sitting here by myself. Talking to myself, I could be saying Mamash Shtuyot. Our boy said, we have 115 people on Zoom and 24 people on YouTube. Yesterday we had 87 total on YouTube and 115 as the show was going on. So it's over 200 people live. Baruch Hashem, only at 130 people live.
You saw that, didn't you?
Of course, dog.
Beautiful. No, Great, but this is also in the
Dude,
Mishnah.
I'm playing with garbage,
It says
dude.
you can use Shem and Duggan. So what exactly is
Look at how I'm trying to be playing better. Yeah, you are playing better. Yeah, you are playing better.
Isn't that exactly the same thing? It says Gemara Ike Benayu, Rav Broino Marav, Veloy Masai. Last time we had the exact same word. And I said that's a little cryptic. Over here it means slightly different according to Rashi.
Dude, what are your
Let's see
thoughts
Rashi
on this?
decide. Ike Benayu Rav Broino. Let's look at the middle of Rashi. Rashi says, Chad Mahana Tanoi. One of these two, we don't know if it's Sumchos or the Tanakama. Because Loy Misaimi, I don't know who it is. But he's going to hold different than the other Tanakh. The other Tanakh.
You know how you said you're playing like God?
What does Reb Broino hold? The tail is Nito the Karover.
You can get number 5.
If you add a little bit of oil,
By the way, you can play. You get 2 5 anywhere. You can play
I see that.
so I could take Caleb, let's say, pour in some good oil, kosher oil, whatever the kosher oil is. Let's say the best oil, Shemin Zayis. You stick a little Shemin Zayis into the Caleb, into the melted fat, and
Dude, do
suddenly,
you think you could win?
then all of a sudden this fat becomes mutter. But
You know that
fish
Tony
oil, I
Hinchcliffe
don't
makes
need to
fun of
add any
James McCann for
other
saying
oil.
"Arr."
Fish oil by itself is mutter. But what is the other man that
Tony
are gonna
Hinchcliffe
hold?
makes fun of James
One
McCann
step
for saying
less in
"Arr."
every category. In other words, when it comes to Caleb is never mutter, even if I add olive oil to it.
I
And
need
when
a
it comes
3.
to fish oil, what's one step less than before?
And I
Before we
can
said fish oil is mutter, and now that the other man that was going to hold Tanakama, let's say, or simple, no, fish oil is not good. It's
As
only
they
good
should.
if you add a little bit, a couple drops of olive oil. You
But
ever
he's a dry businessman.
I don't know about that either.
Fish oil is perfect all
He
by
got
itself.
fortunate.
Caleb is awesome.
He got
So,
fortunate
but if I
being
add olive oil to it,
Joe Rogan's friend.
the other man that hold fish oil is not good by itself. You
Once
need
you're
to
Joe
add
Rogan's
olive
friend,
oil.
it's a
Caleb
money
will
making
never
machine.
achieve kashrus. You can never add olive oil to them. Okay, now we have a brand new studio. I want to scare you. We have a couple of dots here. 3, 4 dots in Puma. I'm not going to tell you how many. But just know that when this studio is over, we're going to have 4 dots of stories. Just like payback. We're going to do a little Puma Pyre now, and then we're going to have story time.
And it was also very early concept.
So I'll give you a little bit of Akdam. I'll make it very simple. This is on the
kind of a
base.
big thing.
That's true.
It's not that complicated. It's really, really
Do
simple.
you think I'm going to be able to get 400?
Basically, I can tell you about that if you want.
Nice full
In the
house.
Torah talks about Tumas Nedarim, about Saras. Okay, the person has Saras. Just Tuma. What happens if this Mitzorah
That's correct.
touches a beged? Now, check this out. If
Yeah, a lot of people.
there's a
have done
Tuma
that.
Saras on a string that's
And they
about to
should.
become a beged, Sessi Ve'era, the
I
upper
think Tony
string and
Hinchcliffe
the
is
one
very
that goes
cheap.
horizontal, vertical,
And
they're different sizes. That's why
it kind of shows.
they're called Sessi Ve'era. One is thicker than the other.
He's a millionaire,
The
but like the
Puma
prizes that he'll give out,
could be Mekama Sessi Ve'era,
he'll be
provided
like,
they have enough string there to make a 3x3 beged. 3 fingers.
if
by
you
3
get this
fingers.
right, I'll give you $200. Like, dude, you're a millionaire.
That's
Like,
called in
$200 is nothing.
Shalosh al Shalom.
You could give out more than $200.
Shloisha al Shloisha, not Shalosh al Shalosh, is 3 fists, 3 tefachim by 3 tefachim, which is a tefach is 4 fingers. So in other words, 3 fingers is less than 1 tefach. So 3 tefachim is 4 times more. I didn't do the math, but whatever. Says the Gemara, yes.
Give me
seems like
some
exactly
floors,
4
dude.
So we have like this. You have
Could be
Sessi
something.
Ve'era.
Could be something
That's
really cloud cover.
something that doesn't even
No,
exist. It's not a
he
beggar.
can give
It's
up to
nothing. It's a
600.
screen.
He can give up to $600.
To tell me that
Get
a
it.
3x3
Dude.
beggar, somebody starts
$600.
After
together,
that,
3x3
tax
beggar,
implications.
that is Tame. Sholish is a
Dude, give me some 5s, dog.
It says Bahad beggar. You learn it in the
Oh, I just clicked off the one.
Shloisha.
Man, I could have had the highest
Something
score
this
of
big.
all time.
Like these fists, that size, then I don't need a pasuk. That's a kavachayim. If a string
Get it, dude.
could become Tame, so certainly a beggar that Shloisha. What's so significant about Shloisha?
Give me one more 4.
Wealthy people
Oh,
also
that would've been
use that.
huge.
It's something that people consider. They won't toss it out. It's starting to become a garment. They can make something out of it. Sholish, a wealthy person tosses it.
You know,
If
if I go to the
that's
US,
so it's a rouse. In all sizes of the garment. So that's very simple.
Yeah,
Puma
dude.
goes from string to 3 to shloisha to the largest piece.
Yeah,
Sorry,
dude.
Puma.
There are people
What about
regularly who come to from Australia to
other Pumas?
either LA or
Smith, from the sheriff. Lazara, other Pumas
Austin.
in
and
other
Las Vegas.
begadim. Now,
Did they know?
in
Did they know? Did they know who? Did they know who? Did they know who? Did they know who?
Tumas Negoim, it says specifically,
Have they met Jen? Have
Beged,
they met Jen?
Semer,
Aim was killed. Aim was killed.
so it must be
Do
only
they have those?
Jesse
Do they have those?
Be'erev and 3
They have a lot better connection to the United
fingers.
States
That's
than
about
that.
better connection with the United States. Semer, wool, and Pishtin linen.
Yeah.
That's it.
But
All we're going to be discussing, and it's a very small discussion.
Alrighty, Zoo. Good job. Best wishes
Other
tonight.
buildings that are not
Let's hear your. Let's hear the Carmen San Diego joke one more time.
And what about the size? So,
it's common
according to
San
Abaye,
Diego.
this is
San
okay.
Diego.
All
West
sizes,
Wally. How
the
West
same
Wally.
halacha with
How
other
they
clothing, they are not
I don't think.
Third
I don't
says,
think it's on San Diego.
so others, it doesn't matter.
That's it.
3 by 3 could be 100 by 100.
Enough people.
Not
It wasn't a big fan. It
Whoever
wasn't a big
says,
fan.
you're right, only
You know who it is.
according to.
There will be other people who know who it is.
There will be other people who know who it is.
I only know.
According
I only
to
know
Rabbi Shimon ben
Computer
Elazar,
game.
that's
Computer
the only
game.
difference.
Of the
3 by 3
The
pockets,
Diego.
Okay.
so big.
My favorite game.
It was a Netflix. It was a. It was a Netflix show.
According to Rambam, one man Omar, that a certain size clothing is Mikabel Torah. That's the whole story.
What's Rain Man
For
2?
today. Let's see what's
Rain
up.
Man
Tanya Rabbi Shimon ben Elazar Omer.
You don't know what Rayman is?
Well,
You don't know what Rayman is?
Anybody
No,
who
what
shows
is it?
I'll show you. Anything that's
Rayman
not
is
something
a- Rayman is a-
it comes from a tree, it's not Mikabel Torah. So it doesn't
Okay.
have what sholish again, not sholish is 3 fingers by 3 fingers.
Yeah, it's a platform. Yeah.
Not Mikabel
All right.
Torah.
Best
You wanna see
wishes
what
tonight,
about
baby.
It's like it's like
Not Mikabel
Yeah.
Torah.
Yeah.
If it's not Mikabel Torah, we'll miss something. So I could use it for my sukkah. Because sukkah I cannot use I can't put anything on my sukkah that's Mikabel Tumah. So since 3 by 3 fingers are not Mikabel Tumah, something that's made from a tree, not similar fish. I can use it for my sukkah. What's the fish? The only thing that comes from a tree that is Mikabel Tumah, that's fish. Flax. Omar Abaya. Burn the tree. Rabbi Shimon ben Elazar v'Tana the very small lemons over Echad. These 2 Tanoim, Shimon ben Elazar and Tana the very small, they say the same. Rabbi Shimon ben Elazar had that Mara just quoted a second. One of the very small Mayi. So here's Abaye. Abaye says everybody holds the same thing. There's no Tumah in other types of Begadim. 9 minutes, 8 minutes. Square Jonathan. There's no Tumah in other Begadim. In other Tumas. In other Tumas, meaning Sheretz, Maze, other things. Now, in the Go, we said already, of course, there's no Tumah. But he says in other Begadim, other Tumas, everybody agrees there's 0 Tumah. Fine. It's not very small, okay? Even small is it says the word beged many times in Torah. When it comes to Gary Shamalefit, when it comes to tzitzis, Sheretz Meis, all these things. It says beged, but the Torah doesn't say what. Maybe it's from silk, maybe it's from something else. Part of the 5 parts of Bethlehem. And by one of them, which one does the Torah say specifically what it is? By Negoim, by Tzaras. It says over there, Tzemer Upishtim, meaning Tzemer or Pishtim. Mala and Tzemer Pishtim. And this is what we call, this is one of the Shleshus we read in Shatari and Gershon's Bram, called the Binyanav, or Memitzinu, same thing. Just like we find over here, by Negoim, that a beged, the Torah specifies and explains to us what a beged is. It's from wool and linen, or linen. So too, anytime the Torah says, beged, tzitzis, it has to be Samuel Pishtim. Sheretz, touch it. It's a beged. It says a kli or beged. It has to be Samuel Pishtim. Well, it's Samuel Pishtim. And the Mela wash. The only time we have Tumah by any other thing is by Samuel Pishtim. The Torah says by Sheretz, beged. It has to be Samuel Pishtim. The Torah says by mace, Samuel Pishtim. You can't be other begadim. So if you take your silk tie and touch it to a mace, not coming. The Torah says, says Rava, wait a minute. That's not true exactly what you're saying. They're not exactly the same. Rabbi Yishmael and Rabbi Shimon. There's one difference. Another tumas that is a shirt, a maze. One difference when it comes to a very large baggage called the shloisha, which is good for a wealthy person. Rabbi Shimon ben Elazar is like Rabbi Shimon ben Elazar holds there is tuma of shloisha. Only very small, less like Rabbi Shmuel. I agree to you, Abaya, that Rabbi Shmuel holds no tuma, zero tuma. Doesn't matter how big the baggage is, from a shesita and an erev all the way up to shloisha and more, no tuma. But I'm going to tell you that, and he's mistake very well. So, if you turn the page back to Chavav Medalev, and I'm sure no one was going to ask me that question if he was in front of me. It says, very similar to his other question. Then it's a Gavachayim. That's what I'm saying. No, anybody mishum sholish al sholish. It says there's no sholish al sholish, but you can be medayik. There is tuma if it's shloisha al shloisha. Official's tired. Unbelievable. He's in Baltimore and he's yawning away. What kind of shock is this? 2 o'clock in the morning. Why are you tired? You hear it says sholish al sholish. Dafka sholish al sholish. But not shloisha al shloisha. So that's a good deal. That's how Rashi says. That's how the Gemara knows. That's how Rashi knows. That says, or the Gemara knows that according to Rabbi Shimon ben Elazar, Islay, he does help because he's in the force. Otherwise, he'd say all the government in the world is no tumah. But he doesn't say that. He says only a beggar that's 3 by 3 has no tumah. So any person could be medayik. But if it's a large beggar that's good for a hashim, there is tumah. Fine. So according to Rabbi, there's enough community between Ben Elazar. Let's go back to however, everybody, Rava, Abaya, Yishmael, everybody agrees that when it comes to Tzemer Pishtim, and the beged is Shalosh al Shalosh, this guy right over here, even that has tumah. That's a chiddush, by the way. That this has tumah, that's a real beged. But that this has tumah, that's a chiddush. But everybody agrees. And now the Gemara just goes into the removal. How do I know these things? Ben Olam. Me and Shalosh and Shalosh with Samuel Fish and the time Ben Goy Ben Olam. Sanyo beged, ain't yellow beged. By the way, a couple of people texted me and emailed me. They were worried about my state of mind. They thought I was 100%. I was just emotional. I'm allowed to get emotional. I was crying because it was an emotional email. A guy saying Shiva in his house by himself, and he can't even go to the Bible of his 47-year-old sister who left beside him. It's emotional. And then this 39-year-old, emotional, but it didn't shut me down. Continued learning, continued diving, everything's great. But I'm allowed to have emotions. It's fine. I'm Baruch Hashem, I'm good. For all those who are concerned. But thanks for the concern, Be'emes. Sanyo beged ainli elo beged. Shows are shows. The Torah says it has to be a garment. So where do you come up with that? You have a tiny little thing. A woman started doing one of her crochet things, and she got the 3 things. Oh, that's a beged. A beged means a garment, something to wear. Really, a beged shows are shows. Beha beged. It's extra buff, it's extra egg. This gives me the limud. Okay, but it makes no sense. The Torah is coming to tell us a real beged, 3 by 3 tefachim, not 3 by 3 fingers. More like Kavachayim. Ashta Shesi Ve'er Mitama, if you're going to make Tumah on a thread, not a string, a thread, that's the real Lashon. You guys are now here, so I see Shiyot. If you can make Tumah on threads, so of course you can make Tumah on 3x3 Tefachim. So what's the obvious question? So of course you can make Tumah on 3x3 fingers. So I've got a point more as the Shesi Ve'er Mitama, which is a Shikoya. So for the same reason, if I can make Tumah on a thread, make Tumah on 3 days. Loy. You have to be Garis with Loy. Not a Loy. Take off the hour. Loy. Shloisha, the Chazal Ben Hashir Ben Lani, must be got a point. Something that's valuable to the entire world, is Loy Plug, is Hashir, that means a bet. Loy. Lanimu the Chazion. Loy Chazion. The last of a Chomer. That I can't learn from a Tava Chomer. It might be the same, but it's not a Tava Chomer. And therefore, time of the Kas Vikro, that's why I need Beha Beged, I need a Vav and a Hey. But like Kas Vikro, Loy Gamrina B'Tava Chomer. Okay, so basically it goes like this. I know Shasi Ba'erev, and then I have a limud to teach me even 3x3 fingers, and 3x3 tefachim is a Tava. So now I have everything. Anything that Semer Fishtim becomes Tamei from a Mitzayra. The Ema, the rabbis, Shloisha, the Shar Begadim, maybe just learn Tava for everything. Say if a thread becomes Tamei, so certainly 3x3 should become Tamei. Certainly 3x3 tefachim should become Tamei. Everything should be done from a Tava. And then, so what I do with the Vav and the Hey, I'll use it for all other clothing. Nothing to do with Semer and Pishtim. Oh my God. Beged Semer and Pishtim. It's Dafka Semer and Pishtim. There's a mute here. Beged Semer and Pishtim. Midafin alone. Veima, Kim, Maut, Shloisha. So the Gemara kind of cleans up the question a little bit. Perhaps the whole mute of Semer and Pishtim is only going for a 3x3 thing. Sure. But 3x3 tefachim does become common by other things. The Gemara train miyute, sive, beged Semer, oive beged Pishtim, whatever it says exactly in lesson in the Torah. The point is there are two miyutim in the Torah. First, beged Semer, and it says oive beged Pishtim. Chad, limu'ute, mishalosh, shalosh. One comes to say that other clothing that are 3x3 fingers, not the Kabbalah, and the other one comes to say that other clothing that are 3x3 tefachim are not the Kabbalah, have a wonderful geshmak. Today, if you stick around, we're going to say one kapitel Tehillim to all the Chaylim of Corona and Shir Hamalois. Adinoi, Shema, B'Koli, Piano, Zdefo, Kasuvoi, Toyota, Adinoi. Ima, Adinoi, Shmo, Yo, Adinoi. Piamoi.
How's your life going? How you doing?
You fast before the mountains are red.
So right.
You see, Adinoi, you turn up. See, the world is okay.
I'm gonna try.
Merci, Adinoi.
Only true. Because I had to leave that.
Yached Yisrael El Adinoi, Kin Adinoi, Yachesed, V'Arbe Imoi, Shidduch. Shidduch, Yivdes Yisrael, Yidoi, El Adinoi. כן הקדוש ישראל, הניסים בסדר וסיביו, העומדים בין ביום ובין ביבושו, הבוקר ירחם עליהם, ויציל וצור ירחם, בסדר ובעיר, משיב לגאולה, סתר בגלל העמי, דוד שלמה בן סורה, יצחק בן אסתרה, דוד בן סימטרה.
What's the coolest gig you've ever done? This room right here, right now. Okay, that's cool. That's good answer. This town is fucking awesome. You live here? No, I'm here for a week. Okay. So, give me a 4 in the morning. You get 4 in the morning? Yeah. So you're doing shit all day. I'll join you. He's gonna have to drop you off at the front. You get 4 in the morning? Yeah. So you're doing shit all day. I'll join you. He's gonna have to drop you off at the frontier gate. You're gonna have to walk a little bit.
I don't know what they say. You have to go around and see.
That's right. I kind of remember that. You had a different name then, correct? Lady with all of the ball. That's right. I kind of remember that. It's a story. It's a good one. What is the story?
All the fancies are related, Rabbi Isai. Alright, good morning. How's the Zoom thing is not this is not great, okay? That's better. Alright, hold on. That's what happens when nobody's here in the room. So just to explain, if you're new here, I'm all by myself because there's new regulations. I don't have a cameraman. I don't have somebody doing the YouTube. I don't have somebody doing the YouTube. Gary is at home somewhere, hopefully, and he's manning the whole Zoom thing. Let's jump into this report site. Today's God. Rabbi Lee is not Saturday. There's some of the amusement of the family and both parties. Very special person who's my favorite yet. Young person. He's a wonderful husband. He follows our Thank you for all of you do to how you spell somebody saying to me, for me. So Malaysia, Aloha Tata. From Yossi Klein, you're always, this is a lot of before Shlema, this comes from Jonathan Stefanski. Before Shlema, from my aunt, Rachel Leah Bas Esther. She should have a refuah Shlema. And this came in just a few minutes ago. Lulu Nishmas from Gershon and Maishi, the Colonel Grandpa, he's just lifted from, I guess, he's 94, and he's just lifted today. So I'm going to put this up over here. Great. All right. Well, get it into Zoom a bit better. Hold on. Okay. All right, so we have almost 90 people on Zoom. Not enough. You have to get to 500. What's going on? Let's read a couple of emails here. Dear Belly, I've been meaning to try to see my for quite some time now. This is from Jeffrey Rosenberg in Harrisburg, Pennsylvania. I was never one to put a lot of time into Gemara learning, but was very moved after watching the scene of stars and sitting in a museum held by some members of my community, not knowing where to start or wanting to take part. I immediately went to Google and searched for Dr. Yomi, and lucky for me, your share was the first one that popped up. I didn't know. that happened to me ever, but he was lucky. I still
No.
to adopt and went right to the first
No.
year on YouTube, which has been typically
No.
as the most days of shoes to say
That was fucking hilarious.
something can drive to work. Wow, this guy makes another to work, 45 minutes in direction. The way you lead the Gemara here has kept my attention in a way I can know. I say no one else has succeeded to do for this length of time. Additionally, I was so new that I knew my father that he needed to stop by the cheers and visit my brother and son in RBS. It took a couple of days for him being there, and also then the meeting of Yeshua outside a chain store. You remember that story? You mentioned that marriage story. Well, once again, Yeshua mentioned this here 3 days in a row. Outside a chain store, but they finally made it here. I know that everything in the world is with us right now, but I'm incredibly thankful. So that we're able to listen and we can share things, and even more appreciative that we now have the option to listen by Zoom. Maybe 6,000 miles away, but when the cameras turn on, I truly feel like a part of the share. I'm ready to start making my own cappuccino to ensure I get the full dot experience. Thank you again so much for having this. Jeffrey Rosenberg. This one is Corona World. Guys, these guys, oxygen. Full-fledged robotic capacity. Right. 1,000 every year, every day. All the way to Shabbos, Dr. Test. When I was taken to the hospital in Corona. At 42, my first experience, this always gets me, was made while and me and my dad cried at the cold studio with a million and this year,
When I listen to you,
belly, I fall behind us. My mind is far from clear, and I'm still hospitalized in NYC. Finally realized, as in mind is ill.
shining through. So
many experiences of Europe. There's other guys from down ice that took a part of it. Some of the slow down, but I don't know what it means exactly. Thank you. Join me in flying around night. Exactly what's going on with them. Terrible situation. Okay, here we go. There's a man.
No people I'm in the same time.
We are holding that first dance on the stage. Don't worry about it. Whoever. I said, don't walk away from the camera. Mordechai Seltzer was one of the guys that sat next to me, even in my house, helping me out here. Somebody could please monitor the YouTube and let me know. Maybe something was off. I don't know. Like, I cannot see the screen. Yesterday, I had the screen facing me, but I got complaints that it was hard to see somebody can fine for now. Okay, Mordechai Seltzer's on the screen. How do you go back to I mean, go back to this. Well, we're over my place on Switch and Sunday. So let's talk about what I just did. We're talking about the Torah says by Nigayim, by Tzaras, that the only way a beged, a garment of anything becomes permanent if it's beged, semer, or Krishna. Torah says specifically it has to be made out of wool or linen. One or the other. That's the only way Saras will be Mikama or beggar. And we described yesterday, it doesn't matter how big the beggar is, how large it is. It could be a thread, a accessory or a nail. It could be 3 fingers or 3 coffins. It doesn't matter. It was a coffin thing. This size, 3 fingers by 3 fingers, 3 coffin by 3 coffin. Doesn't matter. Either way, all different ways, it's all coming when it comes to Salah. Then the other issue is, what about other garments? Something that of silk. What size? Other things, not Salah. We said yesterday, according to Abaya, everybody agrees, everybody's on the same page. Very small, we're all on the same page, and we all hold that the Godim are not Mikabel Tumas. Rabbi says you're right, for the most part, there's one exception. If a beged is 3 tefachim by 3 tefachim, it has a lot of importance because even wealthy people use it. Then it's Mikabel Tumas according to one sheet or 2 minutes. So small, Rabbi agrees with the Bayern, small, Rabbi agrees with the Bayern, in the everything besides, a lot of money is discussed. Where did we get this from something? Why is it something bigger than 3 fingers? Why is something in a silk beggar, in a non-semi beggar, why in the world isn't the kind of thing? We love the online. We love it on the Facebook. There's a difference between what is small and the thing that love it. This problem is nothing. There's a love it this way. There's a love it to this pillow. There is no, that's not. There is no, like a fire. There is no pillow. There's other things. I don't care how big it is. One shot, one shot, the side is going another. If you're joining us today, it's not being left going. Thursday, this is the day of Tuma, fucking fingers, 7 it gets better later. Don't worry. We'll be over this. We'll just a couple of days. That's how supposed to be trying to build this. Now, how do we know this concept that it's with? Now, remember yesterday you mentioned because the Shimon Elazar says 3 by 3 is not Mikabel Tumas. So the Shimon Elazar or Rav is Mitzayik, Shimon Elazar will play. That's what Rashi says. Doesn't say it's only 3 by 3 fingers is not Mikabel Tumas, but something larger than 3 by 3 fingers is Mikabel Tumas. Nafka me'oy beged. By Sheret, it says oy beged, and the word oy is extra. So from that extra word, I learned 3 by 3 buckles. Beged, me'oy beged. And Rashi takes out this word, the sign is beged. Mainly Ella beged. When it comes to some Roshas Rosh the Sharp doesn't how do I know it's by other garments Oy beged. Okay, so here's this Hebrew word Oy, and from here I learned it's Russia. It says by Sheretz Oy, so I know that other clothing, if they are large, we call them Mikabel. Problem is that Abaya argues. Abaya says that even 3 tefachim by 3 tefachim, no one argues. Everybody agrees. There is no Tumah by Shar Tefachim. The only Tumah in the world is Semir Pishtim. The Torah says Beged, Semir Pishtim. And anything else, you're talking about Sheret, which says Beged, Semir Pishtim. Anywhere it says Beged, Semir Pishtim. So it says the Gemara that so then this whole word, this rush of oy begin, is extra for a guy. It doesn't learn that there is tumah by Shlosh. There is no tumah by Shlosh. So what does it do with the word oy begin? Violate the rabbis, Shalosh, I say, send the resistance in the time of the show. In other words, how does everybody know tumah anywhere else? How does Rava know it? Rava learns a binyan av, we said yesterday. Says beged, and beged is illegal. Any kind of beged in the world. And then the Torah narrows it down and says, no, only semi-Christians. So from there, Rava learns that the entire Torah, where the Torah tells us, like since it's the word beged, it doesn't explain what it is. So I'll say, hey, and the Torah explains, so the Torah says by sheret, by name, is there the word beged. I know what it means, so it means semi-Christians. Because the Torah already explained it, by Nizam, by Tzalach. So the Bible knows. I can't learn out sheret from Tzalach. And he's going to continue and say, I can't learn out Tzalach from sheret. Why? Because it's not good. Just because I see this halach over here, I see this halach over there. But as soon as there's a difference between the two halachas, one is more elegant than the other, then I can no longer learn the halach. So what is the difference between the garment and the way that they cover the foot? So the Gemara. Somebody says, wait a minute, I needed the word, I cannot learn out this halacha of 3 by 3 fingers, not 3 by 3 steps. Sholosh are sholosh, right? Sholosh are sholosh means 3 by 3 fingers. Shloisha means 3 by 3 fists. Proper. So I needed to tell me that 3 by 3 fingers isn't common. By the way, yesterday as I was talking, it bothered me. Then I found it in place. He's saying that by Nigayim, a thread is the common tumah. I said yesterday, I explained, it has to be a thread long enough for you to stitch up 3 by 3 fingers. And when the Gemara asks, what if you have 3 by 3 fingers? How do I know? There's a special limit. But isn't 3 by 3 fingers better than a piece of thread? Why is a piece of thread? The Torah says before, Oy Shasi, Oy Erev. And Eli Reichman is shaking his head. Yeah, you had the same question yesterday. Okay, stop. Right, Ellie? That's what you're saying. You had a problem yesterday? Yes, shaking his head. So, the answer is this question because 3 by 3 beg.
Well, look who shows up.
What's he going to do with the cat?
Are you living,
Every
Reverend
person
Andrew?
can take a thread and sew something with it. You finish up his other begging.
Can you
He
hear me?
has a use for it. Upon him. Zabaya, I need to tell me a chiddush that by sheret, even though it's a semer Christian, I need a special pasuk. Yes, you're right. The Torah talks about semer Christian by Negod. But it doesn't talk about semer Christian by sheret. It says Rava. Gal Rahman Agam Negod. What did it show? Okay, I have a binyan.
Whatever you want to do.
No, what's the problem? I don't need a special
Whatever
answer.
you want to do.
Whatever the halacha is by tzaraz, but the halacha by sheret. So what's the problem with the halacha? Second,
Okay. Firstly, you want to turn your camera off in here. Firstly,
Wait a minute.
you want to turn your camera off in here. Yeah, and go to OBS. Make it. I know. Make it OBS. Make it OBS. Make your camera OBS.
So in Layla, I can't learn out.
Yes.
It ruins my binyan av. Binyan av means whatever I find over here, I can use the same halacha over there.
No.
They're identical. But once I see chumras in one that the other one doesn't have, I can't learn any halacha. Vida, he says that if Nigan Chamiri, says Rava, if you're telling me that Saras is so hummer, in other words, whatever I would have in other places, if I have halacha by Sheret,
Make your
I
camera.
certainly should have that halacha.
Make your camera in here
by
OBS.
Saras, because
Make your camera in here OBS.
it's more
Turn
chummer.
your camera on.
More chummer means
Turn your camera on.
more of the chumras of the other thing. So therefore, this is Rahman Gabi Shrotzim. The lesson of going out.
Turn your camera on. There you go.
You should have
Now,
just
go to
said this whole
OBS.
thing 3 by 3 fingers.
Go to
That's
OBS.
on by 7
Turn on your virtual camera.
I share it, the lower level chumrah, and I would know from there all the higher level, like Saras. So why does the Torah say specifically like Saras? Obviously to tell us that everything you can learn out of everything from Saras. Learn out. This is a baya. Both the ways have a chumrah. I can't go from Sheretz to the guy, and I can't go from the guy to Sheretz. One has the chumrah. The chumrah by the guy we just said is that it's mekabel chumrah with a threat, and Sheretz is not mekabel chumrah. The chumrah by
And you're showing the background now. You're showing the background now.
Here's an adasha.
No, it's not. No, it's
Adasha
not.
is sorry, adasha. A lentil is very small.
What are you looking in
Saras
OBS?
is
OBS.
the grills, a bean. So Mela,
What do you see in OBS? What do you see in
a
OBS?
bean is 9 times larger than an adasha.
Okay, that's what you want, right? Okay, that's what you
It's
want,
much
right?
more common. It becomes common much quicker. That's
Okay,
a chumrah.
you got,
Something I don't have to wait until I get the 9
In
times
here?
bigger object.
in here?
So therefore,
Okay,
I have a
go
chumrah
to
by
OBS. Okay, go to OBS. Do you have your camera?
I can't
Do you have
learn
the
out.
eye
Remember,
next to your
why
camera in
did I
OBS? The eye next to your camera in OBS?
and I'll learn the
Turn
goyim.
it
I'll learn
on.
Saras from Sheretz. I can't learn Saras from Sheretz because Sheretz has a chumrah, and I can't
Can
learn
you see
Sheretz from
yourself
the
in
goyim
OBS?
because the goyim has a chumrah. Therefore, I can't learn one from others. There's a bayad in a special concept. I beg to teach us
Okay,
that this
in
3 by 3 fingers is not
OBS,
done by Sheretz.
you see under sources, what's the first thing that shows? What's the first thing that shows?
Oh, put that underneath.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I didn't notice that this is special.
Make sure video capture device is the top one. Make sure video capture device is the top one.
Well, I guess we'll sit right
Okay,
there.
right click on video capture device and press delete.
Video capture device and press delete. Interesting, you reminded me that Pisces has a good passage. It says, and what is rubber?
Remove, yeah.
The other day, Abai has a good question here. This has a chumrah, which this doesn't have. So how can I learn one from the other? It says Pisces
Now
is very
add
simple.
new source.
It teaches us what a beged is. A beged is 3 by 3.
It should say
Other than
new
the
source.
chumrah, the kula, this is a beged.
Yeah, add new source. Under sources, right click and press add new source.
Amar Abai.
Yeah. And then video capture device.
Video capture device. I want to show you real quickly. What's going on here is following. Yesterday we spoke about Torah
Press OK.
And Torah Rishmal according to
Okay, is video capture device the top source? Video capture device the top source?
they hold that all
Okay,
other
next to
government
image
don't-
1, do you see an eye?
So it doesn't matter how big, how small.
Turn that off.
What we discussed earlier was between the Noraz and the Rava. What Torah Rishmal? The first one.
Next to image 2, do you see an eye? Next to
That's what it
image
says.
2, do you see an eye? Turn that off.
They need to be similar Christian.
Turn that off.
Other
Okay.
government. The problem is that there seems to be a second Torah Rishmal.
No.
Yeah, Torah Rishmal, second. Point
Do you have your
out,
camera on anywhere else?
it's the exact opposite of the first part of the Point out, everything is
Yeah. Refresh Discord. Just refresh, and then re-add your camera in OBS. That should be it. So refresh your camera in here. Just hit the refresh button.
Because it's on the dollar, so we have a lot of time on the dollar. Going to Rava,
Okay.
but there's no machlokes between the Beis
And now go to OBS. Remove your remove your video capture device in OBS and re-add it.
The other one is talking about three tachim. And three tachim, there is tumah. But yesterday you said that according to Rabbi, there is no tumah. Okay, you regretted that. You took it back. Second shot is
So in OBS,
that the first Rabbi Yishmael, according to your papa, is talking about shot. Not talking about our Savior's tumah. There's no contradiction.
correct.
If you move shot and Yishmael, talking about shot, so we get there. And the fourth shot is, when Nachman says, the first Rabbi Yishmael is not talking about tumah like we just said, not to teach us for other begadim or anything like that, just to teach us halacha and tzitzis. Fine. Let's
Okay,
see.
in here, do you have OBS on?
At 4 minutes,
Right, and then turn your camera on. Turn your virtual camera on. Turn your camera on in Discord.
watch imaginary hourglass clock that I'm talking about.
Okay, good.
I thought it
Now
was
go
small.
to
Not big. It's just a
OBS.
lesson of, it's a steer. Here's a thumb very small. Why is
Yeah.
no
Do you
fixed
have
on screen?
any browser open?
One-on-one coverage. Okay. Very small, beged, English, Elo, beged, similar Christian. I would think
Like Edge or Chrome will check.
a beged is any kind of beged. Gary, can you take off Chrome please from the screen? I'd like to see Michael Jordan, everyone. I don't know, somebody.
Okay. Sometimes it's a driver issue. So what I would advise you to do is just restart your computer and come back in, and we'll figure it out. But that way we start with a clean slate.
Alana, I don't know who's talking about. I see somebody just started saying something. No, I was saying.
So restart your
And the
computer
wall
and then come back in.
a rabbit. By the way, this points
And I'll
out.
be here. I will.
The Torah says tzemer, so perhaps it does mean the wool of a camel. It says Taisvas, get no, I'm fixed. It's off my screen, please. Somebody help. Gary, are you doing this on purpose? So why is he on my screen? Get him off. All right. Anyway, so I can't concentrate. It's a big giant, long, big giant space on a 16-inch screen. There's nobody else. Everybody's disappeared. Okay, you're better. So you stay there. Here you go. Anyway, so what? I lost my train of thought. Places. Why can't we? The Torah says tzemer, so it means the wool of a camel. It's very simple. There is no such thing called wool of. It's called wool of a camel, wool of a goat. When you say wool, just one word, everybody means wool of a sheep. So when the Torah says tzemer, it means sheep. Fine. How do I know to include and say there is tumah? Not only by tzemer, but by everything. The feather of a goat. Goats have feathers. I've never seen feathers, but he says because you pluck it like a feather. You don't shear it with a scissor. Fine. Bashirayin, Bashirin, and silk. Not color, less freaking. Look at that's a silk, inferior silk. So everything is metallic. I'm a lawyer. How do I know this? I beg you. So this is a complete contradiction to the Rabbi Shmuel that we had yesterday. That's what Rabbi says. There's a contradiction. We have a problem. One says this is
Okay, now go to OBS.
another brother, and one says every beggar in the world.
You see sources?
Rabbi Amar Leslie Lahach Kana the Baby Shmuel
In OBS, do you see sources?
One, the Baby Shmuel is talking about 3 fingers.
Do you see sources?
Shloisha is like, the other one is talking about 3. The Harava, the Amar. Why am I saying that Gary should get his screen and not mine? Because Gary sat next to me for 2 weeks in Corona all by himself. It's just him and more if I Celtics. I'm used to it. It's all good. And I know he's not listening really. Yeah. But how did it flip? All right, start putting different people. Go to the next guy. Put on the guy from
Okay, remove.
Go to Gemara.
Okay.
How many people are on
Your
YouTube, guys?
video capture device.
No, that's on Zoom.
Yeah.
It's the same 24. No, it is.
Yes, sir.
The guys from California. Go to Gemara. They're all listed. They don't want to be on screen. Says the Gemara Shalua. I am. Let's go back to Gary. It's not a one-on-one conversation.
No, in there you want to add your other thing.
But yeah, yesterday we said Rava holds that when it comes to
Do you see yourself now? Good. Now turn on your virtual camera.
Sure, starting with those words in the bottom.
Yeah, you right click on it, transform, resize the screen.
Like 3 and 3 stuff. You have to say, in fact, that Rava changes his mind. Rava sees the complication here. There's a tremendous contradiction between Rabbi Shmuel and Rabbi Shmuel. So you had to say that where Rabbi Shmuel holds, there is Tumim 3 and 3 stuff, and then when Rabbi Shmuel holds, there is no Tumim 3.
No, fit to screen.
But this makes it better. Why you say no? Not Rava. Who's Rav Papa? What's going on here? What do you mean? Maybe it's Rav Zera. Maybe Rava is not Rava.
Right click on it, press transform, press fit to screen.
Rav Papa Amaya. It says beautiful. Rav Papa was the Talmud of Rava.
Okay, we'll just grab the corner of it and make it bigger.
And this Talmidim didn't know sometimes, is he saying on his own shot? Huh? Or he's saying from his Rebbe, Rava. So in the beginning we thought it's Rava, and Rava's contradicting himself, and then the Gemara says Rava took it back. Now we're saying no, it's not Rava, it's Rav Papa. But he didn't even say this. What did he say? Papa Omar, Af Kol, Nasi K'Hayim. It doesn't say on the second Rabbi Shmuel, but on the first Rabbi Shmuel that we had yesterday. The Rabbi Shmuel says, I've called everything. That we make a binyan of. Again, the Torah says by Tzuras, Beged, Semerfistim.
No, it's not the teddy bear in here. You see, yours is like a circle with like almost like the peace sign upside down.
I didn't say Tumah has to be by a sheret, Semerfistim. That Tumah by Mace as we think. I wasn't talking about that.
I mean, under your name.
Tell me that when I have shot.
Okay, in the just stop in the bottom right corner of OBS. Do you see it just start virtual camera? Okay, we'll press it. There you go. Okay, so now you got your. Okay, good. Now
see what I'm staring at.
You want to right click on virtual. You want to right click on
That's what I'm staring at.
video capture
I've
device.
velocity fly. So tomorrow time back to go. What do you mean? The super shot is sending to me. I need a special.
Yeah.
Russia to tell
No.
me that
And press
that
filters.
sharpness is wool and linen. That's in the first cost. More something doesn't mean kind of meaning. Therefore,
And then in the bottom left corner, there's a plus sign, and you want to press background removing.
That sharpness. The only way I shot is 750. That's if I wear it like a jacket. What if I put it on myself like a towel? I don't know. I just dump it on my head. Maybe. You're not over.
Did you press filter? Did you press filter?
Anyway, you put it on. You're over, but it has to be 750. It can't be two other meaning. It can't be silk and I don't know what. Another meaning. Oh yes. Whatever. Tomorrow that makes 0 sense.
Yes.
If I wear it the best way possible to wear it without
Just close out everything until you're just at the normal OBS.
So certainly if I just
Okay, right click.
put it on my head,
Okay. Do you see your filters?
without wearing it, of course I need to.
You don't. Okay, you do.
I don't even
So what's your screen say?
Okay, you do. So what's your screen? Very strong language of mistake.
Okay, and then in the bottom left corner there's a plus sign. Press it.
Okay, and then in the ignore next shot. Here's the final shot in the contradiction of the original. That makes it up.
No. You're not doing it.
Call.
Right click on
Jonathan, how was that?
video capture device.
Right click. I can't see you. Sorry. Video capture. Let's say it's we have 15 minutes.
Close out everything.
Slow down, everybody. Wait till it's time for the break.
You see? Yes, click filters.
Ricky Schmo wasn't talking about Tumor the same way, the same direction we were going with.
I don't care. Now what do you see?
He's not talking about. Now what do you see? Like the same to compare. Saraz, the Beggar of Saraz, which is the Beggar of Samuel Krishna. Yes, the voice I know.
Do you see on the left side it says effect filters? Okay, and then there's a gray box, right? Yeah, and then in the bottom left corner there's a plus sign. Do you see it?
Melbourne, Australia. No, Australia, so Sydney, Melbourne. I remember it.
Right.
Okay.
You have to. Exactly.
I see
That's okay.
About six. What is explain? This is what it's it. It's impossible.
Exactly.
He said, just like by Tsiras of Begit is. Shatnez.
There you go. Press OK. Okay, now turn the eye on for image 2.
The two parshias are right next to each other. The parsha of Shatnez and the parsha tzitzis are together. We had it earlier with Machlokes of Bisham Tzil. It teaches us that tzitzis could be Shatnez.
You are in here. You're just looking at the wrong thing. I see you right now.
Let's say it's about peppers. What beggar? Oh,
I don't know. Look at all the different videos in here, and you should see yourself.
What beggar is private?
Okay, no. Quit with the teddy bear.
Going to rubber.
No. Do you see the screen in Discord that has everybody's profile picture? Do you see me right now? Okay, keep looking, and your camera's on, and I see you.
world
Okay.
is
Do you
less than
see-
every beggar in the world.
Okay.
But
No,
you
quit
other
it.
types
Quit
of
it. You're
brothers
fine.
need
Quit with that.
those
Quit with the
to
teddy
step.
bear. Do you see me right now?
Let's see inside.
Do you
Look,
see me
you
right now?
huh?
Okay, but just hold on.
Says that Nachum Bar Yitzchak.
Okay, so you see me. Do you see Miss Aquarius? There's just a picture of a lady,
Not like
and
that.
it's like a blue background.
Only a beggar made out of seminary fish. By the way, what do we wear today? Our college cotton usually. You're not gonna see this.
Okay,
What
on
beggar
the
is
left
it?
side, do you see under 24/7 live stream? Do you see your name?
Nachum Bar Yitzchak.
Okay,
Why? Because you only hide the tickets when it's low.
there you go.
Like that.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, but do you see
Also Farden.
under your name
Oh, light.
on the left side? It says at the top. It says Baltimore Ravens fan live. Brandon A live. Brandon A live. Brandon A live. Brandon MJ fan live. Then my camera. Then another.
What's inside?
Yeah.
No, sorry.
Okay. Okay. So
Extra. So it says already that you have to wear this on your beggar. Why?
okay. So on the left side, do you see all our names are in a line?
The only time you hide is your tzitzis has to be.
Yeah. Okay. Right. Left click on. Hold on. Right click on your name.
But then on the other end it says, okay.
Okay. Right click on your name.
If you have tzitzis that are fished up, they work with all the government in the
And
world.
do you see? Okay. Do you see focus on this
Other
person?
types of clothing, you need that exact mint.
Press it.
I would think
What do you see?
that you could use any beggar. Silk, so silk string. Says what I want you to know.
There you go.
That's like Saras. Saras is Samuel Fishton. So the only time I fight
There you
with is Samuel Fishton.
You're welcome.
So, person says that looks like rubber. Why? Because the last one standing, he was the Acharim, he passed on again. Ramah, passing like Tyson. So therefore, us Ashkenazim, we go like the Ramah. So we wear
Yeah, that happens.
And the wall sits.
So if you get a disconnect, Rumble will still think that you're streaming because Rumble's sending it out. It's whether it's being received in Twitch or YouTube or Facebook or any of those.
And therefore, start them why would you come back with only on Sunday?
Did you disconnect it at some point?
You should wear a summer beggar.
Like either your connection, your internet disconnected, your internet disconnected to them, or maybe you refresh the page or something that caused the disconnect.
My phone says that right to all that summer is
In Twitter or in Twitch. Okay. I don't necessarily know. What I can tell you is that if that ever happens, just stop your Rumble stream and start it up again, and it'll go live on Twitch. Okay, and what happened?
White and blue. And if not,
okay, let's try it again.
oh, as Miss Ezelheim says, wrong, I mean, listen, your kids is going to be smart. But she doesn't say that. But I think the Mrs. Same you need to have. And you need 2 strings of white and 2 strings of blue. The Hainu minute kana is tummy lava. So Rashi, a typical beggar. First talking about this white color paint. It's very hard for them to create colors. It's white. First says white and blue. If you're wondering
Yeah.
Because when you're learning the sugya, first the Rav in Chicago, very possibly Rav, and first he gave the whole
Go to Rumble Studio.
We're learning playlist in the office. I went through the whole sugya, and to me, it made a lot of sense. I know the time doesn't work, but to me, myself, it made a lot of sense. I didn't see the reason why not to wear it, and to be young to the Raisa. I myself wear. Everybody can do whatever they want. Omar, Rabaka, Rabaka. The Quran is very small. According to this sheet that we're just saying, that very small says there's a meal by tzitzis. Tzitzis could only be Tzemur Krishna. And by the way, I forgot to mention an important poem. If you are going away, if you hold like Rav Papa, you hold like Rav Papa and Rav Nachman Bar Yitzchak, that goes on, they're talking about Rabbi Shmuel number 1. And Rabbi Shmuel number 1 is not even close.
You go to Rumble Studio. No, you go to Rumble Studio.
In other words, Rabbi Shmuel number 2 is what takes place, which is there's tumah on all the government in the world. Okay? Fine.
Yeah, you go into Rumble Studio.
So it comes out here.
Yeah.
Truly in tumah, the Marbi Sharp Godim. In other words, Rabbi Shmuel is going to hold that there's tumah in all the Godim. The Rabbi Shmuel that we had yesterday, there was a way because Rabbi Shmuel that we had yesterday is talking about senses according to Rabbi Nachman Bar Yitzchak. Why is that? Why are we including all the Godim?
No, all of that should already be done.
Wait a minute.
Start virtual camera.
Extra. You're wearing clothing to cover. Okay, that's what clothing do. So it's a little extra. Let's learn from there. Or even that all the Godim should be higher in tzitzis. Silk baggage should also be higher than tzitzis, not just therapy. Says the Gemara, the famous sugya of the clothing that you wear at night and the clothing you wear blind.
Then you want to make sure any old stream that you have is ended. And the way you do that is in the Google or in the Rumble Studio screen. You scroll down and you make sure to end the stream. That's the red button.
You have to see it. Garlic sauce, Lila. You have to see it, and therefore, Rev, did I skip anything? No. The reason why it comes to say that if you wear,
yeah, you always want to make sure that it's not going.
What exactly is it? Does it mean that it's nighttime and I'm wearing this sauce? What does it mean? It's
so long as it's not going, then you go to. Canvas. Then you go to Canvas. Yeah.
Is a reboot. Everybody, even a blind person. Why do I exclude?
It should be at the top.
Why did I take this one to be married and this one to be married? What's the difference? It's very simple.
All right, are you in there?
Why are you being married? Including a blind person and excluding pajama.
And then you want to add your other stream. So in the upper right corner, there's like a little down button, and you click that, and then you add your other streams.
But a night garden, no one can see. It's dark, you can't see it. Therefore, by the way, that's true. Today, the sun is putting on film, and Ariel is putting on film. I want to wish him Mazel Tov. Stuck at home. Watching this year, And he's going to put on his special pajamas for the occasion, he said. So,
Hold on. Hold on. No. Go back. Just go to studio.rumble.com. There are two canvases. You want to make sure that you're using the new version, not the old version.
Building the building, doing all the digital stuff. Unbelievable. Shkaya.
What did you say?
It's the new thing. Like, started from Harry Shalom. All right. Says the Gemara, the Emel Rabbi Shai Begodim, the Star of the Seven. Now the Gemara says, wait a minute. Now that I have a word to be married by and to include things,
then you press the OK button or like turn them all on.
All the other Rishmal says the only beggar that's tied in tzitzit is Tzemar Bishtim. Include silk also.
And then you go to the bottom and you turn. And you turn on your camera, your virtual camera at the bottom.
Let's include
The virtual camera at the bottom. At the bottom of that screen, there's like a camera and a microphone. And you want to turn on the camera. Yes, in Rumble.
We're talking about something that's mikabel tuna for the guy. It's possible for stop, right? So the Gemara Mabaya, this halacha that something is mikabel tuna is possible for stop. We mentioned yesterday. This sumkus amr dover. Everybody agrees on this. No what?
That's
correct.
correct.
The guy has a thing. He likes to compare different tanoi. This one says like this. Reb Shimon ben Elazar Adam Baron, we said specifically the other day that flax, it's something that's mikabel tomo, you can't put on a if it's flax, you can't use it. Other things that are not mikabel tomo, you can put on.
Yeah, and then in the upper right corner, press go live when you're ready.
6 between
Correct.
heavy,
Yes.
however you want to read it. If I use a thread, a spun thread, sula, why? As long as it's without tuma feature, as we said, so if you have a spun thread, I can't use it for my sukkah. And who does that go according to? Right down here. It's not Jesse Vader in the time of the gun. It's two shot in the Rashi. The Gemara is trying to pull out Remeir or Reviuda. Let's go with Reviuda. It's not Jesse Vader the time of the gun Miyad the Remeir. According to Remeir, Jesse Vader is coming as soon as we have. You know, Jesse is Yishallah. Jesse, when you pull it out of the pot, out of the kettle. Erev miyad and erev right away. No, the focus is by Shasi. Now this is the point we want to watch. The unin, the piece of, it's not even a thread. It's just a piece of flax. It's not spun yet. Nothing. Just a big slob of whatever. Fishy slob. You pull it out of the oven. The whitening process. That becomes, that's what it becomes. So that fits in. To some portion.
Okay.
Once it's got the from the gun, you're not using this. Says the Mishnah. All intimidates. Anything that comes out of a tree, any kind of wood, any kind of eloquent, only flat. Says Rashi, amazing. What does it mean? Something that comes out of a tree. Rashi is something like cotton. And as Tosfos, I don't understand. The best wit in the world is cotton. Everybody uses cotton on Shabbos. Therefore, he learns the Yitzmanei to mean literally a tree, like using a piece of erez, a piece of cedar. Right. So like Yitzmanei, anything that comes out of a tree, cotton. We say this all the time. I think I said it 1,000 times in the life. I don't think I ever stop to figure out what it meant.
Potentially.
Point truth is that if you have a ceiling made out of any
Potentially.
material in the world, and you have a corpse in
Yeah.
the room, you have a dead person, a mace, everything in the room becomes tummy, but the ceiling doesn't. If your ceiling is made out of flax, it becomes tummy. Says the Gemara, Binola the Pishton Ikri 8. How do I know Pishton? Flax. Next place is considered a tree. Everybody knows this is the first thing in Navi, if anybody ever started Navi. She hid them in the flax tree. The flax from the tree. So you see, that Pishtan is considered a tree. Rabbi Sai, have a wonderful day. Keep in mind our February, David Brandis, who watches our share, and Shloimi from Crown Heights. When we say Tehillim now, share. Tamalo is mi mama king, Josifa, do you know?
Who are you saying? I can't hear who you're saying. Who are you saying? I can't hear who you're saying. No, I'm talking to you. Who are you saying? No, I'm talking to you. Who are you saying? What are you talking about? No, Mizrahi. Yeah, of course I know who. Yeah, of course I know who Yosef Mizrahi is. Oh yeah, of course. Yeah, I watch him at length, like every single day. Yeah, definitely. That's why you were saying Mizrahi. I'm like, who are you talking about? Who's this Mizrahi? I mean, you can pronounce it that way, but it's just not. It's Yosef Mizrahi. You're okay. You're okay. You said it, and yeah, okay. I'm thinking. I know rabbis who are talking about like that, and I know rabbis who are, and that's what made me recognize, like, that sounds like Rabbi Yosef Mizrahi, but I wasn't thinking to myself Mizrahi. But you're exactly right. It could be pronounced that way too.
Corona.
Yeah, I like Rabbi Mizrahi a lot. I think he. Yeah, I mean, it's not so smart to be saying that, but I understand.
Oh, hold on, I gotta turn this off. Sorry.
I know. All right, are you ready for? I know. Okay, so listen, I'm gonna tell you. Listen, I'm gonna tell you my plan for that. And I think it's a good one. So don't interrupt me. I want you to let me tell it to you in total, and then I want to hear your thoughts. Is that okay? Okay, excellent. So the Al-Aqsa Mosque is the third holiest place in Islam, following, of course, Mecca and Medina. To Jews, it's the holiest place, or the Temple Mount. But people don't know that. And it, as a Jew, and just Jews in general, haven't done a good job of informing people that this is our holiest site, but it's really the third holiest site in in Islam. So what I think will happen and this is my plan, because yeah, you could blow it up, but then that's just like beating a beehive, a wasp nest. You don't want to do that. So my plan is to do this in a very peaceful manner, and that's this: that Israel, just Jews in general, could at least appeal to the United Nations to say, look, the United Nations should allow the 10 or so largest religions in the world to have 2 holy sites that are protected, like UNESCO World Heritage Sites. So, for instance, Muslims would get Mecca and Medina, and Christians could have maybe the Vatican and the Canterbury. You could have some Buddhist temples. Certainly, you could delve into the top 10 biggest religions. And Jews could say, we don't have 2 places that we want. We only want 1 place, and that's the Temple Mount. So we will give Muslims our second choice, or basically the other option, as a sign of peace. And what we would do, and we would help to fund this, is that we would cut out the Al-Aqsa Mosque like a cookie cutter, not damaging the building, the Dome of the Rock, completely intact. We will put that on a boat. This could be done. It's not that big. You put that on a boat in the Mediterranean, and you have that boat visit the major Muslim sites, particularly in Southeast Asia, where they would never ever be able to go to see it because it's just too far away and it's very expensive. There are 1 billion Muslims out there that basically will never get a chance to see the Al-Aqsa Mosque or the Dome of the Rock, but they could see it, travel the world with it for at least a year, and keep it preserved. And then have it delivered to the New World, to America, and find a place, perhaps in Philadelphia or on the East Coast, where it could be delivered and be a religious site for Muslims in the New World, because they don't have one. And the additional... Hey, wait, I said, the one thing I said is let me talk, and then I'll listen to anything that you have to say. And you're okay, and the offering of peace that Muslims could have is that they would have the opportunity to perhaps make Islamabad, Pakistan, a holy site, because currently it is not seen as a holy site in as much of a way. This would give we Jews the opportunity to rebuild the Beit HaMikdash in a peaceful manner. It would not cause World War III. And it would allow for the preservation of the holy site of Islam. What are your thoughts?
My delight, make an audio podcast. You do. Several hours into brachas, I feel like I'm back in yeshiva. Basically what you do is stay safe. Ari Mandel, hardly approaching South Bend for 3.5 hours. What else do we have here? We have
if it means that we could have peace, then I'm okay. But by the way,
that's what we're talking about. But let me see if I can find it here. 1 second.
Okay. By the way, your camera is off in here. Maybe turn it on and turn it back. Turn it off and turn it back on again. Yeah, let's see if that works.
From Manchester.
That
tells us that he made a mistake. Here it is. So this comes from Weissman.
Hold on. There's a camera at the bottom of your Discord. Is it on OBS?
The bottom line is, he tried to say that he made a mistake that he said when he said the best time.
Okay, turn your camera off or turn your camera on. Refresh your page. Refresh your page. You don't have to log all the way out. Just like leave the call and then come back in.
He stayed at which fully 4th,
Back into
45 a.m.
Okay.
to catch us on Zoom.
Now turn your camera back
Beautiful.
on.
Okay. Now turn your camera.
I just want to do a little. I was thinking about.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Now I can see you. Your beautiful face. Yes, sir. Now I can see you. Okay, great.
And one of them, the one we read about Shlomi Klein from Crown Heights. He's in NYU on oxygen. I hope he's doing better today. I haven't heard a report from him. But one of the things I wanted to mention when I read his email is that he said
If
that
something
he
happens
was
to
with us all the way
if
through
the Dome of the Rock, we're going to be at war with a billion people.
Unfortunately, we're going to be at war with a billion people. Hold on, let me move this Zoom. Baruch Hashem.
Well, if people were to take my suggestion seriously, no one would die and we would have peace.
There are other ideas, other different types of things that are going to cause us, and you have a family, take peace out. So he's falling behind now. We're on the test today. Falling behind. So what is Shlomi Klein going to do when he gets out of the hospital?
Okay, I'll live with that. I'll live with that.
I'm going to skip ahead.
I'll live with that. I just don't want people to die.
I'm not going to try to make up.
And if the Dome of the Rock is blown up, many Jews will die. And I want to avoid that.
Fall off the bandwagon. Jump to that first pass and he's going to put it in the front of his Gemara. All the way in the front, he's going to say, I missed these 10 down. I'm going to have to make it up. And I feel better. And I'm
Oh yeah, no. That's a great question. Muslims don't have a holy site in the New World, and they've wanted this in the past. They don't. I mean, what if you put it in the remote area? No, if you put it in a remote part of Pennsylvania, nobody cares.
I didn't. Okay, I got the mail. Girl, late last night. Wow, okay. Wow, that was pretty lost. All right, I didn't hear. Thanks. So
there's an argument to be made. There's an argument to be made that they're not peaceful because of the conflict that's happening in Israel.
About modernity and that. They moved there to Israel 6.5 years ago. So I wanted to bring my kids, my boys, my 2 boys.
Okay, that's fine. I'm saying that put it wherever you want. It doesn't have to be Philadelphia.
So I was a few blocks away. Decided,
No. It just has a major. It has a major part of it. Okay. It has a major part of it. Okay, put it wherever you want. I just don't want it to get blown up because then you're going to have a billion people pissed off. So preserve it. Like,
and different parents are checking me out. And I walk back home and I sit down on the couch. I'm so excited, I'm like, school and everything. And suddenly I had an itch in my head, so I go like this, scratch my head, and I realized I'm not wearing my yarmulke. I walked all the way to my son's school, and all the way back, and I'm first day in school, and here's the shagets without a yarmulke. And I asked my neighbor, Menachem Schloss, I said, noticed that I wasn't wearing a yarmulke? Yeah? I just thought you were a Dervish guy from Chicago. Anyway, that's why you have to look up schools. You never know. No such things modernish, not modernish. It's all funny names and games. We're all the same. We're all in this. If you see a guy walking around without a yarmulke, maybe you should point it out there. Maybe you forgot. Maybe it got stuck in his hat or in his tune or something. Anyway, let's jump into the sugya. So we had in the Mishnah yesterday, I'm not in the design on the page. If you have a product that comes from a tree, you don't use it as a wig, only all a yotzim and AIDS, ain't in the time of too much oil. And anything that comes out of the is not, it itself doesn't become tummy as an oil. So if we create a ceiling made out of any type of product in the world, that is ceiling out of cement, out of wood, whatever it is, itself that's over a dead body, everything in the room becomes tummy, but the ceiling itself is not becoming tummy. Unless it's done, we're going to see a couple of other eyes and the ear of a goat. Basically, we have three cool things. Says Gemara, all the way at the bottom, 2 lines on the bottom, but there's an answer in common with Israel and other people. What is the difference? Why is flax different? Why is it itself? What's the point? All these materials are actually red. Equivalent karka. Why would the equivalent karka be metame? So and nothing's metame. All these products are not metame. Let me just fix this for a second if I can. Again, I'm not in. Oh. Yeah. Better. Okay. And I want to make a shout out. They got some complaints there. I'm talking to the 150 people that are online. Goes up to a couple thousand people. When you add Torah anytime, you add the app that has 1,000 views a day, and our website and YouTube later on. Now it's dropped a lot. Thousands now, 700 a day, whatever it is. Let's say there's another 2,000 watching. So I want to say, Shalom Aleichem when people are watching after this. You're right. Like I explained, I feel like I'm talking to somebody here. I have all these faces in front of me. So I may not hear, but let me screw a second. Land, I don't know what that is. From Malaysia, it's Italian land. And not. Guys. Okay, beautiful. Oh, Reb Ezra Abrams from Australia. Unbelievable. Okay, so we have an Australian online. And we have the guys from Manchester. We have South Africa. I'm sure what's his name? Leon is on somewhere. I haven't seen. Okay. Something Gemara. I don't know this concept. Something is before the car. You have fish on, you have flax. It's attached to yet it itself is coming. I'm going to lost Gomar oil Mimishka. Okay? Abixer Shava from it says by the oil. So it's had Torah, it says by the oil. So it's had Torah. If a person dies in a tank, in an oil under his
I just don't want you to die. That's all. I
just don't want you to die. That's all. And it says by the Mishkan. So we're going to be talking a lot about this Mishkan. You guys see this? So this is the Mishkan. This square over here, and it has 3 layers. One is called the Mishkan. This is the top layer that's closest to the Mishkan. I don't know if you can see it. It's 3 like blankets. This one is made out of semer and fish. This one is made out of goat hair, this gray one. And this very nice one, I don't know if you see it. There we go. The top one is colorful and red. This part over here is red. This part over here is colorful. And then you have underneath layer 2 is goat hair, and the final layer over here is emerald. Says the Gemara. Mala halon shel pishton curry oil. Torah says oil. Let's see if I have the pasuk. Some pasuk somewhere. There we go. But see, he's in oil. See, it's oil. Ala mishkan. Stays here. This is talking about the middle layer, the izim. Izim are the goats, the goat here. Torah calls it a oil. And it says by oil hameis, the word oil. So I learned Zer Shavah. Oil, in the Mishkan. We call the goat here oil, and that includes all three layers, including the summer Mishkan. So too, when it comes to oil and maize, if I have Mishkan,
Okay, are you streaming on YouTube and Twitch and etc.?
So I have Xeris Shava
Did
that
you check?
teaches me the material.
Did you check?
What
All right,
material?
well check. I mean, you hit go live, didn't you?
Anything that's over here in the Mishkan is part of the material that becomes coming itself. Perhaps the way that material is used, you should also have to do so. So
Why don't you try to do it?
Why don't you try to do it?
Do so and so I have to use 6 strings and I have to, I don't know what. So everything that's in the Mishkan should
Move
be
it wherever they want. I
included.
don't have it. It's just I don't.
Exactly
It's like kicking.
You basically know what couple sheish is. This is like your tzitzis. You take 6 strings. This is payless. This is the regular.
Yeah, I mean it'd be a huge tourist attraction.
You make out of it one string. If you take your string that's caught on the longest, it starts coming apart. It's made out of different strings. So in the Mishkan, they took 6 strings and they made one
Okay.
thread out of it.
Okay. Okay, I can live with that. That's fine. Okay, here's my question for you. Why don't you try to do everything from the beginning and see if you can do it on your own? The streaming and everything.
It says the word oil.
Okay.
Any kind of
Okay, I'll do the same.
Fish stuff, it's oil riba, feel for you. I mean, it says a bunch of times oil. So it's include silk, include some other material. It says the Gemara in King Zer Shava, Maya Hanilaj, but there is a Zer Shava that locks it down and says no, only these materials. Now, in the materials, it doesn't have to be exactly like the Misamiga causes a reboot. Don't go ahead and be married by everything, because if you married by anything, then I don't need a Xer Shava. Just say, Beckett or whatever, every material in the world can become it. Xer Shava limits it to Mishkan. Now we know the wood is not Megabat Kumar. But why? It's the Mishkan. Everybody knows the Mishkan has wood. Look at all the wood here. All this is wood. So maybe wood should also be part of this ceiling that becomes something. The Torah tells us before, you make the wooden beams for the Mishkan. It isn't the Mishkan itself. The beams aren't the Mishkan. The beams are for the Mishkan. For the Mishkan is different. We're talking about the Mishkan. The Mishkan is the Yeriyos, those 3 layers that we have on top of the Mishkan. Mishkan Kari Mishkan, Bein Russian Kari Mishkan. These 3 layers are called the Mishkan. And that, see if we have it. And that, the crushing that goes for the Elameato, the Asisa Mitzah, La Oil, said, you should make a covering for the oil. In other words, Mitzah, I don't know if you can see over here, but this bottom layer is called Mishkan. The middle one, the goat one, is called oil. I should have put it in here, but it's too late. And the top one is called the Mitzah. The nice red and colorful one is a michza. But it says michza la'oil. It's a covering for the oil. It isn't the oil itself, it's for the oil. The same kind of swearing you're telling me about wood, but it's la mishkan, this is la oil. So you tell me that this covering is not considered a tent. Rebbe has a question, and we're actually going to discuss it at length. He wants to know whether or not the hide of a non-kosher animal, let's say I take one of these guys, I take these, and this is not far off of what they had in the Beis Hamikdash. They had a beautiful cat, as we're going to see soon. You take the leather, the hide of a non-kosher animal, and it becomes tamei. In other words, if I use that over a dead person, it becomes tamei. Says the Gemara, what's this question at all? We have to understand the question. Where did it come from? If we're saying that the asisa michsa la'oya, that the top layer, this top layer is actually hot. Elim nadarim. You see, it says over here, Elim. I'm going backwards, left to right, so that's why it's a little funny. But anyways, Elim. It's made out of ram leather and tachash. We're going to see what tachash is, but it's leather. And it says oil. Just tell me it's not mekabel tumah. If you can tell me it's not mekabel tumah, so then what is Rebbe Elazar asking? Of course, non-kosher hide is not mekabel tumah, because even kosher hide is not mekabel tumah. Says the Gemara. Says the Gemara, you're right. If you're just going to read it from the pasuk, loyal, you're right. Hide is not mekabel tumah. However, there's another pasuk. Also, the Hadar Adri Kro, the Ksiv, the Nossos Yerusha, there's another pasuk. It says, Nossos Yerusha Mishpah. Oyel Moed Michseyu. Here it says the cover, Umichseya Tachash, and the cover Tachash. In other words, the top layer is part of the oil. Makish Elyon Tachtoy is a hekesh, all three layers to each other. Ma Tachtoy Kari oil, just like the bottom one, meaning the middle one. The third falls oil. So two, it says Izim no oil. So the middle one is considered oil. So two, all three are considered oil. Oil. However, wood, Russian, are not called oil. And therefore, wood is not mekabel tumah. And so what do we have right now? We have that whatever is made, whatever covers the oil moed, the mishkan, whether it's pishtan, semel, oiros, the hide, and gold here, they are mekabel tumah from the dead person. So if they create a tent, create a ceiling above the dead person, these are the only materials in the world that they themselves become tumah. If I have a ceiling made out of cement, I have a ceiling made out of wood. Whatever it is, linen does not become tummy itself. It spreads the tumah the rest of the room, but it itself doesn't become tummy. So the Gemara goes by Rebbe Elazar. Famous mayor, Malchi Thomas in the same. So Rebbe Elazar had a question. We're going into this question. Does the hide of a non-kosher animal become tummy itself? So the Gemara might be very low. What is the question at all? I don't understand. There's no such hide in the Beis Hamikdash. It's not part of the Mishkan. We just said it has to be part of the Mishkan. Why would I think a non-kosher hide is mekabel tumah? The top layer is called Elim al-Damim and Tachash. What? Moshe Rabbeinu perhaps he's a non-kosher animal. Omer Hayod Tar Hayod. Omer Rav Yosef. I have to remember this Rav Yosef. gonna bring him up soon to do that. Explain it. My people are like, what kind of questions? I mean, on the Richard and the redness, Ella, Murray, when it comes to all Melacha of the historical form, it's your animal. By the way, the end of the studio, we're going to say that it's referring to the Ritzua of its film. Right now, it's a very general statement. Meaning, the entire Mishkan has to be filled with kosher animals. What's the Hava meaning that in the Below than use the last week's Rabbeinu use a non-kosher animal? Just like this, the top layer was whatever. 2 eyes, 1 eye, give it a family over, it's the upper layer is 1. It's going up to min to lucky. It's similar to something that hangs on a tree. What hangs on a tree? Rashi says, a wild cat. Play-Doh. I'm going to tell you that I think we have to go back to the safari here. Here is it. Here's a picture I took myself. Very rare picture because anybody that ever went to safari knows it's hard to see the Elon. This is what I think of it. Anyway. Something like this. No, it's not just because the Mars going to say these are leopards. Mother and daughter, and they both have a killer about themselves. Very fine. By the way, when we go on our series, we'll stop you off, obviously, in safari, and then we'll be explaining it. Why it's so hard to see the leopard, but they do hang out and see Ela. Wait a minute. The original said you can't use non-kosher animals, and now you're telling me that what
I can't hear you.
I can't hear you.
Firstly, it doesn't say there was a leopard.
Yeah, you're close to your microphone.
Come in. It's as if it's like. Elon, tell me. Min, Elon, it looked like Elon is the one of our dad. Beautiful house. Delightfully, but it wasn't coming. Also, I'm coming over the car. Make the Beis Hamikdash. It has to be done from what kind of animal that's kosher has this beautiful hide? I don't know. That's what he had, and we're going to see the Gemara.
I agree.
It's Lignas. I'm Rabbi Yosef. Okay, I didn't think you mean it. It says going on. When it says, why doesn't the Targum say, La'ila? Some sort of leopard, tiger, whatever, to say whatever it is in Aramaic. What does he say? He says Goina. The Gemara says Goina, the sin could be switched to the Sama could be switched over to a sin. Sus is
I know you said that. I get that.
Yes, beautiful. He's happy with his beautiful colors. He walks around, looks in the mirror, and says, look what a beautiful leopard I am. Look what a beautiful, I don't know, wild cat I am. That's a Moshe Rabbeinu's top house is the top layer on the Mishkan that has beautiful color, and that's why the guy that made that beautiful book on the Mishkan has, look closely, it's nice, it doesn't look anything like the leopard, but he did it nice and colorful right over it. Right? Says Gemara, Rava. Comes Rava along and says like this. Not true. There was the non-kosher hide of an animal, non-kosher skin, is Mikabel Tuah. Rava uses something called Tzad. Very simple concept. Basically, we take two halachas. In this case, we take the halach of Turas and the halach of Sheref. And they both have a common denominator. They both have one thing. They both become tamei. They become a non-kosher hide. So from that, I can take that halacha and learn a third halacha and say that non-kosher hide is mikama d'olam. That's what we're trying to figure out now. Non-kosher hide mikama tumas oil. It itself doesn't become common tumas oil. I take these two things. Now, the Gemara is going to start off with one at a time. And one at a time, each one has a chumrah. And we're familiar with these chumras. We had them yesterday. What's the chumrah of tzaras? Tzaras becomes mikama even a thread, a single thread. It's a big chumrah. It's a very small amount. Sheretz has a chumrah. We're going to take them one at a time. We're going to try to learn just out of sheretz. It has a chumrah that it becomes kamei. It's mikama.
Reverend Andrew, if you're not close to your camera, I can't hear you.
Yes, tzaras.
Very easy.
A sheretz is mikama the size of a lentil. And yesterday here we got a lentil versus a bris. If one at a time doesn't work, let's combine the two, and we have
Potentially.
a common denominator, and we learn from here that non-kosher hide is mikabel kuma. It itself is mikabel kuma. Let's see inside. Tomorrow.
To be honest with you, I couldn't hear what you were saying. You were too far away from the microphone. So say what you were saying again, and then I might be able to agree with you.
Yes. Okay. Found it.
Yeah, way better. You just can't be like a couple feet away from it. You have to be close.
Or right where it becomes wide. Or it should say in the part of the word or. What does it say in the sentence? Or adds on another base. Why? Reba teaches Allah. Or behemoth male. If you have hide that's from a non-kosher animal, this is the only halacha we need now. Or behemoth male. Now we're going to learn a couple other halachas. We're not in our sugya. We should look at the other part. Somebody showed the fight to a kohen. See if it's tzaras, talking about tzaras here. And he gives a psak, no. And then later on the tzaras pops up. It's still covered. So I showed it to the kohen. Today, not according to today.
How do you define danger? Okay.
Something that is
but even that changes over time.
If somebody took all these
the idea of
little pieces hide a little piece of piston,
so the more laws you have, the more opportunity there is to break them. And with the surveillance state that we're approaching, or perhaps already in, there are more ways to break those newer laws. Does it make us safer?
So
it's potentially
just like
sacrifices. I mean, the quote of Benjamin Franklin: "He who sacrifices freedom for security deserves neither."
Right over here. If this gets a little bit of tzaras on it, it's a tiger. And he says, include the tiger, include all non-kosher animals. No one wants to say, okay, if so, a tiger that's above a dead body, it should also become coming. More regular. Not the problem. Plug it up. Now that it's going to be interesting, very funny. How can I learn oil on me? Tzaras makes A. How you doing, Joey Levy?
Potentially.
Tzaras becomes coming when there's a thread. and not oil mace. So let's abandon this for a minute. We'll come back to it. Let's abandon it. Let's try it out from Sheriff.
That's true.
Sanya or in the Lord Baby Hoira or Baby Night. I don't know. So if a dead rat touches this non-kosher hide, you're not going to drive becomes okay, they're going to live up. Not a good lie because the sheriff becomes pomade in a very small amount, falling on dash. But oil on maize, you need at least a desire of meat in there. Now I'm going to go back to my first theme of Taras. The Chazar bin and they go in a circle, catch 22. Loyri Yizek, each one has its own special kumrah. The Loyri Yizek, one common denominator they have is that the hide is pomade.
I think so. I think I understand.
Not only that, even if the hide of a non-kosher animal comes from it, therefore I'm going to learn a third thing, like on the obvious that I make. Therefore, I'm going to learn this halacha that I hang hide above a dead person. Itself comes from it. Massive okay, so that's Rabbi's. We both have it on Shabbat. Asks another Rabbi called Rabbi Barnish. Take a look. I can ask a question on that. You don't have to have a common denominator. So that's insurance are way different than oil and mace, and I can't learn oil and mace from them. Why? Why are they different? Because they can become coming and the time of less than kazayis. Oil and mace, you know, you need a full kazayis. A lentil is less than a kazayis. A shesi ve'eret, less than a kazayis. Or we mentioned in time of the kazayis. Elamo Rabbi Barnish, Asya the professor today. Ask about the primary notes to these. Rabbi saying he said they're going to have unbelievable agathis with beautiful stuff. Says the Gemara, I learned it from about the primary from notes to these. What's notes to these? Remember, cover number 2 is notes to these. The second blanket what's that love over there? So the time of Ben Guy is goats here with Taras. Yes or no? No, how do I know? Because I had the whole city yesterday, the day before, that Taras is only the Tama with Semer Ukishna. Remember? Beged, Semer Ukishna. Has to be wool of that. So therefore I know that goats here is not included. Yet, this time of Boil Amaze, how do I know the goats here is in time of Boil Amaze? That I had the whole suit today. Then anything that's on the Mishkan, including goats here,
many times that's true. So why don't you say these things on a podcast?
Or the hide of a non-kosher animal that becomes tummy with its aras, it's in the pussy. Or, right?
Go test your thing. Go test it. You don't have to start the podcast now. But test it like you were going to be starting the podcast.
Now let's go back to Rabbi Yosef. Rabbi Yosef said you can only build the Beis Hamikdash, you can only do stuff with kosher animals. So ask the Gemara, according to Rashi, says Rashi, what did Rabbi Yosef says has to be relevant to today. Today. So what is he adding? That we don't have to, today. What? The fact is that non-kosher skin is mekabel. So what is Rabbi Yosef adding? You can't do what? We don't have a Mishkan anymore. So what's Rabbi Yosef saying? Oh, by the way, anything you do for Shamayim has to be with kosher. And therefore what? How does it apply to me right now, but Shemesh and Leon in South Africa? What does that mean? Tomorrow? The tefillin. Tell me that when I make a parsha of tefillin, the actual cloth has to be from the kosher animal. Villain, Eddie said, I don't need Reb Yosef. Leman tia Torah Hashem beficha, ben amuter beficha. Says in the passage. Beficha, in your mouth. It has to be something I can consume, I can eat. So it has to be from a kosher animal. Very interesting. Without Rashi, I would have skipped this completely in a second. But we're using this topic. Now, Moiser Beficha for many things in this list. Ella?
No.
Tell me
No, you weren't choosing the OBS. You can enable your camera.
On my hand. Has to be from a kosher animal. Amar Abaya.
Turn your camera on OBS to Rumble.
And this is what I'm saying. There's a little nature around. The shin, what's the shin? It's part of shaka. Shin
And Rumble.
I have a shin in my tefillin shorosh. I have a dalet in the back of my tefillin shorosh on my neck. Looks like a dalet.
In Rumble, at the bottom where the camera is, you don't choose your personal camera. Choose the OBS virtual camera.
And I have a yud on my tefillin shorosh. Together, that spells a shin. Same shaka. So, since I am all writing a shin, and it's on my tefillin, so it has to be moiser. I would have gone on. It says in the Gemara, Amar Abaya, shin shel tefillin al Moshe Sinai. It's not Rabbi Yosef, it's a lot Moshe Sinai. But Rashi sticks one more level. Since the halacha Moshe Sinai says I need a shin, so once I need a shin, it's part of the shaka. It's part of a word. If it's part of a word, then it's hamoisim hamuter b'pita. There has to be something that you can consume and eat. Rashi sticks to the pasuk here. That's the halacha. So what do I need Rabbi Yosef for? The part from the Sarah, with the top from the Gidon. Here, picture. Every parsha, they make it like a square. This is flat. And then they wrap the parsha with a piece of ear from a kosher animal. You see? This guy, he's wrapping with a piece of ear. Then, by the way, if you don't put this on your tefillin shorosh, you see little hairs coming out. Those are hairs, not Eden. Those are the hairs from the parshios of your tefillin. And then we sew our tefillin with sinews, with gidim, as right over here. How do we know that? How do you know you take kosher here? How do you know that you use a kosher sinew? A gid. Rabbi Yosef. No, I'm not Melech HaMoshe Sinai. No, I skipped something. Rabbi, Shin Shel Tefillin only. Melech HaMoshe don't really give it. Not Melech HaMoshe. The sign is tefillin. The fact that we have square tefillin, and they say if you go to places that don't have, go to Yemen, go to anywhere in the world, to Morocco, and everybody's tefillin looks the same. They're all square. Right, that we all come from the same place and we all have the same hug. The bracha is the sa'aram, and as far as the gidam, the fact that you have to wrap it with the hair and sew it with a gid. The halacha mishmisi. Ella, finally the Gemara says that it's the actual so you put on your hand and then it's right. That's the halacha mishmisi. Not Omer Yitzchak. Look, Yitzchak is clear. Yitzchak is clear as halacha mishmisi. The fact that you have to paint them black is halacha mishmisi. Yes. I would think, yes, halacha mishmisi has to be black, but what material are you using? That I don't know. The Rashi says something very interesting. See real quickly, he says, look, part of the Ritzuas is Dalit Yud. And Dalit Yud is part of writing, and part of writing it has to be written pipa. So what I need to look into the Sinai for that? So the Rash that the Shin is actually written. But the Ritzus looks like a Dalit, it looks like a Yud. It's not a physical point. Therefore, I need to look into the Sinai. I can't learn it out of the text. Why have you? So at the end of the day, this Kachash was on top of the Mishkan. Was it from a kosher animal or not kosher animal? Says the Gemara, Moshe Rabbeinu found a very unique species that doesn't exist anymore. So when he grew both Chachamim, even Chayo and Behemo, you have no idea, very unique. You don't know if it's a Chayo, a wild animal, or a domesticated animal. You're carrying application of the mitzvah. This is where they got the idea of unicorn. But this is different than a unicorn. Because when you see fruit, it's kosher. He had a single horn. So the Sishon is dominating Moshe. It was like an emergency, and it just showed up. Also, in Meno Mishkan, and Moshe Rabbeinu created the Mishkan, the Tata, as the top layer of the Mishkan, the Nignaz, and they went bye-bye. We don't have that species anymore. So the fact that he had one horn, not enough fire. I can prove to you that he's a kosher animal and not a common animal in Yehuda. Other Rishon also had a single horn bull, and he was marketed. So if other Rishon bull was kosher, so too, kosher animal. Yes, this is more of the child that sent so hard, Makri. Other Mauritians, yes. Oh, very good. But you tell Hashem short for Makri. Baruch Hashem, I see one that you didn't. Most time you have one step on the east, and you have to get on the top. Today I see business, Corona, but people are some short for Makri. No, it's always been without God. Good, Tim, Menachem, a bunch of other guys. Mendy, where's Mendy today? But you know, short for Makri and Tartimash. But the Gemara, but Makrin is plural. It's two horns. What do you tell me? I had one horn. But it's like you parent. The point is, without a yud, we read it with a yud. But the way it's written is it means one horn. It was a unicorn. You might find something beautiful. Because at the end of the day, this bull is the father of all bulls that we know today. Yes, they have two horns. It was a little different, but obviously it's both. Says the Gemara and a Behemo. I mean, hey, the Behemo. Okay, the Behemo is a bull. Even the Keres, the Kayu, the less than the Keres, since there's an animal, and we learned about him in Children. Well, the Keres, and that's a non-domesticated animal, and he has a single horn. Remain on the Kayu, maybe perhaps. Now, very interesting. Going back to the same. Oh. But I don't know if that's true. I don't know absolutely what you're saying.
Look, I'm watching something right now. You do your podcast. If you need help, you let me know, okay?
Right, then it'll be some English. You're not mocking deer.
Okay, so what do you need?
So forget about that. It was a behemoth. It was 100% a behemoth. It says in the Pasha. It was a bull. I don't know why I have to come out of this. It says it's a behemoth. The question is how everything is going.
Exactly.
Now, the Aruch says, what's a Keresh? It's a giant animal with one horn, and you make very interesting.
That way, no one gets hurt.
So the first thing that came to mind was
That way, no one gets hurt. Everything's preserved, and hopefully peace. We have peace in the region.
it has one horn. And in China today, Joseph, you hear? In China, they make medicine out of this. Now, how much does this horn cost? Joseph, you know how much this horn costs? We talk about this. This horn.
But for Rabbi Mizrahi to say, hey, we should blow it up and blame Iran, or we should send a missile there and blame somebody else, that's immoral. He knows that's immoral.
This is a non-kosher animal. No, not a kosher animal. You know what they say in
Exactly. But if you were here right now and heard my plan, I would say this is beneficial. Your plan is easy. My way is more difficult, but my way preserves peace. But I understand where he's coming from. But also, I'd say, look, if it happened that it got blown up, God forbid, all they have to do is say, look at Rabbi Mizrahi saying this in 2025 or 2026. This was all a plan. So you kind of shown your hand anyway. A fatwa?
If you think, you have an ashram, and you read this Mishnah hundreds of times in your life, and you didn't learn this Gemara, I can guarantee you, I wanted to put $2 million in this. Why? Because the Gemara says, to understand Pshat of these 3 words, you have to have a 4-step. You have to go 4 steps. It's almost like the craziest, one of the craziest Pshat I've ever heard in my life. Silas Habeget you get there. You take a piece of cloth, you take your, you fold it over, and you make a wick out of it. How else are you going to make a wick if you live in the time of the Gemara? You take a piece of oak cloth, you make a wick. Now, you know how you light your candles before Shabbos, so it makes it easier for your wife. You cinch it, you make it dark, you make it black, now it can light you. You didn't do so. So in other words, we're dealing with a piece of clothing. No, it's not really a wick. Yes, you fold it. Nevertheless, says it's coming and it's not like the everything. You're like Kiva, don't hire if we're talking about Puma, at the end of the day, it remains a beggar. So what if you folded it over nice and you made it into it? It's still a beggar. And a beggar is coming. People letting moil doesn't help me that I fold it. People most come ice kind. The people so by people moil who got fully back. It is good when you fold it. You change from 1 second to the next. We went from slowly to a wick. No longer folding, no longer folding, no longer folding. And then so what is the point when it comes to lighting? One miracle Lazar, by the way, we have 100 people now. We have many other people already. And just listen to this later.
Rabbi Yaakov. Yeah, I know who that is.
Says the Gemara. Hello, Lehin and Adlaka with my tree. What's the machlokes whether or not you can light some Shabbos? Omer, Lazar, Rishaya, Bechen, Omer, Gala, Rahai. Listen to this Shabbos. Phenomenal. I don't know. How do you think of something like this? Let me say this about that. We're talking about a piece of clothing that's exactly not a millisex. Nothing's left. Perfect 3x3. And we're talking about that it's Friday. Yom Tov. Friday. Erev Friday. And we're talking about it goes according to you guys according to what? If you have all these 4 things together, you have a shot. Also, there's skin on. Talking about it's exactly 3 by 3 fingers. Ubeyot Shachar, you say Shabbos skin on and it's Friday. Yot. The Kuli Al Mr. Yehuda and Yat all like your Yehuda. The Omar is seeking the Kalim and seeking the Shiva Kalim. Yehuda. Oh. If something is created and born on Yom Tov, it's muktzah. Meaning, if I have a perfectly good vessel and I singe it, and now it became broken, it's no longer a kli. I can turn it into a shever kli. A shever kli is not a kli, it's noyad. I didn't think about this Erev Shabbos, Erev Yom Tov, I thought this is a perfectly good kli. Now during Yom Tov it became a broken kli. Broken kli I can't touch because it's noyad. It's brand new. But let me ask you something. When I lit it was a perfectly good kli, and then that's it. So I lit it, okay, why can't I light it? We're going to say that according to you, they can't mess with this wick. Because once it's burned, it's no longer 3 by 3 fingers, it's exactly 3 by 3. When you singe it, it becomes slightly less than 3 by 3. Less than 3 by 3 is not a kli. So, it's touchy. But what's the problem? I lit it, and now I'm done. The answer is I have to make one more step. It's not enough to just light it. I have to light the entire wick. That takes time. By the time I get to the bottom of the wick, I'm already touching muktzah. And I can't touch muktzah. Omar, this is the reason I'm seeking the Kalim because that's called the muktzah of noilad. With the Kuliyam is who do this, I have to take another step and say that I hold a Kuya. Not because Yazik Roy Bayochi. When you light something, you have to light something.
Yes.
So it doesn't help me by folding up the wing on the table.
So you have to turn that setting on, and it only saves it for 30 days. Or actually, 14 days. Yeah. So this, it's really hard to find. Are you in Twitch right now? Okay, in the upper right corner, do you see creator settings or something like that?
When I read this tonight, I'm going to read this tonight.
Yeah, creator dashboard. Okay, and then on the left side, are you in creator dashboard? On the left side, you see stream settings.
Fingers by fingers, and it's Erev Shabbos. And I don't like Rabbi Yehuda that says that if I ruin some of the wick, it became noilad and it's muktzah, but only because I hold like Ula that says that I have to light most of the wick.
Try settings. What is settings say?
I have to get down to the bottom of
Stream
it.
manager, do that.
Mayor. I cannot light it on the shop.
Okay, what does it say at the top?
But if it's not a not Yom, it's a regular shop, or it's a clothing.
No, it's not that. Go to settings. Just go to settings.
Less than 3 minutes.
Yeah.
Or
that one. Okay, what do you see?
By the way,
Perfect.
what kind of wick
Perfect.
are you
It's there.
only
It's there.
women?
It's like the third or fourth thing down.
You have to have a lot of different things going on there in order to have this.
It says there's like a thing to click that says save my save. Yeah, save past broadcast.
Have a wonderful Shabbos. Have a wonderful day. And now we're going to say Kapitul Vanilla.
Yeah.
Those dire
It
needs.
saves it on your page. You're welcome. Now, are you still streaming?
I'm not unmuting anything. That's Gary's thing.
Okay. So let's, now that you're starting to experiment with this stuff a little bit, you don't want every stream to say streaming live on Rumble. You want to give it a title, right? So, do you know what ChatGPT is? Yeah, we've gone through this before, right? So a good thing that you should do is go to ChatGPT and tell it a little bit about who you are and what you do as a streamer. So you can say, you know, this is learned, whatever, Scholars of Zion or whatever. Exactly. And then a description with that. And then you would ask it what hashtag to put in.
David Rosenwald, what's the Shabbos regular? Yeah, it's true. All right, Rabbi Sai. I'm with the Vav. Don't tell me all the news. I don't want to hear the news yet. What's going on?
That's exactly right. And I was going to suggest that. You should do an interview with him. Or you guys could even just do your own show. Okay, well. Okay, well, whatever you want it to be.
Today's share is
Okay, whatever you want. But if anything, you need to know how to put a description in. So the way that you do this, go back to Rumble. Okay, on the right side.
But Baruch Hashem, he made some sort of.
Okay, you see where it says stream name?
I'll tell you a little bit
Yeah.
of the story.
So you would put whatever you want for your stream name there, and then whatever you want for your stream description there.
My father-in-law went to my
And then you press save. And then when you end your stream, that will be in there.
Rebbe, after my son is not there, what's going on?
That's
So I
correct.
looked at my
That's
father and I
correct.
said, listen, you're a, so you don't do too much learning yourself. Don't complain. The benefit of wanting yourself to learn, you have to learn. The following morning, my
Yeah, so that would be what the thumbnail is. Do you know what a thumbnail is?
gave him double
Exactly.
up and out. And
Yeah. Now let's have you create a thumbnail, since you don't know how, and
they might have missed.
you don't have a lot of graphic design experience. So go to ChatGPT. I know. So go to ChatGPT.
Every time I'm leaving his mind, I see him learning my father every single day. Shabbos, doesn't matter if it's 3 feet of snow, if it's 100.
You don't have to download it. You don't have to download it. You just open up a new tab and type ChatGPT.com.
You should have a refuah shalem up in Paras. His son came from Yeshiva, I think. I don't know what happened over there exactly, but the master wasn't so good, but he's going to get better. Here's an email. My first time learning Daf Yomi, and I've been enjoying Safe Brachas Daf Yomi.
Yeah.
Where's Dr. Patrick? Is he on?
Yeah.
Oh, so you'll be able to
And what I want you to do is press the Windows button. Do you have a picture of yourself on your computer?
I've never learned as consistently as I am now, pointed out by my wife.
Okay, that's all right. Press the Windows key.
Love the entire family. He loves you.
Did you press the Windows key?
It's one of a kind.
Okay, and then type
I look forward to the day.
snip. SNIP.
What's that? I wish I knew.
Yeah,
his name.
snip.
Next one.
And you should see
I really
snipping
enjoy
tool.
using the infinite opportunity. Today I listened to the full doc.
Click it.
Enjoy the interaction with those who listen live. I don't know what an interaction is.
And then
Basically me, Avi,
in the upper left corner, it should say like take new snip.
We made the Mishaberach of Koilam at the end of the year.
Yeah. Click that.
Yeah. People correct me during the year and everything. This guy waited all the way until after the year.
And then it should look at your
I made him.
Can you look at yourself in Discord, like the picture that you have right here?
Since women are included, the nusach should be the whole Avireya and
And take a little picture of yourself. Did you do it?
All right, one more.
Oh, good job.
This one comes from Yo Mac. Yesterday, it so happens to be, I was talking to the flipping guys.
Okay,
Said,
just
"Where are the Passaic guys?" 'Cause flipping
so the
doesn't
snipping
say.
tool is like,
So this
you
guy
know,
said,
when you were a little kid, you'd have like scissors. It'll take a picture of what you got there. So go to the snipping tool and take a snip of yourself, of your picture, with you in the Western Wall. Okay, did you take a snip of it?
Participants with code question. You mentioned yesterday that all fans are related.
So when you press new, hold on. So you press new, and there's like a little. Hold on. When you press new, there's like a little plus. Do you see it?
All right. Let's learn. We are holding Daf of Test. Oh yeah. Quick review.
You could do that too. Yeah, Windows plus whatever.
Take a piece of garment and you fold it over and you make a wick out of it, but you didn't singe it.
Okay, now your mouse should have changed, and your mouse should be like a little plus now, right?
At 9 o'clock,
right.
Take this silo and you put it in oil. Are you left? How do you use it and now how to use it? Not like this. Let's use it now. He says you can. Rabbi Lezer also says it's Kameh. He says it's not Kameh. So we had one explanation so far for both machlokes, and today we're going to have another explanation on both machlokes. The other day we had the explanation was, first of all, when it comes to Tumah, the question is if you take the garment and you fold it up, are you dismissing the garment? Are you saying it's no longer a garment and it's just a wick? And if it's just a wick, it's not.
When you press it,
a wick,
just press new.
Rabbi Lezer says no, just by taking a beggar and folding it up doesn't do anything.
You're going to see your mouse change. Okay, now put that mouse and make a little box around your picture and like drag it, and you'll see it will take a picture of whatever you're doing.
Why are you not allowed to use a wick that was a beggar?
It'll show up. So it's from your, like you could do it from your Rumble. Okay.
Talking about a situation.
Pull up Rumble.
It falls out on Friday. So now we already have two evidences. We hold like Rabbi Yehuda.
Yes.
Says that something that's loylad was born on Yom Tov.
Rumble's probably easier because it's bigger.
Okay, so that's three things. And a fourth thing, you also have to believe in Ula. Ula holds. Now, what's the problem? Why do you have to believe in Ula? Because if you just start the fire on the wick,
do you see yourself on Rumble?
Good. What's wrong with that? So you lit it, and it's not good, so you walk away.
So now go to the snipping tool.
The whole thing is sticking up. So you have to sit there with your candle and make sure
new. And start the snipping tool in the very corner of the picture that you want to take, and then start in the upper left corner and drag it down to the lower right corner.
Now you cinched it. That millisecond you cinched it, he was born a new birth called a shever kli, but I still have to hold on to my flame because I have to get the whole thing, says Ula. Oh, I'm not allowed to hold my flame there. It's muktzah. That's the pshat. I have to believe in four things to just understand the pshat. Did anybody think about it while they were davening the Shabbos? See, now maybe you understand pshat. You need four things. Okay.
Did it do it?
That's where we left off yesterday. Left off in the middle of a word. It was already 8:08, I think, so I had to stop smack the middle of the sentence. Let's go weiter.
No. Start from the upper left and drag it down to the bottom right.
Thanks, Avi. Appreciate that one. The Foley. You want to subscribe? No. Leon, I know Leon. I never asked this question. I guarantee you, Leon, that was listen.
Did it take a picture of you?
They're all Litvaks. And he's shaking his head, yes. Uvalde. My son-in-law came over on the screen.
Yeah.
The screen's not working today, so he's coming. He's going to do this. Right. If you see his nose coming into the picture, don't worry about it. It's my son-in-law.
Now take the
Leon, I promise you,
snip of the Discord of Rumble and start it in the upper left corner and move it down to the lower right corner.
I don't know. I knew the Talino. You have to.
No, do you see a picture of yourself?
Calling and somebody calls, get them off, whatever. I know the Talino. Sholish with summers. Remember, Sholish means.
No, it's fine. Just can you take a picture of yourself with your cell phone and email it to yourself?
So you learned the thing when he was younger.
Okay, that's valid. Okay, open up a new tab and go to YouTube.
Benzin Novak, Givaldic, wow. By the way, Benzin Novak, I want to say there's nothing like what you and your Khaverim are doing.
I understand.
Going out
I understand. Just close that.
The doctor, Factor, and all the other doctors.
There's like an X button.
The serious nefesh, knowing that you
like
are
the X
going
and
to get sick. It's not if, it's probably when. And you're doing it and risking your life and risking everything else just to help Yiddish people and not Yiddish people, whatever. Unbelievable.
Okay, you don't want a video.
We can't comprehend.
You just want just close the snipping tool.
And not using masks and use masks, the whole thing. It's a tremendous issue from us in the whole year. And the whole prize show.
Go to your YouTube channel.
So says Rabbi Yosef, I once heard this weird thing about having 3 fingers by something 3 fingers exactly, and I never understood. But now it makes sense. According to this shot, since I beg it's only in a situation where it's exactly 3 fingers, to the point where I singe it, it's less than 3 fingers, becomes a shever kli, and that's what's going on. Okay. And now I understand.
Okay, type in the YouTube how to use the snipping tool.
We're going to have to understand how Rabbi Yosef did it. Says the Gemara with the Paris or Vadav Rahava leave the Rabbi Yehuda. Now, this whole shot that we just gave, the 4-step shot, was Vadav Rahava. And one of the steps in the 4 steps is that you have to hold like Rabbi Yehuda that holds Noilad is Muktzah. I cannot touch it on Yom Tov. Because if you hold like Rabbi you can touch it, then the whole shot flies out the window. So obviously, Ravada Rahava holds like Rabbi Yehuda. Well, Ravada Rahava, top of that professor Medal. Here I have another case of Noilad on Yom, where a guy created the vessel out of my piece of wood. He took my sukkah beam and he made a nice little kli out of it. What is that called? That's called Noilad. It's a new creation. The Jew never had in mind that he's going to do something like that. And you're allowed to use it. On Yom Tov, you're allowed to cook with it. You're allowed to take it and throw it into the fire, make firewood. That's only according to Reb Shimon. According to Reb Yehuda, that would be a major problem with Noilad. So, does Rav Adavar have a holder review or he doesn't hold a review? What's going on? Says the Gemara, the brand of Lezer, no, he doesn't hold it Noilad. He argues with Rabbi Yehuda, and that's why he says over there that if a guy makes a some wood, I can use it on Yom Tov. It's not muktzah. I can pick it up and toss it in the fire. If it would be muktzah, I wouldn't be able to do that. So why is he talking in the Shikha of Yehuda? Because he's just trying to explain Rebbe Eliezer, Rebbe Kiva. He says the way to explain Rebbe Eliezer and Rebbe Mishnah is a 4-step process. One of the steps is Rebbe Yehuda. I don't hold of Rebbe Yehuda, but they must hold it like Rebbe Yehuda, and that's how it is. Rav Omar. Now we're going to say Nukshot. Why? Number one, we want to know why you can't use it on Shabbos. According to Rebbe Eliezer, you can't use a wick that was folded from a beged. And number two, why is it coming? According to Rebbe Eliezer. Rava says, time to Rebbe Eliezer, we're kind of familiar with this. Says Rava, very simple. You're not allowed to use a wick on Shabbos that's not singed beforehand. You know how like the husbands, they try to help their wives and they start the candles beforehand? It comes from this. It's the Indian to make it easier to light. Because if it's not darkened, if it's not black, if it's not singed, it won't light well. And you might come to fix it on Shabbos. They say nowadays it's not such an issue anymore. Everything lights easy. That's why a lot of us are lazy and we don't have our wives. But that's the issue. Before we were talking about that if it's 3 and 3, 3 by 3, and it's exactly 3 by 3, and I light it, now it becomes a shepherd kli. That all fits into the 4-step process. But Rav is just saying something else. Rav is saying I can't light it because it has to be black, dark. What type is the 3 by 3 fingers? Tomorrow, you're right. As long as you're with this concept, it's another halacha that you need 3 by 3 exactly. This is now. Doesn't show us the 100 foot when I'm alive. Here I'm bringing up until now 3 fingers by 3 fingers is considered a beggar. Well, it's considered
I don't
a
know.
beggar, but
Just go to YouTube and watch a video how to do it.
What's the poor person going to do with it? He's going to use it as a patch. I don't know. I was asking people in my house, they thought I was crazy, but I remember when I was a kid, some kids used to come to school with patches on their pants by their knees. Remember that stuff? People remember all the older guys just shaking their heads. The younger guys have no idea what I'm talking about. Right? We used to use patches. Now, my mother never did that. I used to get hand-me-downs from the neighbors. I had nice pants. But patches? No, seriously, I didn't have patches. I remember other kids. It's like a cool thing. Some mothers used to put the patches on the pants before they had the hole. Now it does like a whole new level. Anyway, you remember that? You remember this thing. My kids thought I was crazy when I said it. So what's a poor person going to do with a patch? Now the problem is, Avi Manda was using a thumbs up. And that's your Zoom. You can do all sorts of things. Some sport jackets, yeah, have the patch on the corner. You're right, yeah. Fine. But that's like a style thing. I'm talking about like literally, you messed up your pants, you made a hole, I'm not going to buy you new pants. You're going to wear this patch for the next 6 months. You hear me? So, but a poor person can't take a 3 by 3 patch and start using it. Why? Because it's going to come undone. So I need you to make a little bit of a hem and make it 3 by 3. So now it's not 3 by 3, it's 3 by 3 plus. So it's not focused on 3 by 3 plus. Comes Rabbi Yosef and says, no, 3 by 3 exactly. That's not a lot of the reverse first. Give me 3 by 3 exactly without the hem. What's when I'm allowed to read? By the way, Rabbi said, we're just about to finish today's daf. Tomorrow, and for the next 4 days, we have Gishmak Agadah stuff. So if you enjoy these things, happen right now. All Gishmak now, unbelievable stuff. All right, we're around. Now we're going to see 3 items that are no life. And it's unbelievable. Because when you see the Gemara's shot, it becomes so clear. But as we read it, we can see it's one step more than another. This is the step that we spoke about before. What is Rabbi Yehuda in the name of Rav. And by the way, the Gemara is going to say he never heard it from Rav. He learned it from a story. Big difference. Didn't hear Rav say it before. Nevertheless, Omer Rabbi Yehuda, Rabbi Yehuda, the famous Talmud of Rav and Shmuel, says, I heard from Rav the Talmud. It's also according to Rabbi Yehuda to use a broken kli on Yosef because it's noyas. It was a whole kli, and now it's not a kli, it's a broken kli. So that was created on Yosef. I can't use it to Rabbi Yehuda. Rabbi Shimon
Yeah.
Tomorrow.
What'd you say?
Take this.
Okay, we'll watch it and then do it.
Let
Let me know when you got a picture.
But once I eat the fruit part, ain't masikin begarinei and Rabbi Yehuda. So guys, you understand right away. This is a tremendous thing. Before I had a kli, and the kli broke under the break on Yom Tov. So that's a serious no life. This, what am I'm eating the fruit, and I'm going to use the pit inside the fruit. In those days, I guess it was hard to come by the wood, or maybe it is really well. I'm not exactly sure. But the pit, where's the pit? When did the pit get into my date? The pit was in my date before I bought the date, right? So why is that no life? No life because I just unpeeled it and I discovered it. I'm extracting it now in Yom Tov. That's no life. That's a huge kiddush. Listen to this kiddush. This is even bigger than that. Next step. Masikin be'goizim. Again, I don't know if you guys are familiar, but in my days, as if I'm like 90 years old. But when I was a kid, on Pesach, my parents always had those walnuts. And they had this big walnut cracker. You guys remember that? Nobody knows what I'm talking about, because today they don't even sell that stuff. Right, so, yeah, they sell it in the thing. I get it. Fine. I haven't seen it in years. My kids don't even know what they think that's how it goes in the street. Fine. So, by the way, you know why pistachios, you never see a pistachio much. You know why? Does anybody know why? I've never in my life seen the shell of pistachio. Not pistachio, I mean the cashew. Sorry, the cashew. Cashew oil. Why not? Why not cashew or poison? You know why? Because it's poison. They have to extract it for you. That's what I heard. I ain't sure. Maybe someone should look it up on Google real quick. That's what I heard. You'll never ever see a cashew shell. That's poisonous. They have to pick it up. But anyway, so you take a walnut. A walnut, what is it? It's wood. So I could use this wood as a fire. No, it's not enough. Why? Because today it's not wood. Today it's protecting the nut inside. Once I take the wood, does it say over there? Yeah, it says it. Turns out that cashew shell is toxic. That's what must be moving here. Okay, the mother is fat. So this is a small finish compared to a walnut, right? The walnut, you can see the wood. You actually see it. It's extracted. But you're not going to use it. In your mind, you're not using it. You bought it because you use the nut. Once you take the nut out, all of a sudden now it turns into firewood. That's called noyla. What's inside? Masikin be'goizim acholon. Once you eat it, hey, masikin is then you cannot use the stuff. Then you use it. Everything is if I just say the first case of a time, right? That makes the most sense. I have a beautiful place. I went to that and got the and then I broke the tree somehow. I burnt it, I broke it. That's a real true noyla on that tree. I don't know nothing about but more in the but a date which has the pit, born with the pit, but I think I read it, nothing changed. You didn't create the pit, came a shopping dummy. Okay, perhaps it's not noyla. Then the next step, Yoshin Yarina, and you say only the case of the day. Okay, so it was covered. It makes a lot of sense. It was covered, so you didn't really see it. And now you uncovered on it, so now you created a noise. That's a nice noise. But a walnut or any other type of nut, you make carving galavat. The wood part, the burning part, the flammable part is exposed in the Shabbos dummy. Maybe it's not Rabbi Rav never said this over to Rabbi Yehuda. Rabbi Yehuda understood on his own from the story. Rav one day was eating on a weekday, on a Tuesday afternoon, he was eating steak. Then he took the pit and he put it into the fire pit. Oh, there is a key about
stand-up comedy. It's the largest live comedy podcast in the world.
Brother and sister. Remember we were like, what? Brother? No, he says, yeah. It's not. Brother, and a different. I don't remember. We just had a drop. They weren't related. They were allowed to get married. With some different parents, but there was Rakia was in the middle. Rakia had a half sister and half brother that got married, and they had Rav. So he's telling Rav, Bar Pasi, you come from special people, from Doilim. I know your brother. I know your father. That happens to be my brother. Bar Pasi, the next day beyond the Pasi. By the way, he's giving like a little lesson to his nephew. What you just did, you tossing that
sure, go ahead.
Fire is ushering him. Why would it be ushering him? Because
Guys,
your holding your hand is muktzah. You shouldn't be touching it. Don't be touching muktzah and throwing stuff into the oven. Says the Gemara, the Rav agree or not? He didn't say anything. Tashma, I'll prove to you that he did not agree with his uncle. But he also Rav Bavel, when Rav came down to Bavel. Up, whole time ring, on Yontif. Now this is not the weekend, this is Yontif.
I like it.
Toss the pit towards his animal. An animal. You see that he held that it's not Nailam. That's why he took it, he held it, he touched Muktzah, and threw it. His animal. Says Gemara, my love, the Parsi also. The Torah is talking about really good dates. Now, let me show you. I have a date. I don't know what's going to happen. I'm going to open it up.
Oh, that's a good one. Okay, you've got your, that's a really good joke, Reverend. That's a really good joke.
That's pretty good quality. See? What do you see on the pit?
You've got your YouTube on.
It came out clean. Came out clean. Here's the date. So that's called a Parsi also. That's a really nice date, high quality. So that the fruit separates from the pit easily. So Mamela,
yeah.
My love of Parsi also, but a cute love perhaps. There was for firewood, you put food on it,
yeah.
And the fact that he tossed it into the fire to the animal, it shows that he held that it's not muktzah, and he didn't accept his uncle's child. He was Parmi Yasa is inferior quality.
That's right.
The mother of this pit is what? This fruit.
Yeah.
So the pit still has some fruit, so it's not considered, it's not.
Right, and then that'll take a, no, and then go to your snipping tool.
So and then go to your snipping tool. An animal food. That's not a problem.
And it'll save it. No, but look at your taskbar and look for the snipping tool. Okay.
No, Gemara did bring
Press
down
new
that Rav
snip.
himself does hold the
Press new step.
Other Rav Shmuel Bar, you remember we just had a
You can do that. Let's do that. Just press a new screenshot.
Shmuel Bar Rav Yosef.
Did it take a screenshot?
I heard what he said. Say again.
Okay, take a picture of yourself.
Yeah. They don't obviously it's fruit. Fruit is not much. Like this is bit you have to put down right away. You can't pick it up later on. How to use it for something else. No? Dates? No, it's like any other food. Yeah? You're eating a watermelon, whatever you're eating, and you have those pits. What do those pits? Muktzah. You have no purpose for it. Pits are muktzah. Right?
Look, Reverend Andrew. You can watch another video on it, or just take a picture of yourself with your background with your phone.
Says the Gemara, very nice question.
Just take your phone out with you in front of your background and take a picture. Email that picture.
But if you're broken, email them. On Yantif, they're not allowed to make it. Even the other group says a chaf, anytime I have a whole kli, it becomes a broken kli as soon as I put it into the fire. Because once it starts burning, it's no longer a full kli. And if so, it becomes muktzah. And if it's muktzah, how do I mix it up? You understand that that's pasha. I can mix it up on Yom Tov.
I don't know. Just hit the X button.
Right. For whatever reason, how does it mix? Said it's muktzah. We must say that he doesn't like Rav Maslow. Rav Maslow around. Guy was lucky. He has a. Remember that picture of the diner?
Go to your YouTube channel.
A branch from a tree.
Okay, go to your YouTube channel.
Yeah, that branch is.
Just go to your YouTube channel.
Was part of the tree. Now it broke off of the tree, so I can't touch that branch. It's not like my other branches that I'm using on Yom Tov for firewood. And it fell into my oven, and I used that branch. Says the Gemara.
Okay, do you see yourself on YouTube?
I do yourself on YouTube. It's called the Kubaroi. And I have.
Yeah, whatever you're recording right now. Do you see yourself?
They go into it. I'm perfect. The point is, I do Kubaroi.
Okay, go to open on the upper right corner. In the upper right corner, click. Just quit cutting me off. In the upper right corner, you should see the. Look. Here's the thing. I'm the boss here, okay? You need to learn that you're not the boss in our relationship. Do you see in the upper right corner the YouTube icon? Excellent. Click it.
Why can I stoke it? Because I have other.
Does it open up YouTube?
I have none.
Do you see yourself? Right click on your image, and there should be something that says new screenshot.
Now, before we had, well, that was really a big shot in.
Okay.
Why we can't light the candle?
Let me see if I can find it.
Now we have another nice shot in Tumah. A new shot in Tumah. The first shot in Tumah was Rabbi Isaac. If I take a baguette and I fold it, do I get rid of the name baguette? By me folding it into a wit, now it's called a wit, and before it's called a baguette, and that removes the tumah. According to Rav Lezer, it doesn't remove the tumah. Lucha. Rav Nuna Amar, Pacha bepachas mishloisha shloisha neskinon. Umikulei matnoni shanitam.
You're
So
right.
let me just
It's
tell you
not
the
there.
sugya about it goes on and on. I'll tell you very simple.
Okay.
We're talking about a guy that makes
I don't know if this is going to work,
what a
but we'll
shmata is,
try
right?
it.
A rag.
Copy the URL address of your
Right.
YouTube channel.
You had a baguette. You have a baguette. I'm looking at the screen instead of at the problem. You have a baguette that's a baguette. Now,
Actually,
I decided one day I don't want
do
my
you
baguette.
see
I don't want
on
my
your
garment.
keyboard,
I want to take my garment. I want to make it
at the
into
very
a
top of the keyboard, in the upper right corner?
rag. You know what I want to do? I want to use this rag
Can you
to
hear me?
stuff a hole in my bag. I want to use the rag
Okay,
to
close
hold
your
the hot
YouTube.
rag. I want to use the
Or
rag
mute it.
to clean my camera. So it's a rag.
Okay, do you see in the
Then I
upper
took the
right,
rag. Now listen,
the
it's
top,
very simple.
do you see in
I
the
take the
top,
rag and I fold it up
the
nice
very
and I put it in
top
a drawer.
of your
That's a
keyboard?
box. It's a kusa. According to everybody, what did I just show? That I like my rag. It's a good rag. So it's not going to lose its name, Beggin. It's going to remain.
Everybody stop what you're
Pame.
doing.
A beg-
Look who's here.
It is Pame, Pame, Pame.
Okay,
If I take my
type
rag,
in
I can say all day long, this is a rag, this is a
Alright,
rag.
that's fine.
The fact is I
That's
just
fine.
treated it like
Type
my
into Google,
clothing.
where is the print screen button?
And this one goes in a nice shelf. It goes in a box. So in Mela, it's a special. Take my rag and I throw it in the garbage can.
Ask,
In the ashball.
ask Google, where is the
According to
print
everybody,
screen button?
that show me.
Tony, how are you?
And if I don't want it, it's not coming.
Tony,
In our mission,
Tony, hello.
in a situation with
Tony, are you at your computer?
And a garbage can. That's what I hang it
9,
on my door.
8,
On the front part of my
7,
door, we have a
6,
or I
5,
flip it on the other side of the door, which is on the regular left,
2,
one step below.
1. All right.
That's what I still like
Great.
that. And I still consider it
Good job. Good job. Good job, Tony.
It becomes slightly confusing, but that's the basic.
Did anybody watch it?
No, I'm off of the company. I don't think so because
Yeah, nobody speaks Czech on there. Okay, that's fine. So just one moment, you get to your computer, Tony. Back to Reverend Andrew. Reverend Andrew, did you type in the Google, where's the print screen button?
The guy decided to take his nice.
Yeah, do you see the, do you see it on your keyboard? Okay, press Windows and the print screen at the same time with your picture in the background. Like open up your YouTube so that it can see your face, or open up OBS so it can see your face, so that it knows your picture. It will, but we can edit it.
Whether it's to be prepared or not to be prepared in stomach. Somebody's going to explain much better what these words are. Regardless, it's tough.
Did it take a picture?
Wait, don't worry, we're going to explain everything. It's all tough. Here goes.
Okay, just make a rectangle around your picture. Hold down.
All three, Rabbi Kiva, Rabbi Eliezer, and Rabbi Yishmael, they all hold. If you throw it into the garbage can, far why? I just took my big kid and I announced to the world it's garbage. Garbage is tar. That's on the base. If I take it and I put it in a nice box, then according to everybody, it's Lo nefliku, elo shetloim b'magoy, if he hung it up on a
I
peg.
am going over my number.
Okay, that's fine, and we'll help you.
Put it on
Okay,
your job.
stop.
Oh, you bet. Hold on.
Reverend Andrew, go to OBS.
I lost my clip.
Close out.
Okay, good.
Just go.
This is so bad.
Don't worry. Don't worry about it. I've got a better way to do it. Don't worry about it. It's better.
I didn't show anybody.
Okay,
I
try
hung
it.
on my door. Why am I hanging up my door? Because I like it. I want it. Like Parlay, Shalom and Amufan. So before on the now, he's saying about not being prepared.
That's fine. Go to OBS. Just open OBS.
I take it and I hold it up nicely and put it in my drawer. That's the most prepared possible.
Okay, do you have OBS open?
That means I want it.
Okay, right click on your picture and it should say take screenshot.
It's but in fact, it's mukha. You know what's going on there? I want it. It's mukha. So why is Rabbi Eliezer using a funny language if it's not mukha? Because everything is relative. So relative to a
screenshot.
person treating it with a lot of respect and putting it in his drawer, it's not mukha.
Take previous screenshot.
Since he didn't put it inside a pot, so he decided he doesn't want it anymore.
Does it ask you where to save?
So why in the world is Rabbi Eliezer, Rabbi Yeshua saying on
Does
something
it ask
that
you where to
he doesn't
save?
want it? It's not home anymore. He's calling it mukha. It's prepared, but it's not prepared. It's garbage.
No. So you press take previous screenshot.
It's not. So why do you say mukha?
Yeah, save it in your download.
Compared to the garbage, it's considered mukha. We don't care about Rabbi Yeshua so much. We care about Rabbi Kiva because our mission is Rabbi Eliezer and Rabbi Kiva. Nothing to do with Rabbi Yeshua. So more explaining. Rabbi Kiva is live on Maggid Savak Rabbi Eliezer. The verse starts off saying that Rabbi Kiva is going to make enough community between putting on a peg and throwing it, tossing it over the door on the other side of the door. The other side of the door is one step less, and that Rabbi Kiva is going to admit to be sure that it's not considered a peg. Then the verse is next. So what is the first step? Rabbi Kiva blames Magoy if he takes he puts it on a hook, on a peg, Savak Rabbi Eliezer, that's considered old beged, he's machshir. So it's without.
Just right click on it. Right click on it and press close.
So he tosses behind the door, Savak Rabbi Yeshua. That he doesn't care about it.
I need
Otherwise,
to say
he puts it
something.
on a hanger.
I need to say
He doesn't
something.
care about it. It's not a beged.
You are, guys, the best. You are, guys, the best door in this world.
Holds like a short end. Doesn't matter because of the peg or the door. Beged is not. Beged. The shorty doesn't want it, and if he doesn't want it, is that
Yeah. Yeah. Okay, that's fine. That's fine. That's fine. That's fine. That's fine. In the upper, just quiet. In the upper menu, what do you see next to file? Okay, go to docs. Do you see? Turn it off.
Because the Mishnah uses a lotion silas habeged. My ear the tongue silas habeged. In other words,
Now go back to your picture
still somewhat of a beged.
and take
Shell beged.
a preview screenshot.
It's not a beged right now. It's more like silas habeged that dying beged. The fact, the Kiva says, the fact that he hung it up on this peg, he's showing that
Do
it's still
save preview screenshot.
beged somewhat.
Don't do that.
It says no, it's not a peg. Dr. Mishnah. Yes, the whole case is talking about a shmata, a beged. It started out as a beged. You had a nice cloth, piece of cloth. And he decided that he doesn't want it anymore. Well, it says in the beginning, no, that it was shloisha. It was. So just
Hold
to
on.
point out, we're talking about a beggar that was above shalosh,
Okay.
between
Now,
shalosh
stop.
and shloisha.
Just listen to me.
Stop.
Open up your file explorer.
But above shalosh. More than 3 fingers.
If you don't know how to do that, just hit.
Then it would be a beggar anyway.
Okay.
And he decided
Now,
in his head
on
to
the
use
left
it as a
side, you see
shmata,
videos.
but not stop.
Double
This is a
click
very
that.
complicated mission. But shmata that he hung up on a peg, but he didn't put in a drawer.
There you
In a
go.
drawer, then he for sure wants it. In the garden,
Okay. I want you to right click on
or
one
in the
of them
bag, or over the door, then
and press copy. And press copy.
Kwame still remains a beggar. He says, says to me,
Now go to ChatGPT in your
you know about
browser.
it? Yeah?
Yes.
What do you do with that? I can't. It has my daughter, my son-in-law's name in my collar.
Now, do you see in ChatGPT it says like create image?
This is actually from, it might be two. But you see what's going on here a little bit. This is the lantern. This is like the, made out of earthenware.
Okay, right click and ask anything and press paste.
This shows that you're connected.
Okay, press create image.
Higher up, and there's a drip of oil that just goes in constantly into the.
And then right click in the box and press paste.
If I were to remove any oil from the top part,
yeah, that's fine. You can do it there too.
Why? Because as is, this is supposed to light for 5 hours. I just made it light for 4 hours.
Just in the box, there should be. If you right click in the box where it says type anything,
so don't take an egg.
You could
and fill it up with oil. And make a tiny hole in the bottom and hang it over.
Okay. Do you see a text box in there?
Now you're gonna have a Malena Shemit.
Okay. Now tell it I am a YouTuber and I am wanting a podcast
whatever, like an hourglass, right, Bobby? Like an hourglass.
Thumbnail on
why is this also?
Rebuilding of the temple in Jerusalem.
You do so, you're over with. So I'm concerned that you're not going to realize, if you didn't know this halacha, or you're not taking
you can say, here is my picture.
These two things are
please make me look excited.
One is my candle, and one is a source of oil.
And you can put text on the thumbnail
outside source
to improve engagement. Something like that.
My candle. If I take some, big deal. Everybody understands that if the oil is inside my bowl, obviously I can't take it. That everybody gets.
I am ready.
Okay, just a moment. I'll help you in a second.
It's not attached. It's just going in. Big deal. I don't want people to make a mistake. So we may I say it's awesome. Now, the Mishnah adds on, even if it's made out of earthenware, Paris, this is disgusting. Imagine those days, it's full of ashes and who knows what. It's black, dark, hard to clean. So I'm not on Shabbos, I'm not crazy to take oil from
but nobody is going to like click on that because you're not necessarily looking at the camera and there's no writing on it.
Yeah.
But it is good. I'm not saying it's not good. But it is good. I agree with you. It is good. I agree with you.
Yeah. Who?
Is it good?
Anyway, wow, it's unbelievable. And once it's Shabbos, our boy side, seriously, everybody
okay, well then you can tell it, make me look better.
We're sitting here in the very good we're sitting here, we're learning Turkey.
Okay, then put whatever you want.
People say, put whatever you want. We're forgetting about everything.
I just gave you some words.
Hey, by the way, Noam Mishka, I didn't realize you were there. I was gonna tell Avi, I wish no one was here. He said hi, and I was like, I need
Okay, so then just
another guy to ask.
in the box, press Control V.
But now,
V is in Victor.
so I know that you're for real. All the times you don't come on Motzei Shabbos, I'm gonna tell you.
There's like a little
Because
text
now
box.
that you're Corona, you came, you're showing me that the reason why
In
you really
ChatGPT.
can't come. Shema. Okay. Next. Review the matter, review says something. So yeah, I wanted to make like an experiment and take the egg, and I said, what am I crazy? I'm gonna use $45 worth of an egg? No way. No, but
There's a place where you type.
There's a place where you type. PDF file from
Hold down Control and press the V button. V is in Victor. That's okay.
I went online, I couldn't find it. Yeah?
V is in Victor. No, you're not. No. You have to hit Control first. Hold down Control, then press V.
Me and my kids, you're talking about Astros, my kids and I, we went to the Biblical Zoo in Yerushalayim.
Did it put your picture back in there?
And then the Astros ate its own egg. You saw that. What's shy? I don't know, but you said that the Astros, that is the Biblical Zoo in Bar.
At the facility where you are, do they have computer classes?
You weren't there when I said a whole thing about you. He uses your story that your house was burned down, and he's shaking his head.
Okay, I just
it's
you.
you. But when I said the story, you weren't at the share that day. So one day we'll have to go through that story again. I don't want to talk about
So in that little text box, press Control V.
Okay,
so just tell it, don't change my original image. Just put the text over it, and you can just press paste. That's fine.
This is kosher. Why? Because it's one click. The whole point is you can't have it hanging. I don't know how you do it. It'd be very
for YouTube.
Cool to see a device like that. Hanging an egg by some sort of device.
It's best to put text over it so people know what it's about.
This is
okay, that's fine. You don't need that. You don't need that. That's fine.
No one's gonna make a mistake. There's no difference between this or a bowl. No one's gonna take oil out of a bowl.
But nobody knows that by just looking at the picture. But I get it. Make it whatever you want. That's fine.
At your life, you know that's your problem. Who knows you take out of this device? You know it's a bulb dripping in.
Look at any YouTube channel. Look at any YouTube channel. And okay, you think about it. You do it for YouTube.
Side by side.
Tony, can you hear me?
A long way from one bowl to the other. So one bowl is
all right. Let's do it.
Oil. So if you would take out from any of the bowls oil,
what are we doing, Tony?
I am in my
Yes, sir.
Rambo account.
Yes, sir.
And I need to know how can I write this OBS or without OBS?
How do you do this with OBS or without OBS? It's easier to do with OBS. Do you have OBS?
Yes, but it's not yes, but it's my friend now. With my number.
Okay, why not?
Number. Because I cannot find, because I cannot go live, I cannot find I cannot find that what I need to be right.
What do you mean?
Right. like
It goes up right above. There's no F6
I
here,
want
but
I want to be right on it.
side by side, separate.
And
I
I click on my episode. One by episode, OBS cannot find.
What do you mean OBS can't find?
Five. Read all three things.
What do you mean OBS cannot find?
You have a nice
OBS cannot find open window.
a nice jar
I need
above
to
a
think
candle below.
what I need to think.
Okay, yeah, you
It's
can.
created like that. It's filter. Oh, no.
Okay, so you have OBS open?
Yourself. You put some
Oh,
and some cement and you put it together.
yes, I have. Yes, I have.
Okay, so you have.
No.
Oh, but not it seems like that's how it was created.
Yes, I have. Yes, I have. Well,
My
I
yaitzer
know.
can yaitzer meaning
Okay, you have OBS
you
open,
know
right?
the difference. You know
Well, I know.
not to take from it.
Okay.
It doesn't matter if it's created like that from the factory or you retrofitted it later. It's all the
Can
same.
you see yourself?
Wait, I need to. Wait, I need.
Getting excited. Look
my
what's going on in the
camera, okay. Camera, okay. 10 seconds, wait.
story time. So Ramela, stuff.
Long
Omar Rabbi Yehuda,
You're okay.
Shabastu Ba'aliyas Beis Nitza Beloy. I was once spending Shabbos in an attic in Beis Nitza in Loy. They gave us an egg. I guess it was a thing in those days. Melanua Shemen. I filled up the egg with oil. Exactly what the mission says. Don't do, I did. I made a small hole in the bottom. I guess what happened was they gave him an egg with a larger hole on top. So he was able to fill it up with oil, but he made the bottom hole, the small hole, that just started dripping. Otherwise, it says it didn't say he gave him an egg. It says he gave them a shviferish so they can just stop. Shviferish means it's already, it's an eggshell. It could take oil. So what does it mean he made a hole in it? Because it had one hole. He had to make the second hole. Why are you showing this kid? Look, nobody said a word to me. You see, it's a good thing. I can do it. Those people in Beis Nitza are different. They're careful. So what if they're careful? Well, so every place, everything is different. Okay. Says Gemara. Ovin Tzipayra. By the way, it's the only time in Shas he's mentioned. Gorar Savsola B'Yisa D'Sheisha. He dragged a bench in the attic where, like in our days, what's the floor made out of? Nice
question for you. I have
Yes,
a
sir.
question for you.
Yes, sir.
Do you think in this like in this the stage when we are poor, it's the school is important,
What's the problem dragging me
or is more something else?
No, it's becoming less and less important. And we're moving towards a world where you'll have one teacher per 1,000 students, and everybody will be taught virtually. The pandemic was really a test run for this, especially you don't need universities anymore, as you once did. You can learn everything on the internet.
It could happen.
Yeah.
Likely, it's not going to happen or not, whatever. Is that how it's going to happen? Shimon says it's okay. He went, the oven dragged, like in our days, but I pushed my couch across the floor on Shabbos. No dirt.
ChatGPT ChatGPT could teach you to be a better lawyer, a better doctor than anyone. That's true. I mean,
One of my kids was bored today. He took the couch.
Rabbi, I'm sorry, but I need to have side with Reverend with
no, you don't,
Reverend
because all of those are just guardians or exactly. Right. It would be like saying all you have to do is just pass a test. So you can at least in California pass the bar without having gone to law school. You can be a medical doctor in the United States under some conditions, so long as you just pass your board. So long as you can show that you can do it, then you don't need a teacher necessarily.
Pay attention to the places over here, not places. Rabbi, everything, but OBS is try to get my dust down. My camera, I don't know why. It's not working with OBS. Over there, the whole problem is to make the screen now. The problem you don't have the place in this place. Moses says, if you're sitting, I'm asking you a question, why am I bringing this place? How do we sweep our floors? How do we do certain things in showers? Because in our floors, we have beautiful tile. It's not a problem.
Yeah.
Okay. The Arabs in Gaza don't have it. This place is, if your entire city is a certain way, then there's no like food. What's the problem over there? That he's going to drag his bench in the attic. It has marble, but everybody else doesn't have marbles. That's be crazy for everybody else. Okay, but that's because everybody else really didn't have marbles. But in our day and age, where everybody has tile on the floor, so this is not a problem. You don't have to make exeris this place.
Okay, so
that's how we get to the malachas.
Tony,
in our day, it's different.
What is going on? What do you say?
Another story.
My camera is not working in OBS. It's not working in OBS.
Where's your camera working? Where's your camera working? Yes, of course. Yeah, you can't have it working in any of them. So close the Riverside, close everywhere where your camera is gone. Close Riverside, close everywhere where your camera is gone.
Your robot is coming apart like that?
Okay, now, Reverend Andrew, not now. We gotta help Tony with this. We can talk about this once he's taken care of. Okay, so Tony, in OBS, you right click on source and press add video capture device. Do you see that? Okay. And then put your camera in there.
Yeah. And then put your camera. No, it's really doing this in the building. Yeah. Fine. You live in Diamond Heights.
I'm not seeing. Come on.
Do you see add?
I'm seeing. Yeah.
So,
you see add and then video capture device?
It's like
he's saying that his interface out all the whites so you guys like
vegetation,
say listen, very long
vegetation, yeah.
We'll do tomorrow. We'll do very tough now. Tomorrow's daf. Ellie said it's going to be really tough.
Okay, do you see your camera?
I got this. But listen, it's gonna be a 2-3 hour thing. So I go about it.
Yes.
Think about this for a second.
Yes. You are a cheater.
Logically speaking,
You are a fucking cheater.
what
You
would
are
you
a
say?
cheater. You are a
Okay,
fucking
you're
cheater.
welcome. I'm ready
Now,
to.
what they're according to your
Okay,
He says
now,
a lot of Dragon Ball. Was he talking about a
do you see in the lower right corner it says Start Virtual Camera?
You gotta make a difference. I told you there's a difference between
Press
light and
that.
heavy.
Yes.
You know what you say. He says, well, what do you say, Mary? Light or heavy? What's mutter?
Now go to Riverside.
Light is mutter? Why? My daughter says light is mutter. This is my daughter. Why? She says because it's a trick question. Fine. Yes, you are right. Right. Light is mutter, heavy.
I am in
Says
Riverside. I am in
Okay,
Riverside.
now
No, the opposite.
do you see where your camera is in Riverside? Choose OBS Virtual Camera.
Pick it up and bring it somewhere else. You have no business dragging it. It shouldn't have said in this situation.
Yes.
Where
And
I
you
can't
should see your
drag it,
camera in Riverside.
But I'm one.
then it's
But
I-
I'm
let's
one.
say
Riverside was like before. It's not working in OBS. It's not working in
Right, now it
OBS.
works in both of
Raise
them.
Mr. Butro. Doris, I've
Working
someone
in-
that you love and review me
And
around.
it's yeah. It
Right
is
in front
cheap.
of me, I'm like, come on, you're shooting. You all like you're
Now, do
shooting,
you want a
let it
virtual
drag,
background
don't
like?
stand, don't
Do you want a virtual background like?
Reverend.
Okay.
Yeah.
So now in Google, type in OBS
on a heavy bend.
background remover.
Right? It's a little bit different than what you would think, I think. On a large bench you give that because EF sharp. So it's a kind of EF sharp.
Yeah.
Since it's difficult for you, so I get
Okay.
you have to.
What
But
shows
why
up?
are you being lazy on Shabbos? Dragging where you could come to make it
Some
difficult. Let's
video,
pick it up and be a man.
video, and yeah, some OBS, yeah, some
You know,
OBS.
think of the Uda,
Some
however, there's another sheet, this is like,
Go to the OBS main thing.
It's very small. It's mutter.
yeah, I am
Very
watching.
small.
I am
A light one.
watching.
No, I'm not watching. Did I say watch a video?
This is what unbelievable that even Uda admits.
Go to
I am in OBS. I am
go to
in
the
OBS.
OBS page, and there should be a thing, and you click it, and it should take you to GitHub.
Heavy and Kulam according to Uda. What's the Rabbi said? Shimon, I'm a girl, other meat or piece of this house. Wait a minute. It says in the Mishnah.
Yeah, I'm
three
like
Mito,
I'm
a
still
girl,
like
Kisei,
Right.
being I'm still like
Yes.
Sapsa.
Okay. Now, do you see
Go back to
OBS? Or no, it should say like background remover version 1.41, something like that.
large and light. Nothing makes sense here. Hashem Karvai.
Okay, what do you? Okay, what do you see?
That the plate is very
I see
like a-
laptop container, container in GitHub, the Ryzen plugin, the model faking, pages, SLC, and this.
Okay.
And this.
Easiest way, just go to YouTube and ask how to do your background remover, and I'll help you through it. But just watch it, and it'll tell you. It's a little complicated.
Beautiful Allah.
Yeah, and right now I need this, so I will.
Okay, let's do Rumble now. That's easy.
He's selling them. That he has shotguns.
Just give me a minute. Just give
Take
me
your
a
time.
minute.
Wear it like this. You put it on the shoulder. The halacha is, as long as he doesn't use it,
So like the
Police officer
and the episode is most episode on my
That's very good.
that's good.
putting it on you like that is not a Levi, so you're trying to show your brother
He's
that
like
the seller is not
200,
protect you. That's what
228.
this is the Gemara. The halacha is
Did you get any
but if a person is a tzaddik, he's a chassid,
subscribers?
he would stay away from this. He doesn't want people to start
That's great.
accusing
How many
him of wearing
subscribers do you
that.
have now?
So he puts it on his stick, on his
96.
shoulder.
96.
והאוכל דרך של המבק תצלוין, בחיתן הם דומים, This guy can, if he wants, he doesn't have to put it on his shoulder. He can just sit there. It's lazy. So why doesn't this have a look? Like a light chair.
Send Reverend Andrew your link. He'll probably follow you.
It's also drag because you have a way out. Anytime you have a way
Well,
out of it,
you're busy doing your thing. All right, do you need help, Reverend Andrew?
It's very light. Just pick it up with your pinky and move it away.
Yeah, I don't want to leave the Messiah.
Okay, then put Messiah in
guy
there.
that's selling rubbish, he has a very similar. He said, take a stick and put it on the stick. Loi misgavin shori Reb Shimon Lechatchilot the rabbi.
All right, so Tony, send him the link. He'll follow you. He'll follow you, and then you follow him.
Voice side tomorrow morning, 7:15. Now everyone wants to stick around to say a particular Tehillim. And now the mind
There's some amazing, it can be
Yes,
good
sir.
if I can.
Okay, so are you in Rumble now, Tony?
Yes, I am in. Yes, I am.
Okay, so you want to know how to live stream?
Yes. Yes, I need to do. Yes, I need to do.
Yeah.
Studio. So yeah, I'm in a live. So yeah, I'm in a live studio. Studio.
Okay. Do you see new canvas?
And yes, but only one can be
Okay.
at the time.
So and then scroll down and you should see a green button.
Yeah, enter. Yeah, enter.
I just helped Reverend Andrew, so
everybody's muted.
you're both doing the same thing. Okay, so in the bottom of that screen, you should see a camera. Choose the virtual camera.
Hey, voice side.
I am on.
Today's year.
OBS.
That's correct.
Camera. Yes. Okay.
And then do you see turn your microphone on?
Yeah.
And then above that, you should see add to stage.
Yeah.
Did you add yourself to the stage? Okay. Now in the upper right corner, you should see start stream, but before to the left of that, you should see an arrow pointing downward.
Also,
Yeah. Are they all? Okay. Make sure they're all on.
I am like Victor, page, everything. Yeah,
Okay.
page, everything.
Now go live and test it out and make sure it works.
I started saying this before. I didn't really emphasize.
I need to try. I'm going to try streaming my
Oh yeah, you can do that. Okay, so do you have your playlist already made?
Yep.
Okay. Go to your playlist. That's great. Go to your playlist and get the link.
Doesn't stop learning.
Wait.
And Mashver said that
Give me.
himself seriously and learn with this guy. So the full W test should have your full flame on. ICU, ventilate on the ventilator, etc. Lilu Nishmas Rabbi Yisrael Ben Rabbi Yitzchak Zichroin on the Bracha. Today's his yard time. Not Corona. Baruch Hashem. Lilu Nishmas, this is from our friend Avrami Levowitz. And Lilu Nishmas Levi Tzadok ben Shammai David Siselsky. Yes, did I pronounce it okay? He's a Ben Bayis. He had many meals at my Mechutanim's house in New York, in Flatbush, and then in Lawrence. So we just nifter on Friday.
I just send you my links.
Because he doesn't have children. Al-Shuva, big Rahman. He's nifter by himself in the hospital. The Neshama should have an aliyah.
So like when you have a time, yeah.
Right.
Of course.
We should stop with all these sponsorships. And I
We are
just
a team
heard
here. We are a team here. We need to help each other.
devastating news out of Chicago. Somebody I knew well.
Do you have your YouTube link for your playlist?
Yeah. Nachum Langsner, good friend of one of the supporters of the Shir, UTY's best friends, next door neighbors for years. And his son actually was my son's classmate in school for the years that we lived in Chicago. Everybody knows him. A sweet guy. It's just unbelievable what's going on in his neighborhood. Young guy. I don't think he's 50 yet. So, just heard the news right before Shir. I don't have his name even. I don't know what it is. But we're trying to do the binary to strong again from this devastating disease. What it says, we're going to learn today. We have to start to share with the message. So we have to be the simple. We can't go every day. It's like no environment. It's day after day. The news, the bad news. Dear Rebelli, I just wish to thank you for your daf shir. I decided to start the daf cycle after going with the park.
I am in my
all over the country sending. This is the first time from Lawrence. He just finished his third cycle. He's one of the highest presenters at the end of
Okay,
the
copy it.
There was an issue. I was scheduled to start vacation at Sunday.
Did you copy it?
The new cycle. I was traveling on May 6th of February. But I decided not to wait. Oh, you know what? I did my first job by myself. I sent a few of my WhatsApp groups the fact that I started that journey and someone recommended the 8 minutes after review. So I joined the 8 minute WhatsApp group. I realized that you gave a whole sheet.
I have my
report.
I have my
in Bahamas.
link.
Okay. Now go to OBS.
And many cities in the USA.
Now go to OBS. Right click on your sources.
Now everybody's doing share online. Yours is still the best. Right up. Even in your house by yourself, I'm still going strong.
Yeah.
And it's only
Press
thanks
add
to
new
your
source.
share. Thanks again, Joel Katz and Lawrence
Add
and yours.
source.
From Joel for the fizzle. Dear Ellie, thank you so much for the share. Full take minute in the regular one. I heard about your share from the last Pesach. This is
like the window or
Yeah, it should open a new window. Okay, and then what does it say?
make new or have add the
No, it should be make new. And do you see URL?
Do you see URL? 7:45 minutes. You on 1.5 speed.
What do you mean?
Under sources, you right click and say add source, right? Okay, then a box opens up, right? What are your options?
Yeah.
Thanks for making
My options
And it's on other days.
I'm so stupid.
Captains is a broad range of people.
My absence medium picture presentation,
And I feel bad
progress subscribe over from this
I'll
text
miss your booming voice that he's met you.
something for recording.
See, I didn't read your email last night. I thought maybe last night you would be. Today, Baruch Hashem, you see? So I'll try to learn anyway. It's close. I thought I was very.
Do you see URL?
Okay, this is a great sport.
You see URL?
No, you're almost there.
Okay, do you see window?
Olney, Maryland, not Detroit. Don't ever accuse this kid from being from Detroit. Olney.
Yes.
Never heard
Okay,
of that
select window.
Yes.
All right, Rabbi Side.
Actually, do you see browser?
Our beautiful. I got the sugya, but first we have to take care of a Mishnah.
Yes.
Okay, go to browser.
Yes.
Okay, go to browser. And then do you see a place to put in a URL?
Yeshua, with the corona, stay away from him. By the way, they say that one.
You should. When you press browser, there should be a thing that says URL, like a box.
I don't let that guy in my house. Avrami Leibowitz, your father should have an Elias Neshama.
You just add browser.
Yeah, do you see?
What did I say?
Sources that you display.
Yeah, and then below that, do you see like a place to put in a link?
Yes, but I cannot write it.
Okay, just close that and go back to and make it window.
If a person,
Okay, did you select window?
Why? Because he's fearful of
There should be a drop down for the window that you have for your browser.
Yeah, I have this, and right now, you do want me right?
It should be Chrome.
Yes, that's right.
Robbers, bad guys. They do after all. When you come and destroy his house.
What the?
And you have a chayla, the Gemara you say chayla is sakana. You want him to sleep? Fuck. Now, typically, what does fucking mean? Fuck. Third, I have a lawsuit. It's fucking not going to get the item.
What are you talking about? No. Oh, you're only seeing Rumble Studio?
I'm not going to do that through OBS.
Well, yeah, you are. That's how you do it. Yeah, you are. That's how you do it.
So that's why he takes it. He sees it's heating up. It's overheating. So he turns off. He extinguishes it. He wants to save some of the oil. He wants to save his wig. Fire. This is no good. Without your fire.
So do you, in OBS, do you see window?
All these cases of
OBS, do you see window? Yeah, I see.
Okay, do you see the drop down of window and it gives you different options?
Do you see the drop down of window and it gives you different options?
Okay,
yes.
What are your options?
What's going on?
What are your options? YouTube.
Click YouTube.
Nothing.
That you don't need.
Did you press OK?
Yes.
Okay. Do you see under sources? What do you have there?
Under sources. What do you have there?
Why am I
under sources? I have under sources. I have 1 times YouTube, 3 times YouTube,
I don't want
4 times YouTube, 4 times YouTube, and
for example, this case of I want.
So you don't have virtual. You don't have video capture device anywhere.
you don't have virtual. You don't have
black on my
video capture device anywhere.
You have to.
If I'm scared of a bug,
Your camera's showing,
and I
right?
turn off the fire,
Your camera's showing, right?
I don't want it off. I have no enjoyment with
It's not
turning it off.
like
I'd rather
it's
have
not
the handle of the
working
yeah.
OBS what is working on.
Why isn't your
Let's say
camera
the ones
working in
that do
OBS? Why isn't your camera working in OBS?
Oh, this sort of
I don't know what happened.
Okay, then
is similar to the Mishka.
close OBS and reopen OBS.
Creating
Close
something.
OBS and reopen
By me extinguishing the flame, I'm not creating anything. I'm just not going to die. The body's not going to find me and kill me.
Reverend Andrew, Reverend Andrew, are you there?
But if I'm creating
Reverend Andrew, are
charcoal,
you there?
says Rabbi Yossi, that's a problem. So that's the best example. It's charcoal. I'm extinguishing a flame.
Okay, can you please close the YouTube window that you have open so that we don't get feedback? Okay. Okay, back to Tony. Tony, can you hear me?
That's the only one. But by me extinguishing a flame,
You know there's a movie coming out with your name?
I got rid of a problem. Getting rid of a problem is not
I don't care, so I'm not there, so I will have movie, but next time.
Okay, but it's on Anthony Bourdain, the chef. It's going to be called Tony.
I don't know who is that. I don't know who is that.
Okay, that's fine. Did you close OBS and reopen it?
Yeah, it's the same. Like, one more time. It's the same. I don't know what happened.
So my life doesn't blow up.
Do you have your camera open in anything else? Is it your camera or your virtual camera?
I didn't get anything. I didn't create anything. So it must be Rabbi Yehuda.
My speed, best speed camera.
Yeah, that's why it's not working. I told you, you have to make that your virtual camera.
What's the language of it?
Okay, so I am going
Not very, not a good idea to do. And if you do it,
somebody's calling me. Wait, somebody's calling me. But I will do it.
If there's a sick person, it's a pylon. She has sakana. To be 100% mutter. There's no issue the rabbanon at all. Why don't you use the rabbanon? Leave a pylon, she's sakana. And if the guy that has a headache, I just be very well. What are you telling his pastor? He's tired 100%. You know how to do it. It's like that in Shabbos, for somebody that's not really sick. Does it enough? What are you saying to this upon it? No, you're dealing with a fellow that has this upon you allowed to, and it's 100% mutter. You ask me, you're doing this and mutter. So why does it say the word mutter? It says mutter. It tells us that he's really tired. I do the way that we can say Bachaya. It just fits in well with the wording of the Sefer. You're right. If you really say mutter, that's really what it is. It's 100% mutter. You shouldn't have any fakers. Like a guy that doesn't have cell phone, it's not that he's mutter, it's not that he's mutter. You could go into the car and relax and turn off the engine, turn on the engine. Mutter. Not mutter. Mutter. This is just didn't use that lotion because it doesn't fit well with the Sefer where it says fire. The opposite of fire is talking. So it's not really fire. Even if you have fire season, what you have is that talking about lotion. Now the Shai says before, if you want the sick person to be able to sleep, you shouldn't do it. And if you do it, you extinguish the flame, you cover it. But also, it's in the forest. It's not, everybody has this way, the police need to support. There's too many. That obviously is going in a case where there's no sakana, you have no right to extinguish the flame, and it goes extinguishing the flame. Because according to Yehuda, you're tired throughout the whole thing. It's not popular, you're 100% tired. So you go to sleep. That's the malacha. You're mutter, but you're not going to Here goes that guy. So Shahina Zula Elon is kind of I can only find his one thing right here. Yes, although his down from state is 4, I got from him. You know that I don't know, maybe this thing that's the Mishal Malach Hadis with Tina Zanua, because you experience a flame, you can maybe each of the stops in front of the Koila that has this fun. Now, what's the answer? You all know. If you have a Koila here, it's a fun, and you're going to sleep better, experience the flame, 100% of it. But what does he do? He was supposed to get up and give us the speech. So this is a segue. They asked me a question. Oh, you're asking a great question. Instead of saying Luther went on a full Amud, a massive Amud, a very fat one, a lot of words. Give him a drasha. Beautiful. That's how we get drashas. In order to get their attention, to bring them in, he started talking in a Gaza. Other than that, he started saying, you are explaining that. I'm talking about that. Where's your partner? How does it make sense what you're doing? How does people say, Musa? Where's your understanding? Say that word, please. Say it 5 times. What's your say, Musa? It's not even enough that what you're saying contradicts your own father. Ella, obviously he's going to explain it. He starts at the very start. Shlomo, you're contradicting this. You contradict your father. What's going on with you? Rabbi Avicha Amar, Loya Mason Hallelujah. In 4 days we'll say this. Beautiful. Loya Mason and Hallel. A dead person can't give up a person's shot. But I'm out there. Think by Helen. Someone else says. This Abbey is amazing. We find Mason. Oh, the dead are great. And what's the thing of the puzzle? They're better than the life. Then we also said the result of our markers to the second of 5 toys. A live dog is better than a. This is the only no. I have another. Then a live liar, a boy size. Yes, it's real picture, not Photoshop. A live dog better than a dead lion. What's going on there? Great conscious. Every time I dog it, I'm missing out on the Lord, love me, ask you to other than pay over Muslims. A person, stop around, grab as many prayers, much prayer as possible. You never know. The father already 2 young people. Friends, young, even today's bottom of that prayer. Once you're dead, you're dead. Can't learn to pray anymore. But his both instead of boys, the famous Maisha with the Dilly Glory. He's dying, and he grabbed his tzitzis and he said, look, there's huge sense. Look at the Kabbalah in this world. And he started crying. And once you're dead, the tzitzis, your prayer is nothing. You're not going to go shut up there. The Bible is taking his honor from the dead person. You can't give that to the dead who's not for anything. And I'm already looking at my see that makes me come see. That people like free, even to me, also, once a person is dead, not to touch him in a prayer in the mission. He's speaking prayer. He's not obligated. And he doesn't accomplish anything with prayer. When I say some Masons, my Masons, helping you solve a mitzvah. So, what does it mean? That I take honor in the dead. By Israel, singing the midbar, I'm not making never the both of all. I'm a student in front of them now. Moshe Rabbeinu, the greatest that ever lived, David, the both of them answered. So Omar, the Kala Roman King, father, and when he mentions the dead, I brought him to the show. Yeah, man. So he was answering the skills for Mason. You see, Mason has more skills than the ones that are left. So the up almost done. So that's when he's ambitious for Mason. See, it's beautiful. Look into the process. I give praise to the Mason. Who are the Masons? My brother to the Yaakov. Brother after. Brother. Brother Shalom. This somehow has to do with the candle. I asked you a question about a candle. Can I extinguish a candle for a person that is very sick? Let's do this over. Brother Shalom. Well, this with what is examiner something the time I saw something the time I saw. If a king makes a decree, look, Bibi made a decree. They're not listening to him. They walk around wherever they want to walk around. The Vince, the Zayrab, wherever they want, they kill, they go, they do. They don't listen. Vince to learn the kind of stuff. And sometimes they do listen, like in Russia. In Korea, they listen. Because otherwise, you're going to pull it in the head. The Chaim Mekayim Moisel, the Moisel Mekayim Moisel. But once the guy dies, they're not doing it out of respect. They'll do it because he's alive, he's scared of him. Moshe Rabbeinu doesn't come at zeros, he's keeping kind of tafanas. Moshe Rabbeinu instituted things, like for instance, in the Megillah Torah says Rashi, that Dorsha B'Lefis of Chakod and Chag, you start asking, you start talking about the love of the Pesach. We did before. He also was Misakin, the biggest Hamazon. He's Misakin. And we say every day. All generations. Therefore, it makes a lot of sense when it said, the Beth, I need something. I say, give me ois. David Amel says that with Baruch Hu, give me a sign. The Torah, you give a sign, you say now the devotion, my enemies will see the sign, and they'll be embarrassed. In other words, David Amel had, so we've been Ger's family, Solomon family, that they all had China's on. David Amel, especially, would say that we're talking about the story of Bathsheba. David Amel married Bathsheba, he was married to Uriah, and everybody said David Amel sinned. But in fact, Uriah went to war, and he gave his wife a death. And Allah was allowed to, but people said he was over Holocaust. And the doesn't have his daughter, bonus later. I'm not a Vero of that seven. I'm a lawyer. I forgive you. I'm a lawyer. I say, give me a sign so people know that I didn't do any wrong. And I in your lifetime, I can't do that. If I tell you this time in India, don't worry, everybody will know in your son's lifetime. But I'm going to try to bring the art into the person. Dr. Sons of the day, couldn't bring it in. It's too wide, especially with the people holding it. Couldn't put it in. It's very embarrassing. All this going on, actually, you have all these stories going into it. People built things and they forgot. There's a door. You can't go in. All my slamming, I see my reporter, he said 24, so I think it's doing nothing. Plus, I'm my showing the shape, man. That's the thing, yeah, my mouth, I cover. Open up the showrooms. Let it come in. Who's going to come in? The Yavai Melech HaKavod. Now, the doors weren't very bright. They thought that he was referring to himself. Yeah, I think by straight in the mid-lane. The doors wanted to swallow Tzemah Melech. Who are you talking about? You talking about yourself? You're a Melech HaKavod? That's what he thought? I'm like, oh, Hashem, this is people. I'm talking about this Baruch Hu. Lots of Allah. Now, very interesting. We say this every week. We say this on Rosh Hashanah night, every day. You probably wonder things for yourself every time you read it. Why do you repeat the same passage twice? The difference between the two. Why are we saying it? And that's it. Look what's going on here. They're very, very different. One person is the door is talking. They're asking Tzemah Melech, but you're the So I said, no, I'm not the king. I'm talking about his wife, he's the king. Then Shlomo Melech repeats the whole process. And he starts from the beginning. I'll take it from the top. And that makes a lot of sense. And then Shlomo Melech repeats the whole thing. Shlomo Melech is asking the question now, not the door. Ellie? Yes, Ellie. Which song? Why is it not unmuted? Because Gary's very sleepy. I have a little corona. That's why my mother has the question. Oh, I miss Judah. I miss Snapping Seltzer. Where are these guys? Where are they? But Skoyak Ellie, Skoyak. Take the opportunity. No, I'm not the phone who didn't answer. Get it to my family kids. I'll post your name to that. Don't let me down. Don't worry. Mashiach. Don't let Mashiach down. Don't go to David Abdecha. Remember David. You're his servant. Yad Nana. Fly Yisrael. So, I don't know what's going on with Avi's lens. There's a problem with Avi's lens. Because since last night, he's been trying to write that lens down. It's not working. I don't know. Need a new device. How about him? Fly Yisrael saw when Shlomo Melech davening, pointing for Kapilon. What are you scrolling? Gemara? I got you. Where's Gary? Gary out there? Gary. Yeah, no, I didn't. Oh, no. There's other things. Probably Stella. So anyways, you see the idea is that while Yisrael was watching, you see this event that you can't get the learning for the production. What's going on? And showing enough davening is nothing. But when you mention David Melech, everything becomes wider. It fits right in. Aside from a historical that I could give David, had he sinned, which is terrible, I'm not gonna change things around because of David. Yad Nana, but you saw Netflix make concerning David to see all his enemies came into like the diamond of the top, the dark. Everybody realized right away. Darkness the cave, so amazing, beautiful. Now it makes a lot of sense. Wow, those are hustles. Guys in Vienna, I don't think we ever had Vienna. We had Melbourne. We have Melbourne almost every day. No? It's beautiful. Melbourne, welcome. What's their name? Avi Bloomfield and who else? Julie from Melbourne, Avi from Vienna. Givaldic. Welcome, welcome. 128 people on Zoom now. Can you imagine 35 on YouTube? But the island's going Corona and this. Look at Elliot. He has 3 kids strolling over him. But we're learning Torah. Rabbi said it's all about Torah. You gotta learn Torah. This daf. A lot of people say, but what's the most special mitzvah? Who told you Torah is so special? Look, just read the words here. It becomes obvious. Why do you learn Torah every day? Ryan Dixon, Bayern Mashmini, Shilach Esalam, Bayi Borkus Amela. Bayel Kuda Alayam. So, we sat there by the Chanukas Abayis. Chanukas Abayis, 8 days. Beautiful simple. The Borkus Amela, and they gave a bracha to the team, Bayel Kuda Alayam, and they went back to their tents. They were happy, and they had a happy heart. I told you that also I can recover. They're happy to have a very short about David. Scroll on them, enter the group. Everybody's life was far. That's Simcha. Simcha is a hanah from the Shekhinah. The Torah lay. This Abdin is saying to protect us the Yozel Zohar. The first thing that came to my mind was reading this. Every single woman has a Zohar. That's basically a shidduch crisis. We're the girls. They have these boys back here. A little bit of a crisis. I'll tell you I'll show you David Avdoi. David is mentioned because Hashem forgave Yisrael. Amen. The afternoon of the Purim, the boy said, you all remember the story. Chanukas Abayis fell out right during Yom Kippur, and they all ate on Yom Kippur because they decided such a simcha. It's an amazing concept. In nowadays, a lot of people wouldn't eat on Yom Kippur. How could you eat on Yom Kippur? You're not diving in the minion. You have to go to a shul. But no, Yosef Hashem. Whatever Hashem wants you to do now. Not what you're used to. Yeah, you're used to fasting on Yom Kippur. But guess what? Today is the biggest simcha. Chanukas Abayis. My brain tells me this that the Lord wants me not to fast today, to eat on Yom Kippur. Without hearing it from a good person inside it. God said you did the right thing. And whoever ate on Yom Kippur will speak to the neighbor. So much time to the best guys who plays in our year, mate. Rabbi Yomarav. Rabbi Yomarav. My don't know if that's the voice for it. Please tell me how long I'm going to live. I need to know how long. Oh, what age am I going to die? We need that someone on and how long? Whatever day. What day? Either my soul down, funny. I need to know the end. What day of the week? And those that have to go for British Royal and Medina, tell me my end. Think about it. If we knew that they were going to die, I'm pretty sure that we all would have to do. We'd probably be very, very into learning, trying to grab as much learning as you can, as many mitzvahs as you can. We're not going to talk to anybody, spend some time with our family, but get those mitzvahs. If we knew that we're dead in a month, it'll be a whole different story. So it ruins the fear that we have. Hashem not telling us if it's tomorrow or 50 years, we all think we're going to live forever. So that's why right now we waste our time. For me, that's your my they're real fun. Yeah. He said, I'll do the exact same thing that I do every day. Okay, that's a person like Rafi Miller that is his thing. Is avoiding Hashem. He didn't have any wasted minutes. I'm thinking about us with him. We wouldn't mess around. You think anybody would open up YouTube and watch a single this video on WhatsApp and watch all the dumb things that come on the news? Nobody. Take your phone and toss it up your phone.
What did you say?
And just love Hashem. You know that you're about to die. We only do that because we think we have to die.
In Rumble, you see it says upload thumbnail?
Yeah. Anyway.
Yeah, that's fine. They use the same dimensions generally. Okay, what does it say?
Tell me, no, I can't tell you.
Okay, press upload thumbnail.
If you tell me the day of the week, I'll leave you alone. I don't care what year, what month, just tell me the day. Now, it's cheating because
You got a telephone
now
call?
I could be very careful not to do any WhatsApps on that day of the week. Every time that day of the week comes, I'll be very careful. But you see, there's a much better cheat here. On my way to Shabbos time. This is the famous story, but he knows the story. You're going to die on Shabbos. So he says, almost Bethel for Shabbos. I don't want to die on Shabbos. It's hard. As the Gemara says soon. He was actually in on Shabbos. It's a big problem. How do you carry your body on Shabbos? It's mitzvah. Make it easier for my family. Sunday. No, can't do it on Sunday. Because Shlomo is supposed to be king. That we have, right? Even 1 minute. Almost better than Shabbos. So die, I want to die on Friday. Oh my Lord, wait a minute. You yourself said, it's better to be over Hashem 1 day than 1,000 and not.
Yeah, you can.
It makes sense. I prefer one of your days of learning Torah than 1,000 korbanos of Shem HaMelech, which you in fact did. Now, Lamed on base, and we have Hashem 9 minutes. We started late, so we have a few more minutes. Enjoying the Shabbos, what David HaMelech do every single Shabbos, have a Yossi Big Doris Kuliyomer. What does it say here? You don't have to be a genius to see that the Gemara says that if you're learning Torah, you can't die. The Malach HaMavis doesn't have power over you. It doesn't say if you're shaking the lulav and esrog. It says if you're learning Torah. Torah is number one. You can't get you. You can't kill you. So that day came, he's 70 years old, and he had to die. Comes to Malach HaMavis, tries to collect the neshama, can't kill him. Because he didn't stop uttering the words of Torah. No. Well, David HaMelech is what do you call it? The Russian Muslim doesn't have to know. I'm out of like, says the Malach HaMavis, I'm stuck. How about this going on very base say David HaMelech had an orchard behind his house? Also Malach HaMavis saw the Babas Milane. He started shaking up the trees, making a lot of commotion. Novak Lemevsek went out to see the Salik B'Dargo. He's walking down the step. It's his Dargo, so the step fell out underneath him. So he's silent for a moment, for a millisecond, out of fear. And that's when the Malach HaMavis came and he killed him. So I always had a question. Is that fear? If you're the Malach HaMavis, how are you allowed to kill somebody? I'm learning Torah, you can't kill me. It's not fear. Oh, and I go like this. And then, I got you. That's not fear. All the years I had the question. Last night I thought I had a pshat. Tell me what you think about the pshat. Could be it's very natural, but I'll say it anyway. I think the point is that the Malchamavis did a two-step trick here. He made noise outside, and David HaMelech went, and obviously David HaMelech was learning as he got up to look at the trees. Otherwise, he would have died immediately. So he's learning the whole time. That's how David did it. He walked, he learned. But maybe the point is, and I don't know, because I shouldn't say this, but maybe because he got up and he shouldn't have gotten up. Go look at the tree. Just because you hear an ambulance outside, you don't get up to look, even though you're talking learning. Because he got up, that's why the Malchamavis was able to do step 2 and scare him. Otherwise, the Malchamavis should have just scared him right there. He said, boom, scare him, and then he killed him. No, it was like a two-step thing. Fine. I don't know. I'm just saying. You have a better shot, let me know. Shlomo the Beit Midrash. If Shlomo HaMelech sent a question, he had 2 questions for the Talmidei Chachamim. Abba Meisu Mutu B'Chamo, my father is sitting in the sun. He died in the sun. Look, where did he go? He went outside to check the noise. He fell down the steps. So he's outside, and the sun is hitting him. It's Zaina Mace. It's going to smell. So, can I move it? Stop it. Can I move this? The king. Have an open question. Love him to the Shabbat agent. So maybe we see that David HaMelech has gone. What do you think he will have a go? You're hungry. Awesome. So they're allowed to feed the dogs and stuff. Yes, you can feed the dog, you take some and avail. But even a dead animal has value to the dog. But your father, the King David, has less value than that. I'm not going to the famous concept in Shabbos, if you're in a position like this, said about dead people, how would I realize? Allow you to take a local dog, put it on the body, and now I pretend I'm carrying the local bread and that's the body. You don't do that with your wallet, you do it because of covered under. But to feed a dog, to take an avela, a piece of meat I can't even eat, a dead roadkill, and give it to my dog, because the dog is alive. And David HaMelech is there. A live dog is better than our king dog. Then that question, remember that question you asked me about a camera. You have a fellow he's about to die first. And I want him to be able to speak tight. I want to distinguish the fire on time. It's a camera. Foolish muscles. Okay. But there's supposed to be done, and then there's something. It's better that extinguish this physical fire for the covenant of the neshama, the ner of it. So in other words, the life of a human being is more valuable than candles. Rashi, obviously, I don't read it from here. It says the Kaibaha. You know there's a different passage. You're supposed to live. Fire is there for you to live, not to die. It's impossible that Allah and the Torah is going to cause your death. The Kaibaha, let's see anything. He just wanted to give them more adoda. Because they invited Shmaya Josh and Moshe and Amiaret, women would come. And Amaretz is, in order to get them involved in this thing, it gives us a Mr. Haskell, how you give us peace. Don't give him all this. numbers of things. You're talking start off and nobody can understand sense. So things that are interesting, get them in. And with that, at the end, we're stuck in the halacha also. Rabbi the radio, still by services for the Rav. Suddenly, the Rav picks up on the civic and hell. We wanted to put away Kahalas because of contradictions of Kahalas. With Nehemiah and Jews, the next blessed is eternal, amazing concept. Because Kahalas starts with the Torah and ends with the Torah, they realize that this is a Torah sefer, and although they're contradicting, but this is Torah. So the Melech created Torah here, he wanted it to be Torah. Maybe we don't understand. It's not just a Muslim or whatever, I mean, it's a good idea. It's Torah. It's in my Yisrael, the Adam, the Kalamelech, Shiyah, and what purpose is all this work that we do under the sun? By the way, Ravana is half as antennas to the what came before the sun? Torah. So Amelus HaTorah, working hard and understanding Torah, that gives us purpose. Working hard at work and accumulating money and wealth and all those other things, we don't get anything from that. So for the Torah, that's the purpose. And say Dava from Yishmael, and everything will be heard. That's why we're getting you all, that's the closer to know, it's a clear Hashem, keep as much as possess from the Adam. This is what things are all about. This is like, Mak possess from the Adam. Other lezer, follow, keep something, follow, the entire world was created for this. For learning to do mitzvahs. The Abba Bakar Omar, Shok, this person does mitzvahs, a person is equal to the entire world when he does mitzvahs. The mitzvahs is all worlds created for this purpose, All those people in different countries creating cars and all that, for us, doing mitzvahs. My version is this. What does it mean? That is these contradictions to the See, third class means fight. Anger is better than laughter. It's like the Martin Mahalo. And then he says, it's great to laugh, be happy. I praise the happiness. What do I accomplish by being happy? It's not a contradiction. Third class means fight. Third class means both. He said many times, his birth gets rid of the tzaddikim averus in this world, so it can be pure in the world to come. But the Rishonim, the famous Gemara, I want to understand that because the Baruch is broken, the Baruch gives the Rishonim in this world, he pays them up in this world, so from the world to come, they don't have anything. Very fast because it was brought out to the Gemara Hazem, it's like some Sami was brought to the Gemara Hazem. It's like the Masim Hoylos, it's like some Sami was brought to the Tzaddikim at the first day of Abba, the Gemara is going to be having that is a simple. So simple for mitzvah. What's a simple for mitzvah? It's right for a wedding. What's the scholar? The simple. What's a bad simple? Running to a bar and having a good time. That's a simple initially. A metaphor, so it's going to show you a limited. I feel like this is a song, but I think it's a different one. It's going to show you limited access. You're not going to have rights of shina. But the person is sad. The limited access, not out of laziness. Limited spike, not out of spike, laughing, levity. The limited access, right, right. Limited simcha, talking unnecessary or necessary. Limited even if it's necessary, it's not the game that the brother's not going to come. Elevated by simple songs. Only through the yes. We're running late. All right. So one last time. I'm not going to not the last time. The soy, Shaf, Aveni, Sion, Shalom, Harry, Shalom, Motzos. Twice again, Shalom, Motzos. You should look back at this and always be the simcha. Always be simcha. Always with us. Always with us every day. Bato Kulim in Again. Oh, Lemar Bato Kulim in Elisha, after he was angry and upset at the king, he said, I need to get out of this house. What do I do? Bring me a musician. Avi, where's the musician? Where's Zebin? What's going on? Bato Kulim in Again. V'hoyo Kinagin Amenagin. I know that lady has a song for this. V'hoyo Kinagin Amenagin. What? I know. It wasn't a question I need an answer for. Hi, lady. You got a song? V'hoyo Kinagin Amenagin. Amenagin Atiyah Lav Yadashem. And because he brought music into his life, you see that you saw the music in his simcha, and Hashem's hand went with his Omer Rav Yehuda. The Hey, look, Baralocha. You gotta see this Rashi. Says Rashi, Baralocha. Right in the middle of the page. Sorry, L'Toya, the middle of the separation. When you start learning Torah, you have to read an email. You have to get it's a shtickle joke. You have to open up the heart and be the simcha. And then you jump into learning. Rashi said it, not me. The Torah with Toya, you have to start off. The Mila, the Bifu separation. Mar says it before, so he said. That's great. When it gives me, I need to be, you see soon, I need to be the simcha, so I need to be pat myself on the shoulder. What a great shit, the best shit, and then I can go by. You want to have a good dream? You go to sleep simcha. Any Baba Gilo Marab, but others today come down. Hold on, pleasure from the rabbi. It's a soizer, like this man. You feel this fact, you take this more very seriously. When you sit in the Torah, your lips should drip, mar. Kavena, if not, it's going to be burned. Remember, it says you should shine and let this mar over. I'll give you more over, elamar over. I'll give you shine and those shine them. Those who are learning fires, the shine them, they have to have mar over. They have to be the tsar. Cry, learn fire, the tsar. Kasha, you have to go to these places. Oh, yeah. Man is crying. And you say, Shalom Aleichem, that guy, and he looks at you like you're shaking. Saying hello to me. I'm not kidding. There's guys in this neighborhood like that. They walk around like they're always going to have failures. They take this Gemara way too seriously. Like actually, the Rabbi, all the Talmud. The Rebbe has to be the simcha. The Talmud has to be serious. The Rebbe also has to be sometimes serious. When he starts off the series, has to be the simcha. And as he's learning, they have to be serious. Oh, the Rabbi shall remember this Gemara. I always quote it with the wrong name. I always say it's a bias. Oh, the Rabbi. Oh, it's Rabba. I made the father from the Rabbana. Every single time he's Rabba. When he started his shir, all my Musa would say a joke. You say a joke, get everybody laughing. Go back to Rabbana, you all giggle and laugh and be happy. Yes. So he's Yosef the Imsa, and then he's sitting in fear. So at least we got the laughing part. The fear part, okay, we'll work on it. We just laugh and enjoy. We're not rabbi. Says the Gemara, they try to bury and get rid of Mishnah. So he bought such and because there's a lot of contradictions. Why didn't they? I'm 7 dollars for the we almost made that mistake with Kiyalos. Thank goodness we figured it out that there's not a lot of contradictions, no contradiction. But Tanami, Langley. Let's look into it. We'll find answers. My bar station says, Sib, it says, don't answer a fool like his fools. Sib, then also says you should answer a fool. So pass you over the if a fool asks you a dumb question on the Torah and tries to show you contradictions and show you that the Torah is wrong, you better answer it. When he says shiyot, he says, I had an affair with your wife, as the Gemara is going to say in a second, you don't answer it. You're sure enough. I had an affair with you. In other words, your children are mamzerim. Instead of answering and giving his legitimacy, he did a great job. Here's a couple of Shota, drink the wine and he exploded like what do you call it? Like a saita. A saita became a saita. Same story, in Kalishki. Now this is worse, because he's telling Rabbi that you are a mamzer. You know why? Because I had an affair with your mother, and you are a mamzer. It's only because you have a good idea. Let's have a couple. Also, and he just died. I ain't let's listen to the Rebbe. Rebbe's famous davening helped him. Why? The Rebbe, you have this in brachas, that each Amoira and Tana would say a different tefillah, and some of them actually stuck, like this one, which is actually in Hayod, and Razi Panamaz is very nice. But it doesn't really live. So what does it mean that you should answer a fool, a woman is going to give birth every single day. Wow. Don't tell me to find every day another child. And every night you have to take care of 796 children. This one is a battle, this one is a birth, and this one is this. So now my horror over here is Yafta. You're going to have thousands of children, you're going to take care of all the new ones. Horror is Yafta. Lig, Allah, Moshe Thomas. Thomas started laughing. Now, last time we had a story like this, that the Talmud made fun of the great man, and he said that there's going to be giant Jews the size of the doors in the Shamigdash, and he said, I found them, and he said, you made fun of me? Poof. You became a pile of bones. Not a good idea to laugh. Omar, wait a minute, I have a puzzle. It says, there's nothing new under the sun. I thought God is not going to make a new Mitzvah. There is something in this world. Not like that. Once you see that concept in this world, then you can take the concept to other real. A chicken lays an egg every day. The trees are going to have food every day. And then I've been also on a boss of parrot. My honor the whole yard. I prove the whole yard. Similarly, wrong with the time. Down with that same one came and make fun. Omar, they see him. Think of all this after the seven. Or by record, it must be like that. We need something like that. Not like after. It's loud. It's loud. You know what it is. It can't be very tree. And it has actually 3 different types of fruit. You have this, you have this, you have this, you have the shoots, you have the flower. These 3 things you can eat from it. The ground is going to bear bread. You're going to walk into your backyard, there'll be a nice loaf of bread, or the dirt bread, will bring melos, and it's going to give you clothing made out of wool. By the others. Look at what I coming. How to make fun? Don't make fun of something. What is that making fun? I sound stupid. He's going to ride from a person. It doesn't fit in. Nothing new under the sun. Legs. He pointed by record. Let me show you. Whether after they made with the showed him truffles and mushrooms that just grow. They're not connected together, they just come up. They made us, and what he showed was made us never by fire. Check this out. You know what this is? This is on a palm tree. You have these like strings that come. So it's a dugma, it's a muscle of clothing that Akash creates threads, to create clothing, and everything will be just great. And you see how problems, you see it from the stories, you see how more. Enough of these Nishmas and the full statement, Bezat Hashem, we won't need them anymore. Shira Malo, Ismamati, Vosivat,
Was it a tough transition for you to come back to society? How long were you overseas from society? Right overseas.
Was it important for today? Are you live?
6 tours of Australia.
All right, Rabbi Sai, you have an amazing dive. I just want to say, I mean to say this. The first day of Brachas, when I spoke about the importance of Daf Yomi, one of the biggest, most important thing about Daf Yomi is the Dias. Is the fact that we learn every single day. And back then, talking about Yom Kippur, Tisha B'Av, nothing Tisha B'Av, Kalamoyed trips, Pesach, Erev Pesach. But we see it more than ever when we're stuck at home in quarantine and we have every single excuse. And imagine if you had a Pavlusin after Lumdis, where you had some sort of, most of the Shurim, most of the Pavlusis fall by the wayside now. And this is the one feels, and it's so important to have this feels, this one prayer that we have during the day, at least one. This unbelievable time that we're going through. Today's shir is being sponsored Lilu Nishmas Nochem Ben David Shapsai Lingsner, who I was up until 2 o'clock in the morning following the funeral from Chicago. He's a friend of mine, he's a friend of everybody in Chicago, a very, very special person who never, we always saw him smiling, a football test. So, 54 years old, his son went to school with my son, so I knew him for years. It's a big loss, big tragedy. Really Nishmas, that Neil Ruvain Ben Lev, Nikra Laidei Benoy is Real Davis. Real is a big part of our shir. He started with us in Brachas, never missed a day. And his father's Neshama should have an Aliyah. Today is the yahrzeit. And the Ilu Nishmas Menachem Mendel Ben Simcha. Menachem Mendel Ben Simcha grew up in Varsha, went through the war, and I have this whole letter here that his son wrote to me, to you, Kalman. Basically, his father was a Gerrit Chassid, and crazy story says here, one day during the war, his finger was chopped off by a machine, and the papa said, put a napkin on it and continue working. Didn't give him more than a 5-minute break. But he joined the Irgun, and he fought the British, the Arabs, the War of Independence. If you want to look up more, you can see Max with the ring gun, Yad Mordechai, the 6 days of Yad Mordechai. And this finally says, the day he died, he recited a lot of Gemara by heart to me, and was learning 80 years ago. And the sun is starting to pick up where he left off with Your Health Helmet. Also, the sheer sponsors Refuah Shmuel Ben Rachel for Shlomo Profane Belvo Ben Shendel of Woodmere, retired police officers from Chacham, and for Shlomo for Rivka Bas Esther. My cousin, Shmayo Chanan, who's a big part of Chanan Feinstein, is a very big part of our daf. He's on our WhatsApp group. He's a big fan of Chacham. He constantly uses the artists. If you're part of the group, you know what Chanan Feinstein is. He sent him to the hospital yesterday. They sent him back home, and now Yeshua, I hope he's wrong. He says we have to say close there. So Shmayo Chanan Ben Chavamira. And the rock from the 5 towns. I'm Ari Ze'ev from Abel, from Rabbi Ginsburg. I'm familiar with him. Of course, it's Paul David Yefesky Ben Harold, that's for David Oppenheim, and Justin Esther, that's Abel. The lady just sent me now a message. I was going to listen to the show. I want to know if it's there. Here's close. We have here a picture of David Jersey with his newborn. It's becoming a thing. You gotta send me those pictures. What else do we have here? And finally, we have, yesterday I said a shot in the Gemara. A couple people sent me feedback that they like the shot. And here's from Shmuel Beffer. It's a hard gets me in a two-step process. That's what I thought. That's why I said they were true. First, it gets you by doing something minor which is permitted but takes you away from the more important mitzvah. Then it has the opening to go into the kill. Here's the idea articulated by the Kiyakar and Gracious Eric Lamed Beis. And it goes on to explain Yaakov got up at night and helped his family cross the river, then he left him alone, went back to the Kapitan, and immediately the Sarah Mason came to wrestle Yaakov fast. Got it. It gives the whole Kiyakar here. Ayin Shom. And with that, we have a long daf, very, very famous daf. It starts off with the famous story of Shammai and Hillel. Hold up, on the bottom of the line on the page, the last line. Lo'ilam ye'odom anderson to Hillel. The person should be a non-of like Hillel. Not be master. That's the Shammai. Don't be strict like Shammai. Ma'isa b'shnei odom shehim zeh daf lamed aleph. There were two people who made a bet. Priceless. If you want to know about betting, you have to look somewhere else about the Metzia, whether or not the bet works. Again, Arba Meizuz is always a lot of money. Whatever the amount was, 400 exactly. But whoever she gets below, if you get upset, we'll win the bet. I'm a professional. I'll do it. I want to win the bet. Always say, Erev Shabbos, I have to be Erev Shabbos. Shabbos is a busy day. Zillow, cover of the road, Zillow is in the middle of taking a bath. So Purim is here, taking care of his here. The Obar, a person of Beisoy, and he went by his house. Obar, Mikan Hillel. He goes to a friend's house and says, Donald, you home? Who's Hillel? Who's the Nasi? The Nasi flies. Forget about these Dallas guard. He's also the Nasi. Starts screaming in by his first name. Mikan Hillel, Mikan Hillel. After the opening process, he put on his clothing and came up and said, going on the leg of me. He called him with a hava, with respect. My son, not on the back. How can I help you? Marley, hey, yes, we should. I have an unbelievable question to ask you. Hey, I'll be sorry. Go ahead. If you're not ashamed of Avrim Galgalos, talking to Rashi, why are the heads of the Avrim round? Marley, the knee, Shayla, Goyla, wow. Amazing question. I'm so proud of you. It's a good thing I came out of the shower and got dressed. Because the midwives are morons. They don't know how to deliver their kids in bubble. They mess up every single time, so they make their heads a different shape. Just yesterday we learned that if a kid comes and asks you a question, you don't answer it. If it's a learning, you answer it. It's a source and it tells you that your mother had an affair and you're my mom's kid, you don't answer it. Why is still fighting so with this guy? Let's take a look at the whole chapter. Hillel really believes that this guy is being serious. He's asking him a very deep question. Looking at my chart, every question, every answer, so he's answering. The Derek Purim is also, I don't understand him, I saw that well because the fact is that he told him Hillel. If he asked him about his Galgalos child, but also he's getting across the cover. Upon him, like everything else, there are a lot of shutdowns in the morale and the Yada, the Nate, Shein Lam, Chayes, Big Place. So I'm leaving shop. Guy, he waits for a little while. Ozav, Omar, Mikan Hillel. Bill, come out of your shop. Decided to go to the person who came towards him, Omar, when he's not in the back, what do you want? Alright. Say what you so sorry, let's see what you want. Not in the back. How can I help you? Hey, well, yes, we do so. I have a bomb catcher. Always shall be shall. If any my name should on me, why are the eyes of them? Are they're soft or they're round according to another shot? Shocking. Let me say the bird is out. I guess we can learn from here. Ask her how to our own children. Yeah, hey, look, the bird looks out. The son-in-law. Hey, look, bird looks out. It's an amazing pastor. Wow. Hey, she's going to be a photo. If you had, what's that about Mary? Huh?
It's true, you have to bring up
Yeah. Listen, he doesn't work on the press because look, it's not his first time here. He wasn't here the last time he was. I mean, he wasn't here the first 2 days he was here, but he said he wants to. He does the dap. He has to cover this. He's driving to Jerusalem.
How much did it cost?
From my house every morning. He's driving at 5 o'clock in the morning.
There's like sex trafficking there.
This is Rabbi Lieber. You guys know Rabbi Lieber? He's very famous. You might work in your seminary.
No, but you do need to bring a marriage certificate if you want to get a hotel.
Okay, but he's a famous teacher seminary.
Just told him y'all were cousins or something.
He learns that every morning. Having Rabbi Lieber in the hospital, I don't think it was corona related. So yeah. But thanks for asking, Avi. So yeah. Between 9 names of them in two songs. And I like really easy to go south. If their eyes were wide, like our eyes, stand to get into the corners, exposed around, or soft, and the sand doesn't get in there. Hold on, ladies and gentlemen, another hour. Talking about my meat, I didn't get Zillow. Where's Zillow? He's talking to us in this world, so he got dressed again. I'm going to leave the meat mark on the back. I'm going to get you this up. I have a question. I'm going to shout. I'm just thinking about some Delador that I went to. It wasn't like this. You ask them a question, they give you a, they don't even answer. They say, Well, I don't know what they say. I go on I'm not knocking. I'm not knocking. I'm trying to give a comparison. Look at the Goladar. You think he has time for the shtos? Yet he took his time and was relaxed and answered the shtos. Shal ben Ishal. Why were these feet very wise? They believe say the other child of Mr. Garden is the Mayim. The Africans, they have to step on mud and they need white feet, or because they don't wear shoes, their feet grow white. But Rebbe, I have a lot of questions I need to ask. Yeah, I mean, them off Kippur, and spears, Matthew, said I mean, the Sati Yoshim Lefano. So, again, it seems like there's a different path. You gotta redressed again. Go ahead, ask me sometime. I'm like, actually, who is the greatest for himself? He sees he's not going to win this. He says, you're the Nazi. I'm like, hey, you answered it. Okay, that's your first question. Amazing question. Answer is yes. I'm a Nazi. I'm like, after who? If that's you, then you can answer yourself. Shouldn't be anybody like you anymore. Hey, believe it or not. You see, not like saying something like that. He's engaged. He's in a conversation. Why? Why do you say there shouldn't be any more like you? I'm a lady nation. Bati or Yoka, I believe you. Cause me to these 400 years in the back. LA, sincere, I'll be so deep in my heart. You can watch the news, your attitude today, the die. In other words, because the person had a bet, so not only did he not win the bet, he also had to pay up the bet. So that's Ivan is even our show. The Ivan is 400 plus 400. As long as I keep my tool in my time, everything's going to be okay. You can lose as much as you want. I need to keep my tool. Hold on. Now the Gemara on. And then the Sula and Shama. So Rabbanah might still not be there for these are famous stories about you. We're all familiar with the stories. This is the whole prayer on one foot. Here it is. Right here. Maisa Delachia. It's not even more serious. These stories about three goyim that became gay. All the way at the end, the three gay meet each other. First one is Maisa Delachia. It's a telephone time. Oh my lord, time to says the first. How many Thursdays do you have? They're excited. There's about that. That one I'll trust. It's about that. I don't believe the Torah gave you the Thursday like that. I need you to make me a girl. I'm the master. I'm dating Thursday with that. I'm willing to accept her number one, but not Thursday about that. Horrible. So you see it in Ezekiel. So he's a top cook. He's strict. He took him and he chucked him out. Why? Says Rashi, because it's in the Torah, if a person wants to become a ger but doesn't accept even one mitzvah, it's all over. He can't become a ger. Therefore, he threw him out to his right for throwing him out the Torah. Both from Hillel, Gyre. So then Hillel made him a convert, made him a ger, but why? Not accepting, says Rashi. So then what is favored by Thursday about that? didn't say that the person I said was going to exist. Or not in the field, he didn't believe that was from David. He didn't say, I don't believe in that. And they were the shots from them. He was sure that once he gets to him and he speaks some Torah to accept it and make it happen. During the time on the way out to these $100, $4 base. The Mechar Apple. The following day, he flipped it around. The first time I learned it, I thought it meant that he lied to him. He said an aleph is a gittimel and a base is a daled. Who's that about? No. I thought it was a fine. One of the most famous events is anybody seen him. Reading on it. Functional deal. But Rashi says that he flipped it around. He thought him off. Shin, Reish, Kuf. That's how he started out with us. He always says, my side of the Rashi is, hey, he thought him. At that. So with Aleph, he said Aleph is a top. Fine, either way. Hey, no, it's no way. I'm just doing it. That's what he told me Aleph is. That was today. Tough tip. Hey, lava like the people come. If you're going to rely on me, I'm not going to listen to this a lot. You have to rely on me for everything you need. And understand that Hashem gave us a Torah, and Hashem gave us a Torah to Hashem, and our Sinai. That the Chacham made it up later on in generations. It came down from our Sinai, just like the Torah of the so it might have been up there from another guy. The person is down there, the guy right now, I'm going to name it. And he always like a lot. And then he teaches the entire Torah while I'm standing on one leg. The couple of Bahamas have been to the other. Shammai was a built. That's what he did for a living. So he had this foot stick in his hand. Sabinian and he gave him a zet. Took him out of there. Fucking listen, the whole Torah could be taught one line, one liner. All of them are excited. They'll set out the kid. On my leg. Hello. This is one of the most important lines in the whole Torah. The Allah Sani with Hadrach Weisavit. That which you hate, your friend couldn't do. Let's see Rashi inside. Smack him by the face. The Allah Sani with Hadrach Weisavit. We after the real Vita Al-Kazoi. Rashi's father, what does this have to do with the mitzvahs in the Torah? The Torah tells us to do a mitzvah to keep Shabbos. What does that mean? Rashi, we after the real Vita. Who's that big person? Al-Kabul as well. Son is young, you tell your friend to do something he doesn't listen to you, that will upset you. Therefore, you have to listen to your friend that can report. That's step number one. This is not free, no, from man. I can learn this from literally treating your friend with respect. Treating your friend with your friend, when you hate, don't see your friend. You don't want somebody stripping you, so don't strip on your friend. Meal. So even Arias says Rashi, you don't want somebody to steal your wife, so don't steal his wife. So all these things, it's common sense. You can learn from this one line. Shalom Salim, with Havrot Shabbos. Go work it out with all the other mitzvahs. I don't know exactly how it is. Shabbos. But I guess everything's something. Suri thought there was. So Zura, if you want to know the biggest site in the Torah, this is the site. The Rudolph Phoenician and the rest of the Torah is to explain these 5 words, the Allah, Salim, Hadrach, and Tavid, Just the
How
most.
did you know us?
Down, it's not. You can't go with a third ball. After the reaction to make it's not a positive, it's a negative. Go do to your friend. Not do to your friend like you would like to yourself. Don't do to you. So, nice enough effort. And here's the final game. So, the over after every time that you haven't even gotten anybody who's been trying to say before the over. The England, good enough to Yasi. I forgot to take that safety out. Let's see if I can find it real quickly. Yeah. Find it here.
That one I get, and I love it. Now I got one. This is like John Rod do this kind of stuff. But yeah, Whoopi Goldberg thing. I was thinking I could call you, man, this black dude looks like.
So you heard about this. You heard them talking about these colorful clothing. And Goldberg with the sick, the Mephisto, Tahavne, all the beautiful things. You heard the Rebbe describing it as Family. Good Rebbe. Made him understand what it was. Ve'ela Avon Shiyashi is pushing the apron. Emma, I love it when you start asking around. She gets to use beautiful clothing. I love the thing though. What is up? Oh no, he's not going to ask no, he's the boyfriend himself in his guy between. He's go there. That's his character. I'm going to become a Garrett, so I can become a Tangolo, I can win this beautiful. Crazy reason to become a Garrett, and you said you're going to become the president of the United States. Well, then, Shama. I'm like Irene, I'm not sure she may become governor. I have a beautiful idea here. Yes. Yeah, very good. You didn't hear what he's saying is that the two shots in common with each other. That's what he's saying. One is purpose. One is Mokka, and one is Banana Kabir. The public honest, I'm being to be over. Oh, sugar, get out of here. Took the stick and pushed him out. That was from Hilo. But when it came to Hilo, it was an unarmed. He's known for Judas Sanova Gaire. Meaning Gaire on the lake, who Mamid Melech Elamishi is that. So again, the same trick. First, I'm making a Gaire. And I'll get him into it. I'll get him involved. I'll tell him, listen. I understand why I'm going to play God. That's a great idea, but I can't make you play God before you know that I love it. Hold him up a little bit. Come back to me. Don't talk. Raise one more than 60 miles over the choir, so we went and started reading. You should give a Zar told you to be struck. Oh, tries to perform that Voida. He dies, and Allah. Even on David Amela, we could have the rings on the mountain. He tries to be matched with carbon with something because he dies. And also, you see Gary Kavachayim about this. He finally realized that it's not going to work out for him. Now you throw some nickel bottom on Mokas. And if I have a shop, for them beneath the place is strong. And one called by his own beneath, myself. Galay Nazar Kadima, when he's strong enough to bring down Voida. Garrett comes above the Michael Kadiloi. Gary will come with his stick and with his bag. Allah has found the Shama. Certainly, you can't be a thing like it. Well, the Shama. He refers to Shama. Oh, my leg, who Roy English can go to? So, why didn't you tell me? Why did you hit me with your stick? Why did you say something? Now we see that they realize he took this Kavachayim. He made his own Kavachayim. Another question is Kavachayim. Yes, we learned, for instance, that a person who worked as a weaver cannot become governor. It's a certain you have to have yichus. You have to. You said, look, even David HaMelech yichus. The Goyim says you have to have six of it. But it doesn't mean that it's necessarily true again. It's his own kavachayim. It's a gift. There's kavachayim. This custom of guy that thought that it could become a fine dollar. So I don't know how good his kavachayim are. Anyways, he's upset at Shabbos. Why couldn't he just put out the positive and it'll be all over? Tell me. Bazar told you. Then he went to Hillel and he said, I really appreciate that you didn't tell me the truth and you treated me with patience all my life. I'm just so little. So, the people of Brachos are racial. They have all the blessings. Patnas comes to us in a global culture therapy. Yeah. I don't know. He's asking, Mary's asking, you have to tell the guy every mitzvah, everything. How can you know these people? Okay. The other than maybe you realize that this was wrong. Yeah, and he wanted to do it wrong. The mitzvah right there. The other than that, these three gears went to get school together, and they bumped into each other. And the Mrs. and Shammai pictures that they didn't know them. They realized, all three of them realized together that Shammai tried to distance them from his birth. You search for Willow to avoid the Central Shino, and on the flip side, because of Willow, we result from Yidden and worship at the birth to the Emma. Omar is talking. My Dixon. We have a pasuk here.
I do come here for more comedy. I come here to the show for the comedy of other ships and awesome show. So I guys are always up around comedy.
The Gemara is now going to say this refers to the Shusha Sugim. Each word is a seder. Two words is in Zikr and Tachmat. The literal translation in the article is the stability of your time and the strength of salvation, wisdom, and knowledge. Now you know the translation. By the way, we have the skills of having. I don't remember. Tell me how many kids we had at the Siyum that we gave watches at. We had like 15 kids, I think, total with the morning and the evening. Right? Something like that. 15 children. We have Nathan Selfie children. We have Akiva. Hi, Akiva's always on right now. What? I didn't tell you to do home. 7 of them to you. One of them is already married now. Today, listen, I saw adults with white beards running out with their watches. Baruch Hashem. We have Dr. Factor's 8-year-old, and he's an unbelievable kid. But one of the kids we have is Zalman Shvi. Zalman Shvi is Yosef Kuliaksa. And Yosef tells me that his 10-year-old son Zalman Shvi comes to Shul with him and he watches every day. He's going to make a scene in Shusha secret in Mishnah at 10 years old. I think that's incredible. That's crazy. You know, you hear about the Mitzvah boys and they struggle in the last minute to get to know this. The last few stars and signal stops. 10 years old, making the scene of incredible. It's supposed to be that's his kid this year. And Munas, just say this right. What does Emuna have to be right? Because we have to trust people that they take some nicely. Or, let's just say, we have to trust that the Baruch Hu put a seed into the ground when we plant. We're taking a seed, and we believe that if we put it into the ground in dirt, something's going to pop up in a few months. That's the meaning. So that's with the Emuna, and then as he was growing the seed, he planted pepper, pine. Yeah, say their Myers. Yeah. Every son, it's every son, okay. So, Tyson with the article translates as just say the notion. Another word for Tyson, another expression. How do you have children that are Garish and women? And the whole notion is about females, it's about Yeshua is Seder Ezekiel. Salvation will be saved if you know Ezekiel, if you know not to dance with somebody, if you don't have to walk in the street with your camel that might catch on fire, etc., etc. You know these things. Layla, Shmuel Eliwat, right up for yesterday's sponsorship. What's going on in your background? How's it moving? Background. Okay, fine. He has the Faisal. I didn't know backgrounds could move. I'm learning new things about Zoom every day. Another thing I learned is that in New York they don't allow Zoom anymore. It's legal to use Zoom for the public student section. And they have good reason. Meanwhile, we're like advertising our passwords and everything online. Here. The camel doesn't catch fire, it lights a pile of. Okay, by the way, this I forgot to mention. Yo Mac from Say who watches our show. On Muscle Shabbos, I read his email and he asked if I'm related to Stefanski. So I didn't answer because he wasn't watching. So he wants to know why I didn't answer. Because he didn't watch a few streams beforehand where I gave a whole speech on all Stefanski are related. You have to watch all the streams. Now on Bezos and I'm going to tell you. If you go to the app, the unbelievable feature, it's called patting oneself on the back. It's called Ellie Stefanski Classes, something like that. You look there, I didn't open this one up, but Leon Welcher from South Africa puts on the Stefanski Classes. And one of them is how all Stefanskis are related. So if you wanted to see what I said in that shit, all Stefanskis are related, and then Daddy Courtney sent me a thing that the professional Stefanski from Sicily says this. Kitzer, my grandfather was one of 10 boy Stefanskis. And from all those 10 Stefanskis came out all the other ones. So Eliezer Stefanski, the famous Maggid Shir in Philadelphia Yeshiva was my father's first cousin. All these Stefanskis are basically my father's first cousins. Makes me and Jonathan like second, third cousins. Because they're all related like that. Those 10 boys had, I don't know, now it's in the thousands, you can't keep up anymore. My Mekubanim we shared two great aunts and great uncles. The kids are, I just got an email from somebody who, a child of one of those uncles. Just now, before people share, I got unbelievable. Everybody say, keep up the emails. I got a ton of emails for 15, but keep it up. I need pictures, emails, things you can inspire the halo because of this corona. We need something that will be uplifting. So don't send me about the people that are being lifted. But it's later. You smack your stuff. Are you inspired by this year? It said. Chachmas is a seder touches. Sure is a seder Ezekiel. We said how it saves you from hezek. Chachmas is a seder touches. Chachma, touching. You have to have chachma. With that is a seder touches. Iris is even a step more than chachma. That's have a lot of safeness, understand things and the things. But people have to. What's the continuation of the process? Yiras Hashem Via Torah. Says Rashi, I believe. Well, I think we should jump into Rashi for this one. Via Torah, I don't know, 13 lines from the back. Via Torah. Ikir Choshu Be'inav Ye'etzor Be'las is fully recap. Says Rashi, if you want to remember really, here's the view of all viewers. Rabbi Pesach put out a sefer pattern. The learning of here, the Gemara tells us what it is. It's the process. Yiras Hashem. If you have Yiras Shamayim, you'll remember your learning. That's the derech to Rashi of remembering your learning. Oh my Rava. Here's the famous Rava. In fact, Rava, I didn't realize it until I learned the sugya. Last night at the funeral on Zoom, Rabbi Anderson said over his Gemara, he said in the scroll, put his down, and he wants to explain how Nachman's Lengsner is everything, every one of these 6 things. But what people fail to realize that it comes from the person that we just mentioned. See this person, every one of Rava's things is associated with the word. So before we said Jerome, Mary, Nelson, Ezekiel, Kachin, Taharis is all part of the word. He's saying Emunas is Nesasiv and Nesasiv Emunah, Yitzchak is Gelatin Yisrael. Each one of his things has to do with his cousin. Emunas is Yitzchak and Kachin to Yitzchak. This is inside. B'shash Machnisim Oven Yadin. As soon as a person is lifted, you know, they show him the video of his life, every single thing in there. What's the first thing that they ask you for? Not if you went to the mikvah, or if he's diving, if you learn. In business, if you deal in business integrity, were you Yosho? The sauce of the shots of the woman, I think, they say, you have to go into it. But you have a certain name, either. We're good at business. Sometimes we're a little bit too sweet. We have to be careful with this particular thing. The sauce of you shouldn't make it feel like business. You deal with Yashi. It's the number one thing that they ask the person. And then they ask him, so what's the first thing? Emuna. Emuna means Nesat, supposed to Emuna. It's the word Emuna. And then your time from Vatso eating the Torah. Did you set aside time for Torah? And the Torah say, we set aside time and we start off our day. Many of us even before we daven. The Vatso is in the Torah. So look at that's what says it. The Vatso is in the Torah, which is the other cross is Sassi with their says Rashi, yes, I understand that a person has to work for a living. In their Eretz, in Torah, you need to work, otherwise you don't have Torah. Looks like the Torah, even the Torah, there are cultures where you must apply in their Torah. I mean, you could set aside time, otherwise you work all day, you forget about learning. But if you have a certain Kavua time, And what better way than that young Rabbi set aside a time? This is it every single day. Erev Pesach, import 13, we learn Torah. Okay, 2 times, morning and night, says Mayor. Taber says, speak in the coffee. But only says himself, fine. But Rebbe says, teaching, we're not teaching on Torah. And then the next thing is talking to the rule. The positive side is, if you have children, myself says, when you're icing in tradition, you help other people get married. If you help other people that don't have children, you go to donate money to food. The piece of Yeshua. The piece of Yeshua is not only the Bible things, it's waiting for Mashiach. The call to the Chachma. You learn the Chachma. You learn the government of Davar, and then all fits into the Pasuk Yeshua. In other words, you start to see Yeshua. Chachma is to calculate. Chachma was that you understand Torah. Then you get used to some of your Torah. You have your Shemayim great. The main thing is have your Shemayim. That's a lot of time. How let these people bring this amount of wheat up to the Mayadi. And you brought it up here. You put the preservative in there, the dirt that has salt. No, I forgot. It would have been better if you didn't bring Torah. If you don't have your Shemayim, you don't have the main ingredient. What good is it? It's all going to be spoiled. It's worthless. Maybe small, the order of the Makab. Now, because of that, because something is so important to you, I can add it without telling you. So when I sell you by weight, part of the wheat has dirt, because that dirt is an essential part of my wheat. Otherwise, it'll go to. Okay. They told the guy, here are the keys to everything. But they forgot to give him the outer key. But the main thing to get in, to step in, is Shemayim. Once you have your Shemayim, you can go by the night. But they gave him the outer keys and forgot to give him the inner keys. The first key, the first step is your Shemayim. Now we're going to tell him the Muslim. Hey, how is he gonna get in there if he doesn't have the keys? The first keys to get into the building. Saying how are you gonna get you don't have the keys to get into the building. You don't understand. I blew this up. Here's a guy that created a door to nowhere. Middle of this field. What point? What good is it if you have Torah and you don't have walls all around? You have to have your Shemayim. Then you can build everything else. Then you can build a door. The Malad of Leslie Garta, he doesn't even have a backyard. The entire resort of it, he makes a door. It's a door to know. The world. That people should fear it. That's what he did. That people should fear it. So the Gemara of Shimon Rebbe Lazar is a story.
It's kind of really weird because I matched with this
fucking ass on a dating
website, so I don't know what the fuck he
Rebbe Rebbe Lazar did. Shimon. Oh, it's the Rebbe of Shimon.
Jimmy Kimmel on the show the day after the election, and I don't know if because of Trump's victory.
They noticed that Yaakov Barakabas somebody. Not only it's not a Tamrei, we don't know who said what. They can be Tamrei, but you gotta stand up for Yaakov. The Bardach will cut him. You fear sin. Rabbi Yishmael, no Malay either. What are you talking about? Making a kamei, barbarity. You become tough. Malay, I'm in a lot of no, because I'm telling you that Yishmael, I'm not the man. Barbarity, you tell me that I'm tough. First comes Yishmael. He's dying there below the wall. Food that should learn when the bad doctor cutting it. Those who are Shimon is very into Yerushalayim, then the Yochanan, the Shimon of the Lozer, the Yochanan saying the name like, hey, like when the Yochanan don't know Yerushalayim, they're not. The Yochanan cares about Yerushalayim. Now, say Yisrael, no Hashem will get a soil in the what does Hashem want from you? In the year I saw, main thing is Yerushalayim. Say, like, pain, Yiras Hashem, Chachmas, came the Lashon Yivani, Koyin HaChashem, Staying, more than this Lashon, remember, sometimes we have that in Greek, the word pain is one. In other words, there's only one thing. Why Greek? Because even if you write it in the plain Greek, it's partially referring to a lot of times, something about Greek that the Gemara always said, back to the, we had questions the other day on Kehelis, and this way, here's a big question on Kehelis. I just feel like don't be such a big rush. By the way, Rabbi Schoenberg, I did get your email about Aleph Beis. You didn't have time to talk about it. Look, it's already 8 o'clock and it's far from being over. I'll turn to Aleph Beis. Aleph Beis with the Lisha. From Adlisha, what a person can be a small Russia. What does it mean? Don't be a big Russia. Hello, Yisrael Chashun Berech and Moshe yesterday is food. We had it in brachas, remember? If a person eats food and he doesn't make a bracha, what is he eating without making a bracha? So here also, a person has a terrible smell in his mouth from eating garlic. So he eating garlic. It's a tremendous insight. Just literally, last week I was telling this to a teenager. Telling me about texting on Shabbos, and he said, the person who texts on Shabbos, that means he should be a shagit and just do everything. He should do all the desire. He should follow Shabbos with everything else. He should not eat kosher. So you felt a person's fault. The person does one avera. That means he should do all the averas. When we were younger, they said, this guy went to the movie theater, so that's it. He was a shagit. He could take off his yarmulke. You do what? An avera, going to the movie theater. Today also. Now you will glitch out in texting. Doesn't mean you should drop the whole Torah. That's exactly what this passage says. Al Tir Harbe. Just because you do one avera doesn't mean you should continue doing a lot. You can keep the rest of the Torah. You do two, I'm not going to avera. Joshua Maravula, Michael Sid, the 85 Subas, the Moisam, no ties to their death and their health. Like a giant ball. America is going to the diner and so now there's more plays. He says it's a play on words. Katsugo is 2 words. Redim va'atzevin. Not only are these Rishonim not fearful of death, they don't care about other mammals. He says, they have no fear, they're strong. They keep on going as if nothing happened. This is your way. What's testimony? They're going to come back in the Nisa. You can't even know that they're going to die. They're going to give them in the country. There's some pain about Islam. They have these fat on the kidneys that they should be. So we saw has a nice layer of fat over the kidney. Democrat is shifting that. Maybe they forgot. They don't care. They don't pay attention to that. No, they talk about that, but they're easy about it. They don't care. Now we go back to the studio. We're like, don't worry, we're going back to the guy who was the person experiences the flame, the things of Yehuda. It's a malacha saying speak on the Gufa. He doesn't care about it, he doesn't need it, but he doesn't want it. The other reasons he's tired. Yossi cannot speak like the word. When Yossi says he's tired, you're extinguishing a wick. And only the wick. That's the only that is tired. How does he know? If you're a Yehuda stream, like, if he only gives you it says Malacha Shein Tzvisa Gufa. I don't need the actual Malacha. I don't want the Malacha. All I care is I have a problem and this is going to solve my problem, but I don't need this Malacha. I'd rather not have the problem to begin with. I'd rather not have a flame here that's consuming my oil. I need the oil. I need my lamp. So you should be chayav according to on everything. If he wants to choose the flame because he wants to save the oil, he wants to save the lamp. Bigger seems to be lamp. If he holds the love, seems to be some mutter or it's better out of the office. Then what's the problem? Why is he chayav on a wick? Why is a wick different? So he holds like a Yehuda, that if Yehuda holds that Melacha things for the Gufa, chayav. Now, in all of the Torah, if I destroy something, I am potter. Shouldn't do it, but I'm potter. I'm not creating something in this thing. But if I create something to build, in order to build, I knock down a house in order to build a nicer house, then I'm tired. Says Rabbi Yossi, one more stuff. It has to be on condition that I'm building in this exact spot. But if I knock down my house in order to build a house down the block, then I'm not tired. What does it have to do with the wick? The wick is its place. In other words, whenever I light the wick, that's where the place is. I can move the wick another country, the place remains the same. The wick is its place. So if I extinguish a flame in order to relight it, that's soysra and that's noise. I'm destroying in order to create, and it's in the same exact place. Why? Because it's the same wick. But if I extinguish the flame in order to save my lamp, and then I put another wick in there, the wick changed. My lamp might be in the same exact spot, but my wick is what decides where the spot is. So the spot changed, and the Melan Potter comes with Yossi. I'm only tired on the wick. I'm not tired on the lamp or on the oil. If I destroy something in it, it creates and finally in its place, I'll be so but if I destroy it to build in a different place, look how this social. Therefore, by a wick, he's fighting. And by a lamp, he's fighting. Some of the rabbi, all the malachas that we learn in Mishkan. All the malachas that learn in the Mishkan, doesn't say Simon has to learn and he's going to fight himself, destroy the Mishkan, take it apart into pieces, in order to rebuild it down the block. That's Shloim Kleinman. So where did you get this? Shani Hassan, is the one that said to do it. That's considered its place. Something is the famous Spanish beloved to say that when a mother carries a baby through a Mapet channel. She goes from this store to that, so that. He asked her, where were you? She says, I was in this grocery store that I was here on the. You ask the baby says, I was in my mother's hands. So when you look at those Baruch, everything is the same. You're there. It doesn't matter. There's no mother. You trust in Hakadosh Baruch Hu. Tells you to build. He tells you to put it back. Others explain. He might tell you to build it right here again. It's Hakadosh Baruch Hu. It's not a regular person destroying in order to build. You're gonna know my lawyers are the same like the place are over the same than the last thing people do to look at. So why over here is it also my computer with only like a Nuno? You came around out of the Hava. Here's the shot. How much choose to stop Hava? He wanted to singe it. He's trying to light the candle. So that his wife could have a better time, easier time, lighting it on Motzei Shabbos. So he actually needs to light it and needs to extinguish it. That's part of it. His creative action is by extinguishing it. Typically, when you extinguish, there's no creativity. You're not doing anything positive. It's a negative. Over here, it's a positive because I wanted to. If I eat that feeling with Shimon home, because the second one I'm fixing this vessel. The rubber that can out of the dummy was the pepper. The mission says it makes a charcoal. The funny what makes a nasty stuff. He's creating a charcoal. He's creating it since. Not that the sins happen by itself. Not at all. It's a riot that we won't take them down from Sheila. Now, I mean, now we're saying little for all people that are.
On the electric guitar, John Nees on the keys, and this right here is the beautiful old D Madness live in the flesh on the bass guitar. This episode of Kill Tony is brought to you by Zippix and ExpressVPN. A lot of fun in store for you. Before we get started, here's a little bit more from the amazing sponsors that made it all possible. Sunset Strip Comedy Club in Austin, Texas is now open. Check out Red Bat's secret show every Thursday. SunsetStripATX.com for tickets.
Baruch Hashem, I'm out of the hospital. Thank you for your food. Another week or so, our mission should be strong enough to come back with a floating wagon. My question is Sameach, fully received in Simcha. Thank you again for me crying from Crown Heights. Another very good one. From David Brandon. From Sal Benz. Also sick of Corona. Getting better, but back to cooking. Already cooking. And getting ready for Pesach. The boys say this is even better than the two of them put together. Here's a dead person who dead, he came back to life. It's a story of dying MS, Noah Kadir. He's alive and well. With fake news aside from the past. On the shoulder, the wonderful fear. This was direct information about Nazir, about her. A friend of mine, his brother nephew, said that there's a lot of fake news going around about it. The real thing that as of tonight, Monday night, is not. Well, it's not enough stuff. Monday night by us. He's still in the hospital on a ventilator. And needs to report his name. His name is Noyab Ben Yak. Goyra, I believe. Mr. Davenport, for the serious Hashem, Larry Pearl, thanks for the correction. We already figured that out. Yesterday, I just wanted to show you that this is what I received. Boil for Diane Emma. Today's cheer. Being sponsored from a very, very good friend of the cheer. A ton of fine stories. Maggie Cheers from Newport, Illinois, Chicago, Illinois. Very, very, very good friend of mine. His name is Margie. So fun and bent having nerve. Not in the hospital, but he has pneumonia and not just pretty stable for the doctor. Also, in memory of my father sent you on the road. The same person who dedicated yesterday, he wants to dedicate another day because he's very happy that he sent over a nice about his father and his now, remember Ben Simcoe's Mr. in January 91, I think took him with mercy before the COVID-19 madness. Who was wearing the Fine Velvet Ben Shingo of Lismere, retired New York Police Department Officer Tommy Coffin, who was wearing the reach about Esther from Zero. He told it nothing. Another story about his father, he said an amazing story that a Nazi officer gave him extra food, and he said, I can't have food, I have a stomachache. So the Nazi took him and feed him up. He said, you never refuse